Chapter 1. My family's ancestral home is located in Ling County, Shandong, a name that suggests a rather small locale. Yet, it has produced numerous notable figures, such as the valiant Lian Pe, who sought forgiveness with a burden of thorns, the esteemed statesman Dongfang Shuo in the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the illustrious calligrapher Yin Jinqing, and the leader of the Boxer Rebellion, Shui Dengke. However, be it due to climatic conditions or unfavorable geomancy, whenever the North China region suffers natural disasters, Ling County invariably finds itself among the afflicted. Whether it be drought or flooding, the county never escapes unscathed. The Republican era was renowned for its historical chaos, a time when calamities thrived and the heavens frequently unleashed disasters. In 1942, a great famine swept through, leaving crops barren and corpses strewn across the fields. My great-grandfather led the entire family to venture eastward, seeking survival in the ancient burial grounds of Liao Bay. Upon their arrival, lacking any means to make a living, my great-grandfather guided his 3 sons to seek refuge with a distant relative. This relative, known as Seventh Uncle, specialized in the funeral trade. Observing that my great-grandfather's family possessed little more than physical strength, Seventh Uncle assigned them the task of carrying coffins, a job referred to as gunfu in the local dialect. To speak frankly, my great-grandfather and his sons were initially quite resistant to this line of work, but out of necessity to stave off hunger, they reluctantly acquiesced. On one occasion, a wealthy family from the ancient burial grounds was preparing for a funeral, claiming that the deceased was their niece. However, when my great-grandfather and his sons beheld the coffin, they were instantly filled with trepidation. For the coffin was painted a vivid red. It is widely known that red coffins are used to pacify restless spirits. What sort of departed soul merits such a vibrant coffin? Surely, it must be a vengeful spirit filled with resentment. To carry such a coffin would inevitably entangle the bearers in karmic repercussions, leading to misfortune or, in dire cases, the ruin of their families. Thus, upon seeing the red coffin, my great-grandfather showed no hesitation, firmly declaring that they would not bear this crimson burden. The wealthy man explained to Seventh Uncle that his niece had tragically fallen to her death in a ravine on her way to their home. The choice of a red coffin was made out of fear that the girl would harbor deep resentment, being a young maiden at the time of her demise. He then generously rewarded Seventh Uncle with several silver dollars. Seventh Uncle, lured by the promise of money, continuously implored my great-grandfather, persistently arguing, "We are all family. Why would I deceive you? Rest assured, carry it boldly. I guarantee that you will not incur any karmic debt." Though my great-grandfather harbored doubts, the rationale offered by Seventh Uncle was plausible, coupled with his assurance that nothing sinister lay within the red coffin and the payment was commensurate with the task. Ultimately, my great-grandfather and his sons resolved to accept the job, steeling themselves for the endeavor. Later, they would discover the grim truth. The coffin contained not the wealthy man's niece, but rather a girl, either found or deceived into the man's possession. The wealthy man, drawn by the girl's beauty, had taken advantage of her under the cover of night. Tragically, the girl took her own life the following day. She severed her own artery, staining her clothing with blood before hanging herself. Bloodstained garments, a hanging fate. It was clear that the girl sought to transform into a vengeful spirit, intent on dragging the wealthy man's entire family into the grave with her. Originally, this was a sin committed by the wealthy family. Yet due to their role in bearing the coffin, my great-grandfather was also ensnared in the web of karmic retribution. Before long, members of the wealthy family began to meet untimely deaths, leaving no survivors. A month later, Seventh Uncle met his own demise at the hands of bandits while en route to Fengtian. My great-grandfather, having borne the red coffin, was naturally tainted by its malevolent karma. Indeed, my 2 uncles soon fell ill and passed away, leaving only my grandfather by my great-grandfather's side. Naturally, this filled him with dread. Hearing of a monk who lectured at a nearby temple, he went to beseech the monk for salvation for himself and his son. The monk bestowed upon my great-grandfather a protective talisman, instructing him to hang it from the rafters of their home, promising that it would safeguard 3 generations of their family: great-grandfather, grandfather, and father. My grandfather kept this advice close to heart, and even before my birth, began to seek out wise individuals, hoping to liberate our family from the clutches of the vengeful spirit clad in red. The monk had cautioned my great-grandfather that the female specter, shackled by her resentment, would not discern who was truly responsible for her demise. Anyone connected to her plight would be at risk of her wrath. Coincidentally, while my mother was pregnant with me, a wandering Taoist arrived at the ancient burial grounds. My grandfather warmly invited him to our home, eagerly inquiring, "Master, could you discern the fate of my grandchild? How long will he live?" He dared not directly mention the karmic entanglement with the vengeful spirit, yet also sought to gauge the Taoist's true abilities. However, upon glancing at my mother's belly, the Taoist's expression shifted dramatically, and he uttered, "This child carries a fate of enmity." My grandfather was taken aback. The Taoist's demeanor grew grave as he pressed, "Does your family harbor any enemies from the past?" Realizing the Taoist's prowess, my grandfather divulged the entire account of how my great-grandfather became entwined with the vengeful spirit. He then earnestly implored the Taoist to ensure the safety of his grandchild, to thwart the approach of the red-clad specter seeking vengeance. The Taoist replied, "It seems your ancestors were indeed shielded by a powerful being, allowing you to escape the calamity of 3 generations." My grandfather nodded, pointing to the protective talisman hanging from the rafters. Indeed, my father sought the high monk's aid from an ancient temple for this. The Taoist sighed deeply. Even a high monk can only protect 3 generations. The malevolence of the red specter runs too deep. The enmity reflected in your grandchild's fate indicates her vow to extinguish your family's lineage. My grandfather's face turned pale, and he knelt before the Taoist, beseeching him for a solution. The Taoist helped him to his feet and whispered something in his ear before taking his leave. However, the very next day, my grandfather inexplicably vanished without a trace, leaving no sign for several days. Naturally, my father was frantic with worry, yet with my mother in labor at home, he could not venture forth to search for his father. Then began the strange occurrences on the day of my birth. That day, as my mother was nearing labor, my father hurried to summon the village midwife. Though it was already the 21st century, the rural areas remained impoverished, particularly in remote locales like the ancient burial grounds, where transportation was scarce and childbirth relied heavily on midwives. Before departing, my father had also asked the neighbor, Aunt Jo, to watch over my mother. In theory, the midwife resided in a neighboring village, a short distance away. Yet, half an hour passed without my father's return, causing both Aunt Jo and my mother to grow anxious. At that moment, Wu Erlang, a villager, rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law Gu, something terrible has happened. Your husband was struck by a vehicle on the way to find the midwife, and is now recovering at the village chief's home." Upon hearing this, my mother panicked, her heavily pregnant form intent on seeking my father, but Aunt Jo swiftly restrained her. Wu Erlang added, "Sister-in-law, you're about to give birth. Should any mishap occur on the way, it would be dire. I just happened to ride my donkey cart here. I can take you to the town hospital quickly. You'll arrive in half an hour." The donkey cart was a type of human-powered rickshaw, with the seat positioned at the back, offering a rather awkward appearance. Yet it was considered a swift means of transport at the time. My mother, relieved at the prospect of reaching the hospital, expressed her gratitude to Wu Erlang before boarding the donkey cart. Before departing, she instructed Aunt Jo to keep an eye on the house. 2 hours later, Aunt Jo suddenly heard a knock at the door. Her curiosity piqued. Surely, one does not return from the hospital so swiftly? Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find the village chief standing there. Seeing Aunt Jo at the door surprised the chief, who inquired, "Has the daughter-in-law of the Gu family given birth? I have shared a lifelong friendship with old Gu. He has gone missing, and with his wife in labor, I am anxious to know how things stand." He then grumbled, "Old Gu's son is quite inconsiderate, not even calling me to assist with the delivery." Aunt Jo found his words perplexing. "But chief, old Gu's son was struck by a vehicle and is currently recovering at your home." The chief was astonished. "What? Struck by a vehicle? I haven't seen that young man at all. Besides, with the Gu family's poverty, where would a vehicle come from?" Aunt Jo paused. Then it dawned on her that the chief's words were indeed correct. leaving her speechless in shock. The chief then asked, "Who told you this?" "Wu Erling." The chief's eyes widened, a hint of terror flickering within. "Did you truly see Wu Erling?" Aunt Zhou nodded, still in disbelief. "He just knocked on the door to relay the news." "How could that be?" The chief's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wu Erling died yesterday." Wu Erling was dead. Aunt Zhou's face drained of color, nearly collapsing in fright. Then, the one who just took the daughter-in-law of the Gu family was not a living person? What? He took the daughter-in-law of the Gu family? At this moment, the chief's face turned ashen, urgently demanding, "Where did they go?" Wu Erlingzi mentioned going to the village hospital. The village chief was taken aback. "Nonsense. What hospital is there in the village? Just a small, dilapidated health station. Alas, it seems that the daughter-in-law of the Gu family is in grave peril now." A look of horror crossed Aunt Zhou's face as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, could it be that old Gu's son has also fallen victim to that vile entity?" She did not finish her sentence. Yet the village chief understood immediately, shaking his head anxiously. "Old Gu once confided in me that their family would soon face a calamity, tormented by a malevolent spirit seeking vengeance. I initially dismissed it, but it appears that there are indeed ghosts in this world." Aunt Zhou felt a chill run down her spine, her hands and feet growing icy. When trouble befell the village, the chief could not remain idle. He rallied the villagers to search for my father and mother. Naturally, he concealed the matter concerning Wu Erlingzi from everyone, fearing that the villagers would be too fearful to lend a hand. The villagers held deep-seated loyalties otherwise. The saying Xingli Shang Qin would not exist. Once the chief took action, the villagers lit torches or carried flashlights, scouring the village from end to end. Aunt Zhou stated that Wu Erlingzi had taken my mother westward, causing the village chief's heart to skip a beat. Though that direction led towards the town, it also passed by the largest burial ground of the Gu family. The burial ground earned its name from having once been a site of chaotic graves. It was said that villagers rarely dared to venture outside at night, for it was uncertain whether they would encounter a human or a ghost. Fortunately, with so many people gathered today, and fueled by urgency, the chief felt emboldened, thinking, regardless of whether the entity that abducted old Gu's daughter-in-law was a female ghost or the deceased Wu Erlingzi, they would likely be found in the graveyard. The village chief, accompanied by the villagers wielding their bright torches, made their way toward the burial ground. Approaching the site, they were taken aback to discover a figure lying motionless on the ground. It was my father, who had already ceased to breathe, with deep marks of strangulation around his neck and several bloody puncture wounds on his skin, unmistakably the result of a violent strangulation, with the length of the nails suggesting the perpetrator was a woman. Yet, which woman possessed such strength to pierce a man's neck? The villagers were struck with terror, whispering among themselves, their imaginations running wild. At that moment, a sudden, piercing wail of an infant echoed from the direction of the graveyard, startling the villagers. A few brave souls ventured forward and were met with a chilling sight. My mother lay in a pool of blood, her abdomen gruesomely sliced open, blood gushing from her insides, her demise utterly horrific. Amidst the gore of her disemboweled body, a blood-soaked infant wailed pitifully in the midst of the carnage. The villagers stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a word, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before daring to approach and lift the child. Needless to say, that child was me. My name is Gu Ling, a name bestowed upon me by the village chief, who believed that my birth was surrounded by supernatural phenomena, thus the name. No one could clarify the strange occurrences of the night I was born, nor who was responsible for the deaths of my father and mother. My grandfather never returned. Thus, I grew up nourished by the kindness of the villagers. Though an orphan, none shunned me. The country folk were remarkably simple-hearted, and my grandfather held significant esteem at the Gu family graveyard. Even for his sake, the villagers were inclined to treat me kindly. Time passed swiftly, and I found myself 17, attending high school in the county town. The county was quite distant from the villages, and most students attending school were children from nearby rural areas, making it impractical to return home every day after classes. Hence, most opted for boarding. However, that impoverished school had not provided dormitories for the students, and at night, We would arrange our desks together to lie upon them. By that time, smartphones had become relatively common, yet the vast majority of my classmates could ill afford them. Even those who possessed phones were predominantly the affluent children from the county town. They looked down upon me, a country bumpkin from a remote village, unwilling to associate with me, and I could hardly be bothered to engage with them. Occasionally, they would deliberately flaunt their phones in front of me, but I never stooped to leech off them. However, such displays were infrequent, as these individuals could scarcely afford data plans. The only friends I had were two, Gojio and Pangzi. Birds of a feather flocked together. Our camaraderie stemmed solely from our shared trait of poverty. Daytime was manageable, allowing us to run freely on the playground, but the nights became excruciating. Students from affluent backgrounds would spend their evenings at internet cafes, while the three of us were left in the classroom, staring blankly at one another. Moreover, to conserve electricity, the dormitory supervisor strictly prohibited the use of lights after dark. Thus, as soon as night fell, we would lie down on the hard desks to sleep. A night's rest left us with aching backs and sore waists, feeling more fatigued than if we had not rested at all. Such a life, if prolonged, could indeed foster thoughts of rebellion. One day, Gojio informed us that he had heard from others that the woods nearby often echoed with the sounds of outdoor movie screenings. For many rural children, the memory of watching outdoor films is quite profound, especially in impoverished areas. Upon hearing of the outdoor movie, both Pang Zi and I lit up with excitement. Why hadn't he mentioned this sooner? Gojio gestured for silence. The sound seemed to emanate from the woods, but those woods were dense, and there was a bankrupt driving school along the street in front, although its gates were tightly locked. It had been abandoned and unguarded. I thought perhaps we could find a way in. Pang Zi, impatient, said, "Great. Shall we go now? What is the rush? I heard it only starts after midnight." I frowned slightly. "Why so late?" Gojio shook his head, and Pang Zi scoffed. "It's a midnight show. Anyway, outdoor movies are free. Why not watch if we can?" After an arduous wait until midnight, the three of us stealthily slipped out of the school. By that time, the roads were nearly devoid of cars, with only a few hair salons and internet cafes still illuminating the night, that we arrived at the abandoned driving school that Gojio had mentioned, only to find the gate secured with a formidable lock. And the security booth was emptied, a sign reading "No entry. Consequences at your own risk" stood at the entrance. Pang Zi exclaimed in surprise. "What does consequences at your own risk mean?" "Are there dogs inside?" "What dogs?" Gojio replied. "There isn't even a person here. Who would feed a dog?" Pang Zi considered this and agreed, but out of caution, he picked up a stone and threw it inside, only relaxing once he heard no barking. The perimeter of the driving school was fenced with iron railings, but due to years of neglect, some areas had become unstable. After a brief search, we discovered a weak spot where the iron bars had bent, allowing us to force open a gap large enough for the three of us miners to slip through. Just as we squeezed through, we faintly heard raucous electronic sounds ahead, reminiscent of an outdoor movie screening. Peering through the distant trees, we caught sight of flickering lights, and our hearts raced with excitement. For just ahead, within the woods, stood a massive widescreen displaying an old Hong Kong film, with dozens of people seated on benches. Engrossed in the show, as we approached, a man turned to us with an eerie smile, his neck twisting grotesquely as he rotated his head a full 360 degrees without moving his shoulders. When his gaze finally landed on us, a shiver ran down our spines. His eyes were pitch black as he grinned and asked in a hollow voice, "Could I watch a movie?" At that moment, I suddenly felt a chilling presence enveloping me from behind. Turning around, I found three men had surrounded our escape route. Their faces were cold and pale, and they offered us 3 small stools along with a platter filled with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and candy, gesturing for us to sit. Initially feeling uneasy, both Gojio and Pang Zi, upon witnessing the warmth of the strangers, appeared unbothered and accepted the platter with an air of gratitude. It was quite courteous of them to invite us to watch a movie while providing snacks. Pang Zi sat down without a second thought, cracking open peanuts and tossing them into his mouth, while Gojio grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. That I felt a sense of unease and instinctively took a peanut, only to find that when I applied slight pressure, it crumbled in my hand. To my astonishment, it was completely hollow, and even the shell felt smooth as if it were made of paper. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this peanut was nothing more than a paper imitation. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over me, leaving me feeling icy all over. Meanwhile, Go Jiu and Pang Zi were relishing their snacks into my eyes. They appeared to be real peanuts. Why they turned to paper in my grasp? This was truly bizarre. Fearing I was hallucinating, I grabbed a piece of candy and placed it in my mouth for further verification. Upon biting down, I found it tasteless, akin to chewing wax, leaving a bitter sensation in my mouth. Confirming that the candy was made of wax, I stiffly spat it out, ate tea that moment. I felt an overwhelming urge to leave this place. So, I nudged Go Jiu beside me. Yet he seemed utterly captivated by the film, completely unresponsive, his expression vacant, and eyes devoid of life, just like the other moviegoers. An eerie chill crept up my spine. I suppressed my fear, thinking I must leave swiftly, and glanced at Pang Zi. He too was meticulously peeling peanuts, so I whispered to him, "Pang Zi, I think this place is strange. Perhaps we should go?" "All right," he replied. A wave of relief washed over me. "Thank goodness, Pang." Zi still appeared sane. I planned to feign a stomachache and use the excuse of needing to go to the restroom, hoping he would accompany me. "All right," he agreed, eyes sighed in relief, but anxiously observed the rigid faces of those watching the film. Feeling a sudden surge of panic as I complained, Go Jiu seems entranced. "No matter how much I call, he wants he wake up? Damn, this movie is so eerie, like encountering a ghost. I suspect those watching the movie aren't human." "All right," Pang Zi repeated, sending a jolt through my nerves. At that moment, I was truly terrified, turning to scrutinize Pang Zi, only to see his complexion gradually turning pale, as if shrouded in a cold mist, his eyes hollow and lifeless, exuding an aura of death. His pale face, illuminated by the dim moonlight, appeared increasingly ghastly. I realized that Pang Zi, too, had fallen under some malevolent influence, and without a moment's hesitation, I sprang to my feet and bolted. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept over me, and the three men who had previously offered us stools had somehow reappeared, encircling me once again. They elongated their hollow voices, asking, "What are you doing?" I stammered, "I'm just going to the restroom." The men extended their pale fingers towards the woods. "You can do that there. Do you want me to accompany you?" I hastily shook my head, forcing a nervous laugh. "I'm not a girl. I wouldn't dare go alone in the middle of the night." After I finished speaking, I dared not look back, plunging headlong into the dense forest. What followed was a frantic dash, a desperate sprint, as if rabbits were my offspring. I ran for several hundred meters without pause. In my memory, this patch of woods was not expansive, with a brisk pace. I believed I could exit within 2 or 3 minutes. Yet, I ran for what felt like an eternity, only to find the darkness deepening before my eyes and the thickets growing denser. By this time, cold sweat had soaked my entire body. My mind was a blank slate, and my heart was taut with anxiety. I had no concept of how long I had been running when suddenly, ahead, light flickered into view. My heart steadied slightly, and I thought to myself, "At last, I have escaped this forest." I followed the light, only to be confronted with a horrifying scene. Outside the woods lay an open area where a group of people sat gathered. Engrossed in an outdoor movie. My initial intention was simply to run forward, irrespective of where I ended up, as long as it was away from this area. Yet unexpectedly, I had circled back. Those watching the film turned their heads in unison, their eyes fixated on me, including the stout man and the dog, who mirrored the same eerie fixation. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of these shadows, my heart nearly ceased to beat. Indeed, I yearned to flee. But my weary legs felt as though they would give way beneath me, leaving me paralyzed with terror, a cold shiver creeping up my spine as an ominous dread settled over my heart. This was it. I was destined to meet my demise here. Panic and resentment surged within me. I was merely 17, having never even held a girl's hand, and yet here I was, facing such a grim fate. It was unbearably tragic. Just as I wallowed in despair, the figure before me drew nearer, and to my astonishment, it was not a ghost, but a venerable old Taoist priest, his hair white as snow, yet his face youthful. His gaze was piercing, and though his voice was frail, it held a certain authority. What astonished me most was his inquiry. "Little one, Why have you been running in circles in the woods? Circles? I stared at the old man in disbelief. He pointed to the ground, saying, "Look at the footprints beneath you." That I lowered my gaze, and indeed, the damp earth was riddled with countless circles of my own footprints. No wonder I couldn't escape the woods. I had been running in circles all along. As I regained my breath, clarity began to return to my mind. I distinctly remembered running straight ahead without any turns. Yet the sight of those concentric footprints was undeniably bizarre. That I plopped down on the ground, aghast, and thought, this must be what they call being blinded by a ghost. If I continued running, I surely would exhaust myself to death. Taoist, please save me. I have encountered a ghost, I pleaded, nearly in tears, and my impression was that Taoists were typically adept at exorcising spirits. Encountering one now felt like a sign that my life was not meant to end so abruptly. To my surprise, the old man asked me a question that left me taken aback. "Are you not Gu Ling, of the Gu family tomb?" I froze for a moment, then nodded slowly. The old man continued. "Is Gu Bo your grandfather?" Here, Gu Bo was not a term of endearment for grandfather, but rather a reference to my great-grandfather, as my grandfather was the eldest in the family lineage. Seeing me nod again, the old man smiled, stroking his beard as he said, "Ah, I've been sent to find you." I was bewildered. "Find me?" The old man's expression turned serious as he placed a hand on my shoulder, helping me to my feet. "I have come at the behest of your grandfather." Growing up without family by my side, hearing the mention of my grandfather stirred a deep pang of sorrow within me. And I choked out, "Is my grandfather still alive?" The old man sighed heavily, his smile fading. "If he were alive, I would not be here at his behest." His words hit me like a bolt. Theoretically, my only relative was my grandfather. Though he had been missing for years, there had always been a glimmer of hope. But now, knowing he was gone filled me with profound despondency. Yet, this realization was fleeting. After all, I had never met him, and more importantly, I was still in peril. If I did not resolve the imminent danger, I might truly meet my grandfather in the afterlife. Wiping away my tears, I asked the old man, "How did my grandfather die?" The old man sighed deeply. "He died protecting you." I trembled all over, staring at him in disbelief. The old man explained, "Your family has been entangled with a vengeful spirit since your great-grandfather's time. Your great-grandfather once sought a talisman from a temple, which safeguarded your family for 3 generations. However, when your mother was pregnant with you, the talisman lost its potency, yet the spirit continued to haunt your family." My eyes widened in shock as the old man continued. "It was destined that you would perish in the womb, but I happened to pass by the Gu family tomb, where your grandfather graciously hosted me with a sumptuous meal. He informed me of your family's plight and implored me to help you avert disaster. Out of gratitude for his kindness, I reluctantly revealed a method to your grandfather for breaking the curse. May the Buddha forgive me. I truly deserve to be struck down by divine retribution." He clasped his hands together, closing his eyes in remorse, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. That I was utterly perplexed. Logically, the old man was trying to save me. Why then did he appear so tormented? "Taoist, am I truly meant to die?" I asked, scratching my head in confusion. "And if you regret saving me, why invoke curses upon yourself? Am I truly that unworthy of salvation?" The old man smiled faintly and shook his head. "What I mean is not as you perceive. Though I have saved you, I have inadvertently cast you into a deeper abyss of terror. Moreover, your grandfather's death was a consequence of my words." He sighed heavily. "The method I disclosed to your grandfather was, in truth, a profoundly malevolent curse." "What curse?" The old man spoke gravely. "The blood skeleton." He recounted how, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had intended to use a poison toxins approach to resolve your family's karma, suggesting to your grandfather that he could summon the blood skeleton to fend off the calamity posed by the red-clothed, vengeful spirit. For no matter how fierce the spirit, it could not surpass the might of the blood skeleton. That I was bewildered. What exactly is this blood skeleton curse that makes it so formidable? The old man elucidated. The blood skeleton is a tragic king. In life, he was flayed and became a vengeful ghost. His deep-seated resentment is such that even the Buddha's teachings cannot redeem him. Therefore, he cannot enter the city of the wrong dead and can only cultivate as a ghostly immortal. It is said that the blood skeleton possesses great magical powers and can also protect individuals, which is why he is revered by certain folk as a deity. However, the blood skeleton embodies both righteousness and wickedness and is not recognized by the righteous path. Furthermore, summoning him as a protective spirit comes with a hefty price. Thus, for ages, practitioners of the occult have regarded the summoning of the blood skeleton as a forbidden spell, avoiding any entanglement with him. In a moment of folly, I allowed your grandfather to invoke that forbidden spell under my guidance, thus summoning the blood skeleton as your guardian spirit in exchange, your grandfather sacrificed his life. He traded his lifespan to safeguard yours, ensuring your safety for a lifetime, what the old man referred to as the tragic king. I understood was akin to the ghostly immortals of the Northeast, holding a prominent position among the shamans beyond the borders. It is said that in the South, one speaks of Maoshan, while in the North, it is the Outma. The Outma is derived from the shamanistic traditions of the Northeast, having spread to northern China, where tales of the 5 great guardian spirits are prevalent. The distinction lies in that in northern China, the 5 great guardian spirits refer to the fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray, whereas in the Northeast, they refer to Hu, Huang, Ji, and Meng. The Ji and Meng families do not belong to the Liu clan, yet they are of the same sect and share similar cultivation methods. Interestingly, after I formally became a disciple of the Qian, I discovered that the Sanjia families, the Jian, Meng, and Liu, harbored mutual disdain for one another. Even when they were not casting sidelong glances, their conversations dripped with sarcasm, and they delighted in undermining one another, launching verbal assaults with fervor. If you inquire about the reasons, just read on. These 5 esteemed families are also referred to as the 4 beams and 8 pillars, enlisting disciples to aid them in fulfilling their tasks and accumulating merit. Once the tasks are completed, the celestial beings depart but continue to bestow blessings upon their disciples. Among the 4 beams and 8 pillars, the Hu and Huang families are the most well-known to the outside world, each specializing in different forms of merit. For instance, the Hu family governs romantic destinies, the Huang family oversees wealth, while the Jian and Meng families focus on healing and saving lives. In contrast, due to their fewer followers and lack of fervent worship, the Liu and Bai families are perceived as less efficacious, often referred to as the outer 5 elements, along with the Hui family. The Bai family holds a unique position within the Qian, as they do not offer blessings to patrons, but instead leverage their distinct abilities to assist others in various tasks, such as traversing between realms or driving away malevolent spirits. The term Bai refers to the Bai Wang, a designation for male ghostly immortals, while female ghostly immortals are specifically termed Yan Gui. Despite the fact that Bai Wang is a northern term for ghostly immortals, the existence of such beings has been acknowledged since ancient times. The Buddha once classified celestial beings into 5 categories: heaven, earth, humanity, deities, and ghosts. The definition of ghostly immortals, as articulated in the Zhong-El teachings, posits that they're the lowest tier of immortals, transcending the Yin realm, devoid of recognizable forms, without surnames, nameless among the 3 mountains, unable to reincarnate, and ultimately adrift, unable to return to the Penglai realm, merely lingering until rebirth. Ghostly immortals occupy the lowest rung of the celestial hierarchy, lacking registration in the underworld and failing to be recognized in the Penglai immortal realm, rendering their existence exceedingly marginal. They cannot reincarnate and can only exist as spiritual entities in the human world. However, the mortal realm is hardly a sanctuary for such entities. Ghostly immortals must exchange merits for the opportunity to linger in the human realm. Truly embodying the concept of Yang Piao, it turns out that my grandfather had entered into a blood pact with the Qingfeng ghostly immortal, sacrificing his life to procure the blood skeleton's protection against the red-clad malevolent spirit that sought my life. Upon uncovering this truth, I was left speechless, my eyes reddening as I gazed at the old Taoist. He sighed, and, in a tone of despondency, remarked, "However, I miscalculated in one regard. Your grandfather's remaining lifespan at that time was merely 18 years. Thus, the blood skeleton is only willing to safeguard you for that duration. Now, the lifespan your grandfather exchanged for with the blood skeleton is drawing to a close. Once the pact expires, not only will the red-clad malevolent spirit return to claim your life, but the blood skeleton will not spare you either. The chill ran through me. Why is that? Such a ghostly immortal, summoned through the performance of forbidden incantations, could not be so easily freed from their bindings. One must assist them in completing 3 years of tasks to dissolve the pact. Yet only a year remains. The old Taoist expression turned grave as he lamented, "It is my oversight. I blame myself. I initially believed that the red-clad malevolent spirit was too ferocious, which is why I suggested summoning the blood skeleton for your protection. However, upon careful consideration, I realized that the terror of the blood skeleton far surpasses that of the red-clad spirit. After all, their degree of malevolence is not on the same scale. Should the red coffin corpse come to claim a life, perhaps we could seek the aid of a powerful individual, but now you must confront the blood skeleton. And I fear that few within the Qianmen sect would dare to accept such a challenge." The old Taoist was candid, and I could sense his self-reproach in his words, which mirrored my own complex feelings. Indeed, I held no animosity towards him, for it was his revelation of the blood skeleton's forbidden incantations that had allowed me to reach this point in life. Yet, the thought of living only 1 more year filled me with trepidation and despair. "Is there truly no way out?" I asked. The old Taoist pondered before hesitantly replying, "There are methods, but they are exceedingly perilous and extreme. Let us say, quite desperate. In truth, you have not yet reached a point of absolute despair. I believe it unnecessary to resort to such measures." I furrowed my brow in confusion. "What do you mean, Taoist? The blood skeleton and the red-clad spirit both seek my life. Does that not constitute a dire predicament?" The old Taoist responded, "In reality, death is not an absolute end. That if you were to perish, your soul could still descend into reincarnation and continue life in another realm. However, if you wish to remain alive, you must assist the blood skeleton in overcoming its tribulations. Should you fail midway, you would be reduced to dust, never to attain rebirth." That I grasped his implication. This was tantamount to becoming a laborer for the blood skeleton in exchange for extended life. The old Taoist explained, "Though the blood skeleton possesses profound powers and is revered by many, at its core, it is merely a ghostly immortal. To achieve true fruition, it must undergo tribulation. Yet, tribulations are not easily traversed." The master of the Qingfeng Hall faced 3 disasters, 6 tribulations, and 9 trials to barely be acknowledged as a true immortal, and the blood skeleton must also undertake this path. However, these 3 disasters, 6 tribulations, and 9 trials are life-threatening, and the challenges encountered are myriad and bizarre. You will also confront countless malevolent spirits. Should you perish along the way, your soul will be annihilated. Do you understand what annihilation means? I shook my head. "It means your soul would scatter," the old Taoist said gravely. Legend has it that within the Qianmen sect, no less than 10 individuals coveted the power of the blood skeleton. To obtain its eternal protection, they chose to assist it in overcoming tribulation, each one a luminary in the cultivation realm. Yet none succeeded. Ultimately, their souls were reduced to ash. After hearing the old Taoist's words, "Would you still wish to continue living? A lifetime filled with 9 tribulations. Even the most skilled cultivators cannot withstand them. For me, it will be tantamount to a death sentence." Thus, upon hearing this, I hesitated immediately. Considering that in this lifetime I had merely been reborn as an orphan, destitute, and without hope, my fate in the next life could not possibly be as dire as this one. Could it? Overcoming tribulation is a hardcore mode. If one fails, there is neither rebirth nor reincarnation. The stakes are too high, and the cost is too great. It would be unwise to risk annihilation for the sake of a few additional years. Therefore, I shook my head firmly and resolutely declared, "I do not wish to." The old Taoist did not broach the subject again, but instead inquired about the recent ghostly encounter I had experienced. After listening to my account, he contemplated for a moment and said, "This wooded area is low-lying, with dampness and a white mist that clearly indicates it is a place of great ease. Spirits are particularly fond of hiding here. You may not realize, but even ghosts can hardly endure prolonged stays in such places. They will seek ways to sneak into the human realm. However, you must not allow them to see you. When spirits sneak from the underworld into the mortal realm, they feel insecure. Should they realize they have been discovered, they will do everything in their power to drag the observer down with them. This is akin to silencing witnesses." That I privately scoffed. who would venture out in the dead of night merely to watch a film. Spirits would rather hide than reveal themselves. Taoist, my 2 classmates are currently ensnared by ghosts and are likely to be taken below. I said, my voice trembling. The old Taoist expression grew serious as he grasped my wrist and said, let us go find them at once, and my heart raced with urgency and fear, yet with the old Taoist by my side. I felt emboldened and followed him towards the location of the film screening. Despite his age, the old Taoist moved with remarkable agility and steadiness. The woods were not extensive, and I had initially struggled to escape due to the ghostly obstruction. In truth, we had not walked for more than 5 minutes before arriving at the clearing. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill swept through, and the old Taoist's demeanor shifted, becoming cautious as he peered through the dense foliage and remarked, no wonder the Yin energy is so heavy. It seems this place is teeming with lost souls and wild spirits. It appears to be a tourist group from below, come to enjoy the mortal realm. Goodness, a group excursion. I mused, how could so many spirits suddenly ascend? What sort of security checks does the underworld have? I whispered, it seems the film is nearing its end. Both the Fatty and Gojio are in a state that resembles ghosts more than humans. They will surely be taken aboard that paper vehicle at that moment. Fatty and Gojio were staring blankly at the screen, their eyes fixed as if the film being screened was not a Hong Kong movie, but rather an adult film. Meanwhile, their hands moved mechanically, shoveling snacks and candies into their mouths. I recall that they had not ceased eating since they sat down, yet the platter of snacks showed no signs of depletion. The old Taoist furrowed his brow in concern. Your friends have consumed ghostly food. In the eyes of spirits, they have already consented to descend into the underworld. For ghosts, anyone who partakes of food from the realm of the dead is considered one of their own. It seems these spirits are determined to take your friends below. Observing Gojio and Fatty, who were increasingly reminiscent of spirits, my complexion turned ashen, and I gazed at the old Taoist in alarm. Taoist, you must help save them. Rest assured, vanquishing evil and upholding justice is the duty of a disciple of the Qian. I will not turn a blind eye. Amidst the multitude of specters, do you reckon you can handle them alone? What spells do you intend to employ? The old priest raised his gaze to the heavens, then patted my shoulder earnestly, stating, I have no intention of confronting them directly. Such a plethora of wandering souls must be outsmarted. Do you believe it? With but a single shout, I can send them scurrying away. Curiosity piqued, I turned to him and said, revered Taoist, then do shout quickly. I wish to learn as well, for in the event I encounter spirits again. It would serve as a life-saving skill. The old priest's eyes twinkled with mirth as he chuckled. Very well. Pay close attention. He pressed his right hand against his cheeks, and a bizarre sound erupted, akin to the eerie cry of a night owl or the crowing of a rooster, an utterly discordant cacophony. Upon hearing this strange noise, the ghosts who were watching the outdoor film froze in astonishment, their faces transforming into expressions of terror and urgency. Suddenly, the towering specter who had handed us the fruit platter stood up and exclaimed, time's up. The show is over. We must board the vehicle. A commotion ensued among the spirits, who scrambled to their feet and hastened towards the paper-made cars. The old priest sprang from the thicket with the swiftness of a flash, accurately seizing the shoulders of Dog Geo and the chubby one. They remained dazed, their consciousness teetering on the brink of spectral transformation, yet retaining a flicker of humanity that rendered them hesitant and lagging behind. The old priest swiftly pressed 2 talismans onto their foreheads, and in an instant, they jolted back to awareness, glancing around only to be engulfed by an overwhelming chill. Why is it so cold here? Dog Jew pondered aloud, his face betraying his fright as he beheld the pallid visages of the spirits, each more terrifying than the last. The old priest remarked, you are surrounded by malevolent spirits. How could you not feel the cold? Huh. Before Dog Geo could finish his sentence, the old priest grabbed their arms, urging, hurry, we must not linger here. He frantically pulled them towards me just as the spirits heading for the bus sensed the commotion and began to close in. The old priest's expression changed drastically, while Dog Geo and the chubby one were rendered speechless by the ghastly faces surrounding them. The chubby one attempted to flee, but suddenly a ghastly white hand emerged from behind and clutched his round waist with a vice-like grip. His eyes widened in terror as he cried out, revered Taoist, save me. The old priest drew a peachwood sword, yet before he could reach them, Dog Geo was grasped by another ghostly hand. He had no choice but to swing at the nearest white hand. With a hissing sound, the hand dissipated into smoke, retreating swiftly, only for another green hand to lunge at the old priest. He cried out in pain as the peachwood sword slipped from his grasp. The once distant spirits now closed in, encircling the three of them. The chubby one, realizing their last hope was extinguished, began to wail, tears streaming down, splattering onto the ghostly hand gripping him. A piercing wail erupted from the spirits, and a massive white hand that held the chubby one recoiled instantly. The old priest's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Indeed, a child's urine is more effective than talismans. Little chubby, keep urinating." The chubby one shook his head in panic. "I've run out of urine. Will feces suffice?" The old priest could only shake his head in despair. With danger lurking behind and ahead, and having lost his only weapon, I rushed out from the thicket, retrieving the fallen peachwood sword and slicing at the specter lunging for Dog Geo. The apparition recoiled in instinctive fear upon seeing the sword, retreating several steps, hesitant to advance. Realizing their fear of the peachwood sword, I raised it high and began to slash wildly at the surrounding spirits. These lowly specters, frightened by my fervor, began to scatter. Observing the disarray among the spirits, I called out to the old priest, "Revered Taoist, there is an opening. Let us break free," with my appearance bolstering their spirits. The old priest and his companions felt a surge of relief and hurriedly moved to escape the encirclement that I intended to bring up the rear, but suddenly tripped, falling to the ground, only to discover a cold, greenish-black hand gripping my ankle tightly. I struggled against it, but the hand's strength was overwhelming. Just then, a ghastly face emerged before me, its hollow eyes fixated on me with an eerie intensity. The old priest shouted in alarm, "Guling, hold on. I'll come to save you." Truth be told, the peachwood sword was within my grasp. If I swung it to sever the hand's hold, I could escape. Yet in doing so, I knew the spirits would relentlessly pursue us, leaving us unable to break free. Rather than being hunted down to our doom, it seemed wiser to sacrifice myself to buy time for my companions. After all, I was already afflicted by the dual curses of the blood skeleton and the red-clad, vengeful spirit. My fate was bleak, and I had but a year left to live. This wretched life held little value for me. An orphan, impoverished, with a mere county diploma that relegated me to a life of scorn as a corporate drone. Contemplating this, a wave of resentment surged within me, akin to a cornered beast's roar, and I abruptly turned to strike at the green-faced specter with my peachwood sword. The ghost howled in pain as I struck it. Seizing the moment, I shouted to the old priest, "Revered Taoist, take my two friends and flee. My worthless life is forfeit. Please ensure I receive a proper blessing on my 7th day, so that I may be reborn into a better life." With my resolve firm, I channeled my anger and despair into each swing of the sword. Initially, the peachwood sword retained its potency, but as the strikes multiplied, it seemed to lose its power. Perhaps due to the accumulation of the spirit's malevolence, I soon felt my strength waning, encircled by the spirits. Realizing further resistance was futile, I glanced back at Dog Geo and the others, now lost from sight. And with a sense of relief, I discarded the peachwood sword, resigning myself to fate. To my astonishment, the spirits did not kill me. Instead, they lifted me and tossed me into the paper car. Though crafted from paper, I soon discovered the interior bore no difference from a typical vehicle. That moment, the previously towering specter who had offered us the fruit platter pointed at me and asked, "What is your name?" I refrained from answering, instead retorting, "Why do you not kill me but choose to take me aboard?" The large specter sneered and explained, "Killing in the realm of the living attracts attention. Should we be discovered, our escape to the mortal realm would be exposed to the underworld. Taking you to the ghost market also silences you. So that was it. My name is Guling." At this juncture, I had grown indifferent to life and death, responding with a calm demeanor. The large specter remarked coldly, "You are quite brave for a child, unlike others who, upon being taken by the shadow cart, are so frightened they lose control. That I admire your courage. From this moment on, you are one of us." This declaration felt akin to a death sentence, for the destination they sought was none other than hell. I remained silent, pondering the peculiarity of my situation. Did this mean I was already dead? With a whoosh, The door slammed shut, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within me. Outside the window, the colors were dim and foreboding. The moonlight of blood-red enigma, with wispy clouds drifting eerily, creating a surreal tableau. It dawned on me that the sights from within the ghostly vehicle were no longer of the mortal realm. The vehicle traveled for what felt like an eternity, and weariness soon overtook me, lulling me into slumber. Abruptly, the large specter shouted, "Who is driving?" "Where are we headed?" I jolted awake to find him glaring at the driver, who remained unresponsive. "Stop the vehicle. I command you to cease. This is not the way to the ghost market. If you continue, we will veer onto the path of the living," he bellowed. Yet the driver, seemingly possessed, pressed the accelerator, hastening our speed. Panic washed over the large specter. The ghost cart follows the path of shadows. That is the rule. If the driver deviates, it's tantamount to seeking death. If the sun rises, the vehicle will be incinerated, and we will be consumed by the searing rays. The driver remains unmoved, his foot nearly pressing the accelerator to the floor. The scenery outside gradually reveals its vibrant hues. Identical to what I typically behold, I sit in my seat, my heart racing with trepidation, perplexed by the driver's bizarre actions. What immense grudge could compel one to bring a vehicle full of spirits to their demise? The paper effigy of a car traverses the earthly roads. Fortunately, this is a small county town, sparsely populated, with few passing vehicles. Yet there are still some pedestrians and vendors selling late-night snacks along the roadside. The paper car is unerringly headed towards a barbecue stall-esque grill. The consequences of a paper vehicle colliding with a fire are all too predictable. Without a doubt, this is an act of self-destruction. The large spirit, witnessing this, shouts at the driver in fury. "Are you insane? Stop the car at once!" As he yells, he rushes over to grasp the steering wheel from the driver's hands. However, it is too late. The paper car crashes into the barbecue stall's furnace, immediately igniting into a roaring blaze. The spirits inside the vehicle erupt into chaos, shrieking and scrambling in all directions. The stall owner, startled by the sight of a gigantic paper car barreling towards him, is utterly bewildered. He cannot see the spectral figures within, and the rapid flames leave him no time to react. The heat radiating from the burning bus, measuring over 10 meters in length, is beyond the control of the barbecue stall owner. The ferocious flames sear the spirits, who desperately attempt to escape the engulfing fire, only to be thwarted by the fierce blaze. The paper vehicle burns swiftly. Although I sit in the back, I too am soon assailed by the flames. Just as it seems I will be consumed, a figure suddenly lunges towards me, pinning me down. It is the driver. In no time, the flames engulf his body, eliciting a harrowing scream from him. By the flickering firelight, I discern the driver's face, and I am taken aback. It bears an uncanny resemblance to my own. "Is your name Gu Ling? Are you from the Gu family too?" he inquires. Upon my nod, the driver instantly reveals his excitement. "Child, I am your father." I am momentarily stunned, my eyes widening. "Father? You are my deceased father?" No wonder we look so alike. The village chief had told me that my father died on the night of my birth, and that his death was tragic. Yet, no one knows who the true culprit is. I wish to ask him what transpired that fateful night, but the ferocity of the flames leaves no room for questions. Nevertheless, I find solace in knowing that my father has become a driver in the afterlife. I also come to understand why his driving is so reckless. I never imagined I would see my biological father before my demise. When my father learned that his son was being taken aboard a vehicle by a horde of spirits bound for the underworld, despite having transformed into a ghost himself, his protective instincts ignited a rage within him, compelling him to choose a path of mutual destruction with the spirits to save me. My father nods, urgently stating, "Child, you must not come here. Following us will lead you to become a ghost. You are the sole heir of the Gu family. You cannot simply perish. You must live on, for you are the hope of our lineage. I will risk my life to bring you back to the realm of the living." This moment, the flames have nearly consumed his form, and the pain contorts his features. Yet, it is precisely because of his protective embrace that I remain unharmed. His words resonate deeply within my mind, and his gaze towards me is filled with hope and yearning. In an instant, a wave of warmth surges through my nostrils, and I nod through my tears. Father, rest assured, I will live on. A sense of relief washes over his anguished expression, and he nods peacefully. Then, with a sudden surge of determination, he rises to shield me from the inferno, creating a path for my escape. Child, hurry! Remember you promised your father you would live well. I suppress my tears, fervently nodding at my father, who is on the verge of being engulfed by flames. Then I dash out of the paper vehicle without a second thought. But in the next moment, a pair of large hands tightly grip my throat. That it is the large spirit, his face twisted with malice and resentment, clearly having overheard my conversation with my father. Unwilling to let me leave so easily, a chill emanates from his arms, his fingers like iron pincers infused with a chilling bloodlust, tightening around my throat, and I am immediately overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. Sensing my peril, my father is enraged, charging towards the large spirit, his body ablaze. In an instant, two flames collide and burst forth, countless twisted tongues of fire dancing wildly. The large spirit's long arms catch fire. The intense, piercing sound of flames slicing through the air rushes towards me. The grip on my throat, once cold, now transforms to searing heat, yet remains taut like a drawn bow, firmly constricted around my neck. My pupils constrict, my consciousness blurring. I think to myself that even if I am not choked to death, I will surely perish once the flames reach me. Suddenly, a burst of crimson light erupts from within me. As if something is surging forth from my very core, I hazily glance downward, only to see two blood-red skeletal arms extending from my chest, grasping the large spirit's arm and gently squeezing, causing both of his limbs to disintegrate into nothingness. The large spirit, now nearly reduced to ashes, cannot contain his astonishment, exclaiming in a muddled voice, "What? Could it be the blood skeleton?" His flames intertwine with my father's. And ultimately, both spirits dissolve into ash, carried away by the swirling dust into the void. The red skeleton within me seems to fulfill its purpose, retracting back into my body, leaving no trace behind. I am left bewildered. Did not the blood skeleton seek my life? Why then did it intervene to save me in my moment of peril? Could it be because I have yet to reach the age of 18? The contract my grandfather signed with the blood skeleton states that it would not claim my life until I turn 18. Before that, it would ensure my survival. Surely, this must be the reason. Having inhaled an excess of carbon dioxide, and then abruptly breathing in the frigid night air, I stagger out of the vehicle, suddenly feeling lightheaded and nauseous. In a daze, my legs give way beneath me, and I collapse to the ground. I drift into unconsciousness. My mind is engulfed in darkness. Yet amidst the haze, I glimpse a figure not far away, radiating warmth and filled with anticipation. Child, be strong. Do not die. You are the last hope of the Gu family. Live on for the sake of the family. Father, I cry out repeatedly, stirred from my stupor, only to find myself lying in a hospital bed, with Go Jiao and Pang Zi keeping vigil by my side. Upon seeing me awaken, they immediately lean in, asking, "Gu Ling, you're awake?" My eyelids feel heavy, but upon seeing their familiar faces, I am relieved to have survived. From Go Jiao's account, I learned that it was the barbecue stall owner who saved me, bringing me to the hospital. Rubbing my confused head, I exhale a sigh. Why are only the two of you here? What about that Taoist priest? Go Jiao replies. The Taoist said you had not regained consciousness for a long time and that he had matters to attend to, so he left. However, he mentioned he would return to see you. Pang Zi scoffs in annoyance. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is never coming back. I frown, saying, Pang Zi, regardless of what happens, the old Taoist saved our lives. How can you speak of him like that? If he was going to save us, he should have seen it through. He left without even paying the hospital bill, leaving us 3 minors to bear the burden. Is this how a person acts? Pang Zi grumbles. Right now, the 3 of us don't even know how to get out of the hospital. Go Jiao, however, appears unfazed. The hospital bill is a trivial matter. Why are you so anxious? Shouldn't our primary concern be Gu Ling's health? Gu Ling, when you were unconscious, my heart was so heavy. It wasn't until I heard you call for your father that I felt relieved. The comfort it brought was warm and soothing. To be honest, I never expected you to wake up. I even used the hospital's phone to inform the village chief to handle your final affairs. What? I exclaim in surprise. You informed the village chief. Did you ask him to come and pay the hospital bill? Gojo nods earnestly. That makes sense, Pa. The Gu family's clan has spent a considerable amount on raising me over the years. I already feel indebted to them. How could I possibly have the face to ask the village chief to cover my hospital expenses? Yet, I could hear the urgency in the village chief's voice over the phone. He must be genuinely concerned for you. As I was speaking, the village chief appeared at the door. Jiu Ling, are you all right? How wonderful. Thanks to your classmate who just called me. Wait a moment while I go pay for your hospital fees. A wave of guilt washed over me. The Gu family is not affluent, and even the village chief hesitated to seek medical attention for himself. Now, he was making a special trip to pay for my hospitalization, which would undoubtedly cost a significant amount. Soon, the village chief returned, chiding me. What were you thinking, staying up at night to watch that wretched open-air film? What good movie is ever shown at midnight? Haven't you heard what city folks say? Movies screened at that hour are prohibited for those under 18. Oh, you know why. It's because they're haunted. The village chief deliberately tried to frighten us. And Fatty seemed to recall something, his expression suddenly turning extremely serious. In a wonder, the last time I went to the city with my cousin to catch a midnight screening, we were turned away by security for being underage. I remember that the film was called 3D Upu Tuan M. My cousin was quite upset about being denied entry. And looking back, it seemed we had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. He shuddered as he spoke, still feeling the chill of the thought. Staying in a hospital, even for one more day, incurs substantial expenses. Though my illness was not yet cured, the thought of the village chief incurring such costs for me compelled me to feign nonchalance and assure him that I was fine. After this experience, I dared not venture out at night again. I resolved to sleep soundly in the classroom. Yet that night, I was plagued by numerous dreams, all of my father standing in the darkness, drenched in blood, mumbling something incomprehensible, his eyes filled with hope that it seemed he was saying, "Child, survive. You must survive." My heart sank, and I pondered hazily. Did I not wish to live? Yet to live meant confronting the threats of calamities and tribulations. And as an ordinary person, how could that be easy? Gazing into my father's hopeful eyes, I grew increasingly anxious, a cold dread settling in my chest, and I abruptly awoke. Upon opening my eyes, I was struck by how terrifyingly dark it was outside. I hastily shut my eyes again, slipping back into a drowsy state. In that haze, I saw a shadowy woman standing before my desk, her indistinct face seemingly emanating a chilling laugh. She wore peculiar clothing, reminiscent of a cheapao, yet more akin to the floral jackets worn by country folk, ill-fitting and excessively large, giving off an impression of being hastily crafted from paper. Moreover, her hair was styled in a pair of buns, and her attire and adornments were decidedly not modern. They leaned more towards the Republican era in my childhood. I often saw photographs of maids from wealthy families in the village, and this woman bore a striking resemblance to them. Deepening my sense of unease, I yearned to ask her who she was, but for some inexplicable reason, my mouth refused to open, and my heart plummeted. Could this be a nightmare? Ever since I dreamed of this woman, my health began to deteriorate inexplicably. I felt perpetually weak, barely able to stand. Upon hearing of my condition, the village chief rushed to the school, and upon seeing my state, his face changed instantly. He hurriedly took me to the hospital. Strangely, the hospital could not diagnose my ailment. After several prescriptions, I would soon relapse. During those days, I could only stay at the village chief's home, unable to attend school. The village chief spent money to invite a shaman from a neighboring village, who claimed I was afflicted by a virtual illness, stating that I was haunted by a spirit. It was said that the king of hell sought to collect a debt of life from me, necessitating the burning of a substantial amount of paper money to send the spirit away. Consequently, the village chief purchased a plethora of gold and silver ingots, small temples, villas, paper money, and other offerings, which the shaman burned all at once, continuing to provide incense and medicinal offerings for 3 consecutive days. Yet my condition showed no signs of improvement. Rather, the shaman fell gravely ill and, within days, succumbed to blood vomiting. The village chief was in a state of frantic distress. That day, as I lay in bed, I overheard the village chief arguing with his wife. It turned out that in an effort to save me, he planned to sell the newly built house intended for his son's marriage. Naturally, his wife was opposed, scolding the village chief. "What madness is this? We've already done enough for the Gu family over the years. Raising their grandson, we've repaid our debt to Gu Ling's grandfather long ago. You want to give more, even coveting our son's marriage house. Have you lost your mind?" The village chief replied sternly, "What do you know, you foolish woman? One should repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. If it weren't for Brother Gu, our eldest son, with his light fate, would have been taken by a little ghost long my grandfather, in order to confront the karmic consequences of red coffins and ghostly corpses. Had sought out wise individuals to learn their arts from a young age, achieving some measure of success. When the village chief's eldest son was born, he too was beset by numerous ailments. On the verge of dying, my grandfather, upon examining the situation, declared that the village chief's son had a light fate and could not withstand the little ghost, whose spirit had been drawn away. He set up a ritual to exorcise the evil, and, thereafter, the village chief's eldest son no longer fell ill, leading the family to be eternally grateful. Such kindness was experienced by many families in Gu family cemetery, which is why my grandfather held high esteem across several villages. However, no matter how esteemed one cannot dismantle their home to repay favors. I could understand the village chief's wife's discontent. As she cried and fussed, nearly to the point of despair, the village chief was at a loss, and I felt increasingly agitated, watching my condition worsen day by day. That day, the old Taoist who had saved me unexpectedly arrived at Gu family cemetery. Having learned I was at the village chief's home, and he made a beeline for here. Seeing him, I was momentarily taken aback. I had not anticipated his timely arrival. Instantly, he appeared like a savior, and I exclaimed, "Taoist, what brings you here?" The Taoist, with an urgent expression and wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, "I know your tribulation is not yet over, but that day I had pressing matters, and you were in a coma. I had thought you would perish, but upon my inquiry at the hospital, I was incredulous to learn you had already been discharged. I only knew you were from Gu family cemetery. Hence my visit." He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at me with a mix of emotions. "I never expected your fate to be so resilient, to encounter such a bizarre accident with a ghostly vehicle. However, though you have survived this ordeal, you may not escape the calamity of the red coffin ghost." Upon hearing the phrase red coffin ghost, it felt as though a piercing clarity struck my mind. Could the woman I dreamt of be that very red coffin corpse? The woman in my dreams, with her attire and hairstyle, bore no resemblance to modern individuals. She was more akin to a maid from a wealthy household in the old society, fitting the identity of the ghost in the red dress perfectly. "What woman in your dreams?" I recounted in detail the torment I faced from the ghostly woman to the Taoist. The Taoist pondered for a moment, then said, "That must be her." Confused, I asked, "But my grandfather's contract with the blood skeleton still has a year to go." "I sent Tishi afraid of the blood skeleton." The Taoist explained, "There are many means by which ghosts harm the living. The blood skeleton only acts when you are in danger. The red coffin corpse can ensnare your soul while you are in a deep sleep, and the blood skeleton cannot sense it." I understood at last. The Taoist continued, "Rest assured, while the red coffin corpse is indeed vengeful, she is not to be feared. I can invite a skilled person to deal with her. What is truly terrifying is that blood skeleton. He poses a grave threat to you. He will protect you for 1 year, but after that, he will demand your life. He is a tragic king of his generation, and only a celestial being of high cultivation can contend with him. In this age of the end of the Dharma, finding such a master is akin to climbing to the heavens." That I pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to the village chief and his wife. "Village chief, could you both step out for a moment? I have something I wish to discuss with the Taoist." They exchanged surprised glances, but eventually left the room. Once they were gone, I said to the Taoist, "Taoist, I wish to reconsider." "What do you wish to reconsider?" I hesitated before answering. I wanted to accept the blood skeleton as my master, to aid him in overcoming tribulations and face the calamities. The Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief. "You just escaped death, and now you propose such a request, do you not?" His gaze was filled with concern, prompting me to recount the tale of my father's desperate attempts to save me. Concluding, "I've thought it through. My father went to great lengths to save me, and I cannot simply die so easily. Oh, you have changed your mind? Yes, that I nodded earnestly. I am the last of the Gu family line for 3 generations. Should I perish, the lineage will cease. My parents lost their lives to evil spirits because of my birth, and my grandfather chose to trade his life with the blood skeleton to save me. They have protected me so fiercely. How could I choose to die in such a cowardly manner? And the village chief's family has expended their savings to provide for my medical needs. The village chief even contemplated selling his son's wedding house, that I wish to repay them. But if I die, I will never be able to earn the means to repay this debt. The Taoist pondered my words for a moment, then sighed softly. In that case, I will no longer persuade you. It seems this is your fate. Perhaps it is because you have yet to grasp the terrifying nature of the 3 disasters and 6 calamities. I furrowed my brow in contemplation and suddenly declared, Taoist priest, perhaps it is not so easy for me to die. The old priest, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and inquired, What do you mean by that? I replied, Perhaps the blood skeleton will come to my aid in times of danger. I recounted to the old priest how the blood skeleton had emerged from within me last night to rescue me from the clutches of the towering ghost. Initially, the old priest remained non-committal, but then he remarked, Your grandfather summoned the blood skeleton through blood sacrifice to ensure your survival until you turn 18. This is a cosmic agreement, and the blood skeleton is bound to protect you. However, starting next year, upon your 18th birthday, the life exchange contract established with your grandfather will cease, and he will no longer be obligated to safeguard you, that I argued, but I am helping him transcend calamity. Should he not protect me out of both sentiment and reason? The old priest appeared uncertain, pondering for a long while before saying, That may be so, but do not forget that 10 esteemed practitioners in the past chose to assist the blood skeleton in transcending calamity. Yet their ultimate fate was nothing but obliteration. This indicates that the blood skeleton may not intervene during the process of transcending calamity, or perhaps he lacks the ability to protect you. I mused to myself. The old priest speaks the truth. The very fact that the blood skeleton seeks assistance to transcend calamity suggests he is indeed fearful of the impending peril. One must understand that the 3 disasters and 6 calamities pose a constant threat to life, and he might very well choose to hide far away. The celestial beings beyond the past differ greatly from those within. They are beings of both virtue and vice, fiercely protective of their homes, yet exceedingly petty, often devising ways to bring misfortune upon those who show them disrespect, especially the ghostly beings of Qing Feng Hall, whose tempers and dispositions are particularly capricious. After all, the paths of humans and ghosts diverge. Thus, it seems the future attitude of the blood skeleton remains ambiguous. One thing is certain, however, he will do everything in his power to ensure I do not perish before I reach the age of 18. The old priest nodded, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, a flicker of something unusual appearing in his gaze. This peculiar glimmer lingered only briefly in his eyes, so subtle that I scarcely noticed it. I then asked him, Taoist priest, how should I go about signing a blood contract with the blood skeleton? The old priest contemplated before responding. The blood skeleton belongs to Qing Feng Hall. If you wish to assist him in transcending calamity, you must first pay your respects at his hall, that I will arrange this for you in due course. You need only await my message. After saying this, the old priest produced a yellow talisman and informed me. Your destiny is not light. It should not be difficult to suppress the spectral forces. When your mother was pregnant with you, I once assessed your fate, discovering it to be of considerable value. 7 taels and 8 qian. More precious than that of an emperor. However, having previously encountered a horde of ghosts, you have been tainted by their malevolent energy, resulting in diminished yang energy, which allowed that female ghost to take advantage of you. Nevertheless, it matters not. Once I depart, you may burn this talisman and drink the talisman water to restore your health. After he left, I followed his instructions, burned the talisman, and drank the talisman water, and indeed, my ailment swiftly subsided. It was during this time that I learned the old priest's Taoist title was Qing Feng, that I truly owe him a debt of gratitude when the opportunity arises. Once I regained my health, I returned to school on the second weekend. My classmates chose to return to their respective homes. Those with farther distances needed these 2 days to gather rice, flour, and vegetables in preparation for the following week's meals. I glanced at the provisions and pickled vegetables I had brought, contemplating whether I should make a trip back to the ancient family grave. I had brought a sack of rice and a sack of flour, each nearly a third remaining. It would be quite a challenge to stretch them for another week. Yet my provisions had been gathered by the villagers, and the ancient family grave was not affluent. They also needed to contribute to my school expenses, which weighed heavily on my conscience. Thus, while at school, I would generally save whenever possible, ensuring I did not consume a single grain more than necessary. Striving to lessen the burden on the villagers, just as I was torn over whether to return, the Qingfeng Taoist priest unexpectedly arrived at my school. He had promised to assist me in arranging a blood contract with the blood skeleton. And to my astonishment, he had already made progress. Qingfeng Taoist priest said, "Guling, come with me. I will take you to pay respects at the blood skeleton's hall." I recalled that he had mentioned before that to sign a contract with the blood skeleton. I must first visit his hall. The blood skeleton is the sad king, belonging to Qingfeng Hall of the Spirit Mediums. I had only heard of spirit mediums in passing, never imagining that one day I would pay my respects at Qingfeng Hall and become a disciple of the spirit mediums. Whether as a spirit medium or in seeking the Tao, one's entry hinges upon fate, which is why spirit mediums are also referred to as fated ones, just like me. After all, celestial beings only aid those with whom they share connection. My grandfather had once invoked a forbidden incantation to summon the blood skeleton to protect me for 18 years. Now, my fate is intertwined with the blood skeleton. This constitutes a connection, or perhaps a bond. Additionally, the ancestral incense roots, celestial blessings, fated connections, deep-seated wishes, and even enmities with celestial beings all belong to this concept of fate, though the latter is considered a negative bond that must first be transformed into a positive one. As for whether my connection with the blood skeleton is benevolent or malevolent, even I cannot clearly define it. Qingfeng Taoist priest led me to a location near Qian Temple in the county, surrounded by streets dedicated to funerary services. The small, white-walled houses with black tiles exuded a distinct southern architectural charm, with shops selling paper offerings, coffins, Buddhist items, fortune-telling stalls, and various other establishments. The county was not large. Yet it appeared that all the spiritual professions had congregated here. It was later that I learned such places are collectively referred to as halls by those within the industry, encompassing not only spirit mediums, but also various Taoist practitioners, fortune-tellers, and even charlatans selling burial plots. Qingfeng Taoist priest took me into a modest building named Sanjiao Hall. "This is my hall," he indicated, pointing to the well-equipped altar adorned with deities, the three pure ones. 12 heavenly mothers, 5 path gods, and the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity were all represented. The incense wafted gently, mingling with the fragrant offerings of fruits and wines, creating an atmosphere of tranquility that was quite pleasant. Following this, Qingfeng Taoist priest escorted me into a smaller inner chamber, which was rather cramped, perhaps only around 10 square meters. The walls were bare, and a simple 8 immortals table stood in the center, adorned with a small shrine. Behind the shrine was a piece of red paper, and within the shrine rested a skeleton, which upon closer inspection appeared to be made of plastic, lacking any frightening attributes. An elongated bench faced southward, upon which incense burners and 3 sticks of fragrant incense were placed. Simple yet elegant that I surmised that this was also a hall, but overall, it was rather sparsely arranged compared to the grander, celestial altars outside. Qingfeng Taoist priest bowed and stated, "The image of the blood skeleton is difficult to procure. Thus, I had no choice but to acquire an ordinary skeleton as a temporary vessel for him. Rest assured, I will summon the blood skeleton using the forbidden incantation." I nodded in understanding. With a serious expression, Qingfeng Taoist priest asked, "I will ask you one last time. Are you truly willing to forge a bond with the blood skeleton, allowing him to become your sad king and assist him in transcending calamity?" As soon as I closed my eyes, I could see my father's tearful gaze, and I thought, I'm the last bloodline of the ancient Gu family. I cannot simply perish like this, for that would be a betrayal to the lives my parents and grandfather sacrificed for me. Thus I nodded earnestly. If that is the case, I shall now summon the blood skeleton to commence the initiation ceremony. Qingfeng Taoist priest instructed me to kneel before the shrine, while he continuously chanted incantations I could not comprehend. However, I felt a significant transformation occurring within my body, alternating between cold and hot sensations. It was not my entire body, but rather my palms, soles, chest, back, and crown, initially feeling as though they were being pierced by sharp objects, followed by sensations of numbness, itchiness, soreness, pain, coldness, and heat, as if ants were crawling all over me. I had heard that novice spirit medium disciples must undergo a process known as connecting the orifices to establish a connection with the celestial beings behind them, and it seemed I was currently experiencing this phenomenon. As time passed, I felt my body's meridians opening up, but suddenly I was struck by dizziness, and a pressure built up in my chest, causing my temples to throb painfully, as if my lips had swollen significantly. Unable to endure it any longer, I unknowingly fainted. I lost track of time, but when I woke again, I noticed a considerable lightness in my body. However, several black rings had appeared on my left arm, resembling birthmarks. Taoist priest, what is happening? I asked anxiously, my voice trembling. Qin Feng Taoist priest nodded, answering with certainty, "These are the marks of the blood contract you have forged with the blood skeleton. These 9 circular rings are referred to as the Black Calamity Rings, symbolizing the 3 disasters, 6 tribulations, and 9 calamities. With each tribulation you successfully navigate, 1 ring of the Black Calamity will diminish. Let me also inform you that the deceased practitioners bore Black Calamity rings on their arms, the least among them possessing at least 7. In other words, those who assisted the blood skeleton in transcending tribulations have only managed to do so twice at most. The twitch at the corner of my mouth caused me to swallow hard. However, regretting it at this point is futile. With that thought, my heart quickly regained its composure. Taoist Qin Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. Although you shall face countless hardships and narrow escapes in the future, it would be unwise to sit idly by. Fortunately, you still have a year's time. Throughout this year, regardless of the dangers you encounter, the blood skeleton will protect you and ensure you do not perish. Indeed, this is merely a theoretical assurance. After all, no one can clearly delineate the nature of the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations. You should take each step as it comes." Taoist Qin Feng shook his head. "I have pressing matters that I have yet to resolve. Yet I will make the effort to assist you." I understood then that Taoist Qin Feng had truly sacrificed much for me. Moreover, he had already illuminated the path ahead, which was a considerable help. Taoist Qin Feng retrieved a compass from his robe, stating, "This peculiar compass not only ensures you do not lose your way, but can also detect the presence of negative energy should any malevolent entity draw near. The compass will spin rapidly. I now present it to you, as you bear the karmic burden linked to the red coffin corpse. Use it for your protection. This is all I can do for you at present. The next steps will depend on your fortune." Wu Yang Tianzuan, he clasped his hands together in prayer. I smiled and replied, "There is no need for such courtesy. Taoist, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude for your assistance." Taoist Qin Feng nodded gently. He led me out of the room and bowed before the statue of the 3 pure ones, praying, "Esteemed deities, I beseech you to bless my young friend Gu Ling on this journey to Mourning Mountain, that he may successfully locate the magical artifact." As he spoke, he solemnly bowed 3 times before the celestial hall and replaced the offerings with fresh tributes. I was so moved that I nearly burst into tears, and I hurried to grasp Taoist Qin Feng's hand, asking, "Taoist, are you planning to discard the remaining offerings?" The old Taoist nodded. I said, "Don't throw them away. Please give them to me." Taoist Qin Feng looked surprised. "What do you need these offerings for?" "To eat, of course." I assent. It said that when one's heart reaches the divine, offerings are made for sustenance. To be honest, Taoist Qin Feng's offerings to the deities were numerous, and the food laid out was ample enough to serve as my provisions for the following week, and my intention was to avoid returning to the Gu family grave, if possible, so as not to burden my fellow villagers. Their lives are difficult enough without adding to their woes. Taoist Qin Feng furrowed his brow, "But these offerings have been set out for several days." "It's all right. I did not mind." As I spoke, I caught a whiff of the spoiled chicken, which had likely gone bad at least a day ago. Nevertheless, it was still a dish of chicken. I hadn't eaten meat in quite some time, so I looked at Taoist Qin Feng with pleading eyes. "Very well then, I will give him to you." I expressed my heartfelt thanks. quickly packed the offerings into a plastic bag, and departed from the hall, cradling the bounty. The offerings were plentiful, weighing perhaps over 10 pounds that I contemplated returning to school. If Gojo and Fatty had not yet returned home, I would share the cooked food with them first. Then have fruit for dinner that night, while the remaining pastries would be easy to store as provisions for the next few days. I was lost in thought. A black car approached and stopped directly in front of me. My smile froze instantly, for a man wearing sunglasses emerged from the vehicle, exuding an unfriendly demeanor. "Are you Gu Ling?" The man in sunglasses coldly inquired, and I instinctively tightened my grip on the bag of offerings. Hesitated, then nodded. "Get in the car. I have questions for you." The man's tone brooked no argument as he opened the car door, commanding, "Get in." A chill coursed through my body, and I asked apprehensively, "Who are you?" "Just because you say so, I should comply." "Police," the man declared with an air of superiority, as if being a police officer conferred immense significance. That I retorted, "Have I committed a crime? Moreover, police officers drive police cars. You're not even in uniform. Why should I trust you?" Noticing my skepticism, the man snapped, "Get in the car when I tell you to, and stop with the nonsense." Faced with his demeanor, I began to believe he was indeed a real police officer, yet I still had no intention of entering the vehicle. Just as we were to stand off, another voice emerged from the car. "Be a bit nicer to him. This kid might be special." As the voice spoke, a steady figure descended from the vehicle. I saw that it was a relatively young man dressed in a white jacket, with thin lips and a scholarly demeanor. "Hello, Gu Ling. I'm an investigator from the Special Investigation Unit. Name and high. I frowned in confusion. What is the Special Investigation Unit? The full name of the Special Investigation Unit is the Special Events Investigation Unit. And Hai explained, "We are also part of the Public Security Bureau, but we investigate not ordinary cases like murder, theft, or robbery. Rather, we delve into bizarre and strange incidents, particularly those involving the supernatural. The other night on Mingxian Road, a paper-made bus crashed into a barbecue stall, resulting in a fierce fire. You were on the bus at that time, correct?" Upon hearing this was about that incident, I immediately relaxed, nodding in acknowledgement, thinking it must be that the barbecue stall owner found the occurrence too peculiar and called the police. There was nothing to conceal regarding the matter, and I intended to clarify everything to the officers, fearing they wouldn't believe the strange nature of it. After all, the entire barbecue stall had been engulfed in flames, and the owner had likely suffered significant losses, and Hai stated earnestly, "I find this incident very peculiar. I hope you can recount the events to me as they occurred." He fixed his gaze upon me and inquired, "Did you encounter a ghost at that time?" I nodded and recounted the events of the other night, detailing how I had encountered a ghost while watching an outdoor movie in the woods and was subsequently captured by it, and Hai pressed, "How did you escape from the clutches of those restless spirits?" "It was my father who sacrificed himself to save me. He was the driver of that paper-made bus." Mentioning my father caused a wave of sorrow to wash over me, and I sighed softly. I heard that my father died on the day I was born. I was raised by the kindness of others and am plagued by a malevolent curse. If my father hadn't given his life to save me in that moment of peril and instilled in me the courage to survive, I might not have even dared to continue living. That I was uncertain why I felt compelled to share this with an Hai. Perhaps it was a natural outpouring of emotion. Upon hearing my words, an Hai raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing a hint of intrigue. "What kind of malevolent curse have you fallen under?" "Blood skeleton." Before I could elaborate, an Hai let out a startled exclamation. "A blood skeleton?" He exclaimed in shock. "Of all the tragic fates in the world, you chose to forge a bond with the blood skeleton?" Simultaneously, his eyes darted to the black calamity ring on my arm, and he involuntarily recoiled, exclaiming, "A black calamity ring? You not only formed a connection with the blood skeleton, but you also entered his fold, making him your protective guardian?" I nodded, and Hai looked at me with astonishment, as if to say, "Young man, do you truly not understand the implications of the word death? Do you know what happens if you fail to transcend the tribulation?" "I do. My soul would be shattered." "Then do you still dare to try?" "Haven't you heard that those who willingly substitute themselves for the blood skeleton often end up obliterated?" Taoist Qin Feng had mentioned these matters to me before. Yet I still wished to take a gamble. Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment of silence, he unexpectedly remarked, "So you're acquainted with Taoist Qin Feng?" Haha, my senior brother possesses quite a few talents. I was taken aback. You are Taoist Qing Feng S. Jr. Indeed, we both learned under the esteemed Master Jian Tian of the Tanzong sect. And Hai crossed his arms and continued, with a tone of contemplation. However, you have become entangled in the blood skeleton S karma. Not even my senior brother, nor my master, could assist you. That I let out a bitter laugh. To be honest, I am already very grateful to Taoist Qing Feng. I do not expect him to completely resolve my predicament. At that moment, the sunglasses-wearing officer in the car poked his head out again, asking, I say, and can we focus on the important matters now? Is that fire at the barbecue stall truly set by that lad? And Hai rebuked him. Do you know who he is? The celestial being behind him is the blood skeleton, adorned with a black calamity ring upon his arm. Even if he did ignite the flames, would you dare to apprehend him? The blood skeleton would surely tear you to shreds. The young officer, frightened, quickly retracted his head from the car window. And Hai sighed and said to me, Well, I wish you good luck. Subsequently, he handed me a business card, saying, This is my card. Should you encounter any danger or confusion in the future, feel free to call me. That I was genuinely curious to witness the 3 calamities, 6 tribulations, and 9 hurdles of the blood skeleton. That if I could pin this incident into a paper for publication on the internal website, I would surely gain notoriety within my department. That he chuckled, while I silently scoffed, thinking to myself, how delightfully eager he is for drama. To even turn my exploits into a paper, how shamelessly he feasts upon the blood of others. My dissatisfaction must have shown on my face. For Hai seemed to perceive my thoughts and shifted his tone, saying, Do not underestimate our special investigation department. Although assisting the blood skeleton in navigating his tribulations is perilous, our department possesses considerable strength. After all, we are backed by the National Security Agency, and within our ranks lie hidden talents. Perhaps we could aid you during your tribulations. And Hai's face was beaming with pride. That's all well and good. But I had a small issue. What issue? He inquired. That I replied, I do not have a mobile phone. And Hai chuckled and handed me a smartphone. Without hesitation, I accepted the phone and tucked it along with the business card in my pocket. Then watched as their car drove away before returning to school. The chubby fellow and Gojio had both gone home, leaving the classroom empty save for me. It seemed these 2 brothers were out of luck. This grand feast would be mine alone to enjoy. That I retrieved the offerings I had acquired from Qing Feng Taoist, intending to first select some cooked food, like that roasted chicken. The flavor of the chicken had already noticeably deteriorated. Yet the rich aroma of meat still lingered temptingly. I felt that if I devoured the entire chicken, I would likely find myself in dire straits the following day. Nonetheless, there was no choice. I would treat it as an Indian meal. After consuming a fair portion of the offerings, I selected a few hard snacks to stow away in my canvas backpack as reserves the next day. I spent a rather tumultuous weekend in the lavatory. Weak and feeble, I fell asleep early. As I lay upon the hard surface of my desk, I felt my consciousness seemingly evaporate into the ether. In the haze, a fog suddenly appeared before me, suffused with a vivid crimson hue, as if a river of blood had flowed forth and a blood moon had descended. Jiu Ling, rise. Come with me. A deep, resonant voice echoed in my ears, heavy like the sound of blunt objects striking one another. Bewildered, I opened my eyes to find a thick, red mist swirling before me. That I sprang up in shock, eager to inquire about the identity of the figure. A skeletal, blood-red claw emerged from the mist, resting upon my shoulder, commanding, Come with me. I shall take you home. My heart jolted. Could it be the blood skeleton had arrived? Home? Were you to take me to the ancient family tomb? No, I'm taking you home. This statement left me even more perplexed. What home do I possess? My only home is indeed the ancient family tomb. The blood skeleton clarified. That is your dwelling in the mortal realm. I'm taking you to the home of the disciples of the Ma family. Since you have entered my realm of sorrow, you are now a disciple of the Ma family. Your 7 gateways of destiny are now open, and thus I must take you to meet the other celestial beings in your new home. This home is known as the Great Hall of the Ma family. The disciples of the Great Hall are the Great Hall soldiers. Your allegiance to my hall is but a minor one. For in the hall, there are only the fate bearers and the ghostly celestial beings, namely, you and I. I am now taking you to the Great Hall, which you may understand as the home of all practitioners. Encompassing both celestial beings and disciples, there you will find the halls of the Huang family, the Hu family, and the Lu family, all included as a disciple of the Sorrow Hall. You're naturally a part of it. Do you understand now? I pondered deeply and nodded in realization. Since I now understand, let us proceed. The blood skeleton's voice was icy, and as I remained momentarily stunned, the blood mist slowly drifted toward the door. I slipped on my shoes and followed behind, casually glancing back only to see my own body still lying on the desk. The sudden shock coursed through me. I could not discern whether I was dreaming or if my soul were being drawn away. The blood mist pushed open the classroom door, and a sense of unease began to creep in as I hesitantly approached the threshold. Typically, one would expect the corridor to lie beyond the classroom door. Yet the scene before me was utterly transformed. Instead, I found myself in a pitch-black forest, towering emerald trees intertwined above, allowing moonlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was fragrant with blossoms, which flourished in vibrant colors and curious forms. After a brief walk, an elegant pavilion captured my attention. Surrounded by lush trees, the terrain undulated, creating the impression of stepping into a realm of celestial beings. The center of the pavilion was adorned with potted plants and stones, arranged in a sequence from far to near, each stone engraved with a unique pattern. There were foxes, snakes, mice, and even weasels, symbols of the guardians beyond the frontier. Upon exiting the pavilion, a resplendent golden tower came into view. The walls of the tower were adorned with unassuming blue porcelain tiles, yet the interior was alive with the sounds of bustling voices, creating a cacophony. The ceiling was painted with clouds, while the walls depicted lively birds, fish, and insects. To describe these scenes as vivid would be an understatement, for the creatures depicted truly moved and chirped, bestowing the entire edifice with an ethereal ambience. The blood skeleton cautioned me softly. Most of those wandering here are renowned celestial beings. Do not raise your voice in raucousness, nor mock them, or display any disrespect. The 5 great guardians are rather sensitive. Should you offend them, you will surely face dire consequences. That I solemnly replied. I understand. The hall was furnished with numerous tables, all draped in red paper, atop which lay an array of offerings. Both meat and vegetables at the table directly opposite me. A plump, rotund mouse was climbing up, seizing a bun and gnawing at it with the rapidity of a seed-spitting bird behind the fat mouse. A yellow-haired fox had transformed into human form, swaying drunkenly while holding a flask of yellow-liquored Hui Ji. What brings you here? Hard work, the plump mouse exclaimed, seemingly catching the scent of the liquor. Turning its head in surprise to behold the yellow-haired fox, and greeting it with a fist-clasping salute, appearing both clumsy and comical, Hu returned the courtesy, saying, it is you, Lord Geo. Your efforts are commendable. The exchange of pleasantries indicated familiarity in this realm. Following this, Hu tore off a chicken leg from the platter, preparing to gnaw upon it, when suddenly he paused, as if recalling something. By the way, Lord Geo, why haven't I seen Huang Ganglai around for several days? Greyjoy chuckled. A few days ago, someone urinated on him, and he got quite irate. He is currently at home casting spells to seek vengeance. Until he has avenged himself, he won't be able to join us. It was only later that I learned both Hu and Greyjoy hailed from prestigious lineages within the world of celestial beings. Hu was the grandson of the esteemed Hu Tainai, Hu Yinhua, while Greyjoy was the illegitimate son of the Grey family's patriarch. It seemed that the Huang Ganglai mentioned in their conversation was likely a celestial being known as Huang Daxian. Among all the earthly celestial beings, the weasel is notorious for its vindictiveness, holding grudges for the slightest offenses. From Greyjoy's tone, it was evident that someone had crossed Huang Ganglai, and given the weasel's ruthless nature, it would not hesitate to ruin someone's life over a trivial matter. That individual who had incurred the weasel's wrath would likely not survive for long. Hu appeared quite inquisitive, asking Greyjoy what exactly happened. Greyjoy recounted, wasn't Huang Ganglai searching for a piece of prime land a few days ago, adamantly insisting on moving? Guess what? It turned out to be a construction site, right on Jinping Road. Old Huang thought, A construction site is just a construction site. I can endure it for now. Once the building is completed, peace will return. Who would have thought that an unwitting fool would urinate into the pit he was digging? As a result, the floodwaters swept away Huang's temple. How could Huang Ganglai not be furious? Hu Yizhi chuckled mischievously and inquired, what methods did old Huang employ to take revenge on that household? What other tactics could he possibly use? The same old tricks, of course. Huijie remarked. First, he targets the child of that family, tormenting him with raw meat and causing him to suffer from a high fever. Then, misfortune befalls the entire family. His wife suffers a car accident, and he himself ends up disabled. Hu Yizhi let out a hearty laugh, exuding a sense of pride as he declared, anyone who offends the great yellow god is bound to meet an unfortunate fate. They will either perish or be severely punished. Suddenly, he displayed a vigilant and peculiar expression, casting a suspicious glance in my direction. A living person. There is the aura of a living soul here. My heart raced, and I felt the hair on my neck bristle with unease that Hu Yizhi and Huijie squinted their eyes, glaring at me with hostility. Are you a living person? Hu Yizhi questioned me in a high-pitched, incredulous tone that I instinctively nodded. His lips twitched, and a fierce disdain flickered in his gaze. This is the realm of the immortals. How dare you, a mere mortal, intrude here? I was at a loss for words. Feeling utterly bewildered, the cold voice of the red skeleton drifted over, stating, he is with me. Upon seeing the red skeleton, Hu Yizhi and Huijie's faces turned ashen, clearly aware of the formidable power of the red skeleton. And they regarded him with trepidation. Red skeleton, what brings you here? Huijie exclaimed, his eyes bulging in astonishment. The red skeleton responded calmly, I have come to seek the guidance of the master Qingfeng. Is he here? His voice was steady yet carried an invisible weight of authority. Huijie and Hu Yizhi fell silent for a moment. Before Hu Yizhi nodded, he is here, within Candlenight City. It was only later that I learned the red skeleton was second only to Master Qingfeng in the entire realm of the Sad Children. There was also a saying that the two were of equal strength, with Master Qingfeng ranked just after the Hu Huang Zhimeng. It is said that he transcended in the shadows, his divine form obscure, without a name among the ghostly officials, nameless among the three mountains. Though he does not reincarnate, he finds it difficult to return to Pengying, ultimately having nowhere to belong, stopping only at reincarnation. Master Qingfeng is the commander of all Qingfeng in Yangwis, ranking beneath the Sad King in the Baojia Hall. Known as the first-generation brother of a certain family. The Master Qingfeng whom the red skeleton brought me to meet was the Sad King of the Ma family, the highest authority in the realm of Qingfeng. I followed the red skeleton through the pavilions, and before us lay a winding corridor. The corridor was illuminated by flickering candlelight, with an endless dark lake stretching on either side. The water was deep and murky, occasionally revealing pale faces that sent a chill coursing through me. We passed a brightly lit pavilion, arriving at a brilliantly magnificent palace. The intricately carved railings and jade structure shimmered, enveloped in candlelight, as bright as day. Just as we ascended the steps, I suddenly felt an icy force binding my feet. Looking down, I saw four pale, withered little arms grasping my ankles, accompanied by the childish, mocking laughter of Giggle. Giggle, the red skeleton coldly reprimanded, you little ghosts, stop your nonsense and go in to report. The little ghosts, seemingly terrified of the red skeleton, swiftly withdrew their hands, their playful laughter fading away. Moments later, I saw 7 children dressed in red aprons joyfully bouncing into Candlenight City. In an instant, the city gates swung open, and I followed the blood mist formed by the red skeleton into the palace. Upon entering the grand hall, I beheld a middle-aged man in a gray robe. Sitting upright on the throne, he had white brows and black hair, his eyes bulging with a righteous aura that was nothing short of imposing. Surely, this was Master Qingfeng. Red skeleton, after 200 years of separation. You remain unchanged, Master Qingfeng remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm. The red skeleton spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. This child is the one I seek for tribulation. You are the only ghost immortal in Qingfeng who has successfully passed through the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations. I hope you can impart some wisdom to him. I had once heard Master Qingfeng mention that there were 10 practitioners from the Xianmin sect who assisted the red skeleton in his tribulation. Yet none succeeded. They all perished in the end. The most powerful among them had only passed 2 trials. It was evident that the sad family's tribulations were akin to climbing to the heavens. The fact that Master Qingfeng had succeeded in his tribulation was a testament to his unimaginable strength. I could not help but feel a profound respect for him. Master Qingfeng cast a glance my way, stating coolly, "The child you seek possesses the Tiangang Dikue fate, with a hidden auspicious star between his brows. He is indeed a gifted practitioner." Master Qingfeng had previously told me that I possessed a fate of 7 tails and 8 qian. What did this fate imply? Anyone exceeding the fate of 7 tails and 2 qian was not an ordinary person. Their fate could not be measured by wealth and glory, but rather by their distance to the heavens. While my 8 tails and 7 qian fate was unclear in specifics, it was certain that I possessed exceptional qualifications for cultivation. Only now did I begin to grasp this after hearing Master Qingfeng's words. However, his next statement felt like a bucket of cold water poured over me. However, although this child's fate is suitable for cultivation, it offers little assistance in tribulation. Both the red skeleton and I were taken aback. I instinctively asked, "Why?" Master Qingfeng rose, clasping his hands behind his back, and said, "The reason tribulations are called tribulations is that what you face is not merely ordinary malevolent spirits, but rather unknown tests." I stared wide-eyed in astonishment, entirely baffled by his words. The red skeleton queried, "Master Qingfeng, what do you mean by that?" Master Qingfeng explained, "Tribulations are categorized into many types, such as thunder tribulations, fire tribulations, water tribulations, and emotional tribulations. Each time you face a tribulation, the challenges differ and encompass all manner of strange phenomena. However, you only need to remember one thing that I inquired. What is that?" Master Qingfeng proclaimed, "That is, all those brought in for tribulations are lacking in virtue." Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me and chuckled. "Well then, that's fortunate. I'm not lacking." Master Qingfeng replied, "You may not be lacking in virtue, but those lacking in virtue still possess some semblance of virtue." Whereas you are devoid of tainted my expression shifted to one of shock, confusion, and frustration, thinking to myself, "Are you blind?" Master Qingfeng clarified, "I am not blind. The virtue I speak of is not moral virtue, but rather merit." "Do you know what merit is?" I nodded. "Merit is the accumulation of good deeds, like helping an elderly lady cross the street or saving someone from a fire." "Nonsense!" Master Qingfeng interrupted sharply. "Oh, you dare assist the elderly lady nowadays? Do you fear being burned or drowned while saving others? You ignorant child, who knows nothing of merit. Let me tell you, merit is a halo bought with money, a certificate of immunity certified by heaven and earth." I was left speechless. Is it possible that even the realm of deities has become this pragmatic? Master Qingfeng continued, "As long as you possess sufficient merit, heaven and earth will provide you with protection. When that time comes, no matter the tribulation, you will be cared for. Isn't that just like the mortal realm?" I questioned him. Master Qingfeng sighed softly, lamenting, "The demon realm is the mortal realm. The immortal realm is the mortal realm. And the ghost realm is the mortal realm. The 2 worlds of yin and yang are no different. The upper world and the lower world are the same. I then asked him, "Where can merit be purchased?" Master Qingfeng replied, "We are from the Qingfeng Hall, practicing as ghost immortals. Naturally, we purchase it in the underworld. However, the underworld is rife with many affairs, and at your young age, you're prone to being deceived by those old ghosts. It will be better to give me the money to help you buy it. I have a discounted rate." After saying this, he smiled meaningfully. Although it seemed like he was helping me, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something sinister behind that smile. Perhaps sensing that I had caught on to something, Master Qingfeng chuckled lightly, then said earnestly, "Exchanging for merit requires a substantial sum of money. According to current prices, passing through a tribulation costs at least 100,000 merits, which translates to 100 million in mortal currency." My heart sank instantly. The glimmer of hope that had just appeared was once again overshadowed by dark clouds. Good heavens, it cost 100 million to prepare for a single tribulation. I felt as though a heavy stone was lodged in my chest, making it hard to breathe. Master, I must have misheard you, right? Earning 100 million a year. Master Qing Feng shot me a cold glance and scoffed. 100 million. For a true immortal, completing 100,000 merits each year is merely a small goal. Indeed, it is a modest aspiration. Yet, I am merely an ordinary individual, lacking both the acumen for commerce and a father capable of constructing grand plazas. Master Qing Feng abruptly interrupted my thoughts with a stern demeanor, stating, "What nonsense are you spouting? Merit must be derived from virtuous actions. Profits garnered from business are merely the fruits of others' toil, tainted with the same filth as robbery and deceit. Should you present such tainted wealth to the heavens, you will undoubtedly face dire repercussions that you understand?" I certainly grasped his meaning, nodding gently while a chill coursed through me. So, it seems I am destined to await my demise. Nevertheless, I posed a question that weighed heavily on my mind. During my tribulations, if I encounter peril, can the blood skeleton lend me assistance? Master Qing Feng resolutely replied, "Indeed, but do not place your hopes upon him, that if he can navigate those tribulations, would he still require your aid?" A tremor of despair rippled through me at his words, leaving me feeling utterly helpless. Master Qing Feng nodded and said, "There is nothing more I can impart. You may leave." With that, he waved his hand, and I perceived the intricate patterns of his palm resembling a labyrinth, intertwining and swirling, causing me to feel faint and disoriented. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself back in the classroom. The dawn had barely broken, casting a dim light within the room. The classroom was situated within a concave building, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. I stretched and reflected on the events of last night when the blood skeleton had taken me home. The dreamlike imagery had become hazy, yet the occurrences remained vivid. Particularly Master Qing Feng's remarks regarding the tribulations. Directly confronting such trials seemed nearly impossible. Even the profoundly skilled Master Qing Feng believed he could not surpass the 3 disasters, 6 tribulations, and 9 hurdles. However, while tribulations could be exempted, the requisite merits were exceedingly vast. As I recalled Master Qing Feng's words, I climbed off my desk. The plump boy beside me was sleeping soundly. Just as I had donned my shoes, the classroom door swung open, revealing Mani standing at the entrance. She was from my village, both of us hailing from the ancient family cemetery. Though she was 2 grades my junior, it was evident that Mani had come to find me. But upon seeing her grave expression, I felt a surge of anxiety and thought, could something have happened at the ancient family cemetery? "Guling, come here. I have something to tell you." That I approached, and Mani swiftly pulled me out of the classroom, saying, "You mustn't return to the ancient family cemetery for now. Something has happened at the village chief's home." Ordinarily, the sole reason for my visits to the ancient family cemetery was the lack of food at school. At such times, the village chief would generously allocate some of his family's provisions to me. Of course, other villagers occasionally contributed as well. That I had always felt guilty about this, considering myself a burden to the village. Yet upon hearing Mani's words about the village chief's misfortune, I was taken aback and anxiously inquired about the details. Mani explained that the village chief had exhausted his family's savings on my medical treatment a few days prior, and now his eldest son was about to marry. Although the wedding preparations were complete, they could not afford the 3 golds required by the bride's family. The 3 golds consist of gold earrings, a gold necklace, and a gold bracelet, which are customary gifts in rural northeast China alongside the bride price. Some regions place great importance on the 3 golds, a practice that, while outdated, remains highly valued among the rural populace. The village chief had spent all his money on my treatment and could not provide the 3 golds. That he even attempted to negotiate with the bride's family, suggesting they exchange the gold necklace for a gold ring and the gold bracelet for a silver one. However, the bride's family was not from our village and immediately severed ties, demanding a cancellation of the engagement. Since the village chief had defaulted first, the bride's family was only willing to return half of the bride price, which the village chief's family vehemently opposed. The village chief's son, known for his quick temper, had a confrontation with his future father-in-law, resulting in the latter seeking compensation of 2,000 yuan from the village chief. As a consequence, the village chief's son was still detained, with the police stating he would not be released without payment. While 2,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum, it was still a significant amount for the ancient family cemetery. I understood Mani's implication. Given the magnitude of the village chief's predicament, I could hardly face him to request provisions, especially since this situation had arisen due to my own circumstances. After Mani departed, I quickly glanced at the grain sack. Indeed, my reserves were dwindling, but fortunately, I had acquired some offerings from Master Qing Feng, enough to last a few more days. However, thinking of the village chief's plight made me anxious. Wishing I could contribute, if only I were an adult capable of earning money. After school that evening, I resolved to find a way to replenish the grain in my sack. Yet, I was reluctant to return to the ancient family cemetery. Not wanting to burden my fellow villagers by taking their food, but grain could not miraculously increase, and I lacked the skill to perform the raw rice method. Thus, the solution became clear. I must rely on my own hands to earn a living. As I contemplated this, I began rearranging the desks to form a makeshift bed. Lying back as I considered how to earn money that in fact, operating as a spirit medium in northeast China could be quite lucrative, as many families invite mediums to help them in times of trouble. However, this trade typically involved those with fox, yellow, and white lineage who possess skills in mountain medicine, fate, and divination. Meanwhile, disciples of Master Qing Feng, like myself, were limited to exorcising spirits and would thus have far fewer opportunities. During that era, the real estate industry was booming, making feng shui consultations particularly profitable. After all, in an age where everyone was purchasing homes, feng shui consultations were naturally in high demand. Most feng shui practitioners were seasoned practitioners, and whenever I thought of Taoists, Master Qing Feng immediately came to mind. He had mentioned needing to leave for an extended period and had advised me to visit his hall regularly to assist with cleaning, even providing me with the keys to the Three Pure Ones hall. I thought to myself that he had helped me so much, so it was only right that I help him maintain the space. Furthermore, I reasoned that Master Qing Feng's hall would certainly have books on feng shui and fortune-telling for me to study. He had stated that my fate was unique, with an innate source of power, allowing me to grasp the principles of cultivation swiftly. If I could master the profound techniques of feng shui, I could set up my own stall to fortune-tell and earn a living. However, fortune-telling stalls were often targets for the city management, which posed a dilemma that if only I could have a hall like Master Qing Feng's. I fantasized, feeling desolate and helpless. Here I was, a destitute individual struggling to make ends meet. Yet I dreamed of having my own hall. Wasn't that just wishful thinking? Suddenly, I felt an urge to slap myself. Master Qing Feng had departed, yet could I not utilize his premises? Given our relationship, he would likely feel uncomfortable asking me for rent. I held the key firmly in my hand, resolved to visit Master Qing Feng's Three Pure Ones hall during the upcoming weekend. When the weekend arrived, I left school and took a bus to the street where the Three Pure Ones hall was located. Upon finding it, I extracted the key and unlocked the door. The interior was exactly as I had left it, though the offerings had gone stale and emitted a pungent odor due to neglect. I tidied up briefly and replaced the offerings. Then, I moved to the inner room to rearrange the blood skeleton's altar, following the customs of the spirit medium families by setting up the 4 meats, 5 vegetables, and 8+1. Returning to the Three Pure Ones hall, I bowed deeply to the celestial deities, uttering, "Though Master Qing Feng has departed, there is no need for concern. I shall continue to honor you all with offerings each month." I also beseeched them to bless me with opportunities to earn money, so that I could provide for them as well. After finishing my prayers, I surveyed the room and felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the property did not belong to me, I could utilize it, making it feel no different from my own home. Who would have thought that I could find myself ahead in life, even before entering society? I had my own space before even embarking on my career. However, merely possessing a space was insufficient. Life demanded more than just a roof over my head. For me, surviving and making a living felt just as daunting as facing tribulations. Lacking any skills, my only means of establishing myself in society was through Master Qing Feng's hall. I silently prayed for patrons to come forth, granting me the chance to earn a living and eventually become self-sufficient. While lost in thought, I suddenly noticed a middle-aged woman approaching quickly from outside. Upon seeing me in the Three Pure Ones hall, she appeared anxious and hastened her steps, and my heart leaped with joy. Such urgency surely indicated something significant had occurred. Was this not a golden opportunity? I strolled to the entrance and, with genuine warmth, inquired of the middle-aged woman, "May I offer you any assistance?" upon recognizing me. The woman was momentarily taken aback and, with a hint of astonishment, asked, "Who are you? Where's Qing Feng Taoist?" I explained, "Qing Feng Taoist has ventured out on a journey, and I am temporarily entrusted with the affairs of Sanqing Hall. If you're facing any difficulties, please feel free to share." "Are you his disciple?" She probed that I decided to play along with a chuckle. "One could say that." Instantly, her demeanor lightened, and she continued, "In that case, please assist him in paying the rent." My heart sank as if struck by a bolt from the blue. "Isn't this house owned by Qing Feng Taoist?" The woman replied sternly, "What are you talking about? This is my property. He is merely a tenant. By the way, he owes me 3 months' rent, so you should settle that as well. 5,000 in total." I felt my body sway, nearly losing my balance. As his disciple, you wouldn't default on the payment, would you? The swift ebb and flow of life's joys and sorrows overwhelmed me. Had I not just acquired a house for free? Why did I suddenly feel the weight of a burdensome debt? Frankly, I did aspire to own a home, but not one encumbered by a mortgage. I reiterated, "Actually, I have no affiliation with Qing Feng Taoist. I am not his disciple. You must have mistaken me for someone else." The woman frowned. "How strange. Did you not just confess to being his disciple?" Those words had indeed escaped my lips. I stammered, well, but could not articulate a coherent explanation. Growing impatient, she declared, "All right, let us set aside the rent issue for now and discuss something more pressing." I was taken aback. What pressing matter? As a disciple of Qing Feng Taoist, I presume you can help others in times of trouble. I nodded, striving to project confidence, of course. Just then, she requested my assistance, revealing, "My brother is in a predicament. Our family has been particularly unfortunate lately." The woman, her face etched with concern, recounted he was once a safety manager at a construction site on Jinping Road, leading a prosperous life. Yet, just a week ago, my nephew suddenly began acting strangely, refusing to eat cooked meat and demanding raw flesh, even crying out for blood. He has since been plagued by high fevers, leaving him in a state of delirium. To make matters worse, my brother injured his arm at work, and my sister-in-law was in a car accident that I simply cannot fathom why their family has been so cursed. Jinping Road, construction site, at that moment. I recall the conversation I had overheard in a dream between Hu Yiji and Huijiao. They spoke of a creature named Huang Tiangang, whose den had been desecrated, leading it to seek vengeance on the offender. "Surely, this woman's brother must be the one in question," I said to her. "Auntie, based on your description, I surmise that your brother has inadvertently crossed paths with the weasel spirit. Such spirits can be quite vengeful. And if this continues, I fear for your brother's family that I deliberately sought to alarm her." Her complexion paled, and seeing my certainty, she began to believe me. "Please, little Taoist, come with me to help them." I feigned calmness. I am not a Taoist, but aiding others in distress is indeed my duty. However, regarding the rent, the woman, anxious, interjected, "Oh dear, as long as you can help my family through this crisis, we could discuss the rent later." Satisfied, I nodded and accompanied her to her brother's house. Along the way, I learned that her surname was Wang and her brother's name was Wang Jian, residing in the Shengshiriting Garden on Jinping Road. That area is renowned as a wealthy district in our county, suggesting that Wang Jian's family must be quite affluent. I found myself quite pleased with such clientele that it was no wonder, as that time was the peak of the real estate frenzy. And those in civil engineering often reaped the benefits. Upon entering the Wang residence, a chilling aura enveloped me, and I felt a slight tightening between my brows, sensing that the atmosphere was distinctly peculiar. I feared that even a delivery person would be frightened away. When I encountered Wang Jian, he sat in his bedroom, lamenting. Wang Jia, his sister, asked with concern, "How are Xiao Pai and your wife faring?" Wang Jian, looking despondent, shook his head. "They are both in the hospital. I have no idea how this misfortune has befallen us." Wang Jia lamented. "When I saw Xiao Pai, he seemed possessed. That is why I sought out Qing Feng Taoist. Little did I know he was unavailable, so I brought his disciple instead." Wang Jian scoffed, "Sister, do not indulge in such superstitions. What era are we in? There are con artists out there targeting naive, middle-aged women like you. Xiao Pai is sick, not possessed. Wang Jie frowned. You should treat the young master with more respect. Perhaps he can truly assist you. Wang Jian retorted coldly. Finding a reputable doctor would genuinely be helpful. Summoning a charlatan is futile. Recognizing it was time to speak, I coldly remarked, Uncle Wang, did you happen to relieve yourself on the construction site? He looked at me, bewildered by my sudden inquiry. After all, a construction site is chaotic, and what harm could come from such an act? I shook my head, sighing. You do realize that urinating in public is not only uncivilized, but can also invite misfortune? There are many weasels around that construction site, correct? Wang Jian nodded. Indeed, they often scurry about. You urinated at the entrance of their den and disturbed the weasel spirit. How could it not be angered? Just as one would be displeased if someone littered at their doorstep. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie turned pale, her voice trembling. Little master, how do we resolve this? I pondered for a moment and replied, You must offer an apology, bring along a selection of offerings, and a bottle of fine liquor to the construction site to express your contrition. Perhaps some flattering words might earn you forgiveness. All right, what offerings should I bring? Take me to buy them immediately. Wang Jie and I ventured into town to procure offerings for the spirit, and she insisted on dragging Wang Jian along to the construction site. Despite his skepticism towards spiritual matters, Wang Jian's recent misfortunes had led him to entertain such thoughts. He led us, half convinced, to a mound of earth, pointing to a hole in the ground. I urinated right by this hole last time. The ancient graves are also home to weasels. I can easily discern their burrows that I arranged the offerings on the ground, covered with red paper, and filled a cup with liquor. Huang Tiangang, I, Guling, a disciple of the spirit, come here today to offer my apologies for Wang Jian's transgressions. Please consume these offerings, and, I implore you, forgive him for the past grievances that I chanted towards the hole, but there was no response whatsoever from within. This was rather disrespectful, was it not? A chill crept down my spine, leaving me at a loss. Wang Jie, anxiously watching me, asked, Little master, could it be that the spirit is dismissing you due to your low status? I paused, momentarily speechless, thinking that it's quite possible that I then took another bun and tossed it into the hole, only for it to bounce back and hit my face. How rude. I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment. I could only imagine the disdain in Wang Jie and Wang Jian's eyes as they regarded me. However, I could not afford to lose my temper with Huang Ganglai. Firstly, I needed his assistance. And secondly, weasels are notoriously irritable creatures. They should neither be struck nor scolded. Thus, I continued to beseech Huang Ganglai. I am truly a disciple of the spirit. We are all part of the same family. My celestial lineage is from the blood skull, and I humbly ask for your understanding. Just as I finished speaking, several weasels suddenly emerged from the den, their eyes fixated on me, betraying a hint of fear. My heart soared with joy as I pointed to the offerings. These are for you. Please enjoy. The yellow weasels nodded in unison, obediently gathering up chickens, pigs' head meat, steamed buns, and the like before dashing off in a single file towards the southeast. The formation resembled a long, flowing yellow ribbon, which vanished in an instant. Wang Jian was taken aback. After working at the construction site for so long, it was his first time witnessing such a multitude of weasels marching together. It seemed as though they were relocating. I, too, was left with a face full of questions, unable to comprehend why Huang Ganglai had chosen to lead his little offspring away. Just as I pondered this, Wang Jian's phone suddenly rang. IT was his wife calling. After hanging up, Wang Jian was so exhilarated he appeared as if he had just won 5 million. His face flushed with joy as he shouted, My son is fine, sister. Xiao Pai is okay. Sister Wang immediately straightened her back and said to her brother, Did you see? It's all thanks to the little master I invited. Indeed, this time we owe it all to you. Sister, of course, I have crossed more bridges than you have traveled roads. Wang Jian smiled apologetically, repeatedly affirming her words. I, too, came to understand that Huang Tiangang was not simply showing me favor. Rather, he feared the blood skull. The blood skull possessed terrifying power within the protective deity, and last night, both Hu Yiji and Hui Jiu had displayed similar apprehensive expressions upon encountering it. The Wang siblings expressed their gratitude profusely. I paid little heed to their superficial demeanor and directly inquired of Sister Wang, Now that I've assisted you, how about the rent? Sister Wang cheerfully replied, You needn't worry about the rent. I'll let you stay for another year free of charge. Not only that, but Wang Jian also presented me with 5,000 yuan as a token of thanks. Although it was not a substantial sum, for a poor student like me, it was an unimaginable amount. Of course, this money was but a drop in the bucket compared to the vast merits of 100 million. It would not significantly impact that. However, I believe it would suffice to assist with the compensation for the village head's family, ensuring that his son would no longer have to languish behind bars. The remaining funds could be set aside for the upcoming new year, allowing me to procure additional goods for the villagers of Gujiakin to enjoy a prosperous celebration. Regardless of whether I would still be alive in the future, I felt it was my duty to repay some of the kindness shown to me by my fellow villagers. This venture had proven quite profitable, albeit time-consuming. By the time I returned to school, it was already evening, and that night, I slept exceedingly soundly. The following day, I took a leave of absence to travel back to Gujiakin. Upon entering the village head's home, I immediately heard the sound of an argument between him and his wife. The village head's wife lamented, "Tell me, what have you gained from raising the children of the old Gu family all these years? Our son can't even get married and is on the verge of imprisonment. If we hadn't treated Gu Ling's illness back then, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. These years have truly been a loss." The village head, growing impatient, retorted, "Women are just petty. I am the village head. Have you forgotten how Gu Bo took care of our family back in the day? Without him, we wouldn't have our son. He is ailing, and I cannot turn a blind eye. You want all the villagers of Gujiakin to speak ill of me, saying Gu Bo helped me have a son while I let his grandson suffer? I completely forgot," the village head's wife cried out. "You save his grandson, and you will have no grandchildren of your own. Your son is nearly lost as well. He merely assaulted someone." The village head scoffed. "That little brat Dalin has such a bad temper. He'll suffer sooner or later. I see this as a lesson for him, even if it means a few days in detention," the village head's wife coldly replied. "Do you really think the old Wu family is to be trifled with? With his connections to the county police chief, if you don't pay, our son will spend a lifetime in detention. I warn you, get rid of that burden, Gu Ling, or he will only cause more trouble in the future. You should speak less. Gu Ling will be an adult soon and can take care of himself." The village head's wife retorted sarcastically, "Grow up? I fear that when the time comes for him to find a job, marry, and have children, you'll still need to manage everything. A good for nothing. I can't see any potential in him." Their argument escalated to such a degree that I felt it would be quite awkward to enter now. However, the village head's wife was notorious in the village for her fiery temperament and exceptional argumentative skills, often engaging in disputes that lasted 8 or 9 hours without so much as a sip of water. Seeing that she showed no signs of stopping, I steeled myself and walked in. Feigning ignorance as I announced, "Village head, I'm back." The village head's wife shot me a cold glance and huffed, "Here to ask for food again? At this rate, what kind of family can endure this?" "You should hold your tongue," the village head admonished his wife before turning to me. "Gu Ling, we've run out of grain. Haven Tiwi. It's about time, but you shouldn't come back when you're supposed to be in school. Next time, don't do this. Where is there any grain left?" The village head's wife threw down the winnowing basket in her hands and sulkily retreated into the house. The village head's expression shifted slightly as he said to me, "Don T, mind your aunt. She has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't worry. The grain has already been prepared for you," I replied. "Village head, I didn't come for rations. I heard there was trouble at home, and my brother Dalin got into a scuffle. They're demanding 2,000 yuan. I've brought the money. You should hurry to the police station to bail him out." I pulled out the money as I spoke, handing it to him. The village head was taken aback, his eyes widening like copper bells, sparkling with disbelief. 2,000 yuan. Where did you get this money from? Rest assured, village head, it's neither stolen nor robbed. I replied that a wealthy family was troubled by yellow weasels, and I helped them resolve the issue. This is the reward they gave me. Hearing my explanation, the village head, although still skeptical, asked, "How did you acquire such skills? Did that Taoist teach you?" Not knowing how to respond, I simply nodded. "Exactly. Qin Feng Taoist is indeed a master." Upon hearing that a master was willing to impart knowledge to me, the village head's tone became more approving. "Yes, I can see that. You still carry the karma of the red-clothed, vengeful spirit. Learning more skills to protect yourself is a good thing that I had never mentioned the blood skull to the village head, primarily to spare him unnecessary worry. The village head called his wife out and, in front of her, slapped the 2,000 yuan into her hands. Upon seeing the money, the village head's wife's eyes lit up, and upon learning that it was earned by me, her surprise was tinged with disbelief. Her expression resembled that of an eggplant flower crushed underfoot, yet she couldn't help but grin broadly, her demeanor towards me softening considerably. The village head instructed his wife to go to the market and buy some good food and drink, saying we should properly entertain me. Overjoyed, the village head's wife hurried off. I understood that she was not a bad person. She simply had a penchant for materialism and had previously looked down upon me, believing I was the cause of their family's hardships, harboring resentment towards me. Now, having received more from me in one go than all the rations I had consumed from their household combined over the years, she naturally regarded me with newfound respect. To be honest, this was the first time I felt completely justified in dining at the village head's home, and the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. Growing up, I had always felt like a burden, a quintessential liability. However, the moment I handed over that 2,000 yuan to the village head, I suddenly felt a surge of self-worth. Now, when I looked into the village head's wife's eyes, I experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Frankly, this was my first time genuinely accepting the respect offered by the villagers. How could I not feel fulfilled? After finishing the meal, the village head urged me to return to school promptly. However, upon returning to the county town, I did not immediately head back to school, but instead visited Sanqing Hall. In my view, studying seemed rather unnecessary. After all, my grades were stable, having managed to pass alongside Fatty and Dog Geo. Rather than squander my youth on academia, I preferred to invest my time in ventures that could yield financial returns. Even if I could not alter my own fate, leaving a bit of savings for the villagers of Gujikin during my limited time was still commendable. At the very least, I could contribute to repairing the village's dirt roads, paving them with asphalt, and installing streetlights, allowing the villagers to enjoy a taste of prosperity. Since Sanqing Hall was the Taoist temple of Qingfeng, it surely housed texts of esoteric spells. After all, where would Qingfeng Taoist have learned his abilities? The business of the Mourning Hall was too narrow. Relying on the trade of exorcisms would likely lead to starvation. It was better to engage in the lucrative practices of geomancy and fortune-telling, which were the traditional trades of the esoteric sect. After some searching, I indeed found several classic Taoist texts. However, the topics primarily revolve around the rituals for liberating the souls of the deceased, offering alms to hungry ghosts, composing memorial texts, and conducting ceremonial gatherings. There are two categories of Taoist practitioners. One relies on mountain medicine and fortune-telling to accumulate merits. Such Taoists tend to be relatively affluent. The other category consists of those who practice purely for spiritual enlightenment, often devoid of any means to generate income. These practitioners, especially during festive seasons, must offer financial support to various deities, engage in charitable acts for the wandering souls, and may occasionally assist others in replenishing their wealth, or perform rituals for the deceased, embodying the essence of simplicity and detachment from worldly possessions. Alas, I find myself in a predicament. I never anticipated that Taoist Qingfeng would be of such a humble disposition. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast in my studies of these texts. Taoist Qingfeng has remarked that I possess the heavenly and earthly attributes of a unique destiny, a prodigy within the realm of cultivation, which is undeniably true. Whereas I would typically find myself perplexed by textbooks, I am surprisingly at ease with these Taoist classics, swiftly grasping their profound principles. Even I cannot help but question the Chinese educational system, lamenting, if only the college entrance examination could test cultivation instead. What a travesty to stifle genius. Given that Taoist Qingfeng does not offer literature on feng shui, I resolved to procure such texts from a bookstore for self-study. The following day, I spent a substantial sum to acquire over a dozen books on feng shui and physiognomy. However, after perusing them for an extended period, I found myself utterly bewildered by their contents. Perceiving the text as nonsensical, increasingly suspecting that the material might have been hastily cobbled together, I took several nights of contemplation before I realized that perhaps I had unwittingly purchased counterfeit editions. It stands to reason, How could authentic Taoist texts be so readily available on the streets? If they were so easily acquired, why would the character Jamozi go to the lengths of robbing the Six Meridians divine sword from Qian Long Temple? It appears these books are better suited to serve as toilet paper for the chubby fellow, perhaps sufficient for a month's use. The rotund individual beside me sleeps as soundly as a dead pig, his toes entangled with those of Gogio, exuding an unbearable stench, perhaps dreaming of braised pork. He drooled profusely, with saliva pooling in Gogio's mouth. The sleeping conditions were so deplorable that even the school's hard cot was exhausting. Thus, starting the next day, I began spending my nights at Sanqing Hall, where a bed provided a more comfortable respite. Over time, the chubby fellow and Gogio began to notice my absence, questioning why I was not staying at school overnight and which female classmate's home I was residing in. With a clear conscience, I assured them that I was not eating alone, for Sanqing Hall could scarcely accommodate the three of us. I concocted a tale about working part-time to assist the village in repaying debts. Upon hearing this, they promptly pledged their unwavering moral support, with the chubby fellow even vowing to keep my employment a secret from the school, provided I treated him to some delectable roasted chicken and duck with my earnings. I feigned surprise, asking them why they wouldn't join me in working. The chubby one replied, "Child labor attracts police attention. My academic performance is exemplary. I once collaborated with the top student to achieve a score of 93. And I aspire to a bright future without a criminal record." Indeed, spending nights at Sanqing Hall was far more comfortable, and I could seize the opportunity to await potential clients and earn some extra income. However, instead of clients, I became embroiled in a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. That day, upon my arrival at Sanqing Hall, two individuals came to visit Taoist Qingfeng. One appeared to be in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, wearing glasses that suggested a cultured demeanor, likely a doctor or a professor. The other was a younger man, towering and muscular, with a stern countenance that indicated a background in martial arts. Frankly, their juxtaposition was quite incongruous. I informed them that Taoist Qingfeng was attending to important matters and would not return for some time. The gentleman in the suit initially expressed disappointment, then adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and inquired, "Young man, are you Taoist Qingfeng's disciple?" I hesitated, replying, "I suppose so." "Very well then," he continued, "since you are his disciple, you must possess some degree of skill." The man in the suit explained that he was an acquaintance of my master from his time in America, and had returned to China seeking his assistance. With Taoist Qingfeng absent, he hoped I could lend him a hand. The imposing figure behind him scoffed, saying, "Boss, he's just a kid. What can he possibly do?" "We should wait for the Taoist to return." "We cannot wait." The suited man replied in a low tone, "Kong, you are unaware of the rules of the Xianmen. This young brother is Taoist Qingfeng's sole disciple, and quite young at that. If he were not exceptionally talented, how could Taoist Qingfeng have taken him on as a student? Is that not so, young brother?" His words flattered me, and I instinctively nodded, casting a triumphant glance at the bodyguard named Kong. Upon seeing my agreement, the man in the suit's expression relaxed, and he smiled, saying, "Young brother, if you are willing to assist me, I can offer you a reward of 1 million. I was momentarily stunned, frozen in place by the sheer magnitude of the figure. Truth be told, I had never dared to contemplate being involved with such a colossal sum. That was 1 million. The total wealth of all the villagers in the ancient family cemetery likely wouldn't reach that amount. 100 million would be enough to provide me with the merits needed to transcend a tribulation. Young brother, do you agree?" Seeing my prolonged silence, the man's expression darkened as he pressed me for an answer. I was jolted from my reverie and replied without hesitation, "I agreed. To be honest, I was utterly captivated by the prospect of that 1 million. Had I foreseen the perils that awaited, I might have reconsidered my choice." Subsequently, the man in the suit detailed the nature of his request. His name was Huang Tao, hailing from an ancient ethnic group in China known as the Shui people. This was my first encounter with the term Shui, and I found myself intrigued by their origins. Huang Tao informed me that the Shui are descendants of Yin Emperor and Shinnong, after their defeat in the Battle of Yin and Huang. They retreated deep into the mysterious mountains of Qian province. With a current population of less than 500,000, one could say that the Shui are also descendants of Yin and Huang. Yet their customs and culture, including their calendar, are more akin to the Samyao. Moreover, this ancient and enigmatic group possesses a written language that predates oracle bone script by nearly a millennium. Notably, the Shui have a legendary classic known as the Lianshan I Ching, which is said to exist within the depths of the 10,000 mountains. China is home to 3 I Ching texts, Lianshan I Ching, Guizhong I Ching, and Zhou, with the former 2 existing only in legend. However, the Shui firmly believe that the Lianshan I Ching is real, hidden within those mountains. The Zhou, attributed to King Wen's imprisonment and subsequent elaboration, is regarded as the most mysterious classic of ancient China, with much of the cultivation theory and formations of various schools of thought stemming from it, making it a cornerstone of Taoist literature. Yet compared to the profound depth of Lianshan I Ching and Guizhong I Ching, Zhou pales in significance, and the Shui's ghost masters have tirelessly sought the Lianshan I Ching. The ghost master serves as the spiritual leader of the Shui, and the current ghost master, Huang Hai, is Huang Tao's brother. Huang Tao's request for my assistance is directly linked to Huang Hai's disappearance. The ghost master title is passed down through generations in a familial manner, from father to son, and although Huang Hai hailed from a ghost master lineage, he did not inherit the title. Instead, he pursued higher education and eventually made a fortune in America through technological advancements in his laboratory, amassing a fortune of several $billion upon learning of his wealth. I felt a pang of regret, realizing that 1 million was a paltry sum. Just a month prior, Huang Tao, while in America, received a letter from the clan leader stating that his brother Huang Hai had gone missing and urging him to return to the Dongjiang water village without delay. As the last ghost master of the Shui, Huang Hai held significant standing within the clan, prompting the village leader to take the matter very seriously and dispatch several clan members to search for him in the mountains. The 10,000 mountains of Qian province are shrouded in mystery, particularly the treacherous and eerie Dongjiang region, where even the Shui, who have relied on the mountains for generations, dare not venture. Legends speak of wild beasts and inexplicable creatures lurking within. When the clan members reached the foot of a mountain called Ailao Mountain, they discovered a rudimentary campsite, completely deserted. However, remnants of a fire and cooking utensils suggested that someone had recently been there, and the supplies bore a striking resemblance to those belonging to Huang Hai. More importantly, the clansmen discovered a note in the camp, inscribed with the words, "Under no circumstances should you follow me into the mountains. Otherwise, it will be a one-way journey." The handwriting unmistakably belonged to Huang Hai. Ailao Mountain is considered an ominous peak among the Shui people, steeped in terrifying legends, and historically, no one has dared to set foot within its confines. Upon learning that Huang Hai had ventured into Ailao Mountain, the clansmen were filled with trepidation. The note did not reveal Huang Hai's purpose for entering the mountain, yet distinctly warned others against joining him. It seems Huang Hai anticipated that his disappearance would prompt a search by the clansmen, which is why he wrote this note. However, Huang Hai is the only ghost master in the clan, indispensable for the annual rituals and funerals, and his absence rendered many matters unmanageable. In desperation, a few clansmen convened and selected 2 brave souls to venture into the mountain in search of Huang Hai, while the others took the note back to the village to report the news. As expected, those who entered the mountain in search of him never returned, and Huang Hai remained elusive. Upon hearing Huang Tao's words, I suddenly comprehended that he was entrusting me with the task of entering the eerie and foreboding Ailao Mountain to seek his missing brother. At that moment, my expression shifted slightly, and my heart trembled with the impulse to abandon this endeavor. Yet having already promised, it would be unseemly to retract my commitment. Furthermore, the allure of the substantial reward was hard to resist, and ultimately, I steeled myself to reassure Huang Tao. It is not a problem, but I cannot guarantee that I will find your brother once I enter Ailao Mountain. Evidently, Huang Tao had contemplated this issue as well. Responding calmly, many matters are left to fate. You need only strive to assist in the search. Rest assured, Jin Gang will accompany and protect you throughout. I understood that in this context, protection and supervision were synonymous. Thus, I quickly gathered my belongings and set off with them to Qian province. As for the school, it was easy to manage. I fabricated a reason and secured several days off. Indeed, this was my first foray into the mountains. And being a minor, I could not help but feel apprehensive. The sole benefit was that it marked my inaugural experience aboard an airplane, by the time we arrived at the Shui people's village in southeastern Qian. It was already quite late. Huang Tao informed me that he had not returned to the village in over 20 years. In fact, he had no desire to return this time, as his brother had no heirs, and the responsibility of becoming the future Shui ghost master would likely fall upon him. Huang Tao was entirely unversed in the ghost master profession, having spent many years in laboratories engaged with science. A typical atheist who naturally harbored a strong aversion to the idea of becoming a ghost master. While we were conversing, we suddenly noticed that the village was ablaze with lights, even though it was nearly midnight. A time when ordinary folks should be resting. I immediately realized that something significant must have transpired in the village, prompting Huang Tao, Jin Gang, and myself to quicken our pace. Several vehicles, predominantly police cars, were stationed at the village entrance, indicating the gravity of the situation. Not far off, the village chief was engaged in conversation with several individuals that I was momentarily taken aback, for one of those conversing with the chief was none other than Hai from the Special Investigation Department. What was he doing here? Hai spotted me and exclaimed in surprise, "Guling, what brings you here? Professor Huang's brother has gone missing, and he has enlisted my help in the search," I replied. "So you are involved in the Huang Hai case as well?" I raised an eyebrow and inquired. Hai smiled slightly, saying, "We in the Special Investigation Department take an interest in any peculiar cases." It turned out that the clansmen who had gone in search of Huang Hai had reported back to the chief upon returning to the village, seeing that those who had entered the mountains had not returned. The chief, in a state of great anxiety, opted to call the police. The local authorities were well aware that Ailao Mountain was a place of sinister mystery, and they promptly transferred the case to the Special Investigation Department. Hai subsequently led a team to Dongjiang Shui village, gradually searching the vicinity of Ailao Mountain, ultimately locating one of the young clansmen who had ventured into the mountains. However, this young man was brought out of the mountain in a state of mental disarray, rendered incoherent and maddened, making it impossible to extract any intelligible information from him. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Hai requested additional personnel and equipment from his superiors, preparing for a thorough search of Ailao Mountain. He pointed to a white van and said, "Tomorrow, I plan to deploy a drone to conduct reconnaissance of Ailao Mountain, primarily to gain a general understanding of the terrain and topography in preparation for our future incursion." Of course, given that Ailao Mountain is a lower extension of the Shenanjia Range, with its towering height and dense forests, the results obtained from drone surveillance may be limited, but it is certainly better than nothing. Furthermore, the radar on the drone can detect anomalous presences. Any nefarious activities would surely leave traces that could be captured. I was astonished, exclaiming, "Goodness, where do you acquire such drones in the Special Investigation Department? They can detect suspicious activity." Hai chuckled, "They are synthetic devices. We have merely integrated traditional spells with modern technology. It is a way of keeping pace with the times." Just then, a colleague from the Special Investigation Department approached Hai and said, "Captain, there's been an incident involving the villager currently receiving treatment at the hospital." Hai's expression immediately darkened, and he asked, "What kind of incident? Did someone die?" The colleague shook his head. "Not exactly, but an abnormality has occurred. His right arm and leg have developed black scales. Upon investigation, we discovered a scratch on his right arm. It seems he was affected by that injury at this rate. He may very well transform into a merman." Hai's pupils dilated, and he froze for a moment, exclaiming in astonishment, "A merman? Could the legends be true?" My curiosity piqued. I asked, "What legend?" Hai pondered for a moment before explaining. On the way to Dongjiang Shui village, I conducted a background search through the Special Investigation Department's big data and stumbled upon a legend regarding Shenanjia. It is said that the ancestors of the Shui people were a group of fierce generals under the Yin Emperor. In ancient times, the Yin and Huang emperors fought over a salt pond at Banquan, and ultimately, the Yin emperor was defeated and captured, with the remaining troops scattering. The Shui people were among those who dispersed. Allegedly, after the Yin emperor's remnant troops split, they took with them many treasures, including some divine weapons and secret classics, and the Shui people were no exception. They discovered a hidden pool deep within the dark forests of Shenanjia, where they buried all their riches, the most notable being the lianshan, one of China's three major E-classics, to guard these treasures. The Shui people specifically captured mermaids from the South China Sea as their sentinels. If anyone dared to trespass upon the hidden pool, the mermaids would launch an attack, and those who were scratched or bitten would also transform into mermaids, joining the ranks of the sentinel army. Upon hearing this, my expression stiffened for a moment, while Huang Tao beside me appeared quite exhilarated, nodding vigorously and saying, "I understand now. My brother must have ventured into the mountains in search of the lineage." And Hai frowned in astonishment. "Huang Hai is your brother?" Huang Tao nodded slowly, saying, "I am Huang Tao, the brother of Huang, H.A." And Hai looked at him, somewhat incredulous, "But you don't appear to be a member of the Shui people." Huang Tao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and explained, "That is not surprising. I attended university in America, and after graduating, I remained there. It has now been 20 years since I last returned home." And Hai suddenly seemed to recall something, asking, "What year did you enroll in university?" Huang Tao reminisced, 1991. Back then, studying abroad was quite difficult. The country feared that we talented individuals would be lured away by the decadent life of capitalism and would not return to help build the nation. Those of us seeking to go abroad had to pay a hefty deposit. If I remember correctly, it was as much as 200,000. He chuckled wryly. Our family could hardly afford such an amount. Fortunately, my brother somehow managed to gather the funds, allowing me to cross the ocean to acquire the world's most advanced scientific knowledge. For that, I am very grateful to him. And Hai smirked. 200,000 was a significant sum in the 90s. Aren't you curious how your brother managed to produce such a large amount in the depths of the mountains? It is unlikely he could have borrowed it. Indeed, he made a valid point. In the 90s, an average person's monthly salary was only 300 to 400 yuan, and that was in economically developed cities that in the economically backward southeastern Qian. Earning 50 yuan a month would be considered a substantial income. Regardless of the means, it would be exceedingly difficult for Huang Hai to amass such a fortune. Huang Tao fell silent for a moment, his expression gradually becoming perplexed as he muttered, "You make a compelling argument. Perhaps my brother used his savings." His tone was ambiguous, revealing a noticeable lack of confidence that it was hardly surprising. In the 1990s, a sum of 200,000 could have allowed one to marry a beauty like Shishir. Although Huang Hai held the esteemed position of the village's chief priest, such a title did not equate to monetary wealth. Where could he possibly acquire 200,000? And Hai let out a cold snort and remarked, "Let me tell you, do not be disheartened. The 200,000 your brother provided for your university education was acquired through robbery, and he even took the lives of an entire family of 4 to do so." Huang Tao's face instantly flushed with anger as he shouted in Hai, "Impossible. My brother is a water tribe ghost master. You know what the foremost taboo of a ghost master is. It is to take a life. Even if you're a police officer, dare to slander my brother, and I will ensure you are left destitute." And Hai, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "After all, I am a police officer. I would not make such a jest lightly. We discovered a suspect's likeness in the police case archive that bears a striking resemblance to your brother. This was linked to a burglary that occurred in 1991, targeting a family surnamed Feng. Their savings book was missing, and the cash amounting to 250,000 was withdrawn. Given the scene's disarray, it is likely that the assailant also stole other items. Back then, withdrawing money from the bank was not particularly troublesome, and most banks were not equipped with surveillance cameras, which meant criminals had little to fear regarding leaving behind clues. That I curiously asked, "Since this incident occurred over 20 years ago, why has the perpetrator's information only come to light now?" And Hai shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "There was little we could do. Our technological capabilities were limited. In fact, if Huang Hai had not gone missing, we would not have investigated his background and discovered he was the murderer of the Feng family 2 decades, 8G, that time. The Feng family consisted of 5 members, and only a young boy named Feng Zipeng survived by hiding under the bed. The police could only sketch a profile of the criminal based on the child's verbal descriptions, which inevitably included some inaccuracies. It wasn't until the criminal attempted to withdraw money from the bank that we were able to ascertain his appearance." He then added, "Later, Feng Zipeng's relatives, fearing that the criminal would return to silence him, took the child away for his protection." That I pressed further, "What is the background of the Feng family? How did they acquire such wealth?" And Hai replied, "Their origins are quite extraordinary. During the reign of Emperor Wu, of the Han dynasty. Rumors of the Water Tribe's treasure reached the emperor's ears that he even commanded his alchemists to journey to Shenangjia in search of this treasure, led by the illustrious Dongfang Sha. Although the treasure was never found. Dongfang Shuo chronicled this experience in his renowned work, Shan Haishu E.G. Subsequently, Dongfang Shuo became embroiled in the Shiyuan incident and was cruelly exiled by the emperor, leading him to take his family away from the capital. His descendants eventually split into two branches, one bearing the surname Dong, and the other Feng. The Feng family is descended from the latter. It is said that they possess a treasured copy of Shan Haishu E.G., which includes a map of Ailao Mountain hand-drawn by Dongfang Shuo himself. However, the detectives investigating the Feng family massacre did not find that book in their possession. During the early years of Emperor Wu's reign, some people still copied Shan Haishu E.G. Yet, in his later years, the emperor deemed the content of this book to be misleading and ordered all copies to be burned. Furthermore, he commanded that any scattered versions among the populace be confiscated and destroyed. Later, during the Northern Wei dynasty, another campaign against literature occurred, leading to numerous calamities that rendered the book virtually unobtainable in the market. Upon hearing his words, my eyes brightened, and Hai's account aligned perfectly with the case. The only plausible reason for Huang Hai's venture into the mountains was in pursuit of the Yin Emperor's treasure, and obtaining the treasure map was essential. Although Dongfang Shuo had failed to uncover the treasure's whereabouts, he was nonetheless a pioneer. The map he created based on his experiences could significantly mitigate risks. Thus, over 20 years ago, Huang Hai resorted to heinous means to eliminate Dongfang Shuo's descendants and seize the map, all the while unaware of the Feng family's wealth, which could even cover his brother's study abroad expenses. Yet, it was perplexing why he had chosen to seek the treasure only recently, despite having obtained the map 2 decades prior. Perhaps this was not his first treasure hunt, and prior attempts had ended in failure. I turned to Professor Huang and noticed that he seemed to have reached the same conclusion, bowing his head in sorrow as he lamented. Cough. My brother has always hoped for my success, for me to escape the depths of the mountains and see the world, but he should not have resorted to murder for that. Officerin, I hope that, out of respect for our brotherly bond, you will not disclose my brother's status as a murderer to the other clansmen. Ahai pondered for a moment before coolly replying. Rest assured, although it was still considered summer, the temperature in the valley dropped sharply at night. Ahai could not help but rub his arms together in an attempt to ward off the chill, remarking, it's a bit cold. Chief, do you have any spare rooms? Before the chief could respond, Huang Tao interjected, you are welcome to stay at our home. We have plenty of rooms in our ancestral house. Then I shall graciously accept your hospitality, Ahai replied. The Water Tribe's architecture is often built in harmony with the mountains and rivers, utilizing the natural topography to create a picturesque layout. Constructed predominantly from wood, complemented by stone paths and bamboo fences, the dwellings occupy minimal space. Like many of the tribe's people, the Huang family's residence is situated on water, supported by sturdy wooden piles, standing firmly above the crystal-clear stream. The roofs are adorned with lush thatch, providing both waterproofing and ventilation, while the interiors feature exquisitely crafted wooden window frames. Even in the height of summer, residing within feels remarkably cool. Upon opening the windows, one is greeted with shimmering water and distant mountain peaks, as if standing within a flowing landscape painting, with moonlight dancing upon the water's surface. From my elevated vantage point, I surveyed the entire village and the meandering stream, immersing myself in the majesty and tranquility of nature. The only drawback of the Water Tribe village is its lack of sound insulation. Even the softest whispers from outside can be heard clearly. As I was about to drift into slumber, I heard Professor Huang's voice. Jingang, you're still awake? Not yet, boss. Get up, come with me. Boss, where are you going at this late hour? Huang Tao pondered for a moment before responding. To my brother's room. Unbeknownst to the outside world, my brother had confided a secret to me during my time studying in America regarding the treasure of Ailao Mountain. Jingang was taken aback. As Huang Tao continued, my earlier performance may have deceived you all. I did not reveal the truth to the police. In fact, I have long been aware of my brother's involvement in the massacre of the Feng family. His motive for slaughtering them was not merely to rob them of money, but to locate the map personally drawn by Dongfang Sha. The police are oblivious to the fact that I was the one who helped my brother gather intelligence about the Feng family's hidden map. My brother was fortunate to obtain the original map, and he subsequently created a copy, which he stored in our ancestral home, that I suspect he took the original into the mountains, but fearing he might not find the treasure. He wrote to me to fulfill his dying wish. Jingang nodded. I understand, boss. You plan to have me use this map to venture into the mountains with that child in search of treasure. Huang Tao affirmed, there are malevolent spirits in Ailao Mountain, as my brother has explicitly stated. Although you are a master of Bejiquan, you may not be able to contend with such entities. That is why I invited the apprentice of Taoist Qingfeng to assist you. Even so, you must be prepared. Entering the mountains will entail a formidable battle. Oh, not worry, boss. I comprehend. Jingang was a man of decisive action, his tone resolute. Huang Tao urged, since you understand, let us proceed swiftly. This matter must remain confidential. Others must not learn of the map. Not even Taoist Qingfeng's young apprentice. Huang Tao replied firmly, no, he is young and easily deceived. It's fine for just you and him to enter the mountains. If we find the treasure, we can always deal with him later. However, if the police are involved, it complicates matters. Once they discover the treasure, it will undoubtedly belong to the state, rendering my brother's efforts futile. Hearing his words, my heart sank. The depths of human malice were truly chilling. I had not anticipated Huang Tao's intentions to be so sinister. No wonder he and his brother would go so far as to annihilate the Feng family to obtain the treasure. What was one more life to them? Fortunately, I had learned of his schemes in advance. Otherwise, I would have likely fallen victim to his treachery. As their footsteps faded into the distance, I resolved to stealthily follow them to uncover the extent of their conspiracy. However, the architectural structure of the shui Zhushanzhai was indeed intricate. After just a few steps, I lost my way. With the darkness enveloping me, I had no choice but to retreat. Yet, the following day, a horrifying incident occurred. Huang Tao was murdered, his lifeless body found in his room, a Huanghai. When I arrived, Jingang was cradling his corpse, weeping uncontrollably, blood pooling around them. Boss, who could be so cruel as to take your life? Anhai furrowed his brow and inquired of Jingang. Aren't you Professor Huang Tao's bodyguard? Did you not stay with him last night? Jingang replied, no, we each had our own accommodations. After the rooms were assigned, we retired for the night and did not see each other again. You are lying, I suddenly confronted him. My tone grave. I distinctly heard the two of you conversing last night. Jingang was taken aback, a shudder coursing through him as he stared at me in disbelief. You heard that? I retorted coldly, of course. Thanks to my keen hearing, I realized that you both intended to use me to seek treasure, with plans to eliminate me afterward to monopolize the riches. Jingang awkwardly chuckled after a moment, his demeanor turning sinister as he asked, so you are aware of what comes next? I candidly replied, I wish to accompany you both, but unfortunately, I lost track of you. However, I did overhear Huang Tao giving you the map. Anhai immediately extended his hand, demanding, hand over the map. Jingang pondered for a moment before firmly stating, indeed, the map is in my possession. But I cannot hand it over to you police, as it belongs to my boss. Anhai laughed incredulously. What a joke. Huang Tao's map was stolen by his brother after a home invasion from the Feng family. You truly have no shame. I do not care. Jingang glared at him defiantly, shouting, I only know that this map belongs to my boss, and I will not give it to anyone. Seeing his obstinance, two police officers behind Anhai rushed forward to subdue him, only to be sent flying several meters by Jingang's powerful blows. His strength was formidable, intimidating the other officers from approaching. It was Jingang who spoke next. My boss's dying wish was to find the Yindi treasure buried in Ailao Mountain, and I must help fulfill tainted as for whether this treasure will belong to the state. I do not care. I was taken aback. I had assumed Jingang's refusal to surrender the treasure map stemmed from a desire to hoard the riches for himself, but it seemed his intentions were rather pure. Perhaps this sense of camaraderie was the guiding principle for those like him, who were strong in body, yet simple in thought. Anhai remarked, your intentions do not contradict ours. Ultimately, we all wish to find the treasure in the mountains. Furthermore, the state has specific laws in place, and aiding in the recovery of lost treasures scattered across the land would yield corresponding rewards. potentially up to 10% of the total value. The Yendi treasure was undoubtedly immeasurable. Converting to modern currency, it could amount to at least tens of billions. Not to mention, receiving even 1% of that wealth would be enough to enable me to navigate through a calamity. With this thought, I could hardly contain my excitement, swallowing hard before saying to Jean Gang, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. With the assistance of the Special Investigation Unit, our chances of obtaining the treasure will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. I suggest you hand over the treasure map. It is only sensible to study it together in our quest for riches. Jean Gang's expression shifted, yet he remained unmoved, and Hai added, if you refuse to yield the map, you could still guide us according to its directions, and we shall ensure you receive a share once the treasure is found. After contemplating for a while, Jean Gang finally nodded. Our focus shifted back to the treasure hunt in Ailao Mountain, especially given the recent tragedy of Huang Tao's murder, which remained an unsolved mystery. Hai speculated that the assailant likely slipped in from outside, but the motive behind Huang Tao's murder remained elusive. Thus, the case remained an enigma. Subsequently, we redirected our energies to the treasure hunt. According to the map in Jean Gang's possession, there was a cave located in the southwestern part of Ailao Mountain, where the legendary dark pool was said to lie. After a day filled with preparations, the modern equipment of the Special Investigation Unit was deployed and the power supply system was installed. Hai directed the drones to begin their search in the forest. Conducting aerial reconnaissance in the pristine wilderness of Shenongjia was not only challenging but perilous. After losing 3 drones, we finally discovered the mysterious cave depicted on the map. The cave's entrance was nearly 2 meters in diameter, and upon filming into the darkness, we encountered an abyss. The drone illuminated the interior, revealing a still black lake, its surface undisturbed, resembling a stagnant pool of water. The drone released 2 movable underwater cameras into the lake. We fixated on the real-time footage transmitted back, and Hai queried the technician, are there any signs of life underwater? The response was that nothing had been discovered, thus as the camera descended deeper. The surrounding darkness intensified, the camera's light barely illuminating a few meters ahead, while the sounds returned were merely that of flowing water. Upon closer listening, the sound of the water grew louder as the machine sank deeper, suggesting that the lake's disturbances were vertical rather than lateral. That I found this peculiar that moment. I suddenly caught sight of the camera capturing fleeting shadows, which Hai also noticed, urgently shouting, "Camera 2. Track those shadows." The underwater camera swiftly adjusted its focus, shining its light in that direction, yet all that appeared was the murky lake water. They vanished in an instant, and Hai stared in disbelief. Instructing the technician to duplicate the recently transmitted footage for himself, he then scrutinized the video replay, hoping to uncover something useful. Finally, he pressed the pause button, pointing to several indistinct pixelated shapes, asking me, "Can you discern what this is?" I peered closely at the screen and murmured, "It resembles some sort of fish clutching a snake in its grasp." In that instant, I realized how absurd my words sounded. What kind of fish possesses hands? Unless it were a mermaid. Hai's brow furrowed as he slowly remarked, "What it holds is not a snake, but rather a weapon akin to a spear." According to ancient texts, mermaids are adept in wielding long halberds. Before he could finish, the technician analyzing the footage suddenly let out a terrified scream. "Oh no, we are under attack." Immediately, the video feed was engulfed in black flashes before transforming into static. I gazed at the snowflakes on the screen, lost in thought. The portable cameras were not large. If the mermaids had noticed them, it was likely that numerous mermaid attendants lurked within the dark pool. As for the depth of the pool, the number of lurking mermaids, and whether there were paths leading to other areas remained a mystery. The only way to uncover these secrets was to personally dive into the depths of the lake. And high-order preparations for diving equipment, tethering ropes, and other tools to venture into the dark pool. We sat in the vehicle as light rain began to fall, making the roads treacherous. The vehicle, carrying over a dozen individuals, crept through the rain, swaying precariously, creating a sense of danger. However, after adjusting to the rugged mountain roads, the car steadied considerably. I sat at the back, beside Jean Gang, while Hai engaged in lively conversation with the Shui Zhu guide, sharing a rapport that seemed to flow effortlessly. The guide's heavy Western dialect was difficult for me to comprehend, and I marveled at how Anhai managed to converse with him in Mandarin, laughing and chatting as if they were old friends that I paid little attention. Resting my head against the window and drifting into a light slumber, I lost track of time, but suddenly felt a heavy slap on my shoulder. I woke to find Anhai standing before me. Guling, Guling. I opened my eyes and asked, "What is it?" Anhai's voice was tense, even tinged with fear. "Quick, look around. Where are the others? Where did they go?" I scanned the interior, and indeed, the vehicle was now eerily empty, devoid of life. It felt as if we had been the only ones to enter the mountains, with the others nothing more than a figment of imagination. Just moments ago, I had succumbed to sleep, only to awaken and find the others vanished. Anhai's voice trembled with apprehension as he gazed at the vacant driver's seat, sighing, "It seems the vehicle has broken down." Hearing him say he had merely dozed off left me feeling disoriented. "But you were chatting away with the Shui zoo guide, right?" Engaging in animated conversation, no less that it seemed our only option was to exit the vehicle and proceed on foot. Anhai spoke, and a mischievous glint suddenly sparkled in his eyes. "Rest assured, I am equipped with a tracking device. Those at the main base are well aware of our movements. Just follow me." At that moment, I found Anhai's demeanor quite peculiar, as a low, droning sound emanated from him. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket and retrieved the Pickshaw compass, observing the needle whirl rapidly like a fan. Such an overwhelming aura of malevolence. A sinking feeling gripped my heart, and I understood the gravity of the situation, hastening to disembark from the vehicle. Anhai exclaimed anxiously, "Where are you going?" "To repair the car," I replied. Anhai, incredulous, asked, "You can fix automobiles?" I chuckled softly, "Just stay in the car and wait." With that, I pulled out a pack of matches, ignited one, and swiftly tossed it onto the vehicle. Instantly, flames erupted, engulfing the car in a raging inferno. Anhai's face froze in shock, and he frantically pounded on the window, shouting, "Guling, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to burn me alive?" Clearly, a single match could never ignite a real car. Unless it were crafted from paper, that I paid him no mind, turning away, only to be met with a woman's piercing scream behind me. "Don't get too cocky. I will kill you one day." The voice grew fainter until it vanished entirely. How could it be a woman's voice? A jolt of realization coursed through me. I had initially presumed that the trap was set by the cunning locals of Shezhaoshan. Yet it was the red coffin corpse that had followed me here. Now I truly understood the meaning of restless spirits. She had trailed me all the way to Qian province. It seemed imperative to devise a means to eliminate this lurking threat. Otherwise, should she ambush me again, I might inadvertently fall into her snare, leading to dire consequences. The rain gradually ceased, and I walked along the path, which was quite straight, flanked by mountains of moderate elevation, yet vast in expanse, stretching endlessly before me. The mountains were lush with greenery, and as I tread upon the damp trail, the gentle mountain breeze filled me with a sense of tranquility, completely devoid of any eerie notions. Time slipped away unmeasured until a vehicle came into view, specifically that of the Special Investigation Department. Anhai and the others stood outside, glancing around anxiously. Upon spotting me, he hurriedly beckoned, "Guling, where have you been?" I was taken away. No, rather, I was taken by a ghost. That my voice was weary as I climbed aboard, expressing my ire. It was that red coffin female corpse, the one entangled with my family's fate. She just transformed into your likeness and somehow dragged me into a realm of utter silence, intending to lead me to my demise. Thankfully, I saw through her ruse to encounter a ghost in broad daylight. What terrible luck, Anhai mused. Typically, ghosts emerge at night to wreak havoc. That is common knowledge, yet it does not preclude their presence during the day. Simply that the daylight is rife with yang energy, which spirits abhor, much like how humans instinctively avoid secluded areas at midnight. For a ghost to manifest in daylight, there must be something extraordinary about you, that I speculated. Perhaps my prolonged entanglement with the red coffin corpse has tainted me. After nearly a century of unfulfilled vengeance, her accumulated resentment has driven her to madness, allowing her to brave the daylight. Anhai nodded repeatedly. That does hold some merit. Alas, I am not a ghost. Thus I cannot fathom her true intentions. He then pointed toward the more perilous mountain path ahead and said, "We cannot proceed by vehicle any longer. We must continue on foot." With the aid of a map, we managed to circumvent much unnecessary detour. And in less than an hour, we finally reached the mouth of the cave. The faint, fishy odor pervaded the air, clearly emanating from the deepest recesses of the cave. Qian volunteered to take the lead, advising me, "Young one, just stay behind me. I will shield you from any danger." I retorted, "It seems this time I'm the one who must protect you. Does it not? The inhabitants of this cave are not mere gangsters or martial arts masters. They are mermen and malevolent spirits. I fear your Bejiquan would be of little use against them." Qian fell silent, yet his pace noticeably slackened, eventually trailing behind me. We continued along the cave's path for a short while when suddenly, a dark, cold lake came into view. We had glimpsed the shadowy pool in the video, but witnessing it firsthand was still a frightful experience due to its ominous hue. Anhai intended to send a professional diver to scout the waters, but Qian interjected, "I believe that is unnecessary. The waters below are teeming with mermen. Sending anyone down would only lead to their transformation into one of them, which would complicate matters further. I propose that I descend with Guling." Anhai agreed. "Very well. I shall join you both." Qian nodded silently, donned his diving gear, and without a backward glance, leapt into the lake with practiced ease. I hesitated, voicing my concerns. "Anhai, while I can swim, this is my first time diving." Anhai reassured me, "Do not worry. Our special investigation department is equipped with the most advanced gear in the world. Even if you cannot dive, wearing the suit will prevent you from drowning." Once I donned my diving suit, I too plunged into the water. As we descended, the surroundings grew increasingly dark. Qian swam over, pointing to a nearby opening and nodding at us. I noticed the aperture was just large enough for a single person to pass through, and I was eager to swim ahead. However, at that moment, the water within the cave surged violently, creating tumultuous waves. "Guling, come back!" Anhai's voice crackled through the earpiece. Before I could react, a vague face surged towards me. Upon closer inspection, I was drenched in cold sweat. The shadowy figure loomed nearly 2 meters tall, lacking lower limbs. Indeed, it was a merman. I brandished a steel fork aimed at my abdomen, a chilling sensation coursing through me. Suddenly, a crimson mist erupted from my lower abdomen, shattering the steel fork in the merman's grasp, which was followed by a horrific scream as it displayed a look of sheer terror. The next moment, a scene that would leave Anhai and Qian in shock unfolded before their eyes. A pair of gigantic, crimson skeletal hands emerged from my chest, ruthlessly plunging into the merman's body, and with a violent tear. The merman's form was rent asunder, splattering the lake with crimson blood. Both men were rendered speechless by the shocking sight, and Anhai, recognizing the assailant as the red skeleton, could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is the legendary King of Sorrow. Such terrifying power." Qian exchanged a glance with him, his body trembling involuntarily. That moment, a swarm of small red beetles emerged from the water, drawn to the merman's remains, beginning to feast upon its blood and devour its flesh. For some inexplicable reason, I felt a profound dread toward these fiery little insects, causing the hair on my neck to stand on end. Anhai's voice once again penetrated my earpiece. "I've seen those creatures in ancient texts. They are called red-eyed venomous toads, a type of corpse eater. Their venom is highly potent, and they exclusively consume blood and flesh. I previously thought they were mere fabrications, yet they truly exist. Now that you bear the blood of the merman, be wary of their attacks." Heeding his warning, I swiftly swam away from that area, navigating toward the cave entrance. Yet, upon passing through the opening, I found myself confronted by an earthen wall, blocking my way. Was this the edge of the dark pool? I cautiously attempted to swim upward, and upon breaking the surface, I was astonished to discover a vast expanse beyond the dark pool. There was an exit. Elated, I quickly signaled for the others to swim over. Soon after, the 3 of us reached the shore, shedding our diving gear and taking only the safety ropes as we continued our journey on solid ground. The long trek had left us fatigued and dispirited, yet I sensed we were drawing near to our goal. The cave's interior was even more expansive than I had anticipated, and not long after, we were confronted with 2 diverging paths. Faced with the choice between left and right, we were all at a loss. Hesitant to proceed without guidance, Qian suggested, "Why don't we split up?" I'll take the left path, and you too can take the right, that I cautioned him. But what if your path is fraught with danger? You lack any magical means to defend yourself against malevolent forces. Qian Gang maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly. Yet someone must take the risk, right? I came here with the resolve to face death. With that, he unexpectedly dashed toward the left passage. Anhai and I, feeling apprehensive, ventured down the right path. However, what took us by surprise was the unexpected smoothness of the road on the right. Yet, as we neared the end of the path, a sudden scream pierced the IT was utterly unfathomable that human cries could echo within such a pitch-black cave. Could there be others trapped inside? We hastened towards the sound, only to find a precipice ahead, which marked the terminus of the left passage. There hung King Kong, suspended against the cliff face, his shoulder drenched in crimson, blood still oozing incessantly. It seemed he had met with misfortune, encountering the cliff. Perhaps he believed that by scaling it, he could reach his destination, relying on his robust physique to force his way, only to sustain injuries instead. Upon noticing us, King Kong's expression shifted momentarily, followed by a faint bitter smile. It appears your path was indeed the correct one. Anhai shouted to him, "Hold on, we will find a way to rescue you." However, King Kong shook his head, a note of bitterness in his voice. "It's too late. I can no longer endure. Yet, I harbor no regrets, only a hope that you will continue onward." With great effort, he retrieved an item from his possession and tossed it towards us. "This is the map. I can go no further." Realizing the dire situation, I soon watched in horror as the cliff face cracked open and King Kong plummeted into the abyss. I maintained a stoic expression, witnessing the scene in silence. Anhai, meanwhile, unfolded the map, diligently searching for our current location, muttering to himself, "If this map is to be believed, we have traversed 3/4 of the way. What remains should be the destination, which is right here." He pointed to a spot on the map, and I looked down to see an X marked there. If we had chosen the left passage, its terminus was depicted as a city. It turned out that the map of the cave was quite detailed. Yet King Kong had chosen to conceal this fact from us. It is likely he was motivated by greed, or perhaps, as he claimed, he sought to protect this treasure for his employer, thus opting for the left passage. After all, from a rational perspective, the city would signify a treasure's hiding place. Unfortunately, he was ultimately misled by the map and lost his life. Nonetheless, I was still perplexed. This map was drawn by Huang Hai for his brother Huang Tao. How could he wish harm upon his own sibling? It is also possible that even Huang Hai himself was unaware of the map's falsity, having merely copied it to leave a version for his brother, only to perish in his quest for treasure. Thus, the only plausible explanation for this deceptive map is that the original creator intended it to mislead. Why did Dongfang Shua craft a false treasure map to present to Emperor Wu of Han, including it in his own compilation of texts? The reasons for this remain known only to him. Time was of the essence. Anhai carefully stowed the map and gazed ahead. Let us proceed. After all, this is the only path before us. I understood without further words that we must continue onward. In truth, it wasn't long before we reached the end of the road. For a brief moment, I was lost in thought, only to finally discern a colossal bronze door before me, towering and majestic, akin to a celestial gateway, both sacred and enigmatic. Anhai marveled at the bronze door, speculating, from the age it reflects. The era of the Yin Emperor had already entered the Bronze Age. Yet, for people of that time to create such a magnificent bronze door is indeed a feat of unparalleled craftsmanship. Perhaps only figures of the stature of the Yin Emperor or the Yellow Emperor would be worthy of such grandeur. It seemed that behind this door lay the very place where treasures were concealed. He flashed me a smile, continuing, "This door is unlikely to yield to the strength of an ordinary person. Fortunately, you are no ordinary individual, blessed with the protection of celestial beings, that I believe you are the most fitting to open this door." Very well. Without hesitation, I stepped forward, and the moment my hands made contact with the bronze door, a jarring cacophony erupted in my ears. Indeed, the door yielded to my push, just as I felt elation. The ground trembled beneath my feet, followed by a scorching wave surging forth from within the door. My pupils dilated as I discerned a massive fireball writhing within. This was dire. A trap? I attempted to retreat swiftly, but the fireball shot forth with alarming speed, leaving me no time to escape. As the fiery mass lunged toward me, skeletal claws erupted from my chest, bracing against the inferno's onslaught and shattering the flames to smithereens. As the blaze dissipated, I was propelled backward by its force. On High rushed over, helping me to my feet, and praised me. Truly, you are the man favored by the King of Sorrow. Impressive. We are fortunate to have you. His flattery only fueled my ire. This fellow was blatantly digging a pit for me. He must have anticipated the presence of a trap behind the door, flattering me to take the risk of opening it. Noticing the discontent in my gaze, On High chuckled awkwardly before standing upright and stating earnestly, "Victory is within our grasp. Let's enter." Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the bronze door. It emitted a peculiar sound akin to a tolling bell as we stepped inside. Traversing a long pathway that led to a stone hall, the interior was dim, and even with the perpetual lamps illuminating the walls, visibility was poor. The stone walls bore inscriptions, yet due to the inadequate light, I could scarcely decipher them, and the ancient script appeared to me as mere symbols, entirely incomprehensible. To the center of the hall rose a mound of chests, flanked by stone statues wielding long blades as guardians. The statues were remarkably lifelike, adorned in tiger-striped bamboo armor, with leopard-headed visors, exuding an imposing presence. The chests they protected were likely the legendary treasures of the Yan Emperor. We struck gold. So many chests. If I could claim just one, it would suffice for a year's worth of merit. Unable to contain my excitement, I swiftly opened one of the chests. However, the next moment, I was left dumbfounded. The chest contained an assortment of shells, of various sizes. Having lain there for millennia, the shells had long since eroded. As I removed one, it crumbled to dust in my hands. On High shook his head, sighing, "In ancient times, shells served as currency, for gold and jewels were exceedingly rare. It is not surprising that the treasures stored here are shells." Undeterred, we proceeded to open each treasure chest, only to find, unsurprisingly, they all contained shells, along with a small quantity of brass, which could perhaps fetch a few hundred coins at a scrapyard. Such items hardly seemed worth the peril we had faced. On High gazed longingly at the largest chest, a sense of dissatisfaction etched on his face, yet he remained powerless, whispering a prayer. "I hope it contains truly valuable items, like gold or pearls." As we lifted the chest's lid, a foul stench erupted from within, nearly causing me to retch. It turned out that the large chest housed a desiccated corpse. Yet, the attire of the corpse seemed familiar. It was wrapped in a blue headscarf, resembling the garments worn by the villagers of the Water Tribe. However, if this corpse originated from the time of the Yan Emperor, it could not possibly be dressed in modern fabric. Nor could it have been preserved as a mummy. Even if the bones had not eroded, they should have been skeletal remains. Thus, this body could not possess such an ancient history. It was evident that someone had been here in the past. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and On High let out a scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his shoulder, his expression contorted in agony. Though fortunately, it had not struck a vital area. I turned abruptly, my eyes widening in disbelief. "King Kong, you're alive?" Indeed, it is at that moment, King Kong brandished a handgun, aiming it directly at me. The MY expression was one of utter shock. "But you fell off the cliff and died." King Kong narrowed his eyes, exuding a cunning demeanor. "Who told you that falling from a cliff guarantees death? Have you heard of the no-death cliff jump theory? There was water below the cliff. I scouted it out on my way here. That is why I climbed back up and staged that performance to gain your trust, manipulating you to help me locate the treasure. Meanwhile, I have been following closely behind you, thereby avoiding many dangers." I realized in an instant that he had faked his death. "You intend to hoard the treasure for yourself?" "Not entirely." King Kong slightly raised his chin. "My primary motive is revenge." I was taken aback. "Revenge for what?" King Kong smirked. "Do you know my true identity?" I shook my head. "My surname is Feng. I am Feng Zipping." "Feng Zipping?" I couldn't help but exclaim, realizing, "So you have been lurking beside your enemy's brother, intending to kill Professor Huang Tao, haven't you?" I was utterly astonished to discover that the seemingly loyal bodyguard, who had devoted himself to protecting Huang Tao, was, in fact, a sworn enemy of the Huang family. However, despite possessing extraordinary skills that could have easily claimed Huang Tao's life, why did he choose to endure humiliation and serve him faithfully for so many years, striving to gain his trust? Perhaps it was all for this treasure-seeking expedition? With a stern expression, I fixed my gaze upon him and inquired. Feng Zipping did not hide his amusement. He chuckled. Do you have any idea how long I've bided my time for revenge? How long I've endured? Alas, even though I personally ended Huang Tao's life, I have yet to locate Huang Hai. Moreover, over the years, my employer has treated me reasonably well. Had he not explicitly confessed that the idea of exterminating my entire family was his, I might have considered sparing him. Discovering the treasure of the Flame Emperor makes this journey worthwhile. Thank you for clearing the path for me. As a token of my gratitude, I shall escort you on your final journey. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a shadow darted past him, and in its wake, blood splattered across the ground. Feng Zipping's pupils dilated, his face contorted with disbelief. Then his body fell in an oddly twisted manner. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. I stood in shock, staring at the figure behind Feng Zipping. The man had a cold, sinister expression, his gaze sharp as a blade, yet his face bore a striking resemblance to Professor Huang Tao. Thus I instinctively blurted out, "You are Huang Hai." The man before me indeed evoked such an illusion, though his attire was peculiar, not the usual blue headscarf of the water tribe, but a black cloak that enveloped him entirely. Revealing only his face, that he paused momentarily, remaining silent, yet slowly approached me, an almost imperceptible aura of darkness radiating from him. I felt an inexplicable sense of danger, and it was not just me. The red skeleton within me sensed it as well. Just as the man made his move, the red skeleton's bony claws simultaneously lunged toward his fist. The man sidestepped, swiftly retreating a considerable distance, the wind billowing his cloak, revealing a strange pattern on his waist. It was a black lotus, yet appeared exceedingly eerie. To be frank, I had never witnessed anyone move with such speed. In the blink of an eye, he had darted more than 10 meters away. If this man truly was Huang Hai, then the Water Tribe's ghostly masters possessed formidable abilities. However, the Water Tribe leader had mentioned that the ghost masters were not akin to sorcerers. Rather, they were individuals who possessed a deeper understanding of the ancient writings and calendars of their ancestors, serving as the custodians of the tribe's history. Clearly, the identity of the man before me as Huang Hai was now in question. You are not Huang Hai, are you? He belongs to the Julian sect. And Hai, clutching his wound and grimacing in pain, interjected, the Julian sect is a malevolent cult that dwells in secrecy, often using the bodies of their followers to forge magical artifacts. The government has attempted to eradicate them numerous times, yet they have always managed to rise from the ashes. Now, they have even infiltrated the inland regions. The man, expressionless, coldly replied to an Hai, "You talk too much. Indeed, I am not Huang Hai. It matters not if you learn my true identity before you perish. I am Jinnah, a traveler sent by the Julian sect. The real Huang Hai stands behind you." Instinctively, I shifted my gaze toward the chest. Is this corpse Huang Hai's? Yet it appeared to have been dead for many years. Whereas the Water Tribesman claimed he had only gone missing days ago, he has been dead for 20 years, Jinnah stated. For these past 20 years, I have been masquerading as him in the Dongjiang Water Village. The leader commanded me to return to the Julian sect only upon discovering the long-lost Lian Shan. Now, I can no longer delay this task. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the ghost master who had remained in Dongjiang Water Village for all these years was an imposter. The Water Tribesman had failed to uncover Jinnah's true identity for nearly 2 decades. His disguise skills were indeed remarkable, I awkwardly remarked. What a pity, there is no Lian Shan here, only weathered shells. Jinnah sighed in resignation. I know. I have visited this place several times and found no trace of the Lian Shan. However, things are different now. Yet as he spoke, his expression suddenly turned frigid. Witnessing such a demeanor made me anxious, and my heart raced. In an instant of distraction, Jinnah lunged toward me once more. Instinctively, I dodged, only to realize his target was not me, but the 2 statues behind the treasure chest. Jinnah's demeanor remained unchanged. Yet his eyes grew colder as he leapt onto the heads of the statues, striking them repeatedly. The 2 statues began to stir as if brought to life, causing the ground beneath my feet to tremble. I watched in awe as they slowly raised their weapons to strike the ground, producing earth-shattering booms that reverberated through the chamber, creating cracks that rapidly expanded, forming a gaping pit approximately 2 meters in diameter. Both Jinnah and I found ourselves within the confines of this pit, unable to escape, plummeting directly downward, stones raining upon my face, my vision fading to darkness. When I opened my eyes again, the smoke had cleared, and I found myself in a secret chamber, facing a large stone door that swung wide open, a sinister wind blowing from within. From behind the door, I suddenly heard an exuberant laugh. Ha ha. Without any effort on my part, I have finally obtained the long-lost manual, Lianshan E. Now, the leader will no longer be angry. Surely, he will reward me with an antidote. The hardships of these past 20 years have finally come to an end. It was Jinnah's voice. The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an irate outburst. Damn it, it's a book with no words? Oh heavens, what trickery is this? Fine, since you choose to mock me so, I shall destroy this place. Jinnah's face darkened with fury as he shouted, then furrowed his brow, lifting a stone table in the room and hurling it against the wall, that I couldn't help but marvel at his immense strength. The chamber trembled as if an earthquake had struck, the sound of cracking walls sending chills down my spine, eliciting a sense of dread. I realized Jinnah was indeed furious. It appeared he intended to demolish the entire structure. He seemed mad with rage, and I needed to flee quickly. Just as I entertained this thought, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted in my ears, as if the chamber were on the brink of collapse. Crumbling wall plaster fell away, revealing several clay warrior figures, each armed with golden weapons. Standing immobile as mountains, Jinnah's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the water tribesmen who constructed this secret chamber had installed guardian figures. Now awakened, one particularly massive figure wielded a gleaming black blade, its blade flickering with ghostly blue flames. These warriors slowly advanced toward Jinnah, and some even approached me, clearly unable to distinguish friend from foe, perceiving us both as intruders threatening the ancient tomb. For a moment, I hesitated, contemplating my escape, but the clay warrior swiftly lunged at me with its speared eye. In that critical moment, the protective barrier of the blood skeleton activated, and a red shadow burst forth from within me, instantly shattering the clay warrior. Although these guardians appeared fierce and formidable, they were merely crafted from clay. In the eyes of the blood skeleton, they were nothing more than weaklings. Jinnah conjured a dark mist in his hands, which quickly shot forth, striking the throats of the clay warriors. Though he practiced the dark arts, he belonged to the realm of the mysterious and could discern that these guardians were not ordinary automatons controlled by machinery, nor mere blood puppets, but rather corpse puppets. Similar to the corpse drivers of Shaanxi, these zombies moved due to a breath of life within them, and the same held true for the corpse puppets. This breath resided in their throats. If one were to destroy their throats, the breath would escape. Thus, Jinnah deliberately targeted the clay warriors' throats, rupturing them and rendering the guardians lifeless stone figures. Only the leading clay warrior continued to wield its blade with unwavering precision, executing its strikes with an uncanny grace, as though programmed by nature itself, its movements powerful and awe-inspiring. However, its footwork followed a specific pattern, steady and precise, as if it were a machine. Initially, it gained the upper hand with its formidable strength. Nevertheless, after a brief skirmish, Jinnah quickly discerned its next move, evading and waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. Gradually, Jinnah gained the advantage, had he not been unable to locate the clay warrior's vital point. The battle would likely have concluded by now. I caught a glimpse of the green-covered book that Jinnah had discarded on the ground, and my brow furrowed slightly, for I could clearly see that the book bore words. How does Jinnah articulate that it is an unreadable tome? I found myself perplexed as I approached and picked up the green cover, only to discover it was a book fashioned from the hides of 3 unknown animals. The skin was worn smooth and thin, and the characters were remarkably clear. These inscriptions were neither oracle bone script nor small seal script. My meager knowledge rendered me unable to comprehend a single character. Even a professor from the prestigious 985 institution would likely be at a loss to decipher the ancient script inscribed upon it. Curiously, though I could not grasp the content of the book. Each character I gazed upon was accompanied by an auditory interpretation in my ears, as if the voice was elucidating the meaning of the words. Bewildered, I instinctively began to recite aloud my astonishment. The colossal clay warrior, upon hearing my voice, seemed to respond to some unseen command, with its movements and strikes undergoing a remarkable transformation. Its pace quickened, and as I observed closely, the pattern of its steps shifted from a plum blossom shape to the Big Dipper, then transformed into a pentagram formation, a myriad of changes as if it were enacting a complex illusionary array. Consequently, its assaults grew increasingly ferocious, while Qian Dong began to struggle, visibly fatigued and pale-ashen. I could not help but feel astonished. Could it be that the words from the book were bestowing some sort of enhancement upon the clay warrior? If so, I resolved to continue reciting and see how long it could sustain itself. Qian Dong was already flushed and drenched in sweat, his physical form wearing down from the prolonged conflict. Yet the clay warrior, impervious to fatigue, relentlessly targeted those intruding upon the hidden chamber. Indeed, Qian Dong was formidable. Yet prolonged combat would inevitably reveal vulnerabilities. In a moment of carelessness, the warrior's blade descended toward him with lethal intent. Qian Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped to evade, but the giant's next strike was already unleashed. The blade cleaved downwards, directly striking his forehead. Qian Dong immediately coughed up blood, his countenance resembling that of a wax figure, trembling and swaying before finally collapsing. Clutching his chest, he glared at me with fury in his final moments. "You wretched boy. I see you clearly now that I will report to the master that you have thwarted his plans. Prepare for your demise." With that, he ceased to breathe. I scoffed inwardly. "You're dead. How will you inform your master?" Yet at that moment, Qian Dong's eyes became lifeless and dull, resembling charred remnants, dissipating into the wind. A chill ran through me as I recalled his last words. "I see you clearly now that I will report to the master that you have thwarted his plans." Could it be that he truly transmitted his sight to the leader of the Julian sect? I gasped inwardly. Is such dark sorcery conceivable? More alarming was that the giant clay warrior did not halt its advance. Steadfastly approaching me, I was taken aback. "No way. I just saved you. You wouldn't dare repay kindness with malice, would you? Stay back. I am your savior. Are you truly intent on slaying me as well?" Unforgiving, but what use were my words to a being of stone? It was merely a clay figure, devoid of human consciousness, destined to mindlessly attack intruders. In an instant, I regretted aiding my surprise. The colossal clay warrior knelt before me. Enlightenment dawned upon me. It was offering gratitude for my earlier intervention, towering and imposing. Even in a kneeling position, it was nearly at eye level with me. I was taken aback as it raised its blade above its head in a gesture of reverence, pondering. Could it be that it intends to gift me its treasured sword? The blade radiated a fierce glow, and I could discern ancient characters inscribed upon it. Spirit-slaying blade. The name held an air of grandeur, undoubtedly a legendary artifact. However, the blade, when upright, reached my shoulder and, according to Ailao, weighed over 70 pounds, far beyond my capacity to wield. I took a step back, scratching my head as I said, "This blade is far too precious. I merely happened to save you and am unworthy of such a grand gift." The clay warrior remained silent, steadfastly maintaining its offering posture. Yet, to my astonishment, the spirit-slaying blade began to undergo an unexpected transformation. A ghostly luminescence enveloped the blade, and a chilling azure flame gradually emerged, flickering with starlight, as if to suggest divine protection over it. Soon, the ethereal flames ignited the clay warrior's body, and the torches flared with ominous shadows, enveloping the figure in a greenish blaze, radiating a spectral glow as it gradually became insubstantial, ultimately merging into a stream of azure vapor that entered my brow. Suddenly, a wave of disorientation swept over me, the intensity of dizziness rendering me incapable of standing, compelling me to rub my forehead in vain. Eventually, I collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized both the giant clay warrior and the spirit-slaying blade had vanished. No, the warrior was indeed gone, but the blade remained, present within my mind, that I could distinctly sense its presence, the blade emanating a fiery aura capable of vanquishing evil spirits, just like a plot twist from a web novel. It had transformed into a system-bestowed boon for the protagonist. Following this, I attempted to summon the spirit-slaying blade, and in an instant, it was firmly in my grasp. The blade now felt utterly weightless, devoid of any effort required to wield it. Moreover, as the azure flames continued to flicker, the blade, once black, had completely transformed into a translucent cloud-like hue, glimmering with stellar brilliance that it was both formidable and stylish. If placed within an online game, the spirit-slaying blade would undoubtedly be a coveted artifact. I pondered why the giant clay warrior chose to embed the blade within my consciousness, knowing full well its power to slay all malevolent entities. Additionally, I remained unclear about the origins of this colossal clay figure. After much contemplation, I surmised it was likely connected to the ancient script I had recited. If I were not mistaken, the creator of this text, Lianshan, must be the master of the clay warriors. Lianshan is an ancient text from the era of the Flame Emperor, yet it was not authored by the emperor himself. I speculated it was perhaps composed by one of his adept water sorcerers, with the clay warriors being their creations. Upon hearing my recitation of the master's incantation, the clay warrior regarded me as its master and offered me the spirit-slaying blade. All my deductions seemed plausible. However, one question lingered. Why was I the only one able to perceive the text within the book? This enigma perplexed me. I was deep in thought. A voice from above broke through. "Guling, are you still there?" I promptly replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine." The distance from the surface was over 20 meters, and I was unsure why I had not perished from a fall. I surmised it might be related to the blood skeleton. Anhai's voice grew less frantic. "Hold on. I'll pull you up with a safety rope." His injuries were not severe, having already bandaged himself. However, as he had sustained a shoulder injury, the process of pulling me up caused him considerable pain. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. On our way back, Anhai inquired about what lay beneath the sinkhole. There's a hidden chamber, and a monster killed Jianan. I played dead, and the creature left without noticing me, I answered vaguely, attempting to quickly gloss over the experience. I would not divulge the matters concerning Lianshan and the spirit-slaying blade to him. What if he deemed them state assets? As for how Anhai would report to the Special Investigation Unit, didn't he still have a few boxes of shell powder? Anhai regarded me quizzically. What kind of monster was it? A stone giant, I replied ambiguously to Anhai's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that it was Pengjie? Who is Pengjie? The legendary stone shaman, capable of transforming stone into humans and vice versa. Anhai explained. It is said that a formidable general from the Kwafu clan during the Flame Emperor's reign stood over 10 feet tall, but met his demise in battle. Pengjie used sorcery to turn that general into a stone figure. Perhaps the stone giant you encountered is indeed that general. Perhaps that I continued to speak vaguely. Anhai proceeded. Rumor has it that this Kwafu general possessed a glowing blade known as the spirit-slaying blade, capable of slaying all supernatural malevolence, including mythical beasts like dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants, not to mention demons and monsters. Tell me, did the stone giant possess a glowing blade? I hastily waved my hands in denial. No. Anhai then chuckled and pressed. "Oh, so you didn't find that copy of Lianshan?" No. Why was this fellow suddenly so talkative? Feeling a bit annoyed, the two of us brought back the lifeless body from the Yellow Sea to the Water Tribe village. And everything that followed went remarkably smoothly. The mystery of Huang Hai's disappearance was finally unraveled, though the adventures we encountered were indeed thrilling and fraught with peril. Fortunately for me, this escapade has come to a close, and the spoils were rather substantial. Aside from the 1 million promised by Huang Tao, which I did not receive, the treasures acquired were plentiful. Upon disembarking the plane, Anhai was quite considerate, arranging for the police's Special Investigation Unit vehicle to escort me back to school, thus saving me a considerable fare. During the ride, I posed a perplexing question to him. Anhai, I have a rather odd inquiry. What is it? After some contemplation, I continue, I'm merely supposing, there exists a book that no one else can see the words in, save for me. What might account for such a phenomenon? I stressed that this was purely hypothetical, Anhai raised an eyebrow and chuckled coldly. So you have stumbled upon a book of blank pages. I hastily waved my hands in denial, insisting, no. I already mentioned it's just a supposition. Don't play coy. And Hai playfully smacked my arm, his tone turning serious. Come on, tell me where you got that book. What is its name? Suddenly, his eyes brightened with a spark of realization as he exclaimed, Oh, I see it now. You must have pilfered an ancient tome from the Water Tribe's Ghost Master, right? You thought since the Ghost Master was on the verge of losing it, you wouldn't have to worry about being caught. Am I right? In that moment, I felt that returning from the case alive alongside a police officer like him was certainly a cause for celebration. Hence, I remarked, and Hai, you truly are deserving of your role in the Special Investigation Unit. In the face of your intellect, my modest cleverness pales in comparison to, Oh, you flatter me, he replied with a grin. I then retrieved the book titled Lianshan E and said, It is indeed this book. Quite peculiar. The members of the Water Tribe cannot perceive any words upon it. Only I can see them. And Hai flipped through the 3 sheets of dried animal skin, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he murmured, Indeed, it appears to have no inscriptions, so what you see written on it? Nothing much, just some astronomical and calendrical matters, fairly ordinary. I casually responded, wanting to avoid leaving any room for a suspicion. Thus, I refrained from mentioning the auditory guidance regarding the written words, and Hai returned the animal skins to me, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Well, I must congratulate you. Your fate is indeed unique. Perhaps you have glimpsed the legendary upper language that I was puzzled. What is the upper language? It is the script left behind by ancient immortals, and Hai elucidated. The celestial beings, for various reasons, wish to disclose their writings to mortals, but do not desire everyone to see them, as that would reveal heavenly secrets. Thus, they cast enchantments upon the text, allowing only those with fortune to perceive it. In our mystical sect, those who can read the upper language are truly exceptional talents. Some may see the words but fail to comprehend them. At such times, the immortals may descend with the upper sounds to aid in understanding. Essentially placing the path of cultivation right before them, a shiver ran down my spine. It dawned on me that the voice, which had reminded me of the contents of Lianshan, must indeed be the upper sounds of the immortals. I truly had not anticipated receiving such divine favor in this lifetime, and the thought filled me with a slight thrill. I reveled in my good fortune. And Hai interjected, Of course, this is merely one possibility. Another is that you have been bound. Bound? His words left me astonished, and I gazed at him in confusion. But aren't you a horse whisperer? Don't they all have to undergo the binding test? And Hai clarified, What I mean by bound refers to the binding in the spring rite. Oh, I see. I recalled my experience of binding when Qin Feng Taoist had taken me to the altar. It felt as if I were both numb and electrified. That sensation was still vivid in my memory. I nodded to Hai. Indeed, I have undergone the binding. And Hai stroked his chin, deep in thought. To be honest, I am a practitioner of Taoism, and my understanding of the neighboring practices is rather limited. It is said in the world of wanderers that disciples who have undergone binding are deemed to have emerged and may begin to offer services to others, whether it be guiding spirits to wealth or investigating debts and misdeeds, what you disciples refer to as starting a business. In my view, you possess the ability to assist others. It is commonly said that horse whisperers are particularly accurate in their first 3 years. After being bound, they can begin to earn. Unlike us Taoists, who must endure various trials to achieve mastery. I pondered this and gradually nodded, though soon my brow furrowed again. But isn't my binding rather swift? It is said that once a horse whisperer's binding is opened, it is akin to being reborn. Yet, the process of binding is intricate and lengthy, a path fraught with challenges that disciples must inevitably endure. The duration of binding can vary greatly, ranging from days to months, or even years. Yet, I had accomplished it in mere minutes. It was as if I had bypassed the threshold entirely and ascended straight to the BED. It was indeed astonishing. I had never envisioned that I would become such an adept so swiftly. And I felt a surge of excitement akin to a downtrodden person suddenly rising to prominence. Be able to undergo binding in mere minutes. Is that not the mark of a prodigy? Throughout my life, I had always been rather unremarkable that I envied those who excelled in their studies. Those who sang beautifully, those who painted exquisitely, and those who ran swiftly. Everyone seeks recognition, and I too longed for a moment where others would envy me. Alas, I lacked in all 5 aspects of virtue, wisdom, physique, beauty, and labor. Last, I could finally give others a reason to envy me. That IT truly resonates with the saying, even tiles have their day to turn over. Can a downtrodden person not rise against the odds? As the thick clouds dispersed and sunlight streamed onto my face, which bore a hint of glee, I still harbored some doubts, and since I've already undergone binding. Why is it that I can only see ghostly shadows but not their true forms? Is it a matter of insufficient cultivation? And I displayed a look of resignation and replied, Brother, let me be frank with you. My own cultivation is not high, and I am not well versed in our own practices, let alone those of neighboring schools. IT would be ideal to have an experienced practitioner to guide you. But unfortunately, that is not the case now. He shook his head and bid me farewell. I, too, returned to school. It occurred to me that I had been away from school for 10 days. As I approached the school gates, I was astonished to see a notice posted on the dispatch room door, titled Demolition Notice, that I could hardly contain my excitement. The school was to be demolished, and I would no longer have to attend. In the past, whenever such a scenario arose, I would inevitably find myself in a state of joy followed by sorrow, waking from my dream. But now, my dream had come true. I inquired with the security guard in the dispatch room, Is this notice genuine? Is the school truly set for demolition? The guard nodded. After the winter break, they will demolish the teaching buildings. And next year, you will move to a new campus. A new campus. In an instant, I felt a surge of impulse to strike him, but ultimately chose mercy. After all, it is not that I fear being struck, but rather the potential consequences if he were to retaliate. Should he falter in his judgment, it would be my misfortune. If he would be harmed, then I would find myself in a perplexing predicament. Where is the new campus? In Xiqing, he replied. I was taken aback. That's quite far. Indeed, with the current shortage of students, the county's high schools are merging, and the new site will combine several schools. The guard looked at me with a hint of envy as he explained. Now you will truly be fortunate. I've heard that the new teaching buildings are well equipped, with heating, running water, dormitories, bathrooms, and toilets all included, designed to model after the prestigious universities in big cities like 985 and 211. Unlike here, where we still have to rely on coal stoves in winter and frequently experience power outages. Fortunate, the distance from Xiqing to the county town, near Gajiafan, exceeds 100 kilometers. A round trip would likely consume half a day. Not only has the travel expense increased significantly, but I must also prepare more provisions. It seems that my life as a student is nearing its conclusion. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I stepped through the school gates. The sound of exercises echoed through the loudspeaker, prompting me to deliberately slow my pace, ensuring that I arrived in the classroom just as class was dismissed. My only 2 friends, Fatty and Dog 9, greeted my return with palpable excitement. Ji Yuling, I heard something happened at your home. What is going on? Dog 9 inquired with genuine concern. His question momentarily caught me off guard. As I had almost forgotten that I had fabricated an excuse to take a leave, I managed a somewhat awkward smile and, feigning mystery, replied, I didn't go back to Gajiafan. I was off on an adventure. Dog 9, intrigued, asked, What kind of adventure? Where did you go? I clasped my hand behind my back and said, To the Shui people, have you heard of them? Both shook their heads, given the school's remote and isolated location. Their ignorance of the outside world was hardly surprising. Moreover, the Shui people are a lesser-known ethnic minority. Fatty bent over, rummaging through his canvas bag, his eyes clearly filled with disappointment. From one perspective, my trip to Qian province was not entirely in vain. Yet financially, it was a complete loss. The promised 1 million yuan, in light of Huang Tao's demise and Jingang's betrayal, was now a distant dream. The so-called treasure of Yan Emperor I had painstakingly sought turned out to be nothing more than some shells. However, the bright side remained. I had acquired the killing spirit blade, and Lianshan, as the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. With the knowledge gained from Lianshan and the power of the killing spirit blade, how can I not earn a living? Seeing no profit to be had, Fatty glanced at Dog 9 and made a gesture as though he were about to leave. Sensing it was time to reveal my trump card, I pulled out the phone On High had gifted me and said, Take a look at this. The moment Dog 9 and Fatty laid eyes on the Apple phone, astonishment washed over their faces. Fatty's eyes nearly bulged out, and he exclaimed, "An intelligent phone! Where on earth did you get this? Let me see." He snatched the phone from my hand without hesitation. "What the heck? It's an iPhone 6. "What is an iPhone 6? I asked, slightly furrowing my brow. "It's an Apple phone, worth several thousand yuan." Dog 9 explained that I heard someone even sold a kidney just to buy this model. Reflexively, I cover my side. Feeling a chill run down my spine, to sell one's kidney for a fleeting sense of superiority and vanity is a truly horrifying and despicable act. "Who bought an iPhone 6? Came a sharp voice, and sure enough, it was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao is what one might call a rich second-generation individual in our class. Admittedly, his family's automobile repair shop is just a small-scale operation. Yet in this small county town, it stands out as a flagship store. Among a student body primarily composed of the impoverished, Zhao's family, with assets in the hundreds of thousands, is indeed a rare breed. In our school, the children of wealthy families and the struggling ones have long been divided into two distinct factions, rarely interacting, and when they do, it is often accompanied by mutual ridicule and scorn. Xiao Dahu's round, pockmarked face was etched with disdain as he saw Fatty holding the iPhone 6. A mixture of surprise and envy crossing his features. Dog 9 shot him a glance. "What is it to you? Is it a knockoff?" Xiao Dahu scoffed, reaching out to snatch the phone. Naturally, Fatty would not relinquish it, fiercely protecting his prize. Xiao Dahu huffed in frustration. "I can't believe you poor folks could afford an iPhone 6. Only someone like me deserves to use such a phone." That I looked at his smug expression, my heart heavy with sorrow. Noticing my gaze, Xiao Dahu snapped, "What are you looking at?" "My iPhone 6 is the real deal." I replied earnestly, "My phone is real too." Xiao Dahu, well aware that I neither boast nor lie, furrowed his brows in jealousy, clearly agitated by the fact that I owned an Apple phone, which struck a blow to his inflated sense of pride. "What level are you on to be using the same phone as me?" I retorted. Xiao Dahu sneered, "Do you even know how to use an iPhone 6? Can you video chat? Can you shoot short videos?" "I bet you can only use it as a watch," he derided me, his face a mask of contempt. Yet, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity at his jabs. I truly lacked the skills he mentioned. Only capable of making calls and sending texts. Seeing my silence, Xiao Dahu seized the opportunity to assert his superiority, boasting, "The pinnacle of smartphone use today isn't about spending money. It's about making money with your phone. What is the most profitable thing now? Shooting short videos." He was right. Before the rise of live streaming, shooting short videos had indeed been one of the most lucrative online ventures. Xiao Dahu looked down at me with a sense of pride. "Tomorrow, I'll start shooting short videos and upload them online for people to watch, just like making a movie T1 TB long before I'm a celebrity. When that happens, you'll all be begging for my autograph." Dog 9 spat, "Pa, look at how smug you are. Your writing looks like a dog's paw print. What good is your autograph? Is it going to ward off evil spirits? Guling, don't bother with him. Let him shoot whatever he likes. Let us focus on getting WeChat set up." Xiao Dahu, sneering at our retreating figures, suddenly mocked, "Downloading WeChat will require a hefty amount of data. That stuff is expensive. It costs over 100 just to use it once. You three poor folks have money to waste on that." My heart sank at his words, but I brushed them off, knowing he often boasted and lied to intimidate us. However, once we reached the playground, we fumbled around for quite some time and ultimately failed to download WeChat. Unbeknownst to me, Onhai had inadvertently turned off the mobile data before gifting me the phone. We scratched our heads in confusion, pondering the issue until the class bell rang, leaving me with no choice but to reluctantly stow the phone away and return to class. The following day was the weekend, and there were no classes, leading most students to return home. Dog 9 and Fatty, having stocked up on food and clothes the previous week, opted not to go home. After all, for impoverished rural families, the travel expenses for a round trip are a considerable burden. Upon entering the classroom, I found them enjoying a meal, so I pulled out my own provisions of pickled vegetables and joined them in conversation. In such a remote place, the nighttime life can be quite dull. After eating and with nothing else to do, we arranged our desks and settled in for some sleep in the middle of the night. The door was suddenly flung open with a loud crash. "Get up! Everyone out!" Xiao Dahu's voice boomed, rousing us from our slumber. Dong Nan rubbed his sleepy eyes and cursed. What S with you, you fat pig? Why are you yelling? I need to shoot a video. Everyone out. I noticed Xiao Dahu was accompanied by 5 or 6 others, a mix of boys and girls, and suddenly recalled his earlier claim about making money through video shooting. In my mind, filming was something only stars in big cities could do. Xiao Dahu, with his thick neck and stout build, hardly seemed like someone suited for the arts. While I scoffed internally, I was also keenly interested to see how he intended to shoot videos. After all, I too possess an iPhone 6, and I wanted to join Fatty and Dong Nan in earning money through video shooting. Why should Xiao Dahu profit while we couldn't? I said, you shoot your videos. And we'll sleep. Let us not disturb each other. Xiao Dahu grinned wickedly. Do you know what kind of video we're shooting? I'm afraid it might scare you to death, with a laugh. He continued, we're making a video about inviting a spirit. Fatty trembled with fear, having seen a ghost before and swearing he never wanted to encounter one again. What the hell? You're really twisted. Why shoot something so terrifying? Xiao Dahu shot him a glance. What do you know? In this contemporary digital age, netizens are increasingly drawn to the thrill of the extraordinary, and the phenomenon of the spirit pen has emerged to satiate their cravings for such experiences. Indeed, these supernatural videos have surged in popularity online. Upon uttering this, he turned to the towering figure behind him and instructed, Dabin, have your partner sit at the middle desk. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by another girl, Zhu Yuan, who expressed her discontent, saying, Xiao Dahu, didn't you promise I could play the lead role? Xiao Dahu shot a scornful glance at Zhu Yuan and retorted, how can you compare to Dabin's partner? Dabin has generously sponsored me with 6 bottles of mineral water, 5 packets of spicy strips, and 4 bags of licorice apricots. What can you offer? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of Xiao Dahu, who seemed to have mastered the art of manipulation without even having fully matured. Zhu Yuan continued to grumble, lamenting the unfairness of this covert arrangement. Xiao Dahu paid her no mind, glancing at his phone. It was already 11 p.m. As the saying goes. When the hour of the ghost arrives, the spirits stir. Spirit pen, summon me in the mirror. This hour is believed to harbor the strongest malevolent energies. And past this time, the entities summoned are anything but ordinary. This legend circulates widely among the populace, with believers keen to avoid it. Xiao Dahu and his companions, however, remained blissfully ignorant, driven solely by their pursuit of profit. Eagerly awaiting the witching hour to tempt fate, he instructed Dabin's partner, Guan Man, to sit beside the desk, where a sheet of white paper lay, inscribed with the words yes and no on either side. Opposite Guan Man sat Xiao Dahu's girlfriend, Yining Gran. Both women were striking, with Guan Man possessing a graceful figure and Yining Gran exhibiting stunning beauty, making them quite the allure in their school. Alas, such beauty often falls prey to the uninspired. Their hands overlapped, a red pencil placed perpendicularly between them. It must be said that they both appeared quite photogenic. The classroom fell silent, the atmosphere turning palpably tense. Guan Man and Yining Gran instinctively entered a trance, taking deep breaths that I observed their every move in the ritual to summon the spirit pen, mentally noting each step. Soon, they reached the final incantation. With their hands crossed, they bowed their heads and chanted, Spirit pen, you are my past life. I am your present. If you wish to continue our connection, please draw a circle on the paper. At that moment, an inexplicable chill swept through the room, sending the curtains billowing that a sense of foreboding washed over me. And I thought, oh no, something might go awry. Yet Xiao Dahu felt no unease. Instead, he perceived this as a sign of divine favor, his expression brimming with excitement. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. After a brief interval, the wind subsided, the curtains returned to their place, and a shadow seemed to manifest dimly within. None of the attendees noticed this. They remained oblivious. The shadow flickered momentarily before vanishing. Guan Man and Yining Gran remained fixated on the pen, which appeared to move of its own accord across the paper. As it traced its first stroke, Yining Gran suddenly let out a scream. I remained still, Guan Man. Is your hand moving? Guan Man trembled, shaking her head in denial. No, my hand is still. How can the pen move on its own? My heart raced as I thought, good heavens, could it be that the spirit pen has truly been summoned? Yining Gran in a panic, shouted at Zhao Dahu, "Zhao Dahu, stop filming. This is too strange, perhaps due to his distance or a lack of insight." Zhao Dahu remained oblivious to the bizarre happenings, instead marveling, "You two possess quite the acting talent. It looks so real." Dabin, standing behind him, began to sense something amiss and urged Zhao Dahu, "They don't seem to be acting. Could it be that the spirit pen is real?" Guan Man's voice grew increasingly laced with fear. "It must be. What should we do? We have to get out of here." The two spoke in unison. "I can't move." No sooner had they spoken than Zhao Da's phone suddenly went dark, plunging the room into complete darkness. "What the hell? Why is my phone dead so quickly?" Zhao Dahu complained. "They say the sixth sense drains battery life. So I charged it fully. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. How can it be malfunctioning?" He anxiously rubbed the screen until, 5 minutes later, the phone flickered back to life. Only then did Zhao Dahu exhale in relief. Rolling his eyes at the two terrified, bewildered actresses, what rotten luck. The filming was going so well, and now the phone fails. "Wait for me a moment while I fix it, and we can continue shooting." Yiningran, exasperated, exclaimed, "Filming a ghost. Help me up." Zhao Da chuckled, "Indeed, we're filming a ghost. Don't act for now. I haven't even captured the scene yet." Dog Gio found Zhao Dahu's obliviousness rather amusing, even at such a critical juncture. He still thought about filming. He completely failed to sense the eerie atmosphere surrounding them. Noticing the others looking at him quizzically, Zhao Dahu erupted, cursing, "You're all a bunch of cowards. I brought you here to film, and you're all whining. Don't you want to make money? Don't you want to be famous? A bunch of useless fools." I watched him in disbelief. I had intended to warn Zhao Dahu that he had indeed summoned the spirit pen and that he needed to flee quickly, as danger was imminent. However, it is difficult to reason with the damned. For someone like Zhao Dahu, who was blinded by greed, being haunted by a ghost seemed a fitting fate. Observing the situation, it was clear that Zhao Dahu would continue to encourage Guan Man and Yin Ningran in their summoning ritual. A spirit pen had already been called forth, but with so many individuals present, the strong yang energy kept the ghostly figure hidden. Once the yin energy surpassed the yang, no spiritual measures would be needed. Everyone would behold the malevolent spirit. At that point, chaos would reign. I even began to anticipate that moment, wishing to snack on some seeds while I watched. However, it was likely that the three of us would not witness such a scene. I tugged at Dog Gio and the fatty, saying, "Do you both remember that time we watched an outdoor movie with a ghost?" The two exchanged alarmed glances, nodding in recognition, their faces paling. That it seemed they too sensed the sinister atmosphere. Reminiscent of that fateful day that I declared, "I believe something terrifying is about to occur. We should leave." Dog Gio and the fatty nodded in agreement, descending from the desk with me. Zhao Dahu inhaled deeply and addressed the white paper on the desk. "Are you the spirit pen? If so, please write a word on the paper." As he spoke, a sycophantic smile adorned his face, his expression brimming with anticipation, exuding a reckless bravado. Yet, after a tense silence of several seconds, the pen remained utterly still. "You see, I told you there was nothing to worry about," Zhao Da boasted. "The previous markings were made by Nien Gran and the others. There is no such thing as a spirit pen in this world. Everyone, relax and let us continue filming. Making money isn't easy." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the classroom, sending several sheets of white paper flying from the desk. Simultaneously, the doors and windows of the classroom slammed shut with a resounding bang. The entire room was engulfed in darkness. "What is happening now? You're all useless, incapable of managing even this." Zhao Daha bellowed, "Quickly turn on the lights." With a snap, the lights flickered on, revealing an irate Zhao Dahu directing his anger at the group. Only to suddenly inquire, "Wait, where is Ningran? Where did she run off to? What is going on? Can we still film? Is there no professionalism here?" I frowned and shouted at him, "What are you looking for? Didn't you see the doors were all shut? No one can get out of here." Zhao Dahu smirked, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. "Playing hide and seek? Is it fun? Yiningran, come out." He searched the classroom, and finally, spotting a bulge behind the curtains, he sneered and strode over, pulling the curtain aside. "But why Yiningran? What on earth are you playing at?" However, Zhao Da was startled right after he finished scolding. The person standing behind the curtain was indeed Yiningran, but her demeanor was exceedingly strange. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, she was clad in a school uniform. Yet, we distinctly remembered that Yining Gran had just been wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Yining Gran had her back to the crowd, pressing her head against the wall, repeatedly banging it. Beneath her feet lay a large puddle of water. The air in the classroom grew cold and heavy, permeated with an eerie atmosphere. Zhao Dahua furrowed his brow, genuinely feeling scared at why Yining Gran. Have you been possessed by a ghost? Zhao Dahua rolled his eyes and shouted at her that why Yining Gran did not respond. Continuing to strike her head against the wall, her long hair emitting a faint, fishy smell reminiscent of river water. What the hell, why won't you answer me? Zhao Dahua exclaimed, forcefully gripping Yining Gran's shoulder, attempting to turn her to face him. However, at that moment, Yining Gran's body was as cold and rigid as iron, and even his hefty frame of 180 kilograms could not budge her. Just as Zhao Dahua felt utterly helpless, Yining Gran ceased her head banging and slowly turned her head. Zhao Dahua let out a horrified scream, his eyes trembling violently for a moment, for he saw that Yining Gran had no pupils, her mouth stuffed with mud, and writhing earthworms struggling within her open mouth. Clearly, she had been possessed by a ghost, and my God, there really is a ghost. Zhao Dahua realized too late, retracting his hand in terror. But it was too late to flee. The ghostly Yining Gran clutched his throat tightly, squeezing with such force that Zhao Dahua's eyes reflected sheer terror mixed with despair. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before losing all breath, the classroom erupted in shock at this horrific scene, and everyone instinctively gazed at Zhao Dahua's lifeless face, feeling a chill run down their spines. My heart raced with unease, but in the next moment, I regained my composure. It was imperative to exorcise the evil spirit, so I summoned the soul-slaying blade with my thoughts and struck towards Yining Gran. Of course, I was aware that such a lowly entity as the pen spirit could hardly withstand my blow. While severing the pen spirit was of little consequence, injuring Yining Gran's physical form would indeed bring about karma. Thus, I aimed to strike off target, hoping to intimidate the pen spirit with the flames enveloping the soul-slaying blade. As a result, the azure flames merely grazed Yining Gran, causing her to emit a heart-wrenching scream, her pale, ghostly face contorting in agony. Accompanied by her anguished cries, the lights on the classroom ceiling shattered, plunging the entire room into darkness once more. The female students had already been frightened into screams, and the chubby boy, pale-faced, inquired, Guling, what did you just use to strike Yining Gran? I scanned the surroundings, searching for the ghostly figure, and calmly replied, it was the soul-slaying blade, capable of slaying all demons and evil spirits. Damn, you can exorcise ghosts too? Upon seeing me nod, the chubby boy was incredulous. How come I never noticed this before? Hey, where's your blade? Where did it go? His gaze roamed over me, finally resting on my backside. I smacked the back of his head, saying it's in my mind. The chubby boy looked at me with newfound respect. Impressive. Guling, I never expected you to be so skilled. Your hidden talents could rival those of spy. I forced a smile. Where do you get such flattery? Hurry and see how Yining Gran is doing. Why Yining Gran had just been possessed by the pen spirit, and those who were possessed often faced the dire fate of being taken over entirely. Fortunately, she was merely lightly closing her eyes now, her pupils quivering, her body trembling slightly, resembling someone oppressed by a ghost in their sleep. Moreover, the clothes Yining Gran was currently wearing were no longer the damp school uniform, but rather the previous white t-shirt and jeans. This indicated that the pen spirit that had attached itself to her had already departed. Yet, I remained uncertain whether my strike had shattered the pen spirit's soul. I had heard that once a pen spirit was summoned, it must be promptly sent away. Otherwise, it would haunt the summoner until death. Those with weak constitutions could even be tortured to death, while those with strong yang energy might fall gravely ill. I was worried that if the pen spirit had not perished, it would spell disaster. Of course, I was not afraid of being entangled by the pen spirit, but the others would be in trouble. They were all ordinary people, entirely ignorant of exorcism techniques, making it easy for a malevolent spirit to latch onto them. That a few classmates lifted Yining Gran onto a desk, allowing her to rest temporarily, I mused that the girl in the school uniform we had just seen was most likely the pen spirit summoned by Zhao Dahua tonight. This implied that a student had perished in this school, and in a particularly violent manner, harboring deep resentment. Otherwise, she would not have transformed into a pen spirit. Fortunately, this pen spirit was of low caliber and should have fled by now, seeing me relax. The others also understood that the pen spirit had departed, feeling a collective sense of relief. Dog Geo approached, noticing my momentary distraction, and asked, "Hey, Guling, why are you in a daze?" I snapped back to reality, saying, "The pen spirit that possessed Qian Gran was wearing our school's uniform. Could it be that she was a student here? After her death, her soul could be lingering in the school, and tonight, Zhao Dahua's reckless summoning has drawn her out." Dog Geo shivered in fright, but fully acknowledged my reasoning that so. "There's a ghost in the school?" He asked. "That's not surprising. Public places are often rife with spirits. It's just that they don't manifest due to the heavy yang energy surrounding them. Tonight, Zhao Dahua's reckless summoning has drawn her forth, and I understood. But, are you sure you just killed her?" I shook my head truthfully. "So, the pen spirit is still alive." Dog Geo nearly rolled his eyes in fright. "Guling, why are you so merciful? She's a ghost. Why didn't you kill her?" I scoffed. In that situation, if I'd chosen to slay the pen spirit, then Qian Gran would have died alongside it. The chubby boy exclaimed in terror. "That's it. I heard that summoning a pen spirit is easy, but sending it away is difficult. If you can't send it away, it will haunt the summoner until they are all dead." Dog Geo nearly burst into tears upon hearing this, and the entire classroom looked at me with fear that I knew that at this moment I was their only savior, and they could only view me as their focal point. Guan Man cried out, "The pen spirit is bound to come back. What do we do?" The chubby boy clenched his fists in determination, saying, "Then let's take the initiative and find that pen spirit for Gu Ling to deal with." Guan Man nervously replied, "Then please lure the pen spirit out and let Gu Ling take care of her." The chubby boy was infuriated by this, demanding, "Why should I be the one to lure the pen spirit out?" Guan Man retorted, "Because you have more meat. The ghost will be well fed." The chubby boy shot her a vicious glare. I interjected, "Forget it. The pen spirit is female. She won't want to gain weight, and with the chubby boy's high cholesterol, she probably wouldn't bother haunting him." The chubby boy felt reassured by this, smiling excitedly at me. "Guling, do you know where the pen spirit is hiding?" "I do," Dogju interjected, his tone resolute. "I'm sure she's somewhere in the school." "Duh." Guan Man rolled her eyes at him. "Where in the school is she hiding?" "In the basement, our school's main building basement." Dogju spoke. He looked at everyone mysteriously, asking, "Have you all heard the legend that our school was actually built on the site of an execution ground?" We all looked at him with unease and shook our heads. Dog Geo explained, his voice trembling slightly. "I heard from upperclassmen that in ancient times, our school was a place for exiling prisoners. Many inmates sent here were forced to become slaves, wearing armor for life. Some slave prisoners who committed crimes would have their hands, feet, or heads severed. It is said that those who wore armor would bury the bodies of the slaves on the spot after killing them. And this school was built on the very ground where the bodies were buried." The chubby boy gasped, and Dog Geo continued, "I've also heard that during the Puppet Manchukuo period, this area served as a resting place for railway workers. However, when the workers dug a well for drinking water, they found that what emerged was not water, but blood." "Please, no more," Guan Man interrupted him in a state of alarm. The classroom fell into a hushed panic as the students exchanged furtive whispers. Observing the situation, I swiftly diverted the conversation towards whether we should report to Principal Feng or directly contact the police. It was evident that they were at a loss, each one looking to me for guidance. I suggested, since Principal Feng is not at school and we lack his contact information, perhaps we should first notify the gatekeeper, who can then alert the authorities. This proposal was met with approval. Dog Geo eagerly volunteered to relay the message to the gatekeeper. The others, feeling the ominous presence of Zhao Dahua's lifeless body, decided that lingering in the same room was far too terrifying. And one by one, they exited to other classrooms that I felt compelled to call in high and recount the events surrounding the spirit summoning incident from the previous night. This case was certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary police. It required the intervention of the Special Investigation Unit. I excused myself under the pretext of needing the restroom, then stepped into the corridor to use the phone that Hai had given me. After a few beeps, and Hai answered, his tone tinged with surprise. Jiu Ling. Why are you calling me? Of course, I encountered something bizarre again. I replied, and Hai's voice turned tense. What happened? I explained, it's quite eerie and unfortunate. Several classmates in our class, bored with life, decided to play a spirit summoning game last night. They intended to film it and post it online for profit, but they inadvertently summoned a real spirit. Did someone die? One person did it, and Hai exclaimed, what about the spirit? Has it been sent away? By the way, don't you have the spirit-slaying blade? You could use it to kill it. I replied, it possessed one of my classmates. And I hesitated to act rashly for fear of provoking it further. I merely singed it with a flame, but I cannot ascertain if it was fatal. Of course, it likely survived, and Hai pondered for a moment before advising. The behavior of such malevolent spirits is highly unpredictable. It must be sent away swiftly. Otherwise, it will continue to haunt its summoners until they are all dead. I inquired, what must be done to completely banish the spirit? And Hai responded, first, we need to understand its origins, and then perform a banishment ritual. If the spirit refuses to leave, we must comply with its demands. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Speaking of its origins, it seems that she was a student at our school. As she appeared in a school uniform, and Hai remarked, most spirits are vengeful entities, tethered to this world by deep-seated grudges. Has any student in your school ever met an untimely demise? I was momentarily at a loss for words before admitting. I'm not entirely sure, but I can inquire. After hanging up, Dog Gio and the fatty returned, and I asked them, do either of you recall any instances of students who died under tragic circumstances at our school? Dog Gio blinked a few times and replied, I haven't heard of anyone dying here, but there was a case of a student going missing. Does that count? The fatty interjected, are you referring to Su Lingyue? A frown crossed my face. The name sounded familiar. Suddenly, I remembered that Su Lingyue was a senior 2 years ahead of us, and we had just started school at that time, that I was not well acquainted with the details surrounding her disappearance. But I distinctly recalled the uproar her family caused when they came to the school, creating quite a stir in the community. Eventually, even the police were involved, but despite the school's cooperation, her whereabouts remained a mystery, and the matter was left unresolved. None of us had ever met Su Lingyue, so we could not ascertain whether the entity that possessed Ning Gran was indeed her. Besides, her appearance at that time would be unrecognizable to us now. After a while, the wail of police sirens reached my ears. Peering through the classroom window, I was taken aback to see police vehicles surrounding the school in layers. After all, a death was no trivial matter. Dog Gio, Fatty, come quick! I called them over to the window. Through the glass, I could see Principal Feng approaching the teaching building, accompanied by several police officers, deep in urgent conversation, their expressions grave. Before long, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor staircase. I rushed out to see Principal Feng's figure emerging first, alongside a tall and burly police officer as they made their way toward our classroom. Both wearing serious and tense expressions that it was no surprise that they would come to investigate. Given that one of our classmates had died, a group of individuals in white coats passed by, carrying Zhao Dahua's body covered with a white sheet for the press. Rest assured, Captain Zhao, I will not allow them to find out. Guling, there you are, Principal Feng called. Despite his calm demeanor, his deep-set eyes betrayed a hint of coldness and concern. This is Deputy Captain Zhao from the Municipal Police's Criminal Investigation Team, but he has some questions for you. Don't be afraid. Just speak freely. I was taken aback. It seemed the Deputy Captain himself was personally involved. Clearly, the police regarded this case with utmost seriousness. Yet, I couldn't help but think it was futile. As this matter was beyond the scope of ordinary law enforcement, I nodded obediently. Captain Zhao inquired, are you from Class 2 of Senior Year 3? Yes, I confirmed once. His expression tightened, akin to a sword poised to unsheath, radiating an aura of authority as he pressed. What exactly transpired? How did the individual die? I replied nonchalantly. Zhao Dahua was playing the spirit summoning game and inadvertently summoned a real spirit. He was killed by it. Ridiculous! Captain Zhao admonished me. I am asking you a serious question, not jesting. I frowned. Do I seem like I'm joking? I wasn't the only one who experienced this. The other surviving classmates are in the classroom. You can ask them. Captain Zhao scrutinized me for a moment, incredulity gradually dawning on his face, that I led him into the classroom, where Dog Gio, the fatty, Yining Ran, and Zhu Yuan were huddled together, all bearing expressions of lingering fear. Their faces vividly reflected their terror. I addressed them, "Fatty, Dog Gio, this police officer does not believe that Zhao Dahua was killed by the spirit. Can you tell him that I'm not lying?" Dog Gio managed to muster a semblance of fear. "Officer, Gu Ling is telling the truth. The spirit truly appeared, and we all witnessed it, a female student in a school uniform. Just moments ago, we were discussing how spirits like that can haunt people indefinitely. Those who are possessed can suffer severe illness, or worse that, oh, how terrifying. I wonder if she'll come back." Yiningran's voice trembled with fear. "Dog Gio, please stop talking. I want to go home. I can't stay here any longer." Yiningran whimpered. Dog Gio shot him a glance. "Do you think you can escape something like a ghost?" Yiningran, frightened, half kneeled on the floor, sobbing quietly. Captain Zhao continued to regard us with skepticism, though his tone softened considerably. "You need not be afraid. It is likely that someone is merely playing tricks to frighten you. You are young and inexperienced, which is why you feel scared. No, Captain Zhao, you are mistaken to IT that moment." Principal Feng adjusted his glasses and spoke in a calm, yet earnest tone. "Our school is indeed peculiar, quite sinister." Captain Zhao gazed at Principal Feng in disbelief, taken aback that such a refined school leader would utter such words. "Principal Feng, do you have evidence to support this claim?" Principal Feng's complexion was both pale and grave as he whispered. "In modern society, discussions of the supernatural should be avoided, yet many occurrences in reality cannot be adequately explained by materialism. Take, for instance, the events that happened in this very school." Principal Feng continued, "This teaching building has an alternate name. Building 68.as the name implies. It was constructed in 1968. That era coincided with the fervent campaign against the Four Olds, and the criticism of Lin and Confucius was at its peak, with a declared intent to eradicate all demonic influences. However, it is ironic that the most bizarre and inexplicable events of my life transpired during that very time. The educational building was initially not intended for use as a school, but rather served as the 5-3 Society, an elite organization accessible only to those of high academic standing, essentially a training ground for the privileged echelon of society. I joined the 5-3 Society in 1970 and was assigned here for my studies. Later, the premises were transformed into a secondary school, and I remained to assume the role of principal. That I recall that it was autumn of 1971 when a promising member of the society suddenly fell from grace due to familial circumstances, being labeled a Black 5 categories individual. This term referred to the landowners, wealthy, rightists, counter-revolutionaries, and bad elements, who were the primary targets of denunciation at that time. The member's family was subjected to a raid, and he was isolated within the society. Many distanced themselves from him and even reported his misdeeds. Ultimately, overwhelmed by despair from the mounting pressure, he took his own life by jumping into the well in the basement. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine and glanced anxiously at Principal Feng, whose complexion had grown increasingly pale, his lips drained of color from loss of blood. It was evident that what he was about to reveal would be harrowing. Principal Feng trembled slightly as he spoke. Little did we expect that strange occurrences would soon unfold within the society. First, those who had denounced the member and maliciously gossiped about him mysteriously died. Subsequently, several individuals claimed to have seen the spirit of the deceased member wandering about the premises. They were not lying. Even I had witnessed it firsthand. Thus, I can assure you that this legend is not mere folklore, but a veritable reality. However, during those times, no one dared to speak of these events. Otherwise, the consequences could be more terrifying than encountering a ghost. Later, we learned of an elderly Taoist priest skilled in the supernatural who was imprisoned in a labor camp, and we discreetly convened to discuss whether we should invite him to perform a ritual to exorcise the malevolent spirit, hoping to resolve the matter without drawing attention. Everyone unanimously agreed to this course of action, and so we summoned the old Taoist. Remarkably, he was quite adept. He swiftly dispatched the ghost using a peachwood sword. Yet, mere days later, the ghost of the member reappeared. Reluctantly, we sought the Taoist assistance once more. He speculated that the well water might be cursed and instructed us to retrieve the body from the bottom of the well. Initially, we were terrified, but the fear of being haunted by that wronged spirit drove a few of us, emboldened to descend and retrieve the corpse. That we then had the Taoist conduct a proper burial, performing rituals to ensure peace for the spirit, and after reciting the Jie Yuan Jing, we were finally at ease. Principal Feng recounted the entire ordeal with a distant expression, and I felt my heart race. Dog Gio, did you not mention that our school was once a battlefield? Could that strange well mentioned by Principal Feng be connected to this? Dog Gio blinked in surprise and nodded. It seems likely. People often say that this area of our school is rather cursed. Principal Feng, hands clasped behind his back, stated solemnly, the Education Bureau is aware of the legends surrounding our school. Rest assured, in light of today's events, they will certainly expedite the relocation process for us. Captain Zhao, rendered speechless, remained silent for a considerable time, our words having completely upended his worldview. After a while, he managed a wry smile. You all seem sincere, but this poses quite a dilemma for me. How am I to handle a case involving the supernatural? I rubbed my temples and shook my head. Let's wait for Hai to arrive before deciding. And who is Hai? He inquired. Hai is a member of the Special Investigation Unit, a department dedicated to examining paranormal cases that... I glanced at Captain Zhao. I noticed his expression appeared somewhat blank, seemingly unfamiliar with the Special Investigation Unit. However, he would soon learn of this mysterious and elite department. For just then, Zhao's superior called, informing him that the Special Investigation Unit would soon take over the case and instructed him to cooperate fully. Captain Zhao, not daring to be negligent, promptly hung up the phone and turned to me with a genial smile, saying, Young student, it seems you have a good rapport with the comrades from the Special Investigation Unit. I casually replied, I've worked alongside them in exorcising malevolent spirits. I suppose that counts as a bond. Captain Zhao gazed at me with newfound respect, thumping his chest in assurance that he would fully cooperate in the investigation. I shot him a cold glare, retorting, What can you contribute? Just refrain from complicating matters. Feeling belittled by a mere child, Captain Zhao was left feeling disgruntled but dared not argue, merely managing a forced chuckle in response. With the occurrence of such a grave incident, the students had little desire to attend classes, and we spent the morning in idle leisure. At tea lunchtime, I retrieved my provisions, intending to prepare a meal in the cafeteria. Just as I turned, I noticed Ning Ran placing a fragrant box of braised pork rice on my desk. Ji Yuling, don't bother with the cafeteria. I bought you some braised pork rice. Hurry and eat it while it's hot. I was taken aback and surprised as I approached. Ning Gran's delicate, fair hand had already opened the box, and irresistible aroma wafted through the classroom, revealing it to be the deluxe version, complete with char siu, lap chong, and a marinated egg. For someone like me, who had been sorely lacking in meat, this bowl of braised pork rice was a culinary masterpiece. I could not help but swallow hard at why Ning Gran offered me chopsticks with a gentle smile. Go on, eat. I stared at her in astonishment. After 3 years of being classmates, this was the first time I had witnessed such a side of Ning Gran. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. Suddenly, a hand snatched the chopsticks away, and I turned to see Dog Gio, his expression serious and tense. Ji Yuling, when has Ning Gran ever treated you so well? This is too good to be true. It must be a ruse. I fear there might be something wrong with that box of rice. Let me taste it first. He moved to take a bite. I shouted, Get lost. All right then. Dog Gio replied awkwardly, retreating as I pondered the situation. Looking at Ning Gran's hopeful eyes, I discerned a pleading expression and asked, Is there something you want from me? Ning Gran smiled coyly. You're quite astute. I do have a favor to ask. Can I sleep with you tonight? I nearly choked on my food. Was it really so sudden to propose such a thing without any warning? Are modern female classmates so bold? Ning Gran quickly realized her choice of words was inappropriate and added, Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to sleep beside you for a night. Not in that sense. Of course, she found herself increasingly flustered as she stumbled over her words. Her face flushed. I thought to myself, could it be that she fears being tormented by the pen spirit and wishes to have some protection, yet remains a maiden? But then I dismissed the notion. Ning Gran had previously been Zhao Da's girlfriend, so it was unlikely she was still an innocent. Clearly, she was aware of my abilities to exorcise spirits and sought my protection. Calmly, I took a bite of the braised pork rice and said, I understand your request. You wish for me to protect you from the pen spirit's wrath, Yi Ning Gran nodded vigorously in agreement. I changed my tone, raising my voice. Well, such a matter cannot be resolved with just a box of braised pork rice. At the tea, the very least, I require a more substantial meal for the evening. I can make do with this for lunch, but tonight I want KFC with a cola and ice, just like the bucket that Zhao Dahu tempted me with last time. The IS at the family bucket? I inquired, and no problem, Yi Ning Gran readily agreed. And I expect Dog Gio and Fatty to each have a bucket as well. Why Yi Ning Gran's expression faltered slightly. I then recalled all the delicious foods I had heard of. I also want donkey meat pancakes, a bowl of lamb pao ma, paired with a cup of coffee. Why Yi Ning Gran grimaced. If it's that much, I might not be able to afford it. Oh, then forget it, I replied coldly, suggesting, in that case, you can sleep between Dog Gio and Fatty tonight. One of them has a penchant for releasing gas, while the other has a habit of grinding his teeth, creating such an unpleasant sleeping environment that even a spirit might be repelled. You might as well make do with it. Yi Ning Gran, her face contorted with disdain, suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered, Zhao Dahua has a bank card, and I know the password. I furrowed my brow slightly and solemnly shook my head, saying, that doesn't seem right. Zhao Dahua is already deceased. Taking it without permission would be tantamount to theft, and besides, he still owes me money. Yi Ning Gran calmly stated that she found the bank card in Zhao Dahua's backpack. And together we exited the school gates. Upon locating an ATM, Yi Ning Gran promptly withdrew all of the over 2,000 yuan from the card in one go, and then handed it all to me. For someone like me, who is rather impoverished, 2,000 yuan is indeed a significant fortune. However, after searching for quite some time, we were unable to find a KFC in the county. Ultimately, Yi Ning Gran led me to a fast food establishment called Wallace, solemnly informing me that this was the equivalent of KFC. She also mentioned that the KFC Zhao Dao bought was from here, in this county. This was considered KFC. I was somewhat taken aback. Despite searching both inside and out multiple times, I had not seen the words KFC anywhere. Perhaps the chef for KFC was named Wallace. After all, isn't Western cuisine typically prepared by foreigners? I believe my speculation to be valid. Fortunately, the items sold inside were indeed the same as those Zhao Dahua had purchased. Carrying our large haul, Yi Ning Gran and I returned to the school. As soon as we stepped through the gates, we noticed a crowd gathered near the teaching building, making quite a commotion and discussing something. They were all pointing at the rooftop, exclaiming in shock, "Oh no, someone really is about to jump." It seemed to be from class 2 of the senior year. Our school's teaching building is only 3 stories tall, so we could clearly see the general outline of the person standing on the roof. Goodness, it was actually Dabin. A chill ran down my spine, and an ominous premonition surged within me. Why on earth would Dabin want to jump? Could it be that he was possessed again? I hastily discarded the Wallace bag and rushed towards the rooftop, panic-stricken. Although my relationship with Dabin was rather ordinary, I certainly did not wish for his demise. Upon reaching the rooftop, I saw several teachers attempting to persuade Dabin, yet none dared to step closer. Dabin stood rigidly at the edge, like a wooden post, completely unresponsive to the teacher's attempts to console him. His foot dangled precariously, and the scene was exceedingly dangerous. It appeared he was about to fall. Finally, one teacher made a bold move, rushing forward to grab Dabin's arm. Another physical education teacher quickly joined in to assist. The 2 teachers clung tightly to Dabin, trying to pull him back. However, Dabin remained utterly unmoved. His large frame belied a weak constitution, and 2 adult men should have easily been able to bring him back. It was indeed a strange situation. But as I stood there anxiously contemplating how to help, I suddenly noticed that the movements of the teacher's arms were exceptionally peculiar. I had initially thought the 2 teachers were desperately trying to pull Dabin back. Yet upon closer inspection, I was astonished to discover that it was Dabin who had a firm grip on both male teachers, as if shackling them in place. Something was amiss with Dabin. I paused momentarily and shouted, "Let him go! Dabin is possessed by a spirit. He is devoid of humanity." At that moment, Dabin suddenly turned to look at me, his face paling dramatically, revealing a bizarre and terrifying smile. Undoubtedly, the spirit that had taken hold of him was the same one from last night. Hence, she not only desired Dabin's death, but aimed to drag down the 2 teachers as well. My mind raced as I quickly summoned the spirit slaying blade and swung it towards Dabin. If Dabin was indeed possessed, He would now be considered a malevolent entity and would surely be vulnerable to the flames of the spirit-slaying blade. To my surprise, Dabin did not flinch. The moment the flames of the blade touched his body, they ignited with a wild fervor. The sound of sizzling filled the air. Indeed, in an instant, Dabin's pale arms were engulfed in smoke as he cried out in pain, finally releasing his grip. Enveloped in smoke, the skin on his arms had been charred beyond recognition, but a wave of dread washed over me as I realized that the Dabin standing before me was no longer human. My classmate had long since perished. Yet, in that critical moment, as he teetered on the brink of falling, I rushed forward and desperately grasped him. After all, it would be quite gruesome to witness his body splatter upon impact. However, to my astonishment, the instant my hand made contact with Dabin, he seized me with a vice-like grip. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly seemed to exert all his strength, pulling me into an embrace that felt like a binding shackle. His face, twisted in agony, morphed into a triumphant grin, malicious and ghastly that a chill coursed through me. I realized with dismay that the spirit had not yet vacated Dabin's body. She had endured the searing pain of the spiritual flames, biding her time until I intervened to rescue him, only to turn the tables on me. Did she not fear being consumed by the flames? I attempted to withdraw my hand, but it was already too late. Dabin had yanked me down with him. Not only that, but Dabin suddenly flipped over in midair, pinning me beneath him. With his weight combined with the force of gravity, I feared I would be crushed into a pulp. The sound of rushing air filled my ears as Dabin's arms coiled around me like thick ropes, leaving me no opportunity to escape. In that critical moment, a dense red mist materialized before my chest. From within the red fog, a pair of powerful skeletal claws emerged, digging into the ground like a jack supporting a heavy load, rising over 1/2 meter in height to onlookers. It appeared as though I was being suspended in midair by a swirling red mist. Akin to lying upon a crimson cloud, the campus erupted in gasps of astonishment, as if my classmates were cheering for me. Yet, I could not afford to dwell on their reactions. I tilted my body and rolled off the red mist. At this point, Dabin's body was utterly devoid of vitality, heavy and lifeless. This indicated that the spirit had departed from him. Gazing at his corpse, a wave of sorrow washed over me, nearly causing me to bite my lip in frustration that Dabin was undeniably dead. This was an irrefutable truth. Thankfully, my efforts had preserved his body, preventing it from becoming unrecognizable during burial, and astonishingly, not one drop of blood was spilled. Had Dabin actually fallen from the rooftop, his body would have undoubtedly been a bloody mess, shattered beyond repair. In such a case, he would be doomed to a vengeful reincarnation, likely returning as a malevolent spirit in his next life. As a classmate, this was the least I could do to AT that moment. Go Jio and Pang Zi rushed over, and together we watched as the ambulance transported Dabin's body away, while our classmates lingered at the school gates. Reluctant to leave, many were whispering among themselves, their conversations revolving around the haunting rumors surrounding the school. Although Principal Feng had diligently suppressed the tales of the spirit, there are no secrets that remain hidden, and the story began to spread. Particularly, Dabin's death intensified our collective fear and anxiety. We were all too aware of the legend of the spirit. If she were not banished, all who participated in summoning her would meet their demise one by one. With Zhao Dahua and Dabin dead, the next likely victims could very well be Ningran and Guanman, although the three of us had not directly participated in the summoning ritual. We had all been present at the scene, making us inescapably tainted by the ensuing consequences. Just then, Yin Gran approached, clutching the Wallace bag, seemingly feigning concern as she said to me, "Guling, you nearly scared me to death when you fell from the rooftop just now." She placed a hand on her chest, her voice trembling with feigned anxiety. Observing her insincere demeanor, I couldn't help but mock her poor acting skills internally, forcing a smile on my face. This woman was indeed fair-skinned, but her heart was as dark as lotus ink. Now that she viewed me as her lifeline, she treated me with care and concern. Once the danger had passed, I suspected she would forget my name entirely. Why, Ningran then inquired, "By the way, what was that red mist emanating from you just now?" I blinked in confusion. "Red mist, the one that enveloped you. I believe I saw a skeleton lying within it." She stammered, her voice quaking to "ITS a protective spell." Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, I responded with a semblance of indifference, my peripheral vision catching sight of Anhai's vehicle idling at the school gate. Ning Gran nodded obediently, uttering, "Oh." By this time, Anhai had exited the car, and upon noticing me, a flicker of amusement graced his features. Today, he was not clad in a suit, but rather donned the uniform designated for missions by the Special Investigation Department. However, upon observing my furrowed brow, his smile faltered, replaced by a look of tension as Anhai entered the campus. He cast glances at the students who were watching us, a hint of perplexity lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Guling, what has transpired at your school?" he inquired, an undercurrent of unease evident in his tone. Just a moment ago, the spirit of the pencil appeared again that I possessed my classmate, Dabin, compelling him to leap from a height. I replied. Anhai's expression shifted to one of shock as he asked, "Did your classmate Dabin also partake in the summoning of the pencil spirit?" I clarified, he was present at the time, but did not directly participate in the ritual. Anhai's brows knitted tightly as he asserted, "That still counts as participation. Anyone present, regardless of their involvement in the summoning, is considered part of the ritual." His voice brimmed with concern as he continued, "It seems this pencil spirit is indeed unwilling to release you, that it is likely that it will not rest until all those who were present that day are ensnared." Ning Gran and Go Jio were both gripped by fear, exclaiming, "What should we do? We must find a way to send it away." And Hai pressed on, "Who else was present during the summoning ritual?" I responded, "In addition to us, there was Zhu Yuan. However, I just heard the principal recounting the school's dark history, mentioning a peculiar well in the basement that I wonder if it is connected to the pencil spirit." I glanced at Go Jio, who nodded in agreement, saying, "I suspect there is indeed a connection. By the way, Uncle from the Special Investigation Department, do you know how to send the pencil spirit away?" A glimmer of determination crossed in Hai's glasses as he replied, "This is not difficult. We simply need to conduct the sending off ritual once more. However, we must ascertain the identity of the pencil spirit and her lingering wishes." "Guling, have you uncovered the identity of the pencil spirit?" In a hesitant tone, I replied, "The only missing female student from our school is Su Lingwei, but I cannot be certain that the pencil spirit is her. Unfortunately, I have been unable to identify any of the other students who perished here." Anhai nodded. "Very well. We shall conduct the ritual tonight and inquire if the pencil spirit is indeed Su Lingwei." Suddenly, Go Jio expressed his apprehension. "But isn't the pencil spirit summoned at the stroke of midnight? I fear I may not survive until then." His concern was not unfounded. We had all been ensnared by the pencil spirit, which could strike at any moment. Just as the sun had yet to set, Dabin had already been possessed. I pondered for a moment before instructing him, "Go fetch Zhu Yuan. We must all gather at this critical juncture." While Go Jio went to find Zhu Yuan, Anhai continued, "Did you not mention that there is an eerie well in your school's basement? In truth, it is not only the well that is peculiar. Your school is built upon a site steeped in malevolence." I responded, "I am aware. Go Jio mentioned that our school once served as a battlefield in ancient times." Anhai shook his head. "That is merely a legend. The reality is quite different." That he then opened his laptop, revealing, "Last night, I accessed extensive historical data on your school through the Special Investigation Department's database. Approximately 500 years ago, your school was the residence of the renowned Taoist Feng Ji." "Who is Feng Ji?" I asked, furrowing my brow in confusion. "Is he well known?" And Hai explained, "Feng Ji was the grand historian of the Astronomical Bureau during the Ming Dynasty and a famed geomancer. It is said that he was a descendant of Dongfeng Sha. The Astronomical Bureau was established in the 6th year of the Hongwu era to execute special tasks involving celestial observations for the imperial court. The first grand historian was the illustrious Liu Ji, also known as Liu Bowen. Legend has it that Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming Dynasty, was particularly fond of using celestial phenomena to predict potential rebellions, thus placing great emphasis on those skilled in astrology. Liu Bowen's descendants inherited the art of celestial divination. However, within the Astronomical Bureau, there was another significant position known as the Yin-Yang Master, and Feng Ji was born into that lineage." A portly figure interjected, "Oh, so he was a eunuch. Yin-Yang Master, then?" And Hai frowned. "What do you mean by eunuch?" The term Yin-Yang Master refers to practitioners of the art who, like Taoist priests, exorcise malevolent spirits, albeit through different means. Unlike Taoists, yin-yang masters do not cultivate Taoist arts, do not achieve immortality, nor do they utilize talismans. Their beliefs encompass a broader pantheon of deities, including the 5 emperors of the 5 directions and various seasonal deities. Their peak was during the Tang dynasty, after which they gradually declined. The portly figure chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I see, Ailao lamented. It is a pity that such professions have vanished from modern China. To find a yin-yang master today, one would have to venture to the islands of the East, I inquired. What sort of person was Feng Ji? And Hai elucidated. According to the records in the Zhou Guan Yi, Feng Ji's talents were undoubtedly on par with those of Li Chunfeng and Guoshojing, renowned son of divines. However, he had a notorious flaw. He was associated with the supernatural. Historical texts do not provide much commentary on him, nor do they hold him in high regard, primarily due to this association with the supernatural. Here, the term supernatural does not imply malevolence, but rather signifies that, in contrast to traditional methodologies, Feng Ji favored the cultivation of unorthodox paths, reveling in the collection of oddities, including many malevolent artifacts. Ultimately, this led to his downfall, costing him his life. According to the records of strange tales, Feng Ji's family, having hoarded a plethora of malevolent items, fell victim to an invasion of evil spirits, resulting in their ruin and spreading malevolence for miles around, causing untold suffering to the populace. Those afflicted by this malevolence became like soulless husks, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist. Anyone touched by this malevolent aura would be doomed to become one of them. The imperial court had no choice but to dispatch numerous yin-yang masters to exorcise the evil spirits overnight, expending considerable effort to eradicate the malevolence. However, this incident left behind a peculiar mystery. The entire Feng family vanished without a trace, including many of their servants, and their whereabouts remain unknown to this day. A profound enigma that has persisted through the ages. Upon hearing this, I reflected, so our school is indeed a site of profound malevolence, as revealed by the Special Investigation Department's data. However, many schools, military camps, and police stations are said to be built upon such sites, as these locations are imbued with positive energy capable of suppressing malevolent forces. It is rumored that whenever a government learns of an unclean location, they dispatch officials to reside there for a few months to ensure it remains pure. Aside from the occasional complaint from sanitation workers, not a trace of malevolence can be found. That well must have been the source of water for the Feng family, contaminated by malevolent spirits, which explains why it has become a cursed well. Amused, it is hardly surprising that those who have leapt into that well have transformed into vengeful spirits. And Hai inquired, "What did your principal tell you?" I recounted the incident involving the student from the 5th grade who had jumped into the well to end his life. And Hai sighed, "What a decade of turmoil! It severed many vital threads of evidence. During that era, people were afraid to speak out about strange occurrences for fear of being labeled as heretics or dealt with as such. This has left us with numerous gaps in our records, complicating our current investigations." Following this exchange, we proceeded to the principal's office, wherein Hai advised Principal Feng to expedite the evacuation of the students. If evacuation is not feasible, then let them remain in the classroom to avoid being seen by the pen spirit. Principal Feng readily agreed and set about making arrangements. Upon returning to the classroom, Dog Jiao had already summoned Zhu Yuan, and with Yining Gran and the chubby boy present, everyone was gathered. They awaited the midnight hour to summon the pen spirit. I dissuaded Captain Zhao, believing it inappropriate for him to partake in this matter. Anhai produced a talisman to ward off evil, lowering his head as he distributed it to me, Zhu Yuan, Dog Jiao, and Yining Gran. This was a crucial step, for one could never tell when the pen spirit might possess them. The clock on the wall ticked steadily towards 11 o'clock. Yining Gran and Zhu Yuan each held a candle, their faces illuminated by the flickering light, appearing pale as ghosts. It was they who had summoned the pen spirit last time. So it was fitting that they lead the ritual this time as well. Yining Gran, trembling slightly, elegantly swayed her slender waist as she took her seat across from Zhu Yuan, both turning their heads to gaze at us. The expressions of those in the classroom were solemn, and after a brief silence, Zhu Yuan and Yining Gran began the ritual following the previous summoning steps, their hands crossed, heads bowed as they chanted, "Pen Spirit, Pen spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life. If you wish to continue our connection, please draw a circle on the paper. We all focused intently on the pen resting on the desk. And soon, its tip appeared to move of its own accord, gliding slowly across the surface. She's coming. She's coming. Yining Gran could not contain a sharp cry. Dabing's face twisted in terror, his mind seemingly frozen in shock. Outside, a chilling wind swept through, causing the curtains to billow ominously, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the pen spirit. Yet, this time, I saw no ghostly figures. Not just me, but the others too looked at one another in astonishment. The master of the clear wind had mentioned that my fate was unique, a celestial being with a life weight of 8 taels and 7 qian, heavier even than that of an emperor. This meant I possessed a spirit's essence, naturally endowed with yin-yang eyes. Perhaps due to the Huagai star on my forehead not being fully broken through, my spiritual perception remained sporadic, still in a state of ignorance. However, even without witnessing the pen spirit's ethereal form, I was certain it had arrived. Next came the time for questioning. That I spoke up. Are you the pen spirit? The pen, suspended in air, glided across the paper a few times. Yes. Are you Su Lingwei? No, a chill swept through my heart. I pondered, this is not a good omen. Not knowing the pen spirit's name made it difficult to send her away. That I pressed on. Then what is your name? The pen spirit replied. Xiao Fan. I furrowed my brow slightly. The name Xiao Fan sounded like that of a boy. Yet last night, it had clearly been a girl dressed in a school uniform. I asked, can you reveal yourself? The pen spirit replied, I cannot. It appeared that this little pen spirit was not very cooperative. Frowning in irritation, I asked, why have you come to our school? Surely you can tell me that. After a moment, the pen spirit slowly wrote, Dad won't let me say it. I scoffed inwardly. Not allowed to say. There must be some ulterior motive. The pen spirit was uncooperative, causing my face to flush with frustration. But I adhered to the principle of courtesy before aggression, striving to remain calm as I inquired. Regardless of who you are, you have caused harm, and that is sufficient. You may leave now. The pen spirit retorted. Humph, you accuse and bully me. I have never harmed anyone. You are the bad ones, and I will kill you all. Gradually, a small boy's figure materialized in the air, biting his lip fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malice. I was taken aback. This was not the pen spirit from yesterday. Could it be? Oh no, what bad luck. I had intended to summon the pen spirit from last night for negotiation, yet I had failed to send the old one away, and now a new one had arrived. The boy was truly enraged, and in the next moment, he sent all the papers on the desk swirling in a disarray before tearing them apart in mid-air. Why Yining Gran and Zhu Yuan turned ashen. Scrambling from their seats towards me, a gust of chilling wind swept through the classroom. Sending shivers down our spines, I furrowed my brow tightly and summoned the spirit-slaying blade to strike at this pen spirit named Xiao Fan. No matter who you are, if we cannot speak civilly, then I shall eliminate you. Xiao Fan appeared taken aback by my wielding such power, his expression shifting to one of terror as he let out a childish scream, attempting to vanish. However, I had already swung the spirit-slaying blade, striking his small foot. Azure blood splattered onto the blade, and although Xiao Fan successfully disappeared, a clear stain of his blood remained on the ground. I was astonished that the child's blood was blue, and as I lowered my gaze to examine the bloodstain, I declared, wait for me. I will follow this blood and uncover the origins of this little spirit. With that, I followed the trail of blood away from the classroom, tracking it until it vanished from sight. When I finally looked up, I realized I had arrived in an unfamiliar location, shrouded in darkness. As if I were in a basement. Faced with this scene, I felt a surge of disorientation, momentarily unable to discern my bearings. It was still the dead of night, and the basement was dimly lit, with only a few antiquated wall lamps casting weak glimmers of light. In no wonder, I found it challenging to determine my direction. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. What was that sound? My heart skipped a beat, and I frowned in suspicion, wondering, how could there be someone in such a long-abandoned basement? Yet the sound was clear and distinct. The source of the sound was a narrow, deep corridor within the basement, extending beyond sight, leading who knows where. That I had seen such corridors on television before. Most were connected to air raid shelters, built during the early days of liberation when numerous foreign nations remained hostile towards China. Their eyes ever watchful as war loomed, protect the lives of the people. The Chinese government had constructed air raid shelters in many significant cities, often within public places such as hospitals and schools. However, as time passed, these shelters gradually lost their purpose. Forgotten in the corners of urban life, that I furrowed my brow and stepped forward, my figure swallowed by the darkness of the corridor. There were no lights within the corridor. And the deeper I ventured, the darker it became. I had no choice but to summon the spirit-slaying blade for illumination. Gazing at the ethereal blue flames, my fear diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the blade's dim hue cast a limited light, compelling me to slow my pace and proceed cautiously, lest I inadvertently encounter a ghostly visage. I feared that if I were not frightened to death, I might suffer some lingering affliction. After traversing that lengthy corridor, I suddenly found myself in a spacious area, imbued with a sense of age. The walls were adorned with propaganda posters emblazoned with revolutionary slogans, such as "Struggle against individualism" and "Revolution is not a dinner party." Their vivid colors strikingly prominent. It was as though I had been transported back to that tumultuous era of decades past. In the corner lay a pile of debris, consisting of wooden planks, shovels, and basins, mundane labor tools of little worth. Several black Phoenix bicycles, lacking wheels or reduced to mere frames, were haphazardly stacked against the wall. It seemed this place had once served as a storage room for the school during a certain period, now long abandoned. Though I was a student at this school, I knew little of its history. That moment, a bubbling sound akin to water boiling reached my ears. I then realized that a well stood in the center of the storage room. This must be the eerie well mentioned by Principal Feng. The sound appeared to emanate from the well water. I was taken aback. After being abandoned for so long, could there still be water in the well? It hadn't dried up. Principal Feng had mentioned that he had descended into this well to retrieve a corpse. I had assumed it had long since run dry. Yet here it was, still containing water. I stood in silence for a moment, slowly approaching the edge of the well, cautiously peering inside. The well was shrouded in darkness, tranquil and undisturbed. It truly embodied the phrase, "an ancient well without ripples." I picked up a small stone and tossed it into the well, and immediately a bright ripple spread outwards. This confirmed that there was indeed water at the bottom of the well. But what did that bubbling sound signify? I found it strange. How could such still water produce such a loud sound? As if the well water had come to a boil, I keenly observed the transformations occurring within it. Yet in the next moment, a pallid visage abruptly emerged from the depths of the well. It was the face of a child, devoid of color, evoking a chill that traversed my spine. Despite my numerous escapades and formidable mental fortitude, the sight of that ghostly countenance left me momentarily aghast, causing me to instinctively recoil, my heart nearly faltering in its beat. I lifted my gaze, only to behold a boy suspended in midair, his complexion as pale as lime, lacking even the faintest trace of blood. My astonishment. The wound on his foot had already healed. That instant, I truly discerned his features. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old, exuding an aura of deathly stillness, utterly devoid of vitality or vigor, marked only by a grotesque expression and a cunning glint in his eyes. I found myself momentarily transfixed, pondering how this little specter had ventured into our school. After all, this institution was a high school, and it seemed improbable that a child of such age would be permitted to attend. Perhaps his recent assault by me had ignited his fury. Just as I was about to speak, he bared his teeth, sharp and ghostly like pomegranate seeds, and lunged at me with a sinister expression, wholly unbefitting of a 10-year-old. The malice emanating from him was palpable. A bone-chilling aura enveloped me. As if a cold blade were piercing my surroundings, without hesitation, I swung my blade towards the apparition before me. The boy's eyes widened in alarm, sensing the impending danger, and he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. "Ah!" he shrieked, his form ignited by the ethereal flames of the spirit-slaying blade, despite his awareness that the blade was specifically designed to vanquish malevolent spirits. He chose to attack me regardless, a true testament to his ignorance. The spirit-slaying blade is particularly lethal against spirits steeped in spiritual energy, and the flames consumed him rapidly, engulfing him in a fierce blaze. The boy howled in agony, his cries chilling to the core. Yet this torment lasted but a few fleeting seconds before the ethereal flames reduced him to ashes. I sheathed the spirit-slaying blade. I paused to contemplate my next move, when suddenly I felt a frigid gust of wind rush past me from behind. Someone was attempting to ambush me. Could it be that there was more than one spirit lurking in the basement? Alarmed, I lowered my head just in time to evade the impending strike. Turning around, I spotted a figure clad in black, donning a mask reminiscent of the Monkey King, standing a short distance away, wielding a baseball bat. Despite the mask, the malevolence in his eyes was unmistakable that I furrowed my brow, cautiously fixing my gaze upon him as I inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to our school?" The masked figure offered no reply, instead unleashing a furious scream akin to that of the boy. Launching himself at me with his bat raised high in response, I summoned the spirit-slaying blade once more, cleaving towards the weapon in his grasp. While the blade is adept at subduing all malevolence, it does not preclude it from inflicting harm upon a corporeal being. The ordinary wooden bat disintegrated under the onslaught of the blade's otherworldly flames. I could clearly see the shock in the eyes hidden beneath the mask, and a smirk curled at the corners of my mouth as I lunged forward, intent on striking him. The masked assailant was now unarmed, left with no option but to evade my attacks. Each blow I delivered was not aimed at his vital points, but rather at the mask itself, driven by curiosity to uncover the face concealed beneath. However, the masked figure moved with a swiftness that exceeded my expectations, eluding my strikes with remarkable agility, leaving me without an opening. After several exchanges, he took advantage of my momentary distraction, deftly retreating behind a support beam in the room. Vanishing from sight, I circled the beam twice in bewilderment, only to find no trace of him, my thoughts racing. What sorcery is this? How can he render himself invisible? There are certainly many adept individuals in this world. The previous encounter I had with a certain Jinan from the sinister Julian sect at the Serpent Head Mountain was equally perplexing, having left me utterly astonished. Now, it seemed we had yet another invisible adversary within our school. Affirming the presence of extraordinary beings everywhere, that I mused silently. The master of the Qin Feng sect foretold of the peculiar tribulations and bizarre trials I would face, some of which even blood skeletons would find challenging to contend with. Yet, the mere presence of these two alone was enough to leave me astounded, let alone the fact that Jinan was merely a practitioner within the Julian sect. The power of their leader is likely beyond my current comprehension. Heavenly calamities aside, should I encounter foes of such caliber, even blood skeletons would be helpless in the face of their might. The masked figure's sudden disappearance caught me off guard, and as I remained on high alert, I failed to anticipate the imminent danger approaching from behind. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light erupted behind me, accompanied by a piercing scream enveloped in a cloud of blood mist. Whirling around, I beheld an arm severed and lying on the ground, azure blood oozing from it. The masked figure clutched the wound with one hand. Trembling in terror as he emitted a series of anguished cries, I understood that it was the blood skeleton that had struck. Moments earlier, the masked individual had attempted to deceive me with an underhanded attack. Little did he know that I was shielded by the blood skeleton. The blood skeleton, a vengeful spirit of profound resentment, was brutal and merciless. Each time it intervened to protect me, it often claimed the life of the attacker. The loss of an arm was a stroke of sheer luck for the masked figure. At this juncture, the glare he cast upon me had transformed from one of ferocity to one of fear. "So, it is the blood skeleton. I never anticipated you had such a protector." I fixed him with a cold stare. "If you understand, then reveal your name. I may consider sparing your life." Gazing into my disdainful eyes, the masked figure snorted derisively. "You speak with arrogance. You killed my son, and I shall never forgive you." From the sight of the azure blood flowing from his severed arm, I deduced that he must be the father of the boy. Yet, why was their blood not red like that of normal humans? I pondered their origins when the masked figure suddenly let out a furious howl. From the ground, several robust vines erupted, their tendrils resembling claws as they lunged toward me. I barely had time to react before they ensnared me, wrapping around my limbs. What sorcery is this? Panic surged within me as I attempted to summon the spirit-slaying blade to sever the vines, but my arms were bound too tightly to move. The masked figure gazed at me, his expression growing increasingly sinister. That moment, the vines began to slither toward the direction he pointed, ceasing their movement only when they reached the well's edge. He emitted chilling laughter, forming a hand seal that conjured a mirror from thin air. Without hesitation, he leapt into the mirror and vanished, leaving behind a snap of his fingers that instantly loosened the vines binding me, sending me plummeting uncontrollably into the well. The icy water enveloped me, sending a jolt of rigidity through my body. Fortunately, having grown up in the countryside near numerous ponds, I was quite adept in the water. And after a few perilous seconds post-fall, I managed to steady my breathing before succumbing to the depths. The well was not particularly deep, measuring only 2 or 3 meters, and I could clearly see the smooth stone floor below. As I dove to the bottom, standing upon the stone surface, I furrowed my brow in confusion. How could the bottom of the well be so solid? The floor was even and polished, evidently shaped by human hands. This was indeed strange that I mused in bewilderment. Typically, the bottom of a well would be filled with silt. How could there be a floor, and from where would the underground water seep up? The principles of architecture have been utterly disregarded. With each passing moment, I find the peculiar well increasingly enigmatic. After circling around it, I discern that this place resembles the outer perimeter of a grand palace. I press my fingers against the wall, gliding them slowly, as if the surface bore some inscription. It is not written text, but rather an array of strange symbols, seemingly drawn for the purpose of some ritualistic incantation. I ponder and speculate. These symbols are unlike anything I have encountered before. They bear no resemblance to Taoist or Buddhist script. Yet, due to the corrosion of the well water, many of the symbols have become obscured. I hypothesize that they may originate from a clandestine sect. Perhaps this well serves as a fade to conceal something more sinister. This thought, a jolt of realization strikes me. The layout at the bottom of the well bears a striking resemblance to an altar's entrance, seemingly intended for sacrificial ceremonies. Simultaneously, my mind conjures images from various dramas depicting grand ritualistic events, solemn and grand, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums and the melodious chime of bells. This aligns eerily well with the current scene. However, what sort of sacrificial rite would be conducted underground? To uncover this answer, I must first locate the altar's entrance. Generally speaking, the entrance to an altar is marked by certain symbols, and by following these markings, one can easily find the main hall. Moreover, considering the limited area at the bottom of the well, discovering the entrance should not prove too arduous. As I explore the wall, I eventually come upon a large depiction of a palace on its western side. This palace is remarkably peculiar, as it appears to be constructed within a hollow of a tree. Clearly inscribed upon its door are the words Spring Palace. The grand tree is lush and verdant, with twisting vines and branches of deep purple extending upward, seemingly reaching for the heavens. I am taken aback and gently push open the grand door of the palace, only to hear the sound of stone grinding ominously. It becomes evident that this is the entrance to a temple of sacrifice. The interior corridor is dark and spacious, and an unsettling aura of malice wafts toward me. I halt abruptly, my expression shifting dramatically, as I gaze into the dimness of the corridor, ultimately mustering the courage to step inside. Having taken only a few steps, I suddenly spot a crimson object on the ground, and I bend down to retrieve it and discover it to be a blood-stained piece of cloth. Due to the passage of time, the blood has dried, yet beneath it, faint patterns suggest the semblance of a map that I can just barely make out the character feng, hinting at a series of words. But due to the erosion of time, I can now only discern the first character. As I remain engrossed in examining the bloodied cloth, an eerie sound suddenly catches my ear. Following that, a putrid odor of decay invades my senses. I jerk my head up, only to see a figure in ancient garb, a corpse wrapped in a thick stench, lunging toward me. My pupils contract in an instant, my knees bending slightly as I evade its sweeping attack. Swiftly summoning my soul cleaver to strike at the cadaver, luminous flames envelop the corpse, accompanied by its agonized wails, and in mere moments, it is reduced to ash. I scrutinize the charred remains on the ground. examining the attire of the corpse, and realize it resembles the coarse linen garments worn by ancient scholars. This indicates that this underground mausoleum is indeed of considerable antiquity. Suddenly, I recall Onheim mentioning that our school was once the residence of Feng, the chief astronomer of the Ming dynasty. 5 centuries ago, he also recounted how the entire Feng family vanished due to an invasion of malevolent spirits. Corpses, malevolent spirits? I begin to connect these elements, weaving together a narrative. Could it be that the corpse that just attacked me is linked to the disturbances plaguing the Feng household? The location of this underground mausoleum is in fact directly beneath the Feng residence. I am astounded to discover such a vast space hidden beneath the Feng family estate. I am taken aback by the revelation that not only is this area excavated, but it also suggests that the world at the bottom of the well is artificial. Could this grand endeavor have originated from the Feng family? Contemplating this, I arrive at an answer in my heart. It is highly plausible that the recently encountered corpse is a remnant of the malevolent spirit that was never fully eradicated. 5 centuries ago, the astronomers managed to cleanse the surface of the corpses, but they were oblivious to the expansive region lurking beneath the Feng residence. This area, too, has fallen victim to the invasion of malevolent spirits. Therefore, could the legendary missing Feng family be concealed within this realm? As I ponder this, I continue westward into the depths of the mausoleum, the atmosphere growing increasingly desolate, and the aura of malevolence intensifying. Though I currently lack the ability to perceive spirits, I can distinctly sense a heavy presence of ghostly energy. I cannot fathom how many malevolent beings might congregate within the subterranean halls. After approximately a quarter of an hour, I catch sight of a massive tree flourishing ahead, swaying with the gusts of the chilling wind, carrying with it a waft of blood that I glance around. Noting that apart from the tranquil darkness, there is nothing else in sight. After a moment's hesitation, I cautiously approach the tree. There appears to be no alternative route to reach the other side. Upon reaching the base of the tree, I discover that it is, in fact, a mulberry tree. Beneath it stands a weathered stone tablet, though the inscription has become nearly illegible. The closer I draw to the mulberry tree, the more pungent the scent of blood becomes. I cover my nose with one hand and maneuver around the tree that occupies most of the path. What I encounter next is a sight so horrific that it nearly compels me to vomit. Behind the mulberry tree lies a grotesque array of countless corpses, all clad in ancient garb. Some have gaping wounds at their throats, their tracheas and esophagi grotesquely exposed, dark red flesh spilling forth. Others are missing limbs, their dismembered parts seemingly cast aside, leaving behind mere fragments of their former selves. The once azure ground has been stained a deep crimson, and the fog enveloping the area has taken on a faint red hue. The scene is so terrifying that I am left speechless, that I can hardly believe that such a paradise of corpses lies concealed beneath the well. Now that I find myself at the bottom of the well, retreat is impossible. I must traverse the path obscured by the remains of the deceased and seek an escape on the other side. That I gaze at the path ahead, proceeding with utmost caution as I gingerly navigate through the sea of corpses. Just as I am about to emerge from the pile of the dead, a corpse suddenly opens its blood-red eyes, its desiccated hand reaching forth to grasp at my ankle, that I lose my balance and stumble forward. Colliding with another corpse that trips me, that I turn in fury to assess the source of my misfortune, only to find that the corpse has risen to its feet. One of its eyes has been gouged out, leaving an empty socket, while the other eye dangles grotesquely from its cheek, swaying as it moves. Overwhelmed by shock and rage, I swing my soul cleaver and sever the head from the cadaver, then hastily extricate myself from the pile. The fallen corpse ignites with spectral flames, engulfing it entirely, and soon the other corpses catch fire as well. In a matter of moments, the remains are reduced to ash, leaving behind only a blackened nail of approximately 4 to 5 inches in length. I pick up the nail, noting its smooth, cool texture, upon which the words soul-sealing nail are inscribed. Surely, the soul-sealing nail is a magical artifact capable of binding spirits. More importantly, it is rather convenient to carry that I surmised that it must be a valuable item. So I tucked the soul-sealing nail into my pocket and continued my exploration westward. Along the way, at intervals, my companion and I encountered a series of lush, flourishing trees. However, they were no longer mulberry trees. Instead, there were plum trees, apricot trees, poplar trees, and willows, these rumored trees of darkness, beneath which lay a gruesome accumulation of corpses. As per my usual practice, I struck the corpses with my spirit-slaying knife, and a copious amount of lingering resentment manifested above them, igniting into purgatorial flames upon contact with the blade's demon-repelling aura. The bodies were incinerated one by one, yet the trees stood unscathed. I counted them. There were as many as 8 trees in total that I pressed onward along the corridor, and on a pale wall, a line of blood-written characters pierced my gaze under the dim light. The hurried script appeared disorganized and distorted, as if the writer had been overwhelmed with panic and fear. The inscriptions read, "The evil tree spirits have invaded my estate. To the imperial court's rescuers, remember my words. They are malevolent spirits, perilous female demons. Please, record this in the Bureau of Celestial Records." The characters were in traditional Chinese, evidently left by ancients. The Ming dynasty is not far removed from the present, so I could decipher the words. Yet, I was taken aback. From the inscriptions, it was not difficult to deduce that the master of this estate had suffered an invasion by malevolent forces. Enhai had mentioned that Feng Ji, in his obsession with gathering shadowy entities, had drawn the evil spirits upon himself. Perhaps Feng Ji had designed his home underground with the intent to secretly collect these dark entities from the world. After the invasion by the evil spirits, the Feng family must have retreated to the subterranean chambers, only to ultimately succumb to the onslaught of the demons. This implied that the missing members of the Feng family were likely here. I could not help but recall the corpses I had burned along the way. Perhaps they were indeed part of the Feng family. Subsequently, the Bureau of Celestial Records had eradicated all the evil spirits above ground, yet overlooked this place, ultimately reporting the Feng family as missing. I groped along the wall. I eventually entered a vast subterranean palace. The palace was grandly and opulently adorned, seemingly indicative of the owner's noble status. Within the palace stood a solitary ancient tree, its presence stunning me into silence. The tree's enormity surpassed my wildest imagination, towering over 10 meters, its branches lush and shimmering with a faint golden glow. More terrifyingly, dozens of corpses hung from its limbs. The trunk was a deep crimson, exuding a golden-red radiance that was profoundly shocking. Most remarkable of all was the sight of a young maiden concealed within the tree's hollow. She appeared to be of similar age to me, her eyes closed, draped only in a sheer, translucent veil, her skin a delicate peach hue, embodying ethereal grace. She resembled a celestial maiden from a painting. Yet her elegance outshone any artwork. Countless branches intertwined with her form, seemingly nourishing her. I leaned in closer, sensing a faint breath emanating from her. Her lips were full and rosy, the corners delicately curved, akin to enticing cherries, evoking an irresistible urge to taste their sweetness. I found myself drawn to her, licking my lips and inching closer. If sensing my breath, the maiden suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was enchanting, like a shallow lake reflecting brilliant jewels, captivating and mesmerizing to, I dare say, any man who locked eyes with her for 3 seconds would be utterly entranced. The maiden's eyes bore a look of disdain as she fixed her gaze upon me, instilling in me a sense of dread akin to social death. My heart raced, and I awkwardly smiled, attempting to convey goodwill. Yet, the maiden was evidently displeased. In the next moment, the tendrils entwining her body extended towards me in unison. It felt as though countless claws had ensnared me, intricately binding me. No, I merely gaze at you without any ulterior motives. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I struggled helplessly, calling out for assistance. I am not a lecher. My heart is pure, and my nature noble. I harbor no thoughts of defilement towards you. Yet, the maiden's fragrant lips lightly brushed against mine that I realized my previous words were superfluous. It was she who harbored inappropriate desires. Moreover, this was my first kiss. How thrilling it was, yet the gentle kiss soon enveloped me in a state of bliss, akin to a tranquil stream flowing through my heart. However, I quickly sensed something amiss. I could distinctly feel my vital essence being voraciously absorbed by her. This could not be good. Was she draining my life force? Even though I was not well-versed in cultivation techniques, I had heard of the adage, when yang disperses, one perishes. It dawned on me that the maiden before me was a spirit. A wave of fear surged within me. Blood skeleton, why do you not intervene? If you do not act soon, my vital essence will be depleted. Yet the blood skeleton remained unresponsive. Did he not perceive the maiden's attack on me? My mind grew hazy, dizzy, and in a state of confusion, I seemed to witness the tumultuous waves of the ocean, surging and crashing like a mighty force. The celestial starlight enveloped the heavens. Towering mountains loomed. Water nourished the valleys. Mist billowed, and winds danced with vitality. A current surged through my body, cleansing me of impurities. As if I had been granted a new form, the IT reminded me of the term washing the marrow and cleansing the tendons often used in martial arts novels. As the maiden's lips parted from mine, I felt a slight chill, and the dizziness subsided. I was suspended by the vines, and the maiden floated out of the tree hollow, passing beneath me. Upon noticing my lingering gaze, she blushed, gently blowing away 2 leaves that obscured my sight. "Thank you." Her voice was as delicate as silk, flowing softly from her lips and caressing my cheek. That voice stirred my heartstrings, creating ripples that spread gently. It felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Long after her voice faded, the vines binding me suddenly lost their vitality, releasing me and causing me to tumble to the ground. My limbs still felt numb, and I hurriedly removed the leaves from my eyes. Scanning my surroundings, the palace was devoid of the maiden's presence. Just moments ago, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning. My thoughts halted, leaving me astonished. Who was this maiden? Was she human, a ghost, or a spirit? Upon raising my gaze towards the tree hollow where she had been, I was startled to find that the towering tree had withered in such a brief span of time. The corpses that had hung there had been reduced to mere bones, as if they had instantaneously lost their essence. That I could not help but marvel. How extraordinary! This subterranean palace-like realm was not only shrouded in mystery, but also possessed an enchanting quality. Yet, my thoughts were a chaotic jumble, and I knew nothing of the background of this place. It was peculiar how the decrepit well in the school basement led to such a bizarre location, reminiscent of an otherworldly realm from ancient myths. Nevertheless, despite my musings, I was aware that my next course of action was to seek an exit. Fortunately, the palace had only 2 paths. One was the way I had come, and if I followed the other, I should be able to find my way out. That I hoped so. As I stepped out of the palace, I felt the oppressive aura dissipate instantly, perhaps having spent too long in the dimness. My night vision had significantly improved. The enhancement was rapid, to the point where I could see clearly without the need for the spirit-slaying knife to illuminate my way. It was akin to daylight. I was genuinely astonished. After an indeterminate amount of time, I finally reached the end of the subterranean corridor. In the distance, I glimpsed a shimmering white arc that flickered incessantly. As I approached, I realized it was a mirror. I was taken aback. What purpose did a mirror serve in such a place? Who would gaze into it amidst such darkness? More crucially, where was the exit to the subterranean palace? Anxiety welled up within me. Could it be that this underground palace had no exit? But that could not be. After all, how had the maiden just now managed to leave? If I cannot find an exit, I would rather perish of hunger here. The blood skeleton only intervenes when I am in peril. It cannot satiate my hunger. Have bound an invincible defense system only to meet my demise through starvation would render me perhaps the most tragically unfortunate figure in the annals of the exorcists. Suddenly, I caught sight of some peculiar runes etched upon the wall behind me. This underground palace must have been intended for some form of ritualistic worship. Perhaps the object of veneration was that ancient tree, or even the deity residing within it, namely, that maiden. Thus, it is no wonder that the walls are inscribed with so many strange symbols. Although I do not recognize any of these runes, I am certain that those inscribed on the wall are in stark contrast to those at the exit. In other words, the runes here are inscribed in reverse. That I pondered in confusion. Why are the runes on this wall engraved in reverse? Suddenly, realization struck me. Could it be that the runes are not reversed, but rather, it is I who am inverted? Am I not actually within the sanctum of the underground palace, but rather trapped within a mirror. Hence, the runes on the wall behind me appear reversed. Subsequently, I extended my arm to glance at the black calamity ring upon it. Indeed, the ring that should have been on my left arm has now shifted to my right. When I summoned the spirit-slaying blade, it materialized in my left hand. It seems I am indeed within a mirror. Fixating on that mirror, I braced myself and charged through. In the next moment, I found myself in a different realm. This place felt somewhat familiar, resembling the storeroom of a school, cluttered with discarded teaching materials. Upon recognizing the surroundings, I finally exhaled in relief. To glance out the window revealed that it was already daytime. The sun high in the sky, I had unknowingly spent an entire night within the underground palace. At that moment, I heard voices engage in conversation within the storeroom. This area is seldom frequented, making it the most secluded spot in the entire school. That I heard that a student had died last night, prompting the police to arrive. The students claimed it was due to playing a game of summoning spirits, which supposedly attracted a genuine spirit. One voice was tinged with anxiety, while another scoffed. What does that have to do with us? You call me here for this? Don't you understand? The spirit is a ghost. Are you not aware of the deaths that have occurred in this school? I worry that the spirits summoned by those mischievous students might indeed be her. I furrowed my brow. Both voices sounded quite familiar. After a moment's contemplation, I recalled that one belonged to the storeroom keeper and the other to the academic dean. The storeroom keeper spoke first. Upon hearing his words, the dean's expression darkened. Are you saying it was Su Lingyue? The storeroom keeper nodded solemnly, expressing concern. Do you think the police will uncover this? The dean snorted disdainfully. It's buried so deeply. Do you really think the police can unearth her? The storeroom keeper replied. No matter how deep the body is buried, it cannot trap a ghost. What good will it do? The dean slapped the storeroom keeper on the forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? Are there really ghosts in this world? What the hell? Why are you hitting me? The storeroom keeper retorted angrily. Those students are adamant that they've seen a ghost, and even the police say there are indeed ghosts and spirits in this world. They mentioned some special investigation unit dedicated to such cases. Whether or not they're ghosts, they will find out. The dean inquired, so what do you propose? The storeroom keeper grinned, revealing his ghastly white teeth, and greedily suggested, how about this? You give me some money, and I'll make a run for it. The dean was infuriated, gnashing his teeth in anger. You greedy fool. Have I not given you enough before? The storeroom keeper retorted coldly. Don't forget, I was the one who discovered that batch of antiques. The dean shot back. Without me, would you even know that pile was antiques? You would have thought it was junk. Furthermore, you were so clumsy that Su Lingyue caught you during the theft of those antiques. The storeroom keeper adopted a defiant demeanor, coldly stating, stop with the useless talk. We are both in the same boat. We killed her together. At this point, I had fully grasped the unfolding events. The spirit summoned by Jacques Dua was indeed Su Lingyue. Her disappearance years ago was, it turned out, the result of these two scoundrels' actions. No wonder the police had failed to discover Su Lingyue's body despite their extensive search. Given this, there was no need for these two culprits to continue their bickering. That I strode forth with purpose and addressed them. Dean, I never would have anticipated that the two of you would conspire together for such ill-gotten gains. How about you share some of the spoils with me? The dean's face contorted with terror, his nose wrinkling in a menacing grimace, his eyes brimming with malice. The storeroom keeper wore a sinister smile, baring his teeth as he coldly remarked, You little brat, what have you overheard? Everything, I replied calmly. It seems you two are pilfering antiques from school. I am rather curious. Given our school's impoverished state, how could there possibly be antiques? The dean explained, during the Cultural Revolution, the four olds were eradicated, and the Red Guards scavenged items, which were stored here at our school. The societal chaos led people to forget about them. That I nodded. No wonder. Antiques should be submitted to the state. How dare you claim them as your own? Do you realize that is a crime? The dean retorted coldly. Are you the teacher, or am I? How dare you lecture me? I chuckled. I merely wish to indulge myself for a moment. I may not have another opportunity, especially since both of you are on the brink of imprisonment. The storeroom keeper cursed. You're asking for trouble. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to charge at me. That I remained unfazed. To me, these two were hardly worth my concern. However, I needed to act swiftly, If I hesitated, the storeroom keeper would undoubtedly summon the blood skeleton to tear me apart. The my objective was to capture these two criminals alive, not to kill them. Fortunately, I noticed that they were standing directly beneath a chandelier. Thus, I summoned the spirit-slaying blade, and its edge sliced through the air above their heads, severing the chandelier. While the chandelier was neither excessively heavy nor light, its impact would certainly incapacitate rather than kill, with a high likelihood of causing severe injury. With a resounding crash, the dean and the storeroom keeper collapsed beneath the fallen chandelier, utterly drained of strength, as if their bones had shattered, resembling two snowmen left in a heap. In that moment, they finally comprehended the extent of my prowess. I coldly remarked, "Given your injuries, if I do not summon help, you will likely not survive more than 2 hours. Now tell me, where have you buried Su Lingyue's body?" The storeroom keeper winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he pleaded, "She is buried behind the pond. Please call for an ambulance." It seemed they no longer dared to lie. I promptly picked up the phone and dialed an Hai's number. Upon hearing that I had uncovered the identity of the spirit and brought the culprits to justice, he was particularly elated. He expressed his gratitude and praised me, ultimately requesting that I wait for him in the storeroom. Shortly thereafter, an Hai arrived with Captain Zhao. Witnessing the scene, the dean and the storeroom keeper ceased their resistance, and they were promptly dispatched to the hospital, where they subsequently cooperated fully. During interrogation, it turned out that our school had once served as a site for struggle sessions during the decade of turmoil. The most prevalent practice of that time was to seize properties. The wealthy, landlords, rightists, and other so-called bad elements were all subjected to confiscation, and any items procured were stored within the school. Among these were numerous antique books and paintings. During that era dominated by ideology, people largely scorned wealth, and the antiques remained neglected within the school, gradually slipping from memory. That by sheer coincidence, the storeroom keeper later stumbled upon this collection of antiques. Initially suspecting them to be mere junk, his greed ultimately drove him to yearn for their immense value. Hence, he sought the counsel of the knowledgeable dean. The result was a revelation that astounded the dean: how much fortune these antiques must hold. However, although the school authorities were oblivious to the existence of such items, brazenly taking them would still constitute theft of public property, and being caught would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Thus, the two of them conspired to stealthily remove the antiques under the cover of night. Yet, they were unexpectedly discovered by Su Lingyue. Fearing exposure and the potential for expulsion or even legal consequences, they callously took Su Lingyue's life. Following their guidance, the police excavated her remains at the burial site. The director of education and the warehouse manager received just legal retribution, and we finally uncovered the true identity of the spirit pen. That night, at the hour of the rat, we gathered once more in the classroom to hold a ceremony to bid farewell to the spirit pen. Spirit pen, you are my present life, and I am your next life. If we are to continue our fateful connection, please draw a circle on the paper. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the white paper on the desk to flutter softly. Noticing this movement, I inquired, "Have you come?" A word appeared on the paper. "Yes." "May I send you away?" "Yes. In this life, I am your present. If you wish to depart, please lift the pen from the paper." The pen, standing on the paper, toppled instantly, and a soft wind lifted the curtains, creating a rippling effect. Gradually, Su Lingyue's spirit materialized before us, waving and revealing a serene smile. The eerie and perilous spirit pen incident finally came to an end, and the school returned to a state of tranquility. However, the enigmatic well in the basement and the subterranean palace it led to remained shrouded in mystery. What exactly were the identities of the boy named Xiaofan and his masked father? Who was the girl beneath the palace? Could she be the malevolent spirit that Feng Ji had once provoked? Although her age seemed implausible for such a possibility, if she were indeed a spirit, living for thousands of years would not be a challenge. I shared these enigmas with an Hai, emphasizing the significance of my discovery that Feng Ji's family had perished in the palace. An Hai deemed my findings crucial, and that very night sought approval from higher authorities to conduct a thorough investigation of our school's basement and assess its dangers, resulting in an A-level hazard rating. The Special Investigation Department recommended a temporary school closure to facilitate a comprehensive examination of the well and the palace. However, after multiple on-site inspections, the Special Investigation Department found no further results or eerie phenomena. Nevertheless, the merger of schools, initially slated for after the winter break, had to be expedited. For me, this was monumental news. Not just for myself, but the entire student body rejoiced as if they had stumbled upon a fortune. After all, merging schools was no trivial matter. The transfer of records would require considerable time. It was likely that classes would not resume until the following spring. After the break, instead of returning to the ancient family graves, I chose to remain in the county city. I had a place to stay. As Qingfeng Daoist Sanqing Hall was readily available, I had helped the landlord's family avert disaster, so even without paying rent, Wang Jie would not evict me. More importantly, Sanqing Hall was not only my temporary refuge, but also a potential source of income. After all, I needed to earn 100 million within a year. Although this task seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens, I had to accomplish it, lest I face dire consequences. Furthermore, even without the task of acquiring merit, possessing the Lianshan, he provided ample opportunities for profit. While Lianshan may be a book, it consists of only 3 pieces of animal hide, and the recorded text is quite minimal, making it relatively easy to memorize. However, according to the Blue Skin, Lianshan is divided into 7 volumes. Formations, celestial phenomena, shamanism, exorcism, geomancy, divination, and spells. Currently, I only possess the medical, geomantic, and shamanic volumes, which meant that 5 pieces of Lianshan were still scattered among the populace, though they may have long since vanished. Having studied Lianshan I grasped the lineage of Chinese Taoist teachings, all of which trace back to 3 ancient classics of divination. The world knows only of Zhou as the progenitor of divination. Yet in truth, divination refers to the ancient culmination of cultivation. Lianshan Guizhong and Zhou are merely the results of centuries of compilation and evolution, eventually crystallizing into 3 classic texts, with Lianshan being the earliest. According to Lianshan the methods of cultivating celestial spirits in China originate from a heavenly book during the chaotic era, which consists solely of 3 sections: magical techniques, divination, and profound principles. The profound principle section is the source of the He Tu and Luo Shu compiled during the Taihao era. While the magical techniques 9 extremes and 8 formations lay the foundation for later Taoist scriptures, it is said that the most powerful aspect of that heavenly book is the divination section, which primarily contains various ancient talismans, among which character talismans are the most formidable, such as dragon spirit talismans and mountain talismans. All of these character talismans are included within Lianshan. Regrettably, the version of Lianshan I possessed was a fragment, containing only the medical, geomantic, and spell sections, lacking that astonishing divination section. In summary, the mystical practices of China's Taoist sects derive from the 3 classics of divination, with Lianshan being the most ancient of them all. However, it remains intertwined with the existing lineage of Taoist magical arts, classified within the realm of cultivation, that I could only wonder if I would ever have the opportunity to witness that divination section in this life. Nevertheless, even relying solely on these 3 volumes, I could likely generate sufficient income. That was why I chose not to return to the ancient family graves at this moment. I understood that I was still a burden to the village. Returning would only waste the villagers' grains. It was best to keep my distance and return to contribute to the village once I had achieved great wealth. At this point, the advantage of my fate manifested itself, further enhanced by the female demon's yin-yang supplementation, which seemed to push the Huagai star hidden in my forehead toward a breakthrough. The Huagai is said to be the imperial teacher of the Yellow Emperor upon his ascension to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Akin to the Wenchang star in the cultivation realm, in the realm of ordinary college entrance examinations, I might not even qualify for Lanzhou Technical School. But in the realm of cultivation, bearing the Huagai star was tantamount to having 1 foot firmly planted in a prestigious university. Within just over a month, I had made rapid progress, mastering nearly everything on the 3 pieces of blue hide, except for particularly difficult areas. At this juncture, the chubby boy suddenly approached me, expressing his desire to discontinue his studies. When I inquired about his reasons, he replied that, given his talents, continuing his education would only burden his family. Although he had previously collaborated with the top student in our class to achieve a score of 93. The latter did not acknowledge their joint effort. Thus, he decided to return home to farm. Doggio, like us, was also struggling financially. I had heard that his father had passed away early, leaving him with a frail mother. Each month, they relied on relatives for support, often facing disdain from them. Therefore, I sincerely wished for him to stay and join me in entrepreneurship that I suggested to Doggio. Why not stay in the city? You now know that I am a medium, and I plan to establish a company. Come help me. However, I could not offer him any payment, but I could provide food and shelter, promising that once we made money, he would not be forgotten. Doggio shook his head, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes, and said, I'm sorry, Guling, but I cannot agree. My family just received news that my mother's condition has worsened, and all our savings have been spent on her treatment, leaving us deeply in debt to relatives, and my cousin wants to take me to a factory in the south to screw bolts, promising I could earn 2,000 to 3,000 a month. So, I can't stay in the county anymore. Let's hope we meet again someday. I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. With Doggio leaving the city and the chubby boy returning home to farm, I would truly be left without a single friend. Rather than this, it might be better not to return when school resumes next year, as it would serve no purpose. Very well, may we meet again someday. Before Doggio departed, I treated him to a meal at a restaurant, using the labor fee I had earned for helping Wang Jie's brother avert disaster by driving away the yellow weasel. That day, for the first time in my life, I got drunk, embracing Doggio as I wept, cursing our wretched fate. That it was not until late at night that I staggered back to Sanqing Hall and collapsed in a bed. The hangover lingered, and the following day, I struggled to rise, the remnants of alcohol still clouding my mind. I checked the time on my phone and proceeded to tidy up Sanqing Hall. After a flurry of activity, the entire Sanqing Hall appeared refreshed. Gazing at the offerings on the altar, I found myself lost in thought. It occurred to me that Qingfeng Taoist had been gone for many days. What could he possibly be doing? Why had he not yet returned? When he left, Qingfeng Taoist merely mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to, yet he did not elaborate further. That I was so entangled in the cause and effect of the red coffin corpse at that time that I had no leisure to inquire. Now it appears that the Taoist I encountered might also be in quite a predicament. The fact that he diverted his attention to rescue me under such circumstances truly moved me. Reflecting his immense virtue, I pondered. An elderly man appeared outside the door. I assumed he was a client and hurried out to greet him. However, judging by the old man's complexion, he did not seem plagued by misfortune. His face glowed with health, subtly emanating an aura of an earthly immortal. That I quickly realized that this gentleman was not the troubled party, but likely a colleague of mine, as the saying goes. Fellow practitioners are rivals, and my gaze instinctively grew wary. Yet the old man's cheerful demeanor suggested he was not merely there to disrupt my affairs. To be honest, I was quite apprehensive about such scenario. After all, I lacked foundational knowledge of the Taoist path, and was merely masquerading as a diviner performing rituals in a Taoist temple. That I speculated. Could this old man be a friend of Taoist Qingfeng? As a disciple of the Taoist sect, his acquaintances should also belong to the myriad schools of the mystical realm. Yet, the old man's appearance was that of an ordinary farmer, dark-skinned, with a pipe in his mouth, embodying the humble and honest essence of rural folk. That he hardly seemed connected to the Taoist path. Are you Brother Guling? The old man cheerfully inquired. His tone bore no hostility, indicating he was not there to cause trouble. I relaxed slightly, responding, Grandfather, who are you? How do you know my name? My surname is Huang. You can call me Old Master Huang. What brings you to seek Taoist Qingfeng? Old Master Huang appeared momentarily taken aback. What Taoist? I specifically came looking for you. Now is my turn to be astonished. Old Master Huang patted his chest. I'm a money steward, just like you, also a diviner. My grandfather is the Huang Daxian. The grandfather he referred to was the title given to the guardian deity in their family. Oh, you remember the group of yellow skins you expelled from the construction site on Jinping Road last time? That was my grandfather. The sudden realization washed over me, and I forced a laugh, nodding. I remember. The Huang Daxian was quite gracious to me then. Otherwise, I would have felt rather embarrassed, unable to complete the matter and collect my fee. Old Master Huang chuckled lightly. Oh, that was not him showing you grace. It was clearly out of respect for the blood skeleton, your master. His words rang true. Had I not mentioned the blood skeleton as my patron deity, I would have been at a loss on how to persuade the one named Huang Ginglai to leave. I chuckled, my heart finally at ease that so, you are a disciple of old Master Huang. My apologies, old Master Huang replied. I have come this time to offer my apologies. Last time my grandfather inadvertently offended Lord Blood Skeleton, and he's been worried ever since that he entrusted me with a dream, urging me to resolve this entanglement at all costs. Since you are his disciple, I hope you can speak a few kind words on behalf of my grandfather. I understood now. Old Master Huang had come to offer an apology. It made sense, as Huang Gonglia's standing in the Huang family could hardly be compared to that of the blood skeleton in the Qingfeng temple. Among the countless temples of Qingfeng, the blood skeleton had always been a domineering and tragic figure. Within the entire Qingfeng establishment, he was second only to the Qingfeng master. I had heard that Huang Gonglia's status within the Huang family was insignificant, fearing the blood skeleton was only natural. I assured old Master Huang, very well, I am about to pay my respects at the temple, and I will certainly speak a few kind words for old Master Huang. Oh, thank you, thank you. Old Master Huang expressed his gratitude profusely as we entered the temple. He retrieved 2 gold ingots the size of grapefruits from his bag. Brother, these are the tribute gifts from my grandfather. Why, eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. In my entire life, I had never seen gold ingots of such size. Are these pure gold? Old Master Huang modestly replied, they are not pure gold. They are gold-plated silver. Goodness, even so, that was quite a sum. I weighed the ingots in my hands, estimating that each was worth tens of thousands. The blood skeleton's reputation truly held great weight. Old Master Huang, you are too kind that I placed the 2 hefty gold ingots on the offering tray at the blood skeleton's altar, immediately enhancing the aura of the temple. It must be said that it indeed validated the saying, clothes make the man, gold adorns the Buddha. Old Master Huang pulled out his old pipe, lighting the tobacco as he spoke. What is this? My grandfather says that anyone who dares to worship the blood skeleton as their guardian deity must be extraordinary. I must befriend someone like you. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask. I, old Huang, have spent a good part of my life in the underworld business. That my connections and experience are substantial, and I will never shirk from helping you. I sighed helplessly, smiling bitterly. If I were to mention my difficulties, it would be that business is not thriving, and I cannot make any money. Although this was the truth, given my youth, not making money would not attract ridicule. Yet, stating it in front of a colleague felt somewhat awkward. Old Master Huang laughed heartily. It's always like that when starting out. Don't worry, while I may not be able to assist you with other matters, I have plenty of underworld tasks on hand. In a couple of days, I need to attend a funeral in Luojia village. Why not come with me? Let me tell you, the family hosting this funeral is quite well off. A wealthy household from 10 miles around. You will definitely earn a good sum, of course. I was not the only one assisting with the funeral. If I squeezed in for a share, others would undoubtedly feel disgruntled. If they treated you coldly or cast you disdainful glances, don't take it to heart. Some people are just petty. However, they would not dare to openly make things difficult for you, given my status as a money steward. I nodded and asked, what exactly is a money steward? Old Master Huang leisurely puffed on his pipe, unable to hide his pride. Since ancient times, funerals and burials have been paramount matters of human ethics. To ensure the deceased's peaceful passage, their send-off relies on stewards like us who throw money to pave the way. I suddenly understood, breaking into a smile. So, old Master Huang, you are the leader of the funeral procession. One could say that. After agreeing on a time, old Master Huang took his leave. Coincidentally, I had nothing pressing to attend to and thought to myself, attending a funeral to earn some money while also partaking in a banquet was quite a splendid arrangement. After seeing off old Master Huang, I tidied myself up and tucked away the shenlu, at which point the soul-sealing nail came into view. I held the soul-sealing nail in my palm, discovering that it was inscribed with its name. Turning it over, I was taken aback to find it shimmering, revealing a line of writing. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was not writing but runes. The style of the runes was markedly different from those left by the female spirit, leading me to conclude that their origins were not the same. But what could the runes on the soul sealing nail signify? Just then, a clear voice echoed in my mind, neither human nor ghostly, and I could comprehend it was yet another divine language. Heaven had once again bestowed upon me a boon. Instinctively, I recited the incantation. As soon as I did, the soul-sealing nail soared into the air, shooting towards the center of the road. I was momentarily stunned, my heart racing. Wait, the treasure is escaping. I mustn't lose it. Following the trajectory of the soul-sealing nail, I suddenly spotted an elderly lady standing at the crosswalk, waiting to cross the road. The street was bustling with traffic, and behind the old lady stood a long-haired girl in a white dress. Her pallid complexion concealing malice and malevolence. Clearly, the old lady was oblivious to her presence, as the girl was not human at all. Without a doubt, she was a ghost seeking a replacement and had now locked on her target. Preparing to strike at the elderly lady crossing the road, that my heart tightened. Just as the female ghost reached out to push the grandmother, the soul-sealing nail pierced through the air, striking the ghost squarely in the chest. The ghost froze in place, baring her teeth and convulsing as if electrocuted. Perhaps the spiritual entity could not withstand the might of the soul-sealing nail, for she shattered into fragments of soul. Dissipating into the air, the soul-sealing nail, having successfully vanquished the ghost, returned to my hand. That moment. The elderly lady seemed to sense something, turning to glance back at me. That I tucked the soul-sealing nail away and smiled at her. Perhaps feeling the danger had passed, the old lady returned my smile with gratitude. Goodness, returning to Sanqing Hall, I was overwhelmed with emotion. I never anticipated that the power of the soul-sealing nail could be so immense. It can directly send malevolent spirits into a state of utter disarray. More importantly, it can be manipulated through incantations, allowing me to summon it even if my limbs are restrained, merely by silently reciting the words. While it may not rival the ferocity of the spirit-slaying blade, its convenience is unparalleled. With this divine artifact in my possession, the risks associated with ghost hunting and exorcisms have significantly diminished. 2 days later, I arrived at Luo family village. The funeral commenced early, with the spirit being summoned at 6 in the morning. The Luo family, local tycoons with roots as construction foremen, boasted a fortune in the millions, a substantial sum in that era. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, I found the rumors to be true. Their lavish expenditures during the funeral surpassed all others in the ancient graveyard. Even the coffin was carried on a dragon-headed pole. While other families typically employed 4 bearers, the Luo family had enlisted 8. I mingled among the funeral attendees, observing the flurry of activity around me. Elder Huang had already introduced me to the others, informing them of my experience in funerary rites, assuring them that we were all colleagues and that I should not be troubled. However, my apparent idleness did not sit well with some, who harbored dissatisfaction. Yet, they refrained from voicing their grievances due to their respect for Elder Huang, though many cast me sideways glances filled with disdain. According to custom, the funeral procession began with the money steward scattering paper money, followed by the filial son shattering a clay basin as Elder Huang. The money steward scattered the paper money. Luo Kai, the filial son, shattered the clay basin with a resounding crash. The basin shattered upon impact, emitting a haunting wail that was excruciatingly piercing. Luo Kai's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "What is that sound? It eerily resembles my father's cries." He stared blankly at the shards on the ground. Elder Huang furrowed his brow and scattered another handful of paper money outside, calling out, "Luo, old master, I know your heart is heavy, but dust returns to dust, even if you possess thousands of acres and countless grains. Some things must be relinquished." Luo Kai echoed, Yes, yes. Father, do you have any lingering attachments? I will burn them for you that I have not neglected you over the years. Please do not embarrass me in front of my friends." At that moment, the spirit of the chicken lying atop the coffin suddenly let out a shrill cry. Elder Huang, relieved, bellowed, commenced the procession. The funeral entourage then set off in a grand manner, amidst the sounds of gongs and drums. Elder Huang quietly instructed, "This funeral is bound to encounter problems. I fear it may unleash calamity." Upon hearing Elder Huang's words, the others were stricken with fear, paralyzed by trepidation. After all, Everyone had heard that chilling, ghostly wail. Several among the funeral party, seasoned in these rites for many years, had never before encountered such a phenomenon during a procession. Silence enveloped the group, yet anxiety brewed within as they speculated that this undertaking would surely not end well. They had initially hoped to earn a few coins, but now faced the specter of coffin calamity. Everyone was advised to be vigilant in protecting themselves and to look after the newcomers. Elder Huang gestured towards me, but received no response. Those who dealt with the underworld earned their living through skill. When trouble arose, they tended to fend for themselves. Elder Huang's apparent favoritism towards me did not sit well with the rest. And some, in their frustration, inexplicably directed their ire towards me, muttering, "We never encountered any strange occurrences before. Why is it that with a newcomer, we now face calamity?" Yet, out of respect for Elder Huang's seniority and his role as the leader, they did not dare to confront me openly. As the funeral procession advanced slowly, a sudden gale erupted as we reached a crossroads. The bearers, unaccustomed to such malevolent winds, were momentarily entranced, losing all strength in an instant, causing the coffin to crash to the ground. It is widely known that a coffin falling is a dire omen. The funeral procession erupted into chaos. Elder Huang's eyes widened, his expression grave, before anyone could react. The coffin began to tremble violently, and a sinister, dark aura slowly seeped from within. Elder Huang shouted, "This is bad. Calamity has emerged. We may face death or injury." The dark energy swiftly darted and penetrated Luo Kai's wife's body, causing her to collapse in a panic. Luo Kai implored, "Elder Huang, you are an expert in dispelling calamities. Please help my wife." No sooner had he spoken than Luo Kai's wife suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils turned to ink, exuding dark mist, fixating her gaze upon Luo Kai. Her arm shot out with lightning speed, seizing his neck in a vice-like grip. "Elder Huang, help!" Luo Kai gasped. Elder Huang swiftly drew a vermilion brush and deftly marked Luo Kai's wife's forehead. "Ah!" She let out a chilling, malevolent shriek, spewing forth a cloud of black mist that sent Elder Huang tumbling backward. He clutched his waist, feeling as though it might snap in two that the wind howled, enveloping Luo family village in an icy, sinister atmosphere. Elder Huang sighed repeatedly. "This is dire, truly dire." "What is it?" the bearers asked, trembling with fear. Elder Huang sighed again. "Initially, this calamity may have stemmed from the resentment of unfilial children, only affecting the Luo family. But since I failed to subdue it, I have now drawn that resentment upon us all. It has become a calamity that can affect anyone. The bearers, who were most vulnerable to the repercussions of such karmic ties, looked aghast, lamenting, "Are we not doomed because of Elder Huang's misstep? We merely sought to earn a few coins. How do we end up facing this calamity? Indeed, Elder Huang, you must quell this calamity," they pleaded. "I do not wish to perish. I have parents to support." Elder Huang was equally astonished, deep in thought, his brow furrowed, that I understood that he was the leader of the entire funeral party, so I inquired, "Is there no way to resolve this?" Elder Huang abruptly shook his head. "There is no way. This calamity is too fierce for me to contend with, unless a more formidable expert intervenes," someone nearby suggested. "Perhaps we should flee. We can abandon the money. You cannot escape. Once one is tainted by calamity, it will pursue you relentlessly." That moment, Luo Kai was on the brink of death that if he were to perish, the calamity unleashed by Luo Old Master would continue to assail others in a moment of clarity, I recalled that in the Lianshan Iwu scrolls, there existed a spell designed specifically to counteract calamities, known as Child Crossing the Qian Mountain, also referred to as Good Spirit Receiving Calamity. It involved employing a paper effigy of a child as a guide to escort the calamity to the underworld. "Elder Huang, there is a technique called Child Crossing the Qian Mountain. Have you heard of it?" Elder Huang's expression shifted dramatically. He shot me a sharp glance and admonished, "Young brother, do not cause further chaos." "What is Child Crossing the Qian Mountain? I have never heard of it in all my years of dealing with the underworld." Elder Huang firmly grasped my wrist, stating earnestly, "Indeed, there is such a technique, known as Child Crossing the Qian Pass, a folk ritual for dispelling calamity. However, this art is exceedingly profound, and very few have mastered it. It has long been lost to time. Elder Huang's demeanor darkened as he explained. Then, astonished, asked, Brother Guling, why do you suddenly mention this spell? Do you possess the knowledge to perform it? I smirked slightly. Yes, I do. Elder Huang and the others exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. How can that be? Elder Huang had claimed that child crossing the Qian Mountain had been lost to history. Child, do not jest at such a critical moment. I ignore their skepticism, inwardly amused. Mastering it in 20 years is the realm of mere mortals. I achieved it in mere minutes. I then dashed to the entrance of a nearby home and addressed an onlooker. Madam, could you lend me a sheet of white paper? A large one, along with a pair of scissors. I gestured to indicate the size of the paper, and the lady nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Turning around, he entered the house to fetch a sheet of white paper and a pair of scissors. Swiftly, I used the scissors to cut the white paper into the shape of a paper boy. Then, I blew gently on the paper figure, which sprang to life and dashed towards Mr. Luo and his wife, pressing itself against her lips, extracting the malevolent energy dwelling within her. Before my eyes, the entire paper figure turned black, and Mrs. Luo collapsed to the ground. Just moments ago, Mr. Luo had been suffering terribly at her hands, but now her grip had loosened. Yet he found himself unable to recover quickly, convulsing on the ground with his eyes rolling back. I paid them no mind and directly presented the paper figure to Dali, urging him to burn it promptly. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the astonishing revelation that the paper boy crafted by my junior had indeed absorbed the dark energy. After a prolonged moment of shock, Dali finally nodded absent-mindedly. Oh, I see. He retrieved a lighter and, with trembling hands, set the black paper figure ablaze. As the paper figure was consumed by flames, the eerie winds nearby ceased, and tranquility returned. Mr. Luo also appeared to regain some composure, scrambling towards old Master Huang, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, old Master Huang. You have saved us. Your powers are indeed extraordinary. He knocked his head as fervently as a chick pecking at its feet. Old Master Huang furrowed his white brows, replying, It was not I, old Huang, who saved you. He gestured towards me, saying, It was Brother Guling who utilized the boy's passage to the underworld to rescue both you and your wife. You are fortunate to have survived. This spell has been lost to time for many years, and I never expected my young brother here to wield it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo's expression turned blank. He scrutinized me, who seemed no more than a high school student, yet possessed such astonishing abilities. The muscles in Mr. Luo's face twitched uncontrollably. Disbelief etched across his features, his eyes wide with shock that he was not alone. The funeral procession members accompanying old Master Huang were equally astonished. After a lengthy pause, one of them awkwardly remarked, Initially, I thought Guling was just a pawn inserted by old Master Huang to divide the spoils. But it turns out he is a master. Indeed, another chimed in, My apologies for my earlier judgment. If it were not for Brother Guling, we might have lost our lives today. The situation was dire, and I now deeply regret not capturing this thrilling moment on my phone to share with my friends. It would have surely left the underworld circles in awe.deli, filled with admiration. Inquired old Master Huang, Where did you encounter such a remarkable talent at such a young age? Old Master Huang's face beamed with delight, yet I could also discern a hint of astonishment. After all, no matter how insightful I was still merely a mortal, incapable of mastering a legendary spell like Boy's Passage to the Underworld at such a tender age, unless I were an unparalleled genius. From the look of reverence in old Master Huang's eyes, it was evident that these were indeed his thoughts at that moment. When it came time to divide the rewards, they had initially deemed me a burden unworthy of a share. However, once credit was assigned, it became apparent that my contribution was the greatest. Without hesitation, old Master Huang took it upon himself to allocate half of the reward to me, and the others dared not voice any objections. After all, given the peril we had faced that morning, it was certainly not an exaggeration to say that their lives were saved by me. Mr. Luo had amassed considerable wealth from his years in business, and old Master Huang, believing that the malevolence afflicting his family stemmed from Mr. Luo's unfilial conduct, seized the opportunity to extort a hefty sum of 500,000. Mr. Luo was immediately taken aback. Old Master, why do you say that? I am renowned across 10 miles and 8 villages as a devoted son. Everyone knows this. Now, it was old Master Huang's turn to be stunned, and Li chimed in, Old Master, just look at how splendidly Mr. Luo arranged his father's funeral. How could he possibly be unfilial? I cannot speak for other matters, but Mr. Luo certainly spent over $1 million treating his father's illness. Old Master Huang's face paled slightly. I intended to say that Mr. Luo is unfilial while alive and reckless after death. If that's the case, the malevolence emanating from his family becomes quite suspicious. He leaned in closer to Da Li and whispered, This matter is far from over. Mr. Luo, catching a glimpse of the subtle exchange on old Master Huang's face, anxiously asked, Old Master, what are you implying? Is the malevolence not eradicated? Old Master Huang shook his head with a forced chuckle. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, the malevolence has been vanquished today. You need not worry. He needed to reassure Mr. Luo first to secure his reward. However, in his heart, old Master Huang harbored an unshakable feeling that the Luo family's misfortune was likely not yet resolved. While they conversed, I was not present, having gone to return the scissors. When I returned them to the old lady, her gaze was laden with something unusual, and she muttered under her breath, The Luo family will inevitably face calamity. Those who engage in wickedness will meet their demise. That I found her words peculiar and asked, Annie, what do you mean by that? From her tone, it seemed as if the Luo family were some great villains. The old lady's expression darkened, and she remained tight-lipped, refusing to answer despite my persistent inquiries, eventually shooing me away. Reluctantly, I departed. Life in the countryside was not particularly affluent at the time. Mr. Luo's construction team earned merely tens of thousands a year, and old Master Huang's demand equated to his entire annual income. However, Mr. Luo understood well that we had saved his life. Though his heart ached, he dared not refuse and could only grit his teeth in agreement. Those involved in the funeral procession typically earned only a few $100, but now it seemed each person would receive at least 30 to 50,000, leaving everyone elated. They say fortune favors the bold. And it certainly appeared to hold true. We were fortunate to have Brother Guling with us, not only saving our lives, but also allowing us to share in such a substantial sum. That being said, if given the choice, I would still prefer to safely earn a modest amount. You, my friend, are lacking in ambition. The funeral team reveled in counting their earnings, with old Master Huang being the happiest of all. I was the one he had invited, and he had initially only shared the spoils out of respect for the blood ties, but he had not anticipated that the entire team had been saved by me. As the financial steward and leader of this funeral, he would be responsible for any mishaps. Now, having turned misfortune into fortune, not only had he avoided disaster, but he had also seized a grand opportunity for profit. How could he not be overjoyed? I received 250,000, my first significant financial gain, which naturally brought me great happiness. Yet, the teachings of the Qing Feng sect stated that 1 billion was required to transcend a single tribulation, and 250,000 was but a drop in the bucket. Even if I started saving from next year, the target of 1 billion seemed far too distant. Once the funeral concluded, the procession dispersed. Yet, old Master Huang still pulled Dali aside to inquire, How did Mr. Luo's father pass away? Dali replied, He drowned after falling into a ditch. Strangely, the ditch was only ankle deep, and Mr. Luo's father was just 70 years old. Although he had suffered from a severe illness previously, he had recovered. It puzzled everyone as to why he could not rise from such shallow water. Villagers who witnessed the incident claimed that Mr. Luo's father lay still in the water, as if some unseen creature had ensnared him. Moreover, when they lifted him, he was already lifeless, his eyes wide open, and his lips a deep shade of purple. Some even said that before he passed, he seemed to be chasing something, repeatedly shouting, Don't run. Don't run. I followed up with a question. Does Mr. Luo have a son? He's a simpleton, Dali replied, appearing contemplative. He was always acting strangely. His grandfather's greatest wish was to hold a grandchild, but unfortunately, he passed before that could happen. Old Master Huang sighed. From what you've said, it does seem that the circumstances surrounding Mr. Luo's father's death are quite peculiar. I had a foreboding sense that the misfortunes of the Luo family were not yet over, and they would likely seek me out again. This thought resonated within me. Dali raised an eyebrow. Old Master, Your skills are indeed impressive. To be honest, the Luo family is engaged in some rather nefarious deeds in the past. Who knows how severe their malevolence could be? Are you truly willing to accept that money? Old Master Huang chuckled. In the past, I might have been hesitant, but after witnessing my brother Gu Ling's abilities today, I am convinced that this money is rightfully earned. Now, tell me, what unscrupulous dealings did the Luo family engage in? Well, Dilly pondered for a moment, then smiled awkwardly, speaking softly. One should not speak ill of others behind their backs. That's the act of a small-minded person. The details will reveal themselves to you in time, should fate allow. Until we meet again. Old Master Huang watched Li's departing figure, his expression not quite pleasant, before finally turning to me with a smile. Brother Gu Ling, I cannot thank you enough for today. Such a great favor deserves acknowledgement. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. Elder Huang's delight brought me joy as well. The village of Luo is modest in size, and we chose a nearby eatery, albeit a rather unsavory one. Though it was mealtime, the restaurant was not particularly crowded. Most of the villagers had ventured into the city for work, leaving behind those with little means. Even in such a filthy establishment, many could hardly bring themselves to dine there. However, this did not imply that the culinary skills were lacking. Elder Huang downed his drink in one gulp, exclaiming with satisfaction, "How refreshing!" He then regarded me with a look of surprise. I remarked, "Brother Gu, today we have struck a veritable fortune. Why do you remain so glum?" I candidly shared with Elder Huang my obligation to accumulate 100 million within a year to present to Master Qingfeng. Good heavens, 100 million! Selling the entire Luo village would scarcely yield such a sum. Indeed, Elder Huang was taken aback by this figure, his eyes widening like copper bells. He mused, "The tribulation you face is truly monumental. My own trials pale in comparison. You too have faced tribulations?" I inquired, "What kind of spirit medium has not endured their share trials?" Our celestial mentors take on apprentices precisely to guide them through their tribulations. Elder Huang replied, savoring a peanut as he continued, "Our duty as spirit mediums is to assist the celestial beings behind us in overcoming their trials. When the 5 celestial beings reach a certain level of cultivation, they must face tribulations, which are perilous journeys. A minor misstep can lead to catastrophic outcomes, resulting in utter annihilation. Thus, they seek human assistance, as humanity is the essence of the cosmos. Spirit mediums possess human bodies to exorcise evil, heal ailments, avert misfortunes, and perform benevolent deeds. Fortunately, I had already aided Elder Huang in overcoming his tribulation, albeit a minor one for an earthbound celestial. Now was his time for gratitude, and as a fellow practitioner and your senior, I could offer you some sage advice. Although I may be of a younger generation than Elder Huang, within the realm of spirit mediums, we are indeed peers, regardless of age. Elder Huang, having entered this path before me, graciously referred to me as his junior. Yet the celestial beings he serves far exceed the ones I am affiliated with in both experience and power, which perhaps accounts for his slight insecurity in addressing me as a senior. Nonetheless, I held no grievances and respectfully inquired, "Please do share." Elder Huang smiled and raised 4 fingers, stating, "In truth, it can be distilled into 4 words. Follow the will of heaven. Simply put, do not become entangled or anxious. The heavens will provide you with the best arrangement." I pondered this. While it sounded profound, it seemed somewhat vague. However, his advice against anxiety and entanglement rang true. You face a heavenly tribulation. The celestial way is just, punishing the wicked and rewarding the virtuous. To successfully navigate your trials, you must align with the will of heaven by performing acts of kindness. The celestial beings engage in virtuous deeds, thus accruing blessings. And with an abundance of blessings, heaven will naturally bestow favor upon you. I began to grasp the essence of his words. Are you suggesting that the initial stages are the most challenging? And once I have amassed sufficient merit, heaven will grant me great fortune, aiding me in acquiring wealth? Brother Gu, you are astute. You have grasped it perfectly, Elder Huang affirmed. Consider this. As you perform more good deeds, others will recognize your abilities, and, consequently, more people will seek your assistance. The principle of connectivity is embodied in this very notion. With this revelation, the previously dim and desolate corners of my heart ignited with newfound hope, and I felt a surge of joy. Elder Huang drained his cup and, with a slightly dazed expression, said, "Would you like to hear how I came to this vocation as a spirit medium?" My eyes brightened with curiosity. "Of course, allow me to recount the tale," he began, pouring himself another drink. This time, he savored a modest sip before continuing. "This story begins with my childhood friend, Shizi. We often attended school together, and his grandfather was a spirit medium, a wiry old man whose visage bore no remarkable traits. He appeared like any ordinary person, that I recall that Shizi's home was perpetually shrouded in incense smoke, with a steady stream of visitors lining up to consult his grandfather. These individuals hailed from all walks of life: humble villagers, affluent entrepreneurs driving luxury cars, and esteemed figures from high society. They congregated for various reasons, politely awaiting their turn to seek Shizi's grandfather's guidance in alleviating their woes, a testament to his considerable renown. As a child, I frequently sought out Shizi for play, yet I never dared to enter his house, choosing instead to call out to him from the outside. An inexplicable fear held me back, compounded by a haunting experience I had witnessed at his home, which has forever lingered in my memory. I recall one occasion when I sought him out, but the crowd outside was too dense, and the noise overwhelming, that I decided to venture in, passing by his grandfather's room, a dim and cramped space where he was consulting a client. Curiosity piqued, I leaned against the doorframe to peer inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, with incense burning on the altar, wisps of smoke curling into the air. On the wall hung a peculiar painting of an elderly man, flanked by young boys and girls. It was only later that I learned this figure was the venerable Husantai, the leader of all spirit mediums, my grandfather's ancestor. At that moment, Shizi's grandfather wore a grim expression, coldly observing a woman kneeling before him. She was strikingly beautiful, adorned with earrings and a necklace, draped in a fur coat and stylish boots, unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family. She pleaded with desperation, tears streaming down her face. Yet, Shizi's grandfather showed no compassion, observing her with disdain, harshly rebuking her. "You have committed heinous acts. Do you still wish to live? Prepare for your end." The woman's face fell, her cries intensifying, and despite her prolonged pleas, she ultimately departed in despair. As she exited, I noticed her once pristine arms were marred by festering sores, exuding a putrid stench that revolted me. Shizi's grandfather called out with a strange intonation, "Remove that fur coat, and perhaps you might extend your days." His demeanor had shifted. He no longer resembled the grandfather I knew, but instead appeared almost fox-like, his gaze icy and filled with loathing for the departing woman. That moment truly frightened me, prompting me to flee the scene. Later, I inquired about the woman from Shizi, who explained that she was the daughter of a family business owner, though she lived in comfort. The wealthy also faced their own troubles. Under immense pressure, she often vented her frustrations by torturing small animals, resulting in countless deaths at her hands. Those innocent creatures, filled with resentment, eventually manifested as vengeful spirits, relentlessly tormenting her. The sores on her arms were the result of their bites, starting from her arms and progressing down to her legs, signaling her impending demise. This was an unalterable karmic retribution, and attempting to intervene would only invite further misfortune. Shizi informed me that even if a solution were possible, his grandfather would not assist her. Not only did she revel in the suffering of small creatures, but she also flaunted her wealth by donning fur coats, each tailored and requiring the pelts of numerous animals. Imagine the bloodshed and resentment infused into those garments. It was then that I realized Shizi's grandfather was possessed by a fox spirit, and the woman had come seeking relief while cloaked in her own blood-stained furs. How ironic! Not only would she not receive aid, but her very attire was an affront to the spirit's nature. At that time, the concept of spirit mediums was still shrouded in mystery for me, prompting frequent inquiries to Shizi, who would regale me with tales of his grandfather's extraordinary encounters. Shizi was my closest friend, and I envisioned a future where we would continue together through high school and university. Alas, in the third year of junior high, his family faced an upheaval, and they relocated, severing our connection. Before his departure, I inquired about the circumstances, but he merely fell silent, gifting me a wolf's tooth tied with a red string, claiming it would ward off evil that I kept that wolf's tooth, and later, during a perilous trip to Fengdu. It saved my life when I unwittingly encountered a ghostly portal. Elder Huang held the wolf's tooth in his hand, his gaze distant as he recounted these memories. Noticing his reverie, I chose to remain silent, allowing him to immerse himself in the past. Until old Master Huang regained his senses and continued to chat with me, he elaborated on the territorial domains of various practitioners, detailing which areas belonged to the Hu family and who the head was, as well as the extent of the Huang family's influence and their leader. He spoke of the deities served by the temples on Ailao Mountain and the appropriate times for offerings. However, when I inquired about the history of the blood skeleton, old Master Huang was utterly at a loss for words. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, I found my vision blurred with intoxication. And noticing that the old gentleman had slumped over the table, I assisted him outside, but by this time, darkness had descended, and I hailed a taxi to take him back to Sanqing Hall for rest. Upon arrival, old Master Huang was inebriated to the point of being disoriented. He spent the night at Sanqing Hall, and the following day, we exchanged contact information before I saw him off. In the ensuing days. Aside from studying Lianshan, I remained at the Immortal Hall, awaiting those fated to seek my counsel. Truth be told, conducting business was no easy task. AS is well known. Since the liberation, all things have been prohibited from becoming sentient, rendering this already degenerate era even more devoid of spiritual essence. I enjoyed a period of financial stability, but as the weather grew colder, I pondered that it would be better to find something to occupy my time rather than idling away. Having earned a considerable sum, I thought it prudent to splurge a little, purchasing some fine goods and delicacies to share with the villagers at the ancient family graves during the new year, hoping to improve their living conditions. Just as I was about to step out, however, Anhai called me that I remarked, "Guling, can it be that you still do not know how to use WeChat?" WeChat? I suddenly recalled, WeChat. I did consider studying it, but alas, I cannot find a network that... Anhai was nearly speechless. "Come on, could you please turn on your mobile data?" I was puzzled. What is mobile data? With a sigh of resignation, Anhai patiently guided me over the phone to activate the mobile data. An hour later, my high-end phone finally logged into the WeChat interface. It dawned on me that this was how one accessed the internet on a mobile device. Add me as a friend first, and I will send you some information. This case is quite tricky. Upon hearing the word case, I realized the gravity of the situation, followed the steps to register on WeChat, and added him as a friend. And Anhai sent me several images, all of which were statements taken by the police from the complainant. Based on the descriptions in the statements, the case was not overly complicated, yet it was undeniably eerie. The complainant was a makeup artist who, while traveling, purchased a pair of embroidered shoes. Since then, she had been plagued by relentless nightmares, consistently dreaming of a woman standing by her bedside. There's a popular saying, "Shoes on the bed, a ghost in the bed." Believing it to be due to the shoes resting beneath her feet, the woman discarded them in her studio. However, to her astonishment, the next morning, the embroidered shoes reappeared under her bed. Feeling that the shoes were too sinister, she recalled the advice of elders that fire could dispel unclean spirits, and thus, she resolved to burn the shoes. Indeed, for several days, she enjoyed peace, but one day, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Assuming it was a delivery, she peered through the peephole only to see the pair of embroidered shoes lying at her doorstep. The woman promptly called the police. The officers who responded to the case believed that she might be experiencing hallucinations due to psychological issues and merely comforted her over the phone. They also inquired about her home address and dispatched an ambulance to check on her condition. However, as the paramedics arrived at her doorstep, they noticed blood seeping through the door crack, realizing something was amiss. The doctor called the police and summoned a locksmith to gain entry. Upon opening the door, everyone was astonished to find a woman clad in embroidered shoes standing in the living room, drenched in blood and devoid of vital signs. The investigating officers deemed the incident bizarre and notified the Special Investigation Unit. Our unit's members arrived at the crime scene and, upon examining the body, found it peculiar. Anhai messaged me on WeChat, stating she was standing, her finger pressed against the wall, which bore a strange symbol. I will send you the symbol shortly. The symbol was evidently inscribed in the woman's own blood. She had likely struck her head against the wall before using her blood to draw the pattern. This method resembled a sacrificial ritual conducted under the influence of some malevolent force. With her own body as the offering, as he spoke, the symbol was already sent over. I glanced at it and was immediately taken aback, for I had previously encountered that very symbol at the bottom of the peculiar well at our school. I recalled that area seemed like an altar or burial chamber, shrouded in mystery. It had once been the residence of Feng, a prominent practitioner during the Ming Dynasty, who, after collecting ancient artifacts, inadvertently attracted malevolent spirits, resulting in the demise of his entire family. Perhaps those strange symbols were remnants left by the invading evil. This was my conjecture, and I couldn't help but fall into a deep reverie. According to Feng's messages, he claimed the invading spirit was a female demon. Though he did not disclose further details, I indeed encountered a beautiful girl in the depths of the burial chamber who stole my first kiss. Her visage remains etched vividly in my memory, impossible to forget. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck me, and I said to Anhai, could it be that the girl in the burial chamber is the demon? After all, it is unlikely that an ordinary person could absorb the essence of tree spirits. Anhai was well aware of my adventures in the burial chamber, and he concurred with my hypothesis. It's highly probable, but can you describe her appearance? Well, she was beautiful. I asked that all. Yes, oh my. Anhai was left speechless. Brother, you truly are a man of iron, preserving only the purest impression in your heart. Besides her beauty, does she not possess any other traits? Traits? Oh, I just remembered, she indeed has one. Anhai eagerly pressed me. Really? What trait? I replied, she wasn't wearing any clothes. Fangu, are you trying to show off? He exclaimed, you seem to have had quite the fortunate encounter. I scoffed, fortunate. Do you have any idea how much I lost? I lost my first kiss, Anhai. Forget it, let's not discuss that for now. Finally, I cautioned him not to divulge this matter, lest it make my future romantic pursuits more difficult. Anhai refrained from scolding me, instead curiously asking, did you feel any special sensation after being kissed by the demon? Well, it seems my magical power has increased. Anhai furrowed his brow and I explained, ever since I joined the Blood Skeleton sect, I have developed some spiritual abilities. At times, I feel as though I can see spiritual entities, or ghosts. However, it is sporadic, and even when I do see them, they appear as indistinct, swirling shadows. Recently, though, my sensitivity to these entities has intensified, that I found it perplexing and inquired whether this was a result of the demon's kiss. Anhai pondered for a moment before stating, the demon's intent in kissing you is certainly not due to your good looks. It was most likely to absorb your vital energy, that I replied honestly. I do not concur with your first statement, but the latter holds considerable truth. However, I did not suffer any harm from it. Suddenly, I recalled, before the demon departed, she thanked me. Thank you. How peculiar. Why would she say that? Anhai shook his head in disbelief. Due to my inability to provide specific details, I had not drawn any valuable conclusions regarding the female demon. Anhai utilized the known information to conduct a search in the Special Investigation Department's extensive database. And as expected, there was no record of such a demon. Logically deducing, it seemed highly probable that the female demon had been residing in the subterranean palace since the Ming Dynasty, which would mean she had been lurking there for at least 5 centuries. During the Ming Dynasty, photographs did not exist. Consequently, there would be no visual documentation of the demon. Now that the demon had begun to harm others, although her motives remained unclear, we all sensed that she would continue her assaults. Indeed, just a few days later, in the nearby city of Changchun, a man plummeted from the 6th floor, resulting in a gruesome scene of bloodshed and shattered skull. However, what was most horrifying was that several witnesses, upon realizing the fallen man exhibited no signs of life and preparing to call for an ambulance, witnessed the corpse inexplicably rise up, kneel on the ground, and draw a peculiar symbol with the blood beneath him before succumbing once more. Anhai sent me an image of that blood symbol, and I noted that this rune bore a resemblance to the previous one. Yet it was also distinct. After careful recollection, I was certain that this rune had appeared in the subterranean palace beneath the school as well. It was evident that the true culprit behind both incidents was the female demon. By the way, there was something I had forgotten to mention. Anhai sent me a voice message. The merchant who sold the embroidered shoes to the deceased woman has been located. He operates at a tourist attraction in Hangzhou. The local area is currently hosting a tourism festival, attracting numerous vendors eager to peddle their wares, and the merchant selling the embroidered shoes is among them. I inquired, "What kind of person is he?" Anhai replied, "He is an elderly man who specializes in selling local hospitality goods. According to other vendors, he appears to be in his 50s and is missing one arm." However, we could not gather any information regarding his identity. The festival's organizing committee had required vendors to provide their phone numbers, but when the police called the number, it turned out to be disconnected. Back then, phone numbers were not subject to real name registration, and such tourism festivals were merely opportunistic commercial gatherings for selling goods, a business model that was flourishing in various places at that time. In an era rife with counterfeit products, the organizers did not rigorously verify the identities of these vendors. Their primary concern was collecting taxes and fees, while vendors frequently relocated, given the current circumstances. Locating that folk goods merchant seemed nearly impossible. However, one remark from Anhai sent a jolt of unease through me. "You mean he is one-armed, missing an arm?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" I forgot to mention that the reason I fell into the well was due to a masked individual casting a spell on me, ensnaring me with vines that sprang from the ground. After a moment, Anhai replied, "Such a peculiar spell. Yet, this lead is crucial. It is likely that this one-armed elder is in cahoots with a female demon." I remarked, "The only thing is he was wearing a mask, so I could not discern his appearance. Speaking of which, his magic is quite sinister, as it not only summons vines from the ground, but can also conjure mirrors, causing anyone who jumps into a mirror to vanish." Anhai mused, "To escape through a mirror while summoning vines from the ground. Such magic is indeed rather bizarre." After that, he ceased messaging me. My mind was plagued with numerous mysteries, including the identity of the female demon and the implications of her kiss upon me. Ever since I lost my first kiss, I have sensed something unusual within my body, as though my spiritual energy has significantly increased. Furthermore, what connection does the one-armed elder have with the female demon? After all, it was I who severed his arm. Might he seek vengeance upon me? A sense of foreboding crept over me. While the old man may not possess great power, he certainly exudes an uncanny aura, particularly with that spell capable of summoning vines. If I were to become ensnared again, it would be troublesome, as that does not qualify as an attack and would not be deemed a fatal injury by the blood skeleton. Thus he would not come forth to protect me. Filled with uncertainty, I glanced outside. The sky was already darkening. Typically, I would prepare my own meals, as it helps to save costs. Yet today I suddenly felt exhausted and unmotivated to cook, so I left Sanqing Hall in search of a restaurant. Just as I stepped outside, my phone rang. Looking down, I saw it was Huang Laotai calling, his tone urgent. "Junior brother, there has been an incident." "What incident?" "Do you remember Luo Kai from Luo family village?" "He is the one who is in trouble." That I was not particularly surprised. The day of the morning at Luo Kai's home, he was intercepted by the Black Shah, though I had managed to divert the malevolence using the child's passage to the underworld spell. The source of the malevolence remained unaddressed. Moreover, given the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of the Luo family's elder, Huang Laotai had forewarned that trouble would inevitably befall the Luo family. I asked, "Who in the Luo family is in trouble?" "It's Luo Kai himself. He seems to have contracted some illness, with his abdomen swelling excessively." Huang Laotai queried, "Are you going to Luo family village tonight or tomorrow morning?" Luo Kai mentioned he would be willing to offer 1 million if you could assist him. Such a generous sum indicates that Luo Kai's affliction is indeed sinister that I promptly replied, "Then let us go tomorrow morning." After ending the call, I strolled to a noodle shop, had a simple bowl of ramen, and returned to Sanqing Hall to rest. The next morning, I traveled to Luo family village. Upon seeing Luo Kai, I was taken aback by his appearance. Luo Kai tilted his head, his legs too weak to support him, forcing him to lie on the bed, his hands trembling and his abdomen protruding significantly. Observing this peculiarity, I could not help but furrow my brow. Huang Laotai inquired, "Junior brother, can you discern what affliction has befallen Boss Luo?" I countered, "Has he been to the hospital?" Luo Kai grumbled, "If hospitals were effective, I wouldn't be seeking your help. They couldn't diagnose anything. However, a local doctor checked my pulse and, absurdly, claimed I was pregnant. Damn those quacks. They can't possibly speak sense that I told him. Stop cursing. That so-called quack was not entirely wrong. Indeed, you are pregnant. Luo Kai, alarmed, began to curse again and even attempted to throw me out. Are you blind? Have you ever seen a man get pregnant? You're the one who must be pregnant. Wife, hurry and get rid of him. I don't believe quacks and certainly don't want a charlatan treating me. How could I possibly be pregnant? Despite his words, he furiously patted his abdomen, his gaze filled with malice. I can't keep this. I absolutely cannot. I remained unfazed, asserting with certainty. Moreover, it's a boy, perhaps even twins. In my eyes, I could see two masses writhing slowly within Luo Kai's abdomen. More importantly, these two masses were shrouded in sinister energy. Thus, it was clear that Luo Kai had encountered malevolence, AS, for whether those two masses were infants. I could not yet determine due to the barrier of his abdomen. Hearing my words, Luo Kai's eyes widened. A boy. Are you sure it's a boy? He seemed rather excited, which I found amusing, and I nodded playfully, saying, Yes, I am certain that I will ensure these two children are born. Luo Kai suddenly declared with determination. This statement left everyone present, including myself, utterly astonished. Luo Kai's wife wore a cold expression. Having a pillar in the Luo family was sufficient. Such an unconventional child before she could finish. Luo Kai stood up and slapped his wife, glaring as he chastised. The pillar is a fool. A waste. He doesn't even know how to disrobe a woman. It would be better to raise a pig than him. Luo Kai's wife covered her face, exasperated. At least a child born of love is better than one born of filth. Luo Kai shouted, I am the one who decides in the Luo family. I will keep this child at all costs. Luo Kai's wife, her eyes red with tears, could no longer contain her emotions. Even if he is a fool, he is still our son. You cannot abandon him. Besides, is it his fault for being born a fool? Isn't it the Luo family's past sins that caused this? How could a man give birth? Do you want me to be the laughingstock of the entire village? I will not allow you to bring this child into the world. Luo Kai, enraged, raised his hand as if to slap his wife again. However, Luo Kai's wife seized a kettle of boiling water and splashed it on his arm. Causing him to yelp in pain, he gritted his teeth, cursing, You wretched woman, how dare you strike your husband? Are you rebelling against me? Just you wait. I will chop off your filthy hands. That being said, Luo Kai's abdomen began to visibly swell, soon resembling the size of a balloon. His complexion grew increasingly ashen, and he pleaded with me, saying, What should I do? Master, please help me. Let the child come out quickly. Old Master Huang, with a solemn expression, remarked, Junior brother, this matter is indeed peculiar. How can a man be pregnant? Moreover, even if he were, it should take the customary 10 months of gestation. It cannot possibly be so swift. I pulled him aside to the outer room and whispered, Luo Kai harbors two masses of Yin energy within him, which have now taken on human form and cannot be expelled. Even if we attempt a risky cesarean, he is likely to lose his life. Luo Kai was undoubtedly possessed, but discerning the cause of his affliction was of utmost importance. I glanced at Luo Kai's wife, noting her expression of resentment and unyielding sorrow, her fists clenched tightly, and her gaze icy, clearly furious with her husband. Look at Luo Kai's wife's expression. She must know something. I remarked, Did you catch what you just said? That child is better than one born from a grave. Old Master Huang's eyes flickered with realization. He had evidently taken note that I continued, Has Luo Kai's son. Luo, is you married? Old Master Huang shook his head. I'm not quite certain, but I have visited their home several times that I did see his son once. Yet I have never heard of a daughter-in-law. Nor have I seen one that it is likely that he has not taken a wife. This raised suspicions. Why would Luo Kai's wife mention born from a grave? Meanwhile, Luo Kai's cries intensified, sounding as if he were on the verge of childbirth. No, to be precise, he was not about to give birth, but rather suffering from the agonies of a difficult labor. His wife paced anxiously in the room, sighing repeatedly. How could such a thing happen? Masters, please come in and take a look. Old Master Huang entered and said, If Boss Luo wishes for safe delivery, it appears he may need to have his belly cut open. Luo Kai, now trembling with fear, stammered. Then, can I not give birth? His wife, terrified, wept and implored us. Say my husband. If he dies, what shall my son and I do? Left as orphans? I cast a glance at the suffering Luo Kai, hesitating before finally speaking. In truth, whether this child is born or not, he is destined to die, that if he gives birth, it will require cesarean. If he does not, the child within him will consume his vital energy. Look at his waxen complexion. It is evident that much of his essence has been drained away. Luo Kai's face paled further as his abdomen swelled ominously, the outline of two small masses visibly writhing beneath his thin skin. With each movement he let out deep, anguished cries, his pallor intensifying till he gasped. What kind of child can consume a person's vital energy? I coldly replied. A demon spawn. Luo Kai, in a state of terror, cried out, "Ah, save me. I do not wish to die. If you wish to live, you must honestly reveal any misdeeds you have committed or whom you may have offended." I insisted. I could see this. Luo Kai's wife seemed taken aback, her eyes darting. "Husband, did you not kill Xiaoying?" Initially, Luo Kai vehemently denied it, but as his belly continued to swell and pain intensified, he reluctantly confessed. "I also killed her by accident." I inquired, "Who is Xiaoying?" Luo Kai's wife replied softly. She was brought to be a wife for Zhuzi, to carry on the family line. So, it was human trafficking. The sordid practice of abducting women and selling them to impoverished regions had been heard of often, but such things were typically the domain of the ignorant in remote areas. Luo Kai, though a countryman, was involved in construction and should have eschewed such vile customs that I was astonished to learn that they still engaged in such heinous acts. However, what Luo Kai's wife said next shattered my understanding entirely. This village has a long-standing tradition of purchasing brides. Even I was sold here as a child bride to provide my brother with sugar. Half the women in Luo family village are trafficked. Luo Kai's father was once engaged in this trade, that I recalled the words spoken at the last funeral, that the Luo family had once dealt in wicked trades. And the woman who borrowed my scissors had mentioned that those who commit many injustices will ultimately meet their end through misfortune. It seemed that the Luo family was indeed steeped in wickedness. No wonder Luo Kai's father had encountered the black spirit on the day of his funeral. It was clear that his father had met an untimely demise, as the ghost of the woman he had wronged refused to let him be buried peacefully, causing chaos that day. That I questioned Luo Kai. Did Xiaoying attempt to escape after you bought her, leading to her accidental death? Luo Kai shook his head, but his wife interjected. No. Xiaoying was always bound. How could she run away? It was Zhuzi. Due to his foolishness, he couldn't even untie a woman's clothes. Luo Kai said he couldn't rely on a fool. Only Zhuzi could ensure the family line continued. After that, Xiaoying disappeared. When I asked Luo Kai if he had killed her, he again denied it. As she spoke, his wife could not suppress her laughter, first softly, but gradually her mirth grew more pronounced, bordering on madness, and she trembled violently, laughing maniacally, causing Luo Kai to feel a chill run down his spine, on the verge of a breakdown. "Stop laughing. Am I not also trying to preserve the family line?" I pressed him. "What became of Xiaoying's body?" "I buried it in the small woods behind the mountain," he replied. "I instructed old Master Huang to summon a few young men from the village, and we carried Luo Kai on a door plank to the mountainside." Luo Kai pointed out the burial site, which was situated between two slopes, a location often referred to in feng shui as the twin dragons clasping, a place of great malevolence. It was no surprise that burying a body there would invite calamity. I immediately directed the accompanying youths to begin excavating the corpse. Not long into the digging, they discovered blood, causing them to exclaim in surprise. "How much blood did this require?" "I am covered in it." When the body was unearthed, Xiaoying's back was marred with numerous wounds, clearly indicative of severe beating. Some flesh had even begun to rot, emitting a faint, putrid odor. I later learned that Xiaoying was a university student who had been kidnapped during a summer trip and ultimately sold to Luo family village. Looking at the corpse, I could only shake my head. With so many injuries, it was absurd for Luo Kai to claim it was an accident. That I ordered, "Senior brother, light some incense." Old Master Huang was stunned by the gruesome sight of the corpse. Initially unwilling to assist Luo Kai, he now feared that Xiaoying's wrath would harm innocent people, and thus he asked me, "What type of incense should we use?" I replied, "A plum blossom incense array." Old Master Huang arranged 5 sticks of incense in a plum blossom shape and lit them, waiting to see how they would burn, to determine fortune or misfortune. As expected, the plum blossom incense eventually burned into a shape of 3 long and 2 short sticks. It is a grave omen when something burns into a form of 3 long and 2 short sticks, and the fact that it did so indicated that Xiao Ying harbored no desire to forgive the Luo family. Old Master Huang asked, "What should we do? The female ghost is transformed and, if not appeased, will harm others. If we forcibly quell her wrath, we too will suffer a loss in our spiritual practice." Luo Kai lamented, "What should we do then?" "Do nothing." Old Master Huang replied coolly, glaring at him. "Look at the body. It is covered in wounds, and you still have the audacity to claim it was an accident. I spit on you. Who knows how you tormented her? I cannot involve myself in this matter. It is not worth losing my spiritual practice over someone like you." Luo Kai's face turned pale, filled with shock and fear, his neck retracting as he pleaded, "Masters, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Please show some mercy. I will pay you more. I will pay you. I will give you 2 million, he added desperately. Old Master Huang shot him a disdainful glance. What is so impressive about having filthy money? Even if you offered 2 million, I would only consent if you raised it to 4 million. 4 million? I wouldn't earn that much even in 5 or 6 years. Are you asking me to bankrupt myself? Then we shall take our leave, seeing Old Master Huang's icy demeanor. Luo Kai hastily pulled him back, nodding repeatedly. All right, once the matter is resolved, I will give you 4 million ba. Once it's resolved, you must give us a 2 million deposit now, or we shall not lift a finger. Fine, I will get it. Luo Kai's heart bled. His expression was one of despair, yet he had to agree to part with everything to settle the ghost's grievances. Masters, how do you intend to deal with the female ghost? Old Master Huang replied brusquely. What is the hurry? First, let's settle the deposit before discussing further. Luo Kai, not daring to defy, returned home with us, his belly protruding. He immediately instructed his wife to retrieve their bank cards, for in total, each containing 500,000, the old Huang graciously handed the money over to me, saying, Junior brother, I owe you a great deal this time. You should keep the funds. Naturally, I could not accept it all. So I retained 2 cards, stating, this business was brought to us by you, senior brother. It would be improper for me to take it all. If I did, would I still be a person? I shall only take half. You may keep the other 1 million, the old Huang, filled with admiration, remarked, you truly are a man of principle. In our Ma family, we have always adhered to rules. Those who contribute more should receive more. Fairness, like yours, is a rarity that I cannot disrupt the tradition. Thus, I will accept these 2 cards for now, and when the final payment arrives, you need not give me anything. This time, you are the primary force. We must uphold our customs. Upon hearing this, I understood that his insistence had a purpose, and I nodded in agreement, refraining from further modesty. Like that moment, Luo Kai was in a state of panic. Repeatedly questioning how I would handle the spirit, I replied, it's quite simple. First, procure the finest coffin, then select a site of auspicious feng shui, and prepare ample gold and silver offerings, along with paper effigies. I will perform a thorough ritual to guide her spirit. The old Huang pulled me aside and whispered, Junior brother, we are from the Ma family. Using Taoist methods to exorcise spirits might be inappropriate. Don't you think? I chuckled and replied, Senior brother, what I employ is not orthodox Taoist magic, but rather techniques derived from a tome called lineage. Besides, as the saying goes, red lotus, white lotus, and clear lotus leaves. These 3 teachings are fundamentally one family. Most practitioners nowadays cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism, and it would not be wise for our Ma family to stand apart from others. That makes sense? The old Huang mused, nodding. Times have changed. We live in an era of chaos where various sects intermingle and merge, each containing elements of the other. I have often seen many celestial practitioners worshipping Guanyin Bodhisattva in their halls. I smiled and shifted my gaze back to Luo Kai, only to find him wearing an expression of constipation, evidently reluctant to accept my suggestion. Master, finding a coffin is indeed straightforward, but where shall I procure a site of auspicious feng shui at this time? Moreover, this money is likely insufficient. Perhaps we should just find a random spot to bury her. Worst case, I can burn extra paper money. I remarked coldly. If you do not mind having her haunt you for eternity, that could be arranged. Luo Kai's face turned stiff, then he shook his head, saying, I certainly do not wish for that. Oh dear, my belly is already feeling quite uncomfortable. The old Huang interjected, Did you not just acquire a prime feng shui site, right on Longpin Mountain? Luo Kai's face twitched again. But that is meant for my father. His wife poked Luo Kai's head with her finger, demanding, What is more important, your life or burying your father? Shaoan was purchased by your father. Leaving her corpse exposed for a few days will allow her to vent her grievances, and she will be more willing to depart. Luo Kai rubbed his head and nodded. Strange as it may seem, you might be onto something. Then I suppose we must endure my father for a few days. Time is of the essence. I believe the two masters should commence the work of exorcism now. I resolutely shook my head, drawing out my words. No, the coffin must be chosen with great care, and the gold ingots and candles must be procured from the appropriate halls. We will require at least 3 days in truth. Acquiring these items could be done in a couple of hours. And there was no need for such formality. My intention was merely to prolong the process, allowing this malicious being to suffer a bit longer, which was the least Luo Kai deserved. Consequently, I excused myself from Luo Kai's home, citing matters to attend to. Of course, while procuring the coffins and offerings, we certainly raised the prices, significantly swindling Luo Kai's family. During the procurement process, the old Huang contacted his disciples to handle the tasks while we indulged in food, drink, and relaxation, preparing to enjoy a few leisurely days. However, unexpectedly, on the 3rd day, disaster struck. Luo Kai was murdered by his son with a kitchen knife. When we arrived at Luo Kai's home, we were met with a gruesome scene. He lay on the bed, blood staining his trousers, his belly ripped open, and 2 grotesque, foul-smelling masses pulsating within. Meanwhile, his simple-minded son, Taiju, stood beside the bed, laughing while holding an axe, while Luo Kai's wife cowered in a corner, trembling in terror. Upon seeing me, she rushed over, seizing my collar, and furiously demanded, Did you not say my husband would be fine? You charlatan, you fraud, you bringer of misfortune. You owe me money. Compensate me. Luo Kai's wife glared at me with bloodshot eyes. Her dried, cracked eyelids laced with veins, her expression oscillating between laughter and tears. Thankfully, the old Huang intervened. Gazing at the distraught woman, I confidently stated, I've already foreseen this. If your family had followed my instructions, no calamity would have befallen you. Tell me, did you move Xiao Ying's body without permission? Luo Kai's wife trembled, biting her chapped lips, and replied defensively, What do you mean moved? Does burning count? What? You burned the corpse. The old Huang gasped in shock. Are you trying to court death? That corpse was filled with vengeful energy. Burning it will transform it into blood calamities you know what blood calamity is. There are 3 types of calamities: black calamity, white calamity, and blood calamity. All 3 are ominous, with black calamity being the least severe and easiest to handle. However, if not dealt with promptly or improperly handled, black calamity can easily escalate into white and blood calamities. White calamity is relatively challenging to confront, while blood calamity is exponentially more fearsome. The old Huang continued, It is a grave mistake to burn a corpse afflicted by calamity. 9 times out of 10, it leads to disaster. I know a female practitioner from your family's sect. Despite her mentor having over 500 years of experience, she could not contend with blood calamity. Ultimately, the celestial practitioner exhausted their spiritual energy and lost their cultivation, resulting in their demise shortly thereafter. My heart sank. Blood calamity was far too formidable that a celestial practitioner with 500 years of experience was akin to a terrestrial deity. Yet even they struggled against it. I wondered if we could withstand the onslaught of blood calamity. Luo Kai's wife, her face ashen, quavered, What should we do now? The old Huang sternly questioned her. Who instructed you to burn the corpse? It was my brother, Luo Kai's wife replied meekly. It turned out that she had been sold into the Luo family as a child bride by her grandmother to buy sweets for her brother. Without a doubt, her brother had been spoiled and raised with a strong bias towards males, a common mindset in rural areas. Such boys often grew up to be idle and slothful. Luo Kai's wife's brother, Lu Ergu, epitomized this. Upon hearing that his brother-in-law was on the verge of death and that his nephew was simple-minded, he devised a plan for the Luo family's assets. Lu Ergu, having learned that his brother-in-law had hired a practitioner, readily provided 4 million, and even proposed relocating Xiao Ying's grave, deeming it too costly. After all, in his eyes, the Luo family's wealth was already his, thus he persuaded his sister to abandon the superstitions and to burn the corpse outright. Typically, rural women are indecisive, believing that her brother would not deceive her, and after Lu Ergu's repeated persuasions, she consented to burn Xiao Ying's body. Just then, Lu Ergu entered, his face flushed and jovial, as if he had been drinking. Blissfully unaware of any misfortune, perhaps he was simply too exhilarated at the prospect of inheriting his sister's substantial estate. "Hey, brother, look, your brother-in-law is dead." Luo Kai's wife pointed to the blood-soaked bed, upon hearing that his brother-in-law had died. Lu Ergu could hardly contain his excitement. "Dead? That's a lot of blood." Luo Kai's wife reproached. "This is all your fault. You insisted I burn the corpse, and now our family is doomed. What does burning the corpse have to do with this?" "Sister, who have you been listening to?" Lu Ergu complained. Luo Kai's wife pointed at me and the old Huang, exclaiming, "These two masters just said that a corpse with vengeful energy cannot be burned, or it will turn into blood calamity. Superstition, pure superstition. Sister, what era are we living in? You still believe in such nonsense?" Lu Ergu retorted angrily, hurling insults at us. "You two charlatans are just here to swindle money. Aren't you? Get lost, or I'll call the police. I'm quite familiar with the precinct." I chuckled. "It seems you have quite a history with the law." "Of course," Lu Ergu coldly threatened. "You little brat. Are you looking for a fight? Get out of here. I've not killed anyone in days." I could hardly contain my laughter, observing him with a grin. Upon hearing Lu Ergu's threats against me, the venerable Huang Laotai became incensed, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel, dare you lay a hand on my disciple? I shall dislocate your arm." He forcefully seized Lu Ergu's wrist, and in an instant, Lu Ergu felt as though his hand were about to snap. Utterly unprepared for the extraordinary strength possessed by an ordinary rural elder with a darkened countenance, Huang Laotai pointed a finger at him and cautioned, "The corpse you have provoked has turned into a blood curse. All members of the Luo family, tainted by its consequences, are doomed to perish, including you. Preposterous, utter nonsense. You charlatan, you bringer of misfortune. Your family is the one facing extinction." Lu Ergu cried out in agony, pleading, "Let go of me. You're going to break my arm." No sooner had he spoken than the simpleton Juzi, who had been standing like a statue, suddenly sprang into action, yelling and leaping into the deep well in the courtyard. Luo Kai's wife, driven to madness, rushed out after him, and upon witnessing her son fall into the well, collapsed to the ground in a fit of wailing. With great difficulty, Huang Laotai and I managed to retrieve Luo Juzi, only to discover he was black and blue, drenched in blood, a sight far removed from that of a drowned victim, that I glanced back at the deep well, noticing it was filled with water, and then turned to Huang Laotai. In that instant, we shared an unspoken understanding. Luo Juzi could not have drowned. The only culprit was the blood curse. The female specter responsible for this calamity had even claimed the life of Juzi, indicating her profound hatred for the Luo family, and it was clear she would stop at nothing until every last member was exterminated. Thus, Huang Laodai turned to Lu Ergu and declared, "Do you see? The blood curse has arrived," that he anticipated that witnessing his nephew's mysterious demise would instill fear in Lu Ergu. However, Lu Ergu, being one who would not shed a tear until faced with a coffin, defiantly retorted, "Stop your nonsense. Juzi drowned in the well. I saw it with my own eyes. Blood curse? Where is it? Let me see what this blood curse looks like." Words of reason are wasted on the doomed. Huang Laodai gritted his teeth in anger and replied, "Does a drowned man bleed from head to toe? The blood curse will come tonight. If you dare, stay in the Luo family for just one night." Lu Ergu chuckled. "So if I survive the night, you'll leave? The Luo family will then be under my command, correct?" Huang Laotai perceived Lu Ergu's covetous intentions regarding the Luo family's wealth and nodded. "If you emerge unscathed, not only will I depart, but I shall also bow to you and return the 2 million from your family untouched." Lu Ergu had been eagerly awaiting this promise, clapping his hands in delight. "Excellent. It's settled then." Huang Laotai inquired of Luo Kai's wife, "Sister, Do you still wish to remain at home? In a moment of indecision, she clutched her son's lifeless body and wept. Zhuzi is my lifeblood. I must be with him. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Seeing her madness, Huang Laotai shook his head in exasperation. Sighing, Luo Zhuzi was killed by the blood curse, given the current circumstances. We cannot ensure he remains untainted by its influence. Perhaps we should perform a ritual to bury him properly. I nodded in agreement. That a corpse contaminated by a curse cannot be burned, so we hastily purchased a coffin for a makeshift burial, burned many spirit offerings, and laid out an array of food and drink as offerings before the grave. The IT was uncertain whether Luo Zhuzi had been tainted by the curse, but even if he had, it was likely only the most rudimentary form of black curse. After performing the rite, we hoped it would not pose a significant problem. The incantations contained in the scriptures for the ritual were specifically designed for such purposes, akin to the transcendental rites of the Qian, albeit more ancient, known as banishing resentment and eradicating sin. That we set up the altar, conducted the rite, and recited the scriptures. That night, Luo Kai's wife pitched a tent beside the grave and slept there. Huang Laotai confided in me that dealing with the blood curse was no simple matter, and with our abilities, we were likely to meet our demise. He had intended to summon assistance, but after making numerous calls, each person hung up at the mere mention of the blood curse. Huang Laotai bore no resentment, merely sighing in resignation, and ultimately asked me, "Shall we intervene in this matter?" Of course, we must intervene for the sake of the payment. Moreover, should the blood curse manifest, it would surely wreak havoc on the surrounding villages. If we failed to eliminate it, it would tarnish the reputation of our Master Ma. After all, combating malevolence is the duty of practitioners. Huang Laotai resolutely nodded. "Very well. If you take action, so shall I. I suggested. Then let us pay a visit to Lu Ergo. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, we found Lu Ergo indulging in drink. Surrounded by a feast of peanuts, pig's head meat, and liquor, that he was in high spirits, believing he would soon command the wealth of the Luo family, completely oblivious to the fact that his lifespan was limited. Huang Laotai and I refrained from entering the house, opting instead to eavesdrop at the window. As night descended, Lu Ergo drank with increasing fervor. I must admit, this fellow had quite the capacity for alcohol. After downing 2 bottles of Baijiu, he showed no signs of inebriation, but a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Ghosts? Curses? Where are they? What ghosts? What curses? Just then he noticed a crimson liquid dripping from the ceiling, landing in the dish containing pig's head meat. Lu Ergo's demeanor shifted to one of panic, and in bewilderment he used his chopsticks to stir the dish, only to find the red liquid had vanished. Cursing under his breath, damn it, he looked up at the ceiling, where he was met with the sight of 2 swirling crimson mists, eerie and terrifying. Fear gripped Lu Ergo, and he dropped his chopsticks. Instinctively retreating, the scarlet curse rapidly descended, enveloping him completely, as if a pair of hands were tightly gripping his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. That it's coming. Help me. Blood curse. Spare my life. This has nothing to do with me. Take my sister instead. Before he could finish his plea, his voice weakened, his lips drained of color, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Though I detested this individual, upon reflection, aside from the unauthorized cremation of Xiao Ying's body, he had not committed any grievous acts. His appearance suggested a cowardly demeanor, yet such timid individuals often harbor nefarious thoughts. Thus, even if I found him repugnant, I felt compelled to intervene. That I pushed open the door, summoned the spirit-slaughtering blade, and aimed to strike at the blood curse. However, to my astonishment, the crimson mist had vanished. Lu Ergo, on the other hand, suddenly sat upright, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. A chill raced down my throat. Lu Ergo had clearly succumbed to the blood curse. Had he already perished? Before I could ponder further, Lu Ergo sprang towards me like a zombie, attacking while emitting an eerie laugh. Luo Kai, don't you desire a son? You can produce one yourself. What if you fail to conceive? What do you think you are carrying? The malevolent laughter echoed throughout the room, as Huang Laotai stood at the doorway, seeking an opportunity to rush in and assist me. Yet, I was struggling to protect myself. His entrance would only create more chaos. Get out. It's dangerous here, I shouted. With that, I swung the spirit slaughtering blade, but Lu Ergo deftly evaded the strike, as if propelled by the wind, swiftly positioning himself behind me. I had never witnessed such rapid movement before, and I couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying nature of the blood curse. It was indeed incomparable to ordinary malevolence. I, a novice in the field of exorcism, had stumbled upon a life-or-death predicament. Such misfortune was truly unprecedented. Realizing the peril of exposing my back to the blood curse, I refused to remain passive. I swiftly turned and swung my blade once more, perhaps due to my youth and agility. My strike coincided with Lu Ergo's assault, the spirit-slaughtering blade colliding with his arms, igniting flames that scorched his flesh. The force of the impact sent me stumbling back several meters. Clutching the spirit-slaughtering blade, I fixed my gaze on Lu Ergo, whose arms had turned pitch black from the flames specifically designed to counter malevolent curses. Under normal circumstances, any ordinary spirit would have been obliterated by my strike, their arms rendered irreparable. However, Lu Ergo's arm had merely turned as dark as pitch, yet he remained agile and unrestrained. Following closely, he charged at me once more, this time with even greater speed. Instinctively, I sought to widen the distance between us. However, before the thought could fully materialize, Lu Ergo was already upon me. This fellow now possessed a body as unyielding as iron, impervious to blades and bullets. Yes, I felt my body on the verge of being punctured by him. The blood skeleton's claws emerged preemptively to counter Lu Ergo's fists. Lu Ergo roared and bellowed, exerting tremendous force in his assault, a force beyond imagination. Cracks visibly spread across the blood skeleton's claws, marking my first witness to such a scene, and my heart began to race with alarm. Even the formidable Qian Dong, of the Sad King rank, seemed unable to gain the upper hand against the blood fiend, which was a sight I had never before encountered. Just as the blood skeleton appeared on the verge of collapse, my spirit slayer blade was rendered ineffective due to the proximity between us. In a moment of desperation, I summoned the soul-sealing nail with my thoughts and shot it at Lu Ergo's forehead. The soul-sealing nail is a powerful artifact that restrains ghostly entities. Once affixed, the incantation took effect, and Lu Ergo let out a harrowing scream. Seizing the opportunity, the blood skeleton extended its claws deep into Lu Ergo's body, pulling with a robust force. As the claws withdrew, two masses of crimson malevolence were gradually extracted. The blood fiend writhed within the grasp of the blood skeleton, attempting to break free, but the blood skeleton, nearly exhausting all its strength, managed to crush and dissipate it before returning to my body. Battered and bruised, I was uncertain of the severity of its injuries, pondering whether it could continue to assist me in the future. My heart was heavy, yet I felt a semblance of relief, for the blood fiend had ultimately been vanquished. Just then, old Master Huang rushed in, supporting my weakened form and inquiring, "Junior brother, are you all right?" I shook my head, responding, "It's nothing serious. I merely wonder how the blood skeleton is faring." Old Master Huang furrowed his brow, observing my pallid complexion, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. His demeanor instilled in me a sense of foreboding. We proceeded to the grave of Luo Zhuji and recounted the tale of Lu Ergo's demise at the hands of the blood fiend. Upon hearing of her brother's death, Luo Kai's wife broke into tears once more. Fortunately, she had mentally prepared herself, acknowledging that her brother had brought his fate upon himself and could not blame others. With her entire family gone overnight, Luo Kai's wife found a strange sense of acceptance. Not only was she calm in demeanor, but she also settled our outstanding dues. Later, I heard that the Luo family had sold their ancestral home and relocated to another city to live a secluded life, which was perhaps the only consolation in this grim scenario. That evening, after parting ways with old Master Huang, I boarded a bus home. The vehicle jostled me about, and in my drowsiness, I inadvertently drifted into slumber. Not long into my sleep, I found myself confronted by a blood-red skeleton. The blood skeleton itself, that IT informed me that it had sustained severe injuries while combating the blood fiend and required a period of recuperation. During this time, I was advised to exercise caution and avoid perilous places. Frankly, it was quite remarkable that the blood skeleton managed to eradicate the malevolence despite its grave injuries. After all, Even a 500-year-old practitioner like the Smoke Ghost would have to resort to mutual destruction to eliminate the blood fiend. However, with its need for recuperation, it could no longer protect me. And even if it could act, its power would undoubtedly be diminished. I held no fear for other matters, but the occasional ambush from the red coffin corpse instilled a sense of dread within me. During my last visit to Qian province, she had shadowed me relentlessly, evidently intent on not letting me escape. Without the blood skeleton's protection, I truly doubted my ability to confront her. Aside from the blood skeleton, my primary reliance lay in the spirit slayer blade and the soul sealing nail. However, I lacked effective exorcism spells. Although I possessed the lineage, I had only the 3 texts of witch medicine, incantations, and feng shui, with the remaining scriptures still lost to me. While I could refrain from venturing into dangerous places, I could not guarantee that the red coffin corpse would not strike at any moment. Therefore, in the ensuing days, I remained holed up in the Sanqing Hall, diligently studying the knowledge of lineage and mastering its content. Even delving into the more obscure aspects. One evening, I suddenly felt a pang of hunger and ventured out to seek sustenance. The temperature was dropping, and I craved something warmed at the entrance of a noodle shop. The enticing aroma of stewed chicken frames simmering in broth wafted through the air, mingling with the scents of assorted vegetables and braised eggs. I swallowed hard, yearning for noodles, and as I lifted my foot to enter, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I was taken aback to find Zhu Yuan standing behind me. Zhu Yuan? What brings you here? Why aren't you at school? I queried, astonished. Zhu Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. Today is Saturday. The school is closed. Which school are you attending now? I inquired further. Zhu Yuan beamed. Lucky me. I've been enrolled in the county's finest private school, and I don't have to pay tuition for meals or accommodation. This is my new classmate. When Yinging, she gestured toward the girl beside her to glance at the girl's attire revealed she hailed from wealth. Clad in a pristine, lightweight down jacket, with her shoes and pants all bearing designer labels, I offered a polite nod. Pleasure to meet you. Since fate has brought us together, allow me to treat you to some noodles. Zhu Yuan scoffed, her expression one of disdain. Who cares for noodles? It's just a few bucks. Today, Ying is treating me to lamb soup. With that, she gestured toward the county's most upscale restaurant. Internally, I muttered to myself, you little brat, not inviting me for lamb soup, yet deliberately flaunting your fortune. How infuriating. I cast a glance at the establishment named Taoyang Ju, suddenly struck with alarm. You two would do well to avoid dining at that restaurant. For I just saw a woman enter. Zhu Yuan retorted, what's so strange about that? The restaurant doesn't have a no women allowed sign, and I trembled as I pointed towards the entrance. She entered, floating. Zhu Yuan paused, her expression turning serious. Guling, are you certain you saw correctly? If she floated in, she must not be human. She is certainly a ghost. There's a common misconception that ghosts do not exist during the day. This, however, is untrue. Spirits exist at all times and in all places. They simply cannot reveal themselves in daylight, remaining invisible to ordinary people. Yet, as my spiritual energy intensified, my vision sharpened, and I could perceive them. Furthermore, as time passed, my yin-yang eyes grew clearer, evolving from a mere indistinct haze of dark energy to the ability to discern the distinct forms of spirits, due to the events surrounding the pen spirit. Zhu Yuan was aware of my ghost-catching abilities, thus placing considerable trust in my words. Ying, this is the ghost catcher I mentioned to you. He is quite formidable. Even ordinary spirits cannot escape his blade. Zhu Yuan's words infused a layer of admiration in her gaze towards me. When Ying, somewhat skeptical, furrowed her brow and asked, is that true? Does he look like someone who would lie? Zhu Yuan responded. Sensing when Ying's lingering disbelief, I asserted, if you don't believe me, then let us go and see. When Ying scrutinized me for a moment, uncertain whether I was merely conjuring tricks to score a free meal. Together, we entered the restaurant, where a server dressed as though ready to present an award approached us with a smile, asking, what would you like to eat? Our specialty is lamb bone soup. They both remained silent, merely looking at me, while I headed straight for the kitchen, the direction the female ghost had taken. Upon entering the kitchen, I discovered a pot of fragrant lamb bone soup simmering on the stove. With the female ghost staring intently at the pot, her eyes filled with malice. "Hey, what are you all eating?" I inquired. The server, somewhat impatient, replied, "This is freshly made bone soup. It's incredibly fragrant. It's $40 a bowl. Would you like to order 3? We paid her no mind." I pointed to the ghost position and whispered to Zhu Yuan and Wen Yingying. She is standing right there, staring intently at the pot. Upon hearing my words, their faces paled, and they gulped, fear evident in their voices as they asked, "You're not pulling our leg, are you? What would I gain from tricking you?" She is indeed there, fixated on the bones in the pot. The server shot us a strange look, suspecting we were mad, and was about to call for someone to remove us when I suddenly said, "We'll have 3 bowls of that soup." 3 bowls would cost $120, which was hardly a concern for Wen Yingying, yet she still reluctantly fished out the money. Upon hearing our order, the server finally relaxed, and soon we were served 3 bowls of lamb bone soup. We dared not touch the soup. I feigned seriousness as I sniffed the bowl, furrowing my brow and asking, "Excuse me, is this lamb bone soup?" The waiter had yet to utter a word when the chef, momentarily taken aback, turned pale and appeared somewhat anxious. He directed a sharp inquiry at me. "Are you truly here just to drink soup?" I replied, "I would dare to drink lamb bone soup. But I cannot bring myself to taste this broth. Speak the truth to me. What bones were used to make this soup?" The chef's complexion drained further, and with gritted teeth and wide eyes, he retorted, "Are you deliberately looking for trouble? If you wish to drink it, then drink. If not, then leave." I let out a cold laugh and said, "Oh, then I suppose I must report this to the police." The chef, who had been seething with anger, immediately panicked at my mention of the police. "Wait a moment. I'll fetch the boss." The proprietor arrived shortly thereafter, glaring at me with the same venomous intensity as the chef. His expression a volatile mix of fury and a hint of fear. "Boss, he says there's something wrong with our soup." Although I was lodging a complaint, the chef's tone lacked conviction, suggesting that there might indeed be a hidden truth he was concealing. The boss's face mirrored the chef's, yet he offered no explanation. Perhaps sensing our status as students, he did not fear us. He merely insisted that we leave. I stepped out of the restaurant. I cast a glance toward the kitchen and was startled to see that the female specter remained motionless before the stove, her gaze still fixated on the boiling pot, a sight that filled me with both dread and an eerie sense of foreboding. "Gu Ling," I said with a grave and icy tone, "you mentioned that the bones in that pot are not lamb bones. Could they possibly be the bones of the female ghost?" I had already discerned the aroma of that bowl of soup, and it was unmistakably not derived from livestock. The ability to identify bones by scent, a skill I had mastered from Shawnee, was infallible. The two of them turned pale with terror, trembling as they asked, "So, are you suggesting that the ghost was killed by the restaurant owner and then made into human bone soup, sold to customers under the pretense of being lamb bones?" After a moment of contemplation, I shook my head. No, the ghost was certainly not slain by the owner. The specter merely fixates on the pot. Ghosts are manifestations of lingering resentment, and their actions are entirely governed by this sentiment. Her fixation on the pot indicates that her grievance resides within it, not with the owner, implying that he is not her killer. I spoke. I glanced at the restaurant's glass window and sighed. I intended to save that owner, but it appears he cannot distinguish right from wrong. The ghost's resentment can spread or transfer. While she currently harbors no ill will toward the owner, the accumulation of her grievance could eventually extend to him. Especially since the owner and chef handle the pot daily, it is likely to lead the ghost to associate him with it, thus ensuring her vengeance upon them. Well, if he is oblivious to the danger, then perhaps it is best to involve the authorities. Let the police apprehend him. It might just save his life. At that moment, the owner caught sight of us through the glass window, hastily exiting and thrusting 500 yuan into my hand, threateningly stating, "Young man, take this money, but I warn you, do not speak of today's events carelessly." Hearing this, I swiftly grasped his wrist, pressing him with urgency. "So, you admit to having something to hide?" The owner faltered, and I pressed on with a piercing gaze. "Then tell me, what bones are simmering in that pot?" The owner turned ashen, and I yanked him closer. "Speak quickly, or I will truly report you to the police." "Young man, let us discuss this amicably. I assure you, the meat I sell is not lamb, but it is not deadly either." Fearing that the matter might escalate, the owner finally relented. However, he only admitted that the pot did not contain lamb bones. Refusing to disclose what it truly was, I then boldly declared, "I know you did not kill the person, but your audacity is astounding. How could you dare to sell such meat?" The owner stared at me in disbelief, his eyes aflame with anger as he demanded, "What do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of selling human flesh?" I retorted coldly, "You're fully aware of what meat you are selling, are you not? Spare me your nonsense. I sell animal meat. How dare you insinuate otherwise?" Furious, the owner raised his greasy fist to strike my head, but I swiftly dodged. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop! Who allowed you to brawl in public?" Turning around, I saw a young police officer approach, sternly addressing the owner. "Let go. Why are you fighting?" We both wore troubled expressions, averting our gazes. Finally, I spoke to the officer. "Officer, his restaurant is not clean." The officer nodded and then turned to the owner, asking, "Do you have a sanitation permit?" I quickly interjected, "You misunderstand. What I mean by not clean does not pertain to hygiene." "Then what does it refer to?" I glanced into the restaurant and stated bluntly, "He is selling meat that is not lamb. You should take some back for testing. So you suspect he is passing off other meats as lamb. Is that it? But this falls under the jurisdiction of the Commerce Department. I am a police officer and cannot intervene. You should file a complaint with them." My incredulity deepened as I shook my head. "No. I am saying that what he is selling is not lamb, but human flesh." The officer was momentarily taken aback, and the owner hastily shouted, "You little brat, stop spouting nonsense." "Officer, I can assure you that I do not sell lamb, but it is indeed animal meat. I can distinguish between four-legged and two-legged creatures." He bent down, arms dangling, mimicking a four-legged animal. The officer inquired, "Then what kind of animal's meat are you selling?" The owner hesitated for a moment before mumbling, I don't know." The officer furrowed his brow and admonished, "You dare to sell meat without knowing what it is? What if it harms someone?" The owner sighed, sheepishly admitting, "I understand the risks, but the meat was too cheap. And I succumbed to temptation to be honest. I have never seen that kind of animal. I couldn't tell if it was cow, sheep, tiger, or pig." The officer's expression darkened further, and without uttering another word, he rushed into the restaurant, poured the bowl of lamb bone soup into a plastic bag he had brought, and re-emerged, addressing the owner with a cold tone. "You are to cease selling this immediately while I conduct tests back at the station. If these bones prove to be problematic, prepare yourself for imprisonment." "No, that would be too lenient." The owner shrank back, his face ashen, nodding repeatedly. The officer then turned to me with a serious demeanor. "Do you realize how serious it is to publicly accuse someone of selling human flesh? Such claims can severely disrupt societal stability. In the future, report directly to the police if you have issues." He requested my contact information before departing. Seeing my somber demeanor, Zhu Yuan asked, "Guling, can you check if that female ghost has left?" I glanced back, and due to the distance and the glaring reflection from the glass, I could only vaguely discern a figure still standing there. She remained transfixed on the pot. Her top was white, but my spiritual perception was perhaps insufficient to discern her pants. The following morning, I received a call from the police officer, his tone grave and serious. "The test results from yesterday confirmed that the bones are indeed from an animal. Do you have anything else to say?" I widened my eyes in astonishment, momentarily stunned, before decisively shaking my head. "That is impossible. You must have misidentified them. I assert that they are human bones." The officer seemed genuinely angry, raising his voice over the phone. "I refrained from detaining you due to your age, yet you persist in your obstinacy. Accusing someone of using human bones for soup is ridiculous. The owner did not use lamb bones, but it is indeed animal meat. At worst, he is guilty of selling wild animals. However, selling wild animals is not inherently a crime. Only the trafficking of protected species incurs guilt. Since we do not know what animal he is selling, we cannot prosecute him." I scoffed. "If you cannot even determine what kind of livestock bones that establishment is selling, what kind of science is that?" My words left the officer momentarily speechless. After a few stammered attempts at explanation, he insisted, "Perhaps it is an unknown animal." This assertion lacked conviction. After all, the age of discovery had occurred centuries ago. Where could such a plethora of unknown animals exist? The officer conceded that the testing department was equally puzzled and had consulted animal experts, yet none could clarify the nature of the bones. Despite his efforts to explain, he remained unwilling to believe me. Instead, I received a scolding over the phone before the call was abruptly terminated. Stepping out of the hall, I intended to revisit that restaurant, but just as I reached the intersection, I spotted a figure frantically darting into the middle of the road. Shouting as if driven and deep, my heart raced, and I thought, it's happened. The restaurant owner has indeed encountered trouble. It seemed the vengeful spirit had transferred its wrath onto him. Truly, it echoed the saying, if you walk by the river often, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? I pulled out my phone and dialed the police, informing them that the owner of the restaurant from yesterday was now running amok in the street. Behaving like a lunatic, it was undoubtedly connected to the female ghost. The officer retorted angrily, are you still spouting nonsense? I scoffed, you better hurry over. If something happens, don't say I didn't warn you. Legally speaking, I had reported the incident, and if they failed to respond while the owner faced peril, it would constitute police negligence. Consequently, the young officer, wary of repercussions, replied, just wait, and hung up. I hastened to the roadside. And indeed, the frantic individual was none other than the owner of the bone soup shop. Don't follow me. Get away. Don't follow me, he screamed as he ran, his face ashen, unnaturally pale as if coated in powder. His pupils rolled up and vanished in an instant, a sight utterly terrifying. Bystanders were paralyzed with fear. Even those who might have wanted to help lacked the courage. I could see that moment. The owner had reached the center of the road. Back then, traffic in the city was not as congested as it is today. Particularly in small towns, the streets were relatively empty, especially near the outskirts, where private vehicles were scarce but freight trucks were abundant. The owner ran recklessly, and it was only a matter of time before he met with a fatal accident. Soon, a gold-colored van appeared, dangerously close to the owner, yet it showed no signs of slowing down. The owner continued to flail about in a frenzy, as if possessed, disoriented, and repeatedly crying, "Get away! I don't know you! Stop choking me!" Just as he seemed destined to be struck, the young officer arrived. Drawing his firearm, and with a loud bang, shot out the left front tire of the van. The vehicle immediately lost control, spinning wildly several times before crashing into a stopped freight truck. The van's spinning had dissipated most of its momentum by the time of impact, fortunately avoiding any casualties. The officer rushed over, flinging open the driver's door, delivering a resounding slap to the driver's face. Chastising, "Did you not see the car ahead? Why the hell didn't you slow down? Do you have a death wish?" The driver lamented. I pressed the brakes, but they suddenly failed. It was working fine just at the previous intersection. I approached the owner, only to find his eyes completely rolled back, leaving only the whites visible, his lips frothing white, his face devoid of color, as if he were suffocating in agony. The officer remarked, "Looks like he is having a fit. Quick, let's get him to the hospital." That I shook my head coldly. There's no use in the hospital. He is possessed by a ghost, fortunately, not a malevolent one. The officer scoffed. "A little ghost? Have you lost your mind? Hurry up and get him treated. Don't waste 120's time." Ignoring him, I bit my middle finger and pressed it against the owner's forehead, reciting a chant. "Heaven and earth, the great primordial source, cultivate for eons, grant me divine power." Upon finishing the incantation, the owner's eyes brightened, his complexion returning to normal, that he wiped the foam from his mouth, stared blankly for a moment, and suddenly began to bow deeply before me. "Great immortal, thank you for saving my life. I truly saw a ghost just now." The officer stood dumbfounded, his face a portrait of confusion. What on earth is going on here? I continued to disregard him, fixing my gaze on a spot not far behind the owner, saying, "I'm telling you now, that female ghost is still over there. Do you believe me?" I believe. She is too deeply attached to leave." That I helped the terrified owner to his feet and explained, "Owner, do you understand now? It was that pot of meat soup yesterday that entangled you with the female ghost." The owner, gripped by extreme terror, exclaimed incredulously, "Could that pot of soup truly have been made from human flesh? But I clearly saw it was a livestock when I slaughtered it. Transforming a person in a livestock is certainly not impossible." I replied, gripping the owner's hand and defiantly asking the officer, "Comrade, are you afraid of ghosts?" The officer looked at me, hesitated, and stammered for a while before finally scoffing, "Were there ghosts in this world? Very well, today I shall broaden your horizons. With that, I pulled the owner back into the restaurant. After being scolded by the police yesterday, the owner had not dared to open for business today, leaving the restaurant devoid of customers, perfect for our purpose of not dispersing a crowd. Owner, do you have a brush, a sand tray, and a cinnabar? We have the brush and cinnabar, but I'm not sure what a sand tray is. Then just fill a basin with sand. The owner complied and gathered the necessary items that I instructed him to thoroughly resolve the ghost entanglement. We must allow her to possess you once more. That I asked that acceptable? The owner trembled in fear, but I did not afford him the opportunity to respond. I grabbed his hand and pricked his fingertip with a steel needle, then squeezed the blood into a prepared cup. Next, I sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and proclaimed, "Female ghost, listen closely that I am a celestial being from the Hall of Sorrow, and we share a connection. Today I have come forth to resolve your grievances. If you agree, drink this cup of blood and sign a blood pact with me." The method I employed was a spell recorded in the ancient texts of the lineage, known as blood passage. As long as the ghost consumed my blood or was spilled upon their remains, communication with the spirit was possible, even granting access to their memories. After a moment, I observed the blood in the cup visibly diminishing, until it completely vanished. In that instant, the officer was paralyzed with shock, and the owner stiffened, both terrified. Seeing this, I nodded slightly, set up the sand tray, and inserted a bamboo pen into the owner's mouth. As soon as the pen entered his mouth, he trembled slightly, and then appeared to lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. This was a common practice of spirit writing. The lineage not only contains esoteric ancient techniques, but also records many accessible methods, such as spirit calling through sand. I then pushed the sand tray in front of the owner. "May I inquire, female ghost, what is your name?" The owner's head began to wobble slightly, and a strange symbol appeared on the sand tray. The officer stood astonished, while I nodded knowingly and proceeded to ask, "How did you die?" The tray continued to reveal strange symbols. "Where did you die? Can you identify your assailants?" This question was more complex, and the owner took a considerable time to depict it. Once I had finished my inquiries, I stood up, positioned the owner's body in a lying posture, and since he was in a comatose state, I paid him no mind. I turned to the officer and said, "Comrade officer, could you please check if there are any missing persons named Chao Xiaoman?" Throughout the entire spirit calling process, the officer remained silent. Perhaps he was of high quality, or perhaps he was too frightened to speak. After a while, he finally nodded. "All right, I'll look into it." I handed him a note. "If you find anything, go to this location. The perpetrators are still there." The officer frowned. "Still there?" I replied, "You don't know, but the female ghost Chao Xiaoman said that group of criminals has kidnapped many people and are using dark arts to transform them into livestock for sale. The location written on the note is where they commit their crimes." Had the officer not witnessed the owner signing a blood pact with the ghost, he would never have believed my words. But now he believed at least half of it, and tucked the note away as he turned to leave. Shortly after the officer departed, the owner awoke. After 2 lives, once he regained his senses, I reassured him. "Rest assured, the entanglement with the female ghost has been clarified. However, you still need to perform one last task." The owner eagerly inquired what it was that I instructed. "You must wrap the bones in the soup pot and bury them. Make sure to bury them in a place so distant that even you can hardly remember it. Farther is better, more secluded is best. Moreover, after burying them, you must turn and leave immediately. No paying respects. No returning to the grave, no burning paper, and no offering incense." The owner listened in a daze, then nodded earnestly. "Master, why can't we offer a grave for the female ghost?" With a sigh, I explained, "Did you not also mention that you've never encountered such livestock that you purchased? This indicates that those miscreants possess a rather rudimentary level of sorcery, possibly due to inexperience or being novices. Hence, they have conjured this bizarre creature, which is an abomination. Should you worship such a monstrosity, granting it sentience, what then? It could transform into a malevolent entity that wreaks havoc. Such foul entities ought not to exist in this world. Burning them would only invite vengeful spirits. Thus, I instructed you to bury it far away, a decision born out of necessity." The boss appeared somewhat dazed, nodding absent-mindedly. Thank you, Master, no need for gratitude. I shall only collect a modest sum of 100,000 as a peace offering. I trust you won't object?" The boss's heart quivered, his mouth agape in astonishment that I furrowed my brow. Surely, with a restaurant of this magnitude, you can afford at least that much? While securing good fortune is commendable, I remain mindful of my own modest goals. 100,000 is hardly exorbitant. I consider it a fair exchange. This establishment is the largest dining venue within several streets, undoubtedly raking in substantial profits. Yet, as it is situated in a small county, such a sum is reasonable. The owner recognized that I had saved his life. Though 100,000 is not insignificant, procuring such funds would not be overly burdensome, as he could earn it back in a matter of months. In the following days, I returned to the restaurant to see if the female ghost had departed, and discovered she was indeed gone. This signified that her resentment had dissipated, likely due to the police resolving the case. The peace offering had also been successfully received. A mere outing had unexpectedly netted me 100,000. Approximately 3 days later, Zhu Yuan and her classmate Wen Ying unexpectedly arrived at my Sanqing Hall. Ji Ling, you are indeed here, Zhu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. I have something to inquire about. I heard that the owner of the lamb bone soup restaurant was possessed by a ghost a few days ago and nearly met with a fatal accident. And you were the one who saved him, correct? I chuckled. How did you come to know? There were so many witnesses, and someone even uploaded a video of your heroic act online. It's surprising that I found out. Wen Ying remained skeptical, furrowing her brow as she asked, Are you certain these aren't just stage clips? I replied, Ying, surely you can believe me, even if you doubt the video? Zhu Yuan, eyes wide, interjected earnestly. I personally witnessed him capturing ghosts. That I refrained from explaining to Wen Ying, for there would be others to elucidate the matter to her, and that person had already arrived. It was the young police officer, whose demeanor today was markedly different from our previous encounter. His entire face radiated warmth as he approached with a can of fruit, expressing his gratitude. Young brother, I have come specifically to thank you. Thanks to your assistance, I revisited the missing persons report and, indeed, discovered one Chao Xiaomin among the missing. I reported this to my superiors and followed up on the location you provided on your note, only to find it was a private small-scale slaughterhouse where many individuals were imprisoned in iron cages, all abducted by the criminals. Additionally, we uncovered several livestock, including cattle, sheep, and pigs. Initially, I was incredulous that such bizarre occurrences could transpire. However, the culprits confessed that those animals were transformed from humans, which is utterly unfathomable. Nevertheless, we are grateful for the investigative leads you provided. I replied nonchalantly, No need for thanks. The practice of livestock creation is a most heinous and immoral sorcery, deserving of condemnation. My actions were simply in alignment with the natural order. Yet, my brow furrowed once more as I questioned, but this vile practice has been outlawed for decades. How did those miscreants acquire such knowledge? The officer responded, These individuals are unemployed drifters, not only idle, but with criminal records. Who else would dare to engage in such shocking activities? According to their accounts, they downloaded a secretive text from the internet, where they learned their craft. Initially, they too doubted the authenticity of its contents, but upon witnessing the actual creation of animals, their disbelief vanished. Unfortunately, their lack of skill resulted in the birth of bizarre and grotesque creatures. And it was during this time that Chao Xiaomin fell victim to their malice. Hearing his words, my furrowed brow remained tense. How terrifying! That individuals are disseminating harmful sorcery online is truly alarming. Engaging in such detrimental actions, which serve neither their own interests nor those of others, will surely invite divine retribution. Thus, it cannot be the work of practitioners, as even the most malevolent among them would hesitate to commit such egregious acts. Unless it is the work of a cult, seeking to disrupt society for nefarious purposes. I pondered. Ordinarily, a case involving livestock creation would not warrant notification to the Special Investigations Unit. However, if a cult were indeed involved, the implications could be grave. I promptly sent a WeChat message to Enhai, urging him to remain vigilant regarding this matter. Due to my assistance in providing investigative leads, the young officer had even arranged for an 800 yuan reward for me. I was sincerely grateful for this small token of appreciation. After the officer departed, Wen Ying regarded me with newfound admiration, her expression bright and filled with respect, clearly now convinced of my abilities. As the saying goes, one should not miss the opportunity to associate with a remarkable individual. Wen Ying immediately proposed treating me to a meal. This young woman's gaze lacked the frivolity of Yining Gran, the practicality of Guan Man, and the naive simplicity of Zhu Yuan. She possessed a keen discernment of genuine purity and refinement, making her a worthy friend that I readily agreed. However, the establishment, named Tuyang Ju, tainted by the livestock creation sorcery, had closed for renovations, so we ventured to another hot pot restaurant, the wildly popular Lao Wazi. Despite having earned a considerable sum in recent days, my standard of living remained unchanged. This money is intended for my future tribulations. While spending a little may not seem consequential, what if I were to be just a few hundred short of achieving my modest goal after a year of saving? The thought of failing my tribulation and losing my essence is truly disheartening that I would rather not become an unfortunate victim of circumstance. According to Zhu Yuan, Wen Ying's family is quite affluent, and her rapid-fire ordering of dishes corroborated this truth, as she clearly did not consider the price at all. This boldness in ordering left me, a frugal soul, utterly astonished. To order with such audacity and ease is a rare sight. Zhu Yuan mentioned that Wen's family has medicinal herb businesses in Tiling and Changbai Mountain, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. I am well aware of what 100 million signifies. It is a figure that could sustain me. For an entire year, I relished that hot pot meal, and upon exiting the restaurant and bidding farewell to the two, my phone rang. It was Enheim messaging me back. Apologies for the late reply. I was quite busy today. You need not worry excessively about the livestock creation incident. Such occurrences happen frequently and are unlikely to be the work of a cult. There are many potential explanations for this, including some individuals who thrive on chaos, harboring grievances against societal injustices and seeking to create turmoil, or even foreign spies. Cults typically do not resort to such low-level sorcery for recognition. More importantly, their objective is to propagate their own doctrines, and this case does not exhibit such patterns. Our nation is vast and abundant, home to all manner of peculiar individuals, including those with vile and bizarre inclinations. Yet we have remained largely peaceful. Such cases typically warrant only a record in the Special Investigations Unit without prompt investigation. What currently concerns me most is still that female demon's case. After hearing Enhai's reassurances, I felt somewhat at ease. However, it seemed there were new developments regarding the female demon. I hastily sent a voice message, anxiously inquiring, has that female demon emerged once more to cause harm? Enhai replied, you are quite astute. Indeed, there's been another death, this time in Harbin, that a person deliberately crossed the road and was struck by a vehicle, and before dying, they inscribed a symbol in blood. He sent me an image, and upon a cursory glance, I discerned that this symbol bore a striking resemblance to the previous two, clearly indicating a connection. Could these symbols represent some form of writing? A sudden hypothesis took root in my mind, and Enhai expressed surprise. Writing? What leads you to that conclusion? I recall the documentary that stated that throughout history, any religious ritual involves the use of symbols, which serve as a means of communication with the divine, comprehensible only to adherents of that faith. Such occurrences are indeed quite common. Inscriptions hidden from the eyes of the world have been discovered within the grand pyramids of ancient Egypt and the ruins of the Maya civilization. Experts speculate that these were employed to convey messages to deities, expressing humanity's yearning for divine blessings. The strange runes left behind by the female demon suggest a possible connection to a mysterious cult. If this is indeed the case, such a sinister sect would be far more terrifying and perilous than those malevolent individuals who propagate the art of necromancy. However, thus far, the Special Investigation Unit has yet to decipher the true significance of these inscriptions. Enhai has sent me a voice message, informing me that the primary focus of the investigation remains the origins of the female demon. That it is now confirmed that this demon hails from the underground palace beneath the Erie Well at our school, a place once associated with the Onmyoji Feng Jie. It is highly likely that the demon's intrusion into the Feng family is linked to some item of dark origin acquired by Feng Ji. We have searched the underground palace extensively, but found no trace of such items. Hence, I wish to inquire if there were any discoveries made during that time. Upon reading his message, I instinctively touched the soul-binding nail on my person and simply replied, No. Goodness, he is suspecting me again. Does he wish to seize my spoils? There is no way that will happen. I have shut every door and window to him. On High ceased messaging me, but I am certain that the demoness will continue to wreak havoc. Zhu Yuan has been spreading word of my rescue of the owner of Head Sheep, boasting to anyone who will listen about my exploits, claiming to know a ghost-catching expert as impressive as Zhang Tianshi himself. She even asserts that anyone in trouble can seek her assistance to contact me, with the enticing offer of a 20% discount. To be honest, if it weren't for the last 3 words of 20% discount, I would have been tempted to rush over and scold her. Zhu Yuan, who often appears somewhat naive, is surprisingly mercenary. Alas, the world has lost its sense of integrity. However, to my astonishment, Zhu Yuan's boasting has inadvertently attracted the very trouble I dread. One morning, barely awake, my phone rang incessantly. Upon answering, I was met with the irate voice of Principal Feng. He chastised me without restraint. Guling, why are you, at such a young age, skipping school to loiter about in society? Even if you possess some ghost-catching skills, how many ghosts do you think there are to catch? You should be focusing on your education. Such precious time cannot be squandered on this nonsense. I warn you, if you continue to neglect your studies, I will inform the village chief of Gu Family Tomb. The elders of Gu Family Tomb are my Achilles heel. They have worked tirelessly to fund my education, and I owe them an immense debt of gratitude. If Principal Feng were to inform the village chief of my truancy and embellish the tale to tarnish my reputation, how heartbroken would the villagers be? I would never be able to hold my head high in their presence again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I hastily replied, "All right, I will return to school, but I need to prepare. Please give me 3 days." Upon hearing my agreement, Principal Feng said, "Good, I am now the vice principal at Zhongde Private School, and there just happens to be a scholarship available that I will apply for you." Thank you, Principal. Zhongde Private School is the prestigious institution where Zhu Yuan transferred. Ranked first in the county, with tuition fees reportedly amounting to tens of thousands each year. The students there are predominantly the offspring of county officials or wealthy business magnates, essentially the elite. Principal Feng reserving the sole scholarship for me undoubtedly indicates his special regard for me, although I personally feel it unnecessary. What troubles me most is that I had no intention of returning to school. I couldn't even recall where my backpack and its contents had vanished. After searching for quite some time without success, I felt rather disheartened. Reluctantly, I resolved to purchase a new one the following day. 3 days later, I arrived at Zhongde Private School as promised. In stark contrast to the dilapidated school I previously attended, Zhongde Private School epitomized luxury akin to a Rolls-Royce among educational institutions. Not to mention, the daily buffet meals alone warranted a 5-star review. Facilities for bathing, watching movies, playing sports, and accessing the internet were all plentiful, exuding a lavish atmosphere I had never imagined a school could possess. Yet, I was the only one astonished. The other students seemed unfazed. They were either children of high-ranking officials or affluent business families, gathering the wealthiest and most influential individuals from neighboring counties. Although it is said that the teaching quality at Zhongde Private School is exceptional. To me, the teacher spoke in a language I could not comprehend, resembling an ancient script, and my primary excitement lay in the 3 daily buffets and a hot shower on my first day of school. I thoroughly enjoyed a delightful breakfast buffet, and when lunchtime arrived, I dashed to the dining hall. Just as I'd filled my tray, someone approached with a platter of exquisite pastries. It was Wen Yingying. She presented the delicacies before me, exclaiming, "Don't eat the cafeteria food. It's too lowbrow. These are imported cakes my father brought back from abroad, fit only for European nobility. Give them ATRY.AS. She pulled me to a table. Watching me taste the cake with her chin resting on her delicate hands, she wore an overly sweet smile that made me uneasy. Goodness, does she harbor some romantic interest in me? I halted my voracious consumption, eyeing Wen Yingying warily. "Could you come to my house tonight?" she asked, somewhat bashfully, quickly adding, "But please don't mention this to the other students. We should leave discreetly after school to avoid any gossip." What is going on? The more I listened, the more my scalp prickled. After a moment of silence, I replied, "You misunderstand. I'm not that type of person." Wen Yingying's expression shifted, her demeanor cooling. "Guling, what do you mean by that? I wanted to come to my house to help with the ghost issue." I was taken aback, exclaiming, Your house is haunted. Wen Yingying's expression turned slightly distressed as she gestured for silence. Oh no. Do you want the whole school to find out? She nodded at me. Recently, strange occurrences have been happening at home, and I fear something sinister has entered. Could you please come and take a look? I know you have skills from handling the necromancy case last time. Listening to her request, I found myself in a dilemma. The blood skull had been gravely injured while collecting blood energy in Luo family village and needed several months to recuperate. He had explicitly instructed me to avoid dangerous situations during this period. Just as fate would have it, when Yingying approached me for help at this critical moment. Noticing my furrowed brow, she assumed I was unwilling to assist and looked somewhat disappointed. After all, she had treated me to a meal and was a new classmate. It would be rather rude to refuse her. However, without the protection of Blood Skull, I couldn't risk facing any formidable spirits. If it turned out to be a high-level entity, it could destroy not only my hard-earned reputation, but also jeopardize my life. After much contemplation, I resorted to a fabricated excuse, saying, well, we practitioners have rules. We only take on cases once a month. Unfortunately, I've had too many requests lately, and since it's only mid-month, it will take at least 3 months before I can attend to yours. Wen Yingying's face fell, her lips curling in dismay. 3 months. By then, my family might not make it. Suddenly, she grasped my hand with her soft, white fingers, pleading earnestly, I beg you. It's truly urgent. Please help me. I can pay you extra. I'm willing to offer any amount that I quickly shook my head, forcing a smile. No, it's not about the money. Rules are rules. I am helpless. Just then, I heard a sarcastic voice behind me. What are you two chatting about over here? Turning around, I was met by Yin Lai, who stood behind me. Yin Lai, coming from a wealthy background, harbored an infatuation for Wen Yingying. However, he was extremely petty. If Wen Yingying spoke to any boy, he would hold a grudge against that boy for quite some time. More importantly, he looked down upon less affluent classmates. What rank is Gu Ling? Why is he in the same high school as me? This was a phrase he frequently uttered, and I had heard it no less than 3 times on my first day alone. Now that he saw Wen Yingying chatting with me, holding hands no less, jealousy surged within him. Yingying, I need to talk to you, Yin Lai began, to which she curtly replied, not now. Wen Yingying coldly rejected him. Yin Lai gazed at our intertwined hands, his eyes burning with jealousy. Wen Yingying, both our families are well off and we are both exceptional individuals. We are truly a match made in heaven. Noticing Wen Yingying's indifferent demeanor, Yin Lai, his eyes reddened, retorted, must you demean yourself to favor someone like Gu Ling, a mere pauper? He is so poor, he can't even pay his tuition, and he only got in here through backdoor dealings. Groveling before the vice principal. What's the difference between him and a beggar? Wen Yingying scoffed coldly, stop talking nonsense. Gu Ling possesses remarkable talents. With that, she stood up, climbed onto a chair, and with her hands on her hips. Announce to everyone, classmates, this weekend, I am hosting a party at my house, and I intend to invite all of you to join me. There will be salads, puddings, macarons, and imported Starbucks coffee to ensure your freedom. However, there is one condition. Gu Ling must also attend. Whoever persuades him will receive an additional 2,000 yuan as a reward. After her proclamation, she looked down at me, her expression eager and expectant. With a hint of smugness in her eyes, this tactic was a clever underhanded move that left me wide-eyed. Goodness, this was an attempt to sway public opinion and force my hand. If I refused to attend, I would be scorned by my classmates and branded as pretentious. Wen Yingying was determined to ensnare me in a moral quandary. Indeed, students from prestigious schools are filled with cunning ideas. Naturally, my classmates fell for it. Upon hearing Wen Yingying's words, they began to whisper excitedly among themselves. Some expressed curiosity, asking, what is the relationship between Wen Yingying and Gu Ling? Why must he attend her party? Another boy chimed in. Isn't it obvious? She likes him. I've seen Wen Yingying steal glances at Gu Ling more than once. Why do you keep sneaking looks at Wen Yingying? Does it concern you? Just look at Yin Lai. His face had turned green with envy. Regardless of the reasons behind it, Wen Yingying came from a wealthy family, residing in a grand villa, and the delicacies she would serve at her party would undoubtedly be exquisite. The mere mention of those few items made my classmates salivate, and they soon began to insistently plead with me, Ji Ling, just go. Come on, it's only fair that if you feast, we should at least get a taste. Exactly, This only heightened my dilemma. I understood that when Ying's invitation was merely a pretext, her true intention was for me to help her family with some ghostly matters. With a sigh, I reluctantly nodded. All right, I will go. Upon hearing my agreement, the classmates erupted into cheers. The Wen family was quite affluent. They had lavishly spent over 100 million to purchase 6 acres of land in the eastern part of the city to construct their villa. This time, for Wen Ying's business banquet, they even dispatched several large buses to pick up guests from school. My classmates boarded the buses with great excitement. Upon arriving at the Wen residence and stepping into the opulently decorated, resplendent foyer, everyone was taken aback. Even though they hailed from affluent families, none had ever set foot in such luxurious surroundings, rendering them somewhat stiff and awkward. My goodness. Ying, your crystal chandelier must be 6 or 7 meters high. Right? I feel as though I've entered a palace. Yin Lai, is your home as extravagant as the Wen's? Yin Lai scoffed dismissively. Lifting his chin in disdain, he had deliberately donned a well-fitted suit, aiming to appear worthy of the elegant Wen Ying. Yin Lai approached Wen Ying, hoping to showcase their compatibility as a couple. Some people should not overestimate themselves merely because Ying shows interest in them. It's so easy to enter the ranks of the affluent. Wen Ying's mother hails from a prominent family in the city, steeped in tradition, and would never allow a pauper to cross her threshold. As he spoke, he shot me a glare, then disdainfully curled his lip. Suddenly, a stir arose among the crowd. Students whispered to one another, glancing in the direction behind Wen Ying. Wow, that elegant lady must be Wen Ying's mother. How poised, how graceful, how beautiful. Indeed, she exuded the air of an affluent matron. With such regal grace, there were hardly any peers in the entire county. Yin Lai immediately straightened his back, smoothing his hair, which had been oiled but still appeared dry, and put on a dignified smile. Good day, ma'am, he began, but to his surprise, Mrs. Wen hurried past him, completely ignoring Yin Lai, and enthusiastically reached for my hand. You must be Gu Ling. Ying has spoken highly of you, claiming you are quite talented. I nodded and smiled, responding, Good day, ma'am. Hello, Mrs. Wen said with a tone of genuine apology. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. It is truly unintentional that I hope to trouble you with our family's matters shortly. As she spoke, she slightly bowed, performing a courteous gesture that left all the students in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. No way. A prominent socialite and top matron in the city is speaking so humbly to a poor boy. It was truly incomprehensible. What talents does Gu Ling possess? Mrs. Wen disregarded the murmurs and began recounting the peculiar occurrences in her household. Here's the thing. Our family dog, which typically refuses to eat grains or drink milk, insists on consuming only raw meat, be it fish or chicken. Just yesterday, I witnessed it with a lark in its mouth, blood dripping everywhere. The bird had been killed by it was never like this before. It was quite well behaved. Additionally, I've been plagued by nightmares for the past half-month, to the point of becoming nearly neurotic. As Mrs. Wen spoke, I discreetly scanned the living room, noting the floor adorned with intricately patterned marble tiles. And in the corners stood 4 towering, magnificent Roman columns. Such columns are typically found only in high-end villas, each costing several $100,000. Alarmingly, at that moment, I could see dark energy emanating from the columns. From Mrs. Wen's countenance, I discerned that she had a well-rounded forehead and a square jaw, indicating a person of great fortune. The nightmares she experienced were likely due to the malevolent energy surrounding her. When this energy first manifests, it is weak and can only induce nightmares, but it can escalate to illness and, if it becomes severe enough, can even be fatal. However, smaller animals like the dog will be affected much sooner due to their smaller size and weaker constitution. Moreover, lower creatures are often more sensitive to spiritual energies than humans. The transformation of the dog into a ferocious creature was precisely due to this. As the malevolent energy intensified, it would inevitably turn against the Wen family. Judging by Mrs. Wen's complexion, her health did not seem to be in grave danger, but the troubles within the Wen family likely stemmed from someone else. My expression shifted dramatically, and I anxiously said, Ma'am, please gather all members of the Wen family to meet with me within the hour. Upon hearing this, my classmates looked at me incredulously, and Yin Lai was utterly dumbfounded. Gu Ling, What wild claims are you making? Have you lost your mind? Yin Lai scolded. He then turned to Mrs. Wan, sneering, "Ma'am, do not pay attention to him. He simply seeks to draw attention to himself, posing as a charlatan to swindle money. Please, have him escorted out." However, Mrs. Wan completely ignored him, instead respectfully taking my hand, her face flushed with excitement. "Very well, I will take care of it immediately. Tang Bo, quickly summon the family members here. What are you standing around for?" Tang Bo, the butler of the Wan family, dared not hesitate and promptly set about notifying everyone. I approached the Roman column in the northwest corner, circling it a few times, my expression indicating my concern as I regarded the dark energy radiating from it. As if to say, this is a tricky situation. An additional fee is required. After contemplating for a moment, I retrieved a compass from my backpack. The compass, a gift from Taoist Qing Feng, is a demon-repelling compass capable of detecting yin energy, identifying spirits, and driving away malevolent forces. This time, it would finally come in handy. Suddenly, the needle of the compass sank and spun uncontrollably. My brow tightened in response. According to the records in the Sanqing Hall, when the compass exhibits such behavior, it is termed sinking needled. A sinking needle indicates that the yin energy in this location is dense and uncomfortable to reside in. Following this, the needle continued to spin erratically. This phenomenon is referred to as spinning needle. A spinning needle signifies that grievances linger, and the situation could be life-threatening. That I silently pondered. Indeed, this is troublesome. Despite the Wan family's villa appearing grand and opulent, it is in fact an unequivocal haunted house. Once again, I circled around the four corners of the Roman columns. The needle on the compass spun increasingly faster, and I furrowed my brow, my expression grave, before arriving at Wan Yingying's home. She had recounted the history of this villa to me. The eastern part of the city is renowned for its picturesque landscapes, with the eastern mountains gracefully merging into the city, making it a sought-after location for villa construction. Primarily due to its excellent feng shui, to be honest, prior to entering the villa, I had indeed assessed the nearby environment, noting its favorable wind and energy, deeming it a place of auspicious dragon veins. Earlier, on my way here, I observed that the southeast of the villa is backed by a mountain, while a small river meanders in the northwest, corroborating the claims made in the Lianshan regarding auspicious feng shui. It is said that when Yingying's father had specifically invited a feng shui master from the island to appraise this area, the master concluded that this location, encircled by mountains and embraced by water, is a rare treasure of feng shui. Wealthy individuals often subscribe to such beliefs. Upon hearing this, Wan Yingying's father wasted no time in purchasing the land, not out of the belief in feng shui, but because he felt that the land's value would remain stable solely due to its feng shui reputation. Frankly, the master from the island was not mistaken. However, it is truly astonishing that such a villa, situated in a location with excellent feng shui, is beset by such potent malevolence that I suspect that the Wan family's villa has been arranged with some form of sinister formation, and the individual behind it must be quite skilled. My classmates chatted joyfully, while Mrs. Wan and Wan Yingying trailed behind me, appearing eager to speak yet fearful of disturbing me to, Master Gu, do you need to prepare anything else? Mrs. Wan inquired cautiously. I shook my head, my expression somber, and replied, Aunt Wan, I must speak frankly. Your family is facing a blood disaster. Upon hearing this, both Mrs. Wan and Wan Yingying gasped. Perhaps she had an inkling, for she did not appear particularly frightened when I uttered the phrase blood disaster. With a hint of urgency, Mrs. Wan asked, when? I replied solemnly, It has already occurred. Mrs. Wan, taken aback, responded, But no one in our family has died. I furrowed my brow and decisively shook my head, saying, No, I am certain that someone in your family has indeed passed away. The gravity of my tone compelled belief. Yin Lai scoffed. I say, Gu Ling, you are being quite rude. It's one thing to act all mysterious, but to come in and curse someone's family with death. I replied with stern seriousness, I did not curse the Wan family with death. Rather, it is a fact that someone has died within the Wan household, and I can assert that with confidence. Mrs. Wan shook her head. No, you must be mistaken. All our family members are well. All well? I scoffed coldly, sighing. Then who occupies the room in the northwest corner of your second floor? Did she not fall down the stairs a few days ago? Wen Ying exclaimed in astonishment, "Gu Ling, you truly are remarkable. That is my sister's room, and she indeed fell down the stairs a few days ago and has not left her room since. But she is not dead. Did I never claim that the deceased was her?" With my hands clasped behind my back, I assumed an inscrutable demeanor and stated calmly, "That room is steeped in blood, and you cannot perceive it. To my eyes, it is already shrouded in a crimson mist." Yanlai rolled his eyes. "You speak as if it's the truth." We continued towards the staircase, which spiraled elegantly. Resembling a grand carousel, opulent and resplendent, I could see the top of the staircase. A circular platform branched into corridors on either side that, as we ascended, my classmates' gazes converged on us. Could it be that the Wen family would invite Gu Ling to the upstairs bedroom? Just moments ago, someone had explicitly warned us against going to the second floor. Did Mrs. Wen truly approve of Gu Ling, acknowledging his relationship with Wen Ying? What about Yanlai? What could be done? Clearly, Mrs. Wen favored Gu Ling over him. Yanlai's face darkened, and he shouted, "Shut up!" He followed behind, fuming, listening to the whispers of his classmates and feeling the weight of their sympathetic gazes, consumed by jealousy. Standing on the second floor, I surveyed the entire living room, which lay before me in full view. Each corner of the Wen family's living room boasted a grand white Roman column, slender and delicate. A truly exquisite sight from a decorative perspective. However, according to traditional Yin-Yang and Bahua principles, the center of the living room represents water, while the surrounding area must be devoid of earth. Water may attract wealth, and placing the central area at water level is not inherently wrong. However, with earth surrounding it, which counters water, the consequences for the Wen family are all too clear. In such a case, the family's wealth would not merely dissipate. Rather, it would be engulfed by the earth. More critically, the central water area of the Wen family's living room harbors malevolent spirits. The Yin energy is absorbed by the earth, unable to disperse, and over time, it accumulates. I calculated silently, my expression grave, and stated, "Mrs. Wen, someone has set up a sinister formation in your living room, where vengeful spirits roam. They cannot find a way out, and over time, the malevolent energy will coalesce and cause harm." Mrs. Wen was taken aback, her face paling. "What sort of sinister formation?" I shook my head. "That remains to be seen." The door to the northwest room swung open, revealing a young woman in her 20s reclining on the bed, engrossed in her phone. The Wen family bore a striking resemblance to one another. Full foreheads, square faces, and exquisite features. While not conventionally beautiful, they all possessed a certain charm. Yet, upon seeing this particular young woman, I immediately sensed her difference. Her complexion was pale, and her gaze held a piercing, fierce intensity that contrasted sharply with Wen Ying's innocence, eliciting feelings of dislike and aversion. "Mom, how rude of you. You didn't even knock before coming in." When Shan complained that Mrs. Wen paid her daughter no mind and instead cast a glance at me, saying, "This is my daughter," when Shan, "This is Master Gu." When Shan rolled her eyes at me, scoffing, "A little brat." Calling himself a master. How amusing that Mrs. Wen frowned. "What do you mean, little brat? He's a master of ghost hunting." When Shan scowled, her displeasure evident as she retorted, "Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? You actually believe in this superstitious mumbo-jumbo." "How foolish." "Indeed." Yanlai chimed in, "What master? Gu Ling is just a poor kid who saw your family's grandeur and insisted on going upstairs to take a look. That I knew Sister Shan was in the room. So I tried to stop him from coming up, but no matter what I said, that brat wouldn't listen. He hails from a remote place, and his family is destitute. He was dumbfounded by your villa and insisted on exploring. And I couldn't pull him back." Upon hearing this, when Shan grew even angrier, shouting at her mother, "Mom, why do you bring home just anyone? Aren't you afraid of losing face?" She looked at my shabby attire with increasing disdain. "Losing face? And now you're blaming me?" Mrs. Wen exclaimed. "Do you realize how terrifying the events we've been experiencing are? The snowball suddenly went wild and killed all the birds in the house. I've been having nightmares for half a month. And just a few days ago, you fell down the stairs. Our family is facing a streak of bad luck, directly confronting misfortune." When Shan dismissed her words, "You rattle on about superstitions. It's truly laughable. What era are we living in? Trying to trick the Wen family with such nonsense. I'm a product of a modern education. She glared at me, saying, being poor is no excuse for you to swindle money. At your young age, why not pursue something worthwhile instead of pretending to be a mystic? With your looks, you could at least work in a nightclub. After her derisive remarks, when Shan chuckled mockingly, and Yinlai added, that brat Guling has always been up to no good, his grades are terrible, and all he thinks about is how to make money. Look, he's managed to swindle his way into your family. I replied coolly, compassion does not extend to those who cut off their own paths. Though the rain and dew may be plentiful, they do not nourish rootless weeds. If one does not seek to save oneself, heaven will find it difficult to assist. Since this is your attitude, let us part ways here. Of course, if we were to meet again. With that, I waved my hand and turned to leave, but Mrs. Wen hurried over. Embracing me, no, Master Gu, you cannot abandon our family. Shan, when you fell downstairs, did you bleed? Were you hurt? When Shan scoffed, bleed. It was just a simple fall, and I'm fine now. When Ying pressed, sister, did you truly not bleed? Guling has calculated that you are afflicted by a calamity of blood. When Shan coldly remarked, the more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. When Ying, you at least attended a prestigious high school. Yet you are so naive as to heed the words of charlatan. Have you been ensnared by his fair visage? When Ying's face flushed, and she fell silent. When Shan rubbed her temples, switched off her AI device, and with an air of impatience urged me, Master Gu, do please return whence you came. That MY family is not rational and may fall for your tricks, but I am far too clever for that. I gazed at her, filled with confusion. It was inconceivable. If one were truly struck by malevolent energy to the point of bloodshed, it was impossible for there to be no visible blood. Yet when Shan's demeanor did not suggest she had bled at all, I was taken aback. Suddenly, I noticed a faint mist of blood swirling around when Shan's abdomen, and I could even discern the vague shape of an infant. Could it be? A horrifying thought flashed through my mind. And I hastily inquired, are you married? I was married long ago. What of it? Seeing my serious expression, when Shan felt a twinge of anxiety and blinked in response that I stated, if I am not mistaken, you have suffered a miscarriage. The calamity of blood refers to the death of your child. I had a miscarriage? When Shan's eyes widened in shock, shaking her head vigorously as if her head were a rattledrum. Not only she, but the other members of the Wen family were equally astounded. After a long pause, when Shan nodded thoughtfully and said, indeed, there was blood after my fall. I initially thought it was just my period. So I paid it no mind. I had no idea it was a miscarriage, that I must get tested. As she spoke, she retrieved a pregnancy test from the drawer and entered the restroom. But a few minutes later, she emerged, her face ashen, the test displaying 2 bright red lines. That Mrs. Wen exclaimed in anger, you foolish child, not even realizing you were pregnant and carelessly losing my grandchild. When Shan's eyes glistened with tears as she replied, I didn't want this. Should I go to the hospital to have the child removed? Of course, it must be removed, I asserted firmly. Though your pregnancy is early, every infant possesses innate awareness. The malevolent energy within you indicates that this child has been tainted by misfortune, and it is highly likely to become a vengeful spirit. When Shan recoiled in fright and nodded repeatedly, all right, I will call my husband right now. Meanwhile, Yinlai stood with his mouth agape, his eyes vacant and expression dazed. As if his worldview had been shattered, he looked at me in disbelief, stammering, in no way. You couldn't possibly be right about all this. When Ying reproached him, saying, I told you long ago that Gu Ling is a truly gifted master. You refused to believe it and caused chaos, nearly ruining my family's affairs. Humph, I despise you. If you don't apologize to Gu Ling now, I shall never speak to you again. Yinlai trembled, glancing sideways at Wen Ying, who regarded me with a mix of admiration and awe, instantly feeling a pang of jealousy. Yet he dared not defy her request, knowing that if he were to apologize to me, he would lose face in front of her. Thus, he stammered and fidgeted awkwardly that I casually remarked, there is no need for you to kneel and bow. A simple bow will suffice. You little brat, don't think you can avoid this. I shot him a sidelong glance without lifting my eyelids and said, if you are unwilling, then so be it. I have not prepared any red envelopes, and I certainly do not wish for Ying to have any further dealings with you. Of course you wouldn't want her to associate with me. That would give you a chance, wouldn't it? Yinlai retorted with a scoff, angrily declaring, I refuse to let you succeed. Oh, what if it is just a bow? I am willing to kneel if necessary. I will bow to you right now. With that, he stood tall and deepened his bow, proclaiming, Guling, I am sorry. Seeing this, I was taken aback. He was nearly at a 90-degree angle, as if bidding farewell to a corpse. And I could hardly bear it that I quickly stepped back 2 paces. Forget it, forget it. You look so unfortunate. I fear it may shorten my lifespan. Mrs. 1, the calamity of blood in your family has been resolved. However, at this stage, the malevolent energy in your household has grown increasingly potent, and given that tonight's moon is waning, the ominous aura is even more profound. Although, when Shan-Shan's calamity of blood is alleviated, the likelihood of harm befalling others remains high. Though when women collectively gasped, their expressions nearing tears, as Mrs. Wen anxiously asked, What should we do? Should our family leave to avoid this? I shook my head, my gaze resolute as I replied, There is no way to evade it. Your family has inhaled malevolent energy for far too long, and much of it has already infiltrated your bodies. What is most crucial now is to help you expel the malevolence and locate its source. How do we expel the malevolence? And how do we find its source? I will write a prescription shortly. You need only purchase the ingredients and boil them tomorrow, allowing them to bask in sunlight for an hour. Consuming it will dissipate the malevolent energy trapped within the soul-sealing formation that I surveyed the surroundings and continued. As for the source of the malevolence, it should be right in your living room. I approached the stairway, looking down upon the living room below. In the center of the room, surrounded by Roman columns, was a fountain pool where koi were kept. The intention was evident. In feng shui, koi are regarded as fish that attract wealth and fortune, and since ancient times, they have been seen as auspicious symbols. The Wen family naturally raised koi in the central pool to summon prosperity. While constructing a pool to gather wealth is generally acceptable, the Wen family's pool was exceedingly peculiar, with dark energy swirling beneath the water, resonating with the dark energy on the Roman columns. Perhaps the dark energy from the columns had seeped into the pool that I pondered. Roman columns belong to the earth element, capable of absorbing moisture, so it would be normal for them to also draw in the malevolent energy from the water. Mrs. Wen, if I'm not mistaken, the source of the malevolence lies within the pool that I stated. Could we send someone to investigate and see if anything can be retrieved? The pool was at least a meter deep, and as it was constructed within the room, it could not be regularly drained to increase oxygen levels. A significant amount of aquatic plants and algae had been added, rendering the water a lush green. Clear water reveals no fish, and while this benefits the koi survival, it obscures the pool's true condition from onlookers. Mrs. Wen nodded and called out, Tang Bo, please check the pool and see if there is anything inside. Tang Bo hesitated, worry etched on his face as he protested. Madam, this pool cost the owner over 500,000 to build, and those koi are his most prized possessions. What if I accidentally step on one? Oh, just go ahead and fish it out. Why are you dawdling? All right. Tang Bo donned a pair of long rubber boots and entered the pool like a fisherman bending down to reach into the water. A moment later, he let out a horrified scream. What is happening? Am I seeing things? This goldfish is actually biting my hand. He lifted his hand, and I could clearly see a koi frantically gnawing at his hand, leaving behind bloody marks. The crowd gasped in shock. My pupils involuntarily contracted. I noticed that the koi on Tang Bo's hand was not entirely ordinary. While it retained the appearance of a koi, its head had transformed white, and its tail had turned green. Perhaps due to the water's depth and the Wen family's general negligence, they had failed to notice the koi in the pool had mutated. Green-tailed, white-headed, swimming between the realms of the living and the dead. The koi in the pool had been tainted by malevolent energy. While they appeared to be fish on the surface, they were, in fact, cursed creatures transformed into monsters, even demons. How bizarre. What exactly were the Wen family's koi? Men eating fish. Bizarre? I thought it was terrifying. This was the first time I'd seen a goldfish with teeth. What kind of koi species was this? Its colors were frightful. The classmates began to chatter excitedly again. Mrs. Wen hastily waved her hands, insisting, No. We only keep Showa koi and Kahaku koi. They aren't these dull-colored ones. I explained this is because the koi in the pool were the first to be eroded by the malevolent energy in the Yin formation and have long since become ferocious. Not only the Koi, but the Wen family's fortunes have also turned violent. I should have warned Tang Bo earlier. Tang Bo, you should wear gloves while fishing. Tang Bo's face tightened. Do I really have to fish? I nodded emphatically. It is imperative. The Koi's mutation indicates the source of the malevolence lies within the pool, if I am not mistaken. There should be some evil object hidden within. Tang Bo donned a pair of gloves and resumed his endeavor of fishing items from the pool. In but a moment, he retrieved a copper-hued statue. Holding the figurine aloft, he inquired in astonishment, "Madam, how did this object find its way into the pool?" Lady Wen furrowed her brow in concern and interrogated the household servants. "Who cast this item into the water?" The members of the Wen family all shook their heads in response. That I approached Tang Bo and asked, "May I have a look?" Upon receiving the statue, a wave of dread washed over me, quickly followed by a sense of revulsion. It appeared to be a representation of an evil deity, its shape twisted and grotesque, provoking a sense of unease. Moreover, the statue emanated a sinister aura, its scent repulsive. Undoubtedly, this malevolent figure was the source of the Wen family's misfortune. "Oh dear, it reeks!" I exclaimed, pinching my nose in distaste as I addressed Wen Yingying. "Do you have any yellow paper?" Wen Yingying slowly shook her head. "No one in my household worships deities or has ever purchased such items. Yellow fabric would suffice, but not silk," I insisted. Yes, I'll fetch it for you," she responded, turning to leave. I added, "Wait, please bring a brush as well, along with some vermilion. I need to draw some talismans." "Oh, certainly." Before long, Wen Yingying returned with the items as requested. First, I wrapped the evil deity statue in the yellow fabric, then began to inscribe talismans upon it. In truth, the talisman I drew was not derived from any incantation I'd learned. Rather, it was a demon banishment talisman I had seen in the Taoist texts left by Taoist Qin Feng in the Sanqing Hall. As it was my first attempt, I was uncertain of its efficacy. To my surprise, once the talisman was completed, the dark aura surrounding the malevolent statue was indeed subdued, that I couldn't help but marvel. With such talent, it would be a pity not to be a celestial master. Ji Yuling, what exactly is this thing?" When Yingying asked, her gaze fixed on the evil deity statue in my arms. A look of confusion upon her face. I shook my head slowly, responding in an uncertain tone, "I'm not quite sure yet, but it is certainly not a good thing. I truly wonder who harbors such animosity toward your family to hide this in the pool to harm you." Lady Wen speculated, "Could it be a rival in business?" I frowned. If it were merely a competitor, there would be no need for such drastic measures. This is an attempt to annihilate your entire family. A rival would only go so far as to cast some financial misfortune upon you, knowing that causing deep harm invites divine retribution. Fortunately, the malevolent object has been removed. Now, the next step is to identify the perpetrator. Wen Yingying beamed at me, saying, "Guling, you have helped my family immensely. I hardly know how to express my gratitude." Lady Wen nodded in agreement. Yes. Guling, tell us how the Wen family can reward you." "Auntie will ensure all your wishes are fulfilled." I smiled faintly, yet remained cautious. There is no rush for gratitude. The matter is not yet resolved. The true culprit behind your family's misfortune has not yet been found. And I have a premonition that they will continue to plot against you. As for gratitude, please manage it as you see fit. After all, when Yingying and I are classmates, it is only natural for me to assist your family. However, as soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. It was not that I feared the Wen family would offer me a paltry token of gratitude. Rather, I was concerned about my ability to confront the true villain behind their plight. The fact that they could set a malevolent spirit formation against the Wen family suggested that this individual possessed considerable skill. At the very least, they were a practitioner of dark arts. With the blood skull still recuperating, I could not rely on it for protection. What if the dark practitioner turned out to be a formidable foe? Would I not be courting disaster? Nevertheless, the words had been spoken, and retraction was impossible, lest I be drowned in the spittle of Yin Lai. Thus, I steeled myself to continue the investigation. Just as I was engulfed in regret, the door of the Wen villa swung open, and a young man, perhaps 27 or 28 years of age, with a refined demeanor and handsome features, stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Wen Shanshan rushed over, nestling against the man's shoulder as she wept softly. Wen Yingying joyfully exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you're back. Lady Wen sighed, chiding, Common Yin, take Shanshan her room at once. This foolish child doesn't even realize she has miscarried that you're a doctor. Check on her, and then take her to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. Mother, I understand, Common Yin replied politely, though his expression bore no trace of sorrow. This was curious indeed. As Shanshan's husband, he should be grieving the loss of their child. After all, it was his offspring that had perished. Moreover, a miscarriage inflicts significant harm on a woman's body. Did he not worry for his wife? Common Yan's gaze swept over the assembly, finally landing on me, his brows arching slightly. His eyes were calm. Yet they pricked at me like needles, eliciting discomfort, as though he had aimed his attention at me deliberately. It involuntarily reminded me of the phrase, a needle hidden within cotton. To be candid. This man possessed a visage that could be described as classically handsome, with a unique aura that blended masculine strength with delicate grace, as if he were a finely crafted painting illuminated by the dawn. Such beauty would naturally evoke a sense of familiarity in anyone who beheld him. Yet, from that gentle and delicate face, I perceive an undercurrent of malice and darkness. Common Yan's demeanor toward me was fraught with hostility, his gaze sharp and accusatory, making me feel quite uncomfortable that I could not help but feel perplexed. I had not crossed him, nor did we even know one another. This was our first encounter. Why, then, did he regard me with such animosity? It was as though I had stolen his wallet. Common Yin merely glanced at me before escorting Shanshan back to their room, as if to deliberately exert dominance over me. I remained with the malevolent statue for a moment longer before bidding farewell to Ying and departing the Wen residence. The reason I chose to take the evil deity statue with me was to consult Hai regarding its origins. Hai had access to the Special Investigation Department's extensive database, making it relatively simple to ascertain the identity of this malevolent entity. When Ying insisted on accompanying me, which I initially deemed unnecessary. However, upon witnessing Yan Lai's scowling face, I suddenly found the situation amusing and eagerly consented. I was unsure whether Yan Lai had expelled blood and frustration, but I certainly felt elated. Upon exiting the Wen villa, I inquired of Ying, how long have your sister and brother-in-law been married? Several years now, she replied. That be by the way, they were high school classmates, just like us. Ying continued, my brother-in-law came from a humble background, but he is handsome and academically gifted. My sister fell in love with him at first sight and supported him at every turn. At one point, there were others vying for my brother-in-law's affection, yet he ultimately chose to marry my sister. I frowned slightly and asked, could you elaborate on that? Ying shook her head lightly. I am not entirely certain. I heard that she was a classmate of my sister S, and that woman even committed suicide over it. Oh, just then, I inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the window of the Wen villa. Common Yin, wearing glasses, was looking directly at me. Due to the distance, I could not discern his facial expression, yet an unsettling feeling washed over me. His face exuded a chilling aura, and at that moment, Common Yin was smirking coldly in my direction. The sunlight glinted off his gold-rimmed glasses, casting an eerie brightness, and then, unexpectedly, the statue in my hands exploded, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy that surged toward Ying and me. Ying let out a terrified scream. And in a moment of panic, I instinctively pulled her into my embrace to shield her from the foul energy of the evil deity. Simultaneously, I felt a sense of bewilderment. I couldn't shake the feeling that the explosion of the evil statue was closely tied to Common Yin. His gaze had been so peculiar when he looked at me. Although I could not clearly see his expression, my intuition told me that he harbored significant hostility toward me, as for the reason why. That was a source of astonishment for me. Nevertheless, I found myself focusing more intently on Ying's brother-in-law. Once the malevolent energy had dissipated, I released Ying from my embrace. The moment I let go, she appeared flustered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yet, she managed to raise a polite smile and express her gratitude. Observing her slightly bashful countenance, I felt a twinge of awkwardness myself. This classmate seemed to harbor some peculiar thoughts. I quickly scratched my head, intending to bid farewell to Ying. That moment, a sudden outburst of anger erupted from Yan Lai. You filthy beggar, release your dog-like paws. Following this, Yan Lai stormed over, his fist raised, aimed directly at me that I swiftly dodged, yet the force of his punch grazed my cheek that I thought to myself, since you initiated the attack, it would be remiss not to play along with the theatrics of the situation. Thus, I clutched my face and let out a pained wail. Yin Lai, why must you strike me? Oh dear, your manners are atrocious. Whoever marries you in the future will surely be unfortunate. Indeed, Yin Lai, your barbarism is excessive. When Ying glared at Yin Lai with fury, her eyes brimming with disdain, knowing you is truly embarrassing, Yin Lai retorted, Ying, I saw this scoundrel attempting to take liberties with you. When Ying reproached him, take liberties? Do you think Gu Ling is like you, whose mind is filled with sordid thoughts? He is here to protect me. He is a gentleman. Apologize to him at once. Another apology? Yin Lai grumbled. I've already apologized once. Once is not enough. For every offense against Gu Ling, your apologies will increase exponentially. I awkwardly interjected, please, don't humiliate him so. I fear he may seek revenge in the future. Does he dare? His father owes our family a substantial sum. If he shows you any disrespect, I shall inform his father, when Ying declared, shooting Yin Lai a menacing glance that made him flinch. Ji Yuling, fear not. I shall protect you. Yin Lai will never dare to bully you at school. Yin Lai, in terror, exclaimed, you will protect him? Humph, does that mean you intend to be with him forever? What business is that of yours? Whether I choose to be with him is of no concern to you. When Ying replied defiantly, she took out a handkerchief to tend to my wound, reproaching Yin Lai as she did so. Look how severe the injury is. It has turned our deity, oh be honest. That redness was merely due to my prolonged grip and the warmth of my hand. Standing in the fierce wind, Yin Lai wished to dispel his lingering heartache, yearning to sing a lament while feeling the cold rain slap against his face, bereft of tears to cry or courage to curse, ultimately turning away in despair. When Ying snorted at his retreating figure and said to me, his father wants him to pursue me so that our family's debt can be forgotten. It's a calculated move. So that was the case. It was evident that when Ying was quite an astute girl, though in terms of appearance, she could only be considered above average. Yin Lai's pursuit of her was easily understood given the financial implications. When Ying promised to protect me, I initially thought she was jesting. However, to my astonishment, the next day at school, I discovered when Ying seated beside me, with a set of stationery identical to hers adorning my desk. Your former deskmate has agreed to switch seats with me. I offered him a set of sky-themed stationery that I was unaware of what a sky-themed set was, but it seemed to be a boy's set, and I felt quite out of place sitting with him. When Ying pointed to the stationery, saying, look, you usually don't even bring a bag to school. I bought you everything you need. Seriously? This is a bit excessive. I was taken aback. Not bringing a bag to school was my last act of defiance. Having already agreed to Principal Feng's conditions, was I now expected to bring a bag as well? Wasn't this a form of bullying? Would I still be regarded as a model student? Moreover, dear sister, do you not consider the gender of the stationery you purchase? It was all in a style that was decidedly feminine and pink. Should people suspect we were a couple, it would be troublesome. After all, I'm a bona fide man, uninterested in cross-dressing. I grinned. Isn't it all the same style, and all for girls? Isn't it good to have matching items? We can both use them. I think it's splendid. Soon enough, the skeptics appeared, namely Zhu Yuan. Why are you two using the same backpack? Are you dating? Zhu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Oh no. When Ying snapped, I'm merely using the same things as Gu Ling. There's no one else in the classroom, so please don't spread rumors. Well, it's breakfast time. Why haven't you gone to the cafeteria yet? Zhu Yuan laughed. Oh, you want me to go to a crowded place and spread rumors? Unfortunately, I find today as buffet unappetizing. I fear it may upset my stomach. When Ying typically only ate the food her family brought from home, disdainful of the cafeteria's quality. Indeed, the school's buffet was quite upscale, at least in my opinion, but it still fell short of Wen's family standards at, oh, I see. When Ying smiled brightly, good thing I brought 2 meals, one for me and one for Gu Ling. Gu Ling, you shouldn't eat at the cafeteria anymore. It's too dirty and unsafe. It could harm your health, I pondered. If the cafeteria were indeed that unclean, it would be a miracle I had survived thus far. She opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, unmistakably superior to the cafeteria's offerings. Zhu Yuan interjected with a chuckle. So you just want me to watch? Unfortunately, if Guling weren't here, I would share a portion with you. But Guling is far too important to me. Indeed, Guling was immensely significant. Before Wen Yingying could finish her thought, she was abruptly interrupted by a mocking voice. I turned to see that it was none other than Yen Lai. However, today his gaze held no animosity, but rather a mischievous smirk. Ji Yuling, I'm sorry for bothering you, he said. I was taken aback. Would this fellow genuinely apologize to me? Observing the cunning expression on his face, I felt a surge of caution that I know an apology must carry sincerity. Consider this my offering. Yen Lai presented me with a backpack, saying, this bag was bought by my father abroad. I couldn't bear to use it myself, so I'm giving it to you as compensation. Wen Yingying was momentarily stunned and remarked, Yen Lai, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Well, that is more like it, she nodded, satisfied, glancing at the designer bag. I feared there was a catch, scrutinizing the bag for a long while until I was convinced it was legitimate, and then smiled. Then I shall graciously accept it. Yen Lai chuckled. Let bygones be bygones. He patted my shoulder, ignoring me thereafter, turned to Wen Yingying. I've apologized to Guling. What about you and me? What is our relationship? What relationship do we have? Wen Yingying coldly dismissed him. Don't presume that a few sweet words will win my favor. Yen Lai grinned. Don't be so cold towards me. I've apologized. Made amends. There is no need to be so harsh, right? I heard you like Dior lipstick. I had to plead with my sister for ages to get her to give me the Dior lipstick she bought last summer in Switzerland. Here, take a look. As he spoke, he displayed the lipstick before Wen Yingying's eyes. Her eyes indeed lit up, the shimmering lipstick swaying in Yen Lai's hand. Here, it's a gift for you. Don't be mad at me. Wen Yingying gazed at the Dior lipstick for a long time, ultimately unable to resist its allure. She pursed her lips and quickly grasped the lipstick in her hand. She opened it, and a vibrant red color was striking, glimmering in the sunlight, as if it might spill red oil. Wait, this lipstick seems off. I frowned, noticing a faint dark aura emanating from the lipstick, accompanied by a peculiar odor. Wen Yingying, this lipstick? I wanted to warn her about the lipstick's issue, but with Yen Lai present, it wasn't appropriate to speak up. After all, he had just apologized to me, and I feared coming off as petty, so my words trailed off. Yen Lai, his face darkened, shot me a glare. What is wrong with the lipstick? Are you implying it's fake? Don't be so bitter. Do you think Yen Lai would give someone counterfeit goods? His voice was sharp, nearly piercing my eardrums that I could only smile helplessly and quickly signaled to Wen Yingying. She immediately responded, Yen Lai, thank you for the lipstick. You may leave now. Yen Lai was taken aback. Are you still angry with me? Not anymore, Wen Yingying replied, her tone devoid of emotion. I simply want you to leave. Left with no choice, Yen Lai chuckled. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Remember to apply the lipstick. After he departed, I immediately turned to Wen Yingying and said, the lipstick Yen Lai gave you carries a sinister aura. It exudes a stale, deathly energy. Believe me, in at least 3 days, the lipstick will start oozing red oil. Wen Yingying was perplexed, yet she held my words in high regard, treating them as invaluable advice, and dared not doubt them. I shall refrain from applying it for now. I will consider it later. The look of panic immediately washed over Wen Yingying's face as she cautiously sniffed the lipstick, failing to detect any foul odor. To an ordinary person, the scent would be imperceptible, but to my keen senses, the aroma of the lipstick grew increasingly putrid, verging on the brink of inducing nausea. I hastily waved my hand and slipped out of the classroom. Not wishing to linger for even a moment longer, I reached the doorway. It suddenly struck me. Could it be that the lipstick Yen Lai gifted to Wen Yingying contained corpse oil? The heavy aura of death surrounding it was unmistakable. What else could it be? The lipstick in Wen Yingying's possession exuded a strong scent of corpse oil, which was indeed peculiar, though she could not discern it with her naked eye. However, as the quantity of corpse oil increased, it would soon become evident to anyone, but by then it would be too late. That a small amount of corpse oil could lead to a deficiency in energy and blood, and as one becomes increasingly eroded by its presence, their life would be in jeopardy. 3 days later, upon entering the classroom, I saw Wen Yingying hurriedly approaching me. Her eyes were wide with alarm, and she bit her lip in trepidation as she whispered, Guling, the lipstick Yen Lai gave me indeed has a problem. Look, it keeps oozing red oil. It stinks terribly, and I couldn't smell it before. It's actually red corpse oil that I was momentarily taken aback, pondering the oddity. Should not corpse oil be black? That's quite normal. Initially, the amount of corpse oil is small, making it undetectable to ordinary people. However, if you do not apply the lipstick, the corpse oil will overflow on its own due to lack of release. Gu Ling, should I throw this away? Wen Ying inquired, her voice trembling at this point. The oil from the lipstick was nearly dripping. I snapped back to reality and nodded earnestly. Of course, it must be discarded. Corpse oil is rife with negative energy and poses no benefit to anyone. How dare that scoundrel Yen Lai harm me? Wen Ying seethed. I shall confront him this very moment. Wait, I will accompany you, but first I need to make a phone call to clarify the situation. Who are you calling? And hi, a friend of mine who works in the Special Investigations Unit. He is well versed in the arcane and supernatural. I calmly instructed Wen Ying. Then we shall seek out Yen Lai. Wen Ying placed her utmost trust in me, considering me a pillar of support. Nodding repeatedly, I dialed in Hai's number. Hello, Guling. It has been quite some time since I last heard from you. How have you been? By the way, has my senior brother returned? And Hai's tone was casual and warm, peppered with questions. Yet I, feeling anxious, replied, Qing Feng Daoist has not returned, and I called because I have an urgent matter to inquire about. Understood, he replied nonchalantly. You always sound tense when you call me. I have grown accustomed to it. What troublesome situation has arisen this time? And Hai, have you heard of red corpse oil? To my astonishment, there is a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. What is the matter? Haven't you heard of it? I have heard of it, but you have encountered it, and Hai's voice revealed a hint of tension. Stumbling over his words, my heart raced as I exclaimed, could it be that red corpse oil is an exceedingly dreadful entity? It isn't necessarily terrifying, and Hai pondered before explaining. Normal corpse oil is black. Red corpse oil exists because a dye called mandrake flower is added during the oil extraction process. The mandrake flower hails from ancient India. The people from that region possess remarkable abilities. And their traditions are even older and more mysterious than ours. They are known to incorporate an array of elements into their food, and their sorcerers craft extraordinary artifacts, often with unimaginable consequences. The allure of red corpse oil lies in its capacity to manipulate human minds. Even a small amount, if ingested or applied to any part of the body, can lead to a loss of mental autonomy, rendering the individual a puppet under the sorcerer's control. Essentially a form of dark magic. In Southeast Asia, it has become quite popular to infuse red corpse oil into perfumes, beverages, and spirits to ensnare women. However, this practice is at odds with our moral standards in China. Not to mention, even regular corpse oil is absent. After all, that is a South Asian sorcery, and the righteous sects would never resort to such means. Even the demonic sects of the Central Plains scorn it. Yet, centuries ago, mandrake corpse oil made its way from India to the Tibetan regions. You know which type of individuals practice such sorcery. After a moment of contemplation, I suddenly exclaimed, could it be the Julian sect? You are quite astute. And Hai's voice brimmed with concern. When I heard you mention red corpse oil, I immediately thought it was the Julian sect seeking revenge on us. Not only was he worried, but my heart quivered in response, and I felt my legs weaken. The Julian sect Jinan was merely a representative from that cult. His skills were formidable enough to evade the Blood Skull's attacks effortlessly. Now that the Blood Skull was injured and recuperating, lacking his protection, I felt utterly unprepared to confront the formidable Julian sect experts. To be honest, I did not expect the Julian sect to pursue us outside the borders. Nor did I take the initiative to investigate them, and Hai conceded. Wait a moment, let me check using big data. Although they were pursuing both Hai and me, he was sheltered by the organization due to his position in the Special Investigations Unit. Unlike me, who was utterly alone and vulnerable. Before long, Hai had gathered some information about the Julian sect, sharing it over the phone. The organizational structure of the Julian sect is divided into 6 ranks. At the apex is the sect leader Su Jiangsheng. The second tier comprises 2 individuals, the matriarch Su Wulian and the heir of the Dharma named Li Jinglong. Below them are 4 guardians, followed by the emissaries. Like Jianan, whom we encountered at the Dongjiang Water Fortress. Just below the emissaries are the resident disciples, the lowest-ranked members of the Julian sect, followed by the lay practitioners, who are essentially external believers. The preliminary data available was limited to this, along with some criminal records pertaining to sect leader Su Jiangsheng. He was once a key figure in the heretical Zihong sect, which was subsequently disbanded by the government. Su Jiangsheng fled to Tibet, where he apprenticed under a local corpse-bearer monk, mastering various dark arts and using living flesh to forge artifacts, leading to the downfall of many young women. His criminal history is substantial. Nevertheless, his prowess is indeed formidable. The Special Investigations Unit has dispatched numerous practitioners of equal rank, yet none have succeeded in capturing him. Not even my master, the revered Qian Dong Nan, could subdue him. Over time, the Special Investigations Unit ultimately ceased their attempts to apprehend him. The ongoing crackdowns on the Julian sect primarily aim to prevent their influence from spreading into the mainland that I could only grimace. Realizing the gravity of the situation, if even the Special Investigations Unit could not handle Su Jiangsheng, should the Julian sect truly be targeting me, I feared for my very life. Hanging up the phone, I wore a troubled expression. When Ying, sensing something was amiss, anxiously asked, "What is it?" "It's nothing," I composed myself, replying slowly, and Hai informed me that this red corpse oil is known as mandrake corpse oil, capable of controlling one's mind. Thankfully, you did not use it. Otherwise, you would have become a puppet at Yan Lai's mercy. When Ying's complexion drained of color, her body trembling as she gasped, "That is terrifying. Yan Lai's control over me must harbor ill intentions. What if he compels me to commit murder?" Observing her distress, I reassured her, "Do not worry. Should that happen, he would only meet with failure." Quickly dispose of the lipstick. Together, we made our way to the restroom to flush the lipstick down the drain. Upon exiting, when Ying was still fuming, declaring, "No, I must devise a plan to take revenge on Yan Lai." As I was speaking, a figure darted past at the corridor's end. When Ying recognized it to be Yan Lai's sycophant, the thin monkey. Her eyes suddenly sparkled as she turned to me and said, "Follow him. The thin monkey must be heading to find Yan Lai. He trails behind Yan Lai like a shadow every day." "All right," I nodded, quietly following when Ying as we trailed the thin monkey. He was carrying an old burlap sack that bulged ominously, though its contents remained a mystery. The thin monkey made his way to a secluded corner behind the playground, where Yan Lai and a few male classmates were gathered. After tossing the burlap sack aside, he complained, "Boss, why do you need so many dead dogs?" "Because they are useful," Yan Lai replied lazily, then kicked the sack away, saying, "Get it away. It stinks." The thin monkey scoffed, "What use are these things? They're just a nuisance." Yan Lai disdainfully retorted, "Let me enlighten you. It's not for my use, but for the expertise of someone much greater than me. Once he completes his ritual, when Ying will be mine, a ritual." My heart stirred involuntarily. Could the esteemed figure Yan Lai spoke of be the malevolent practitioner from the Julian sect? Most likely. But what could he possibly want with dead dogs? Animal corpses harbor malevolent energy, and if those creatures had suffered at the hands of humans, their remains would carry lingering resentment. The thought of utilizing the flesh and blood of dead dogs for malevolent sorcery is truly terrifying. The thin monkey, sycophantically ingratiating himself, remarked, "Boss, you're quite the handsome gentleman, a rare find among men. Why do you fancy someone as mediocre as Wen Ying?" Yan Lai sighed and shook his head. "Indeed, she is rather plain. Yet, as they say, love is a game where one often finds themselves ensnared. I am aware of my own charm, capable of rivaling the sun and moon. But alas, pursuing Wen Ying is my father's wish. He threatened me with my allowance. A man must sometimes bow to the whims of necessity. Please, brothers, do not hold it against me or mock me." He then flashed a smug grin, adding, "But how could I ever be hanged by a mere tree? Someone like Wen Ying is hardly my match. Were it not for my father, I wouldn't even lift my gaze at her. With my looks and wealth, do you think I lack for companionship?" Hearing this, Wen Ying's face flushed with indignation. She excelled academically and was of fair appearance, though not breathtakingly beautiful. Yet as a wealthy young lady, she harbored a sense of pride that could not withstand Yan Lai's public derision. She stormed over, shouting at Yan Lai, "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you use corpse oil-laden lipstick to frame me? And now, you slander me behind my back." If it weren't for Guling's timely intervention, I would have fallen into your trap and been at your mercy. Yin Lai glared furiously, but his ire was directed not at Wen Ying, but at me, venomously declaring, "Guling, you little rascal, you've thwarted my plans again." Wen Ying shot back, "Why blame Guling? It's clearly your ill intentions and rotten heart. I'll inform my parents to keep their distance from your family." Yin Lai froze, panic washing over his face. It was evident that the Yin family was in dire straits, burdened with debts, and an alliance with the Wen family might be their last lifeline. Thus, his gaze shifted from fury to a sinister malice directed at me, revealing his murderous intent. "Brothers, if you are indeed my friends, then take care of this brat for me," he snarled, biting his lip. The other classmates, sycophants who thrived on his authority, saw me as an easy target and nodded in agreement, smirking, "Don't worry, boss. This brat is as good as dead today." Wen Ying, sensing the escalation, hurriedly shouted at Yin Lai, "Yin Lai, you're utterly shameless. You're ganging up on Guling with all these people. I warn you, if you so much as lay a finger on him, I'll have my father demand repayment from your family right now." Yin Lai shot her an irritated glance and spat. "My father once said, how can the Yin family repay their debts? If you don't want him to die, then agree to be my girlfriend and unite our families." Wen Ying's face flickered with hesitation, but I remained composed, saying, "Wen Ying, don't pay him any mind. I regard this rabble as inconsequential." My words incited fury among Yin Lai's lackeys, who charged at me, hurling insults. Why now? I had mastered the techniques of the Lianshan school, my martial prowess sharpened, and my combat skills refined. I would not fear mere mortals. As the thin monkey was the first to throw a punch, I deftly dodged and countered with a swift strike, causing him to howl in pain, clutching his bloodied nose. The others, surprised by my ability, still had the advantage in numbers and pressed forward, and I remained unperturbed, finding their punches slow and predictable, easily avoiding their blows while accurately targeting their joints, eliciting cries of anguish from them. Seeing this, Wen Ying, who had been worried, now beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Guling, you're impressive. I had no idea you could fight. Watch out." Her warning came just in time, as Yin Lai, unprincipled and dishonorable, attempted a sneak attack while I was conversing with Wen Ying. I swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick, sending him sprawling several meters away, landing face first in the mud. His lackeys looked at me in terror. Though they were angry, none dared to speak. I calmly stated, "Apologies, but I just counted. You all hit me 7 times, and I returned the favor with 7 kicks. That hardly seems fair, does it? So I'll add 1 more kick. Now you may leave." Yin Lai, nearly knocked out from the blows, lay helplessly on the ground. His lackeys had no choice but to carry him away. Wen Ying warned me, this could spell trouble. Yin Lai is particularly vindictive. He will seek revenge. Should I hire a few bodyguards for you? I shook my head and sighed. No need. The methods he employs for revenge would render any bodyguard ineffective. Whether Yin Lai would let today's humiliation slide was of little concern to me. If I avoided him, the Julian sect would undoubtedly come looking for trouble. However, before Yin Lai could retaliate, the Wen family encountered yet another crisis. That morning, while I was still asleep in my dormitory, I was startled awake by Wen Ying's terrified voice. "Guling!" She burst into the dormitory, gasping for breath. Alarmed, I sat up and asked what was wrong. "Guling, you must save my sister." "Days," I responded, "your sister? Wen Shan? But her blood aura has dissipated." "What has happened?" Wen Ying, in a panic, explained, "My sister has changed completely. Her gaze is vacant, as if her soul has departed. She ignores everyone except my brother-in-law and doesn't listen to anyone else." Pondering her words, I asked, "When did you first notice her unusual behavior?" Wen Ying replied, 2 days ago, I noticed her becoming frail. She would complain of exhaustion after just a few steps. Dark spots appeared on her arms and palms, small patches that grew more numerous and larger. Initially, I thought it was a skin condition or hives and didn't think much of it. However, she began to feel increasingly cold, and the spots multiplied, becoming almost contiguous, with her complexion darkening significantly. Then she became rigid and unresponsive, remaining in her room and refusing entry to anyone except my brother-in-law, her body growing cold and developing spots. I furrowed my brow, deep in thought. Wen Ying, looking at me with a mix of confusion and fear, urged, "Guling, is my sister ill or possessed? Is it because we haven tea cleanse a family's malevolent energy properly?" I shook my head, replying earnestly, "In truth, your sister's situation is quite simple. She is neither ill nor possessed, nor is it related to any residual malevolence. She is already dead." When Ying was suddenly gripped by fear, her entire body trembling, "Is she really dead?" I replied in a voice laden with cold gravity. When a person's body grows cold and livor mortis appears on their skin, what other possibility could there be if not death? When Ying abruptly covered her mouth, pausing for a moment before asking me in terror, "Has my sister turned into a corpse? Does that mean my entire family is in danger?" "It's hard to say," I responded, a shroud of icy apprehension enveloping my face as I pondered the potential connection between Wen Shanshan's death and Yin Lai. Yet a second thought struck me. It seemed improbable. Instead, my suspicions were drawn toward Wen Ying's brother-in-law, Chang Yin. Regardless, it would be prudent to address the matters concerning the Wen family first. Resolute, I accompanied Wen Ying to the Wen family villa. As soon as I stepped inside, I felt the temperature in the living room drop several degrees. "Second miss, you have returned," Tang Bo said with a smile that, on this occasion, bore a hint of something sinister. Madame Wen was seated at a lavish table filled with dishes, yet she dined alone, her expression heavy with unspoken worries. When Ying approached her mother and greeted her, then inquired, "Is my sister and brother-in-law not joining us for the meal?" Madame Wen shook her head slowly. Just then, Chang Yin descended the staircase. Madame Wen urgently asked, "Where is Shanshan?" Chang Yin replied in a calm, detached tone. She said she wasn't feeling well and won't be coming down, but Shanshan hasn't eaten for several days. How can she endure this? Madame Wen protested. "It's all right. I prepared food for her," Chang Yin said nonchalantly. When Ying, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, my sister is merely unwell, I quickly pressed my hand against hers, causing her to wince in pain. I forced a smile and said, "Ying just wants to see her sister. She hasn't seen her in days, and their bond is profound." Then I shot Wen Ying a meaningful glance, intending to convey, "Your sister is dead, yet Chang Yin claims to have prepared food for her. Doesn't that seem odd? Your brother-in-law is clearly suspicious." Chang Yin initially frowned slightly, and I anticipated he would concoct an excuse to prevent our seeing Wen Shanshan. But to my surprise, he ultimately nodded in agreement. With a knowing look toward Tang Bo, he instructed, "Tang Bo, take them to the second floor." "Yes," Tang Bo replied with a grin, gesturing for us to proceed. Strangely, he wore a black glove on one hand while the other remained bare. Why would the Wen family's butler wear only one glove? Upon reflection, I realized that the gloved hand was the one bitten by the mutated koi. Perhaps he was attempting to conceal the injury. This detail, however, did not occupy my mind for long as I ascended the staircase with Wen Ying upon opening the door to Wen Shanshan's room. An oppressive chill rushed out to greet us. The wind howled outside, accompanied by ominous clouds, and the temperature within the room plummeted further. The once comfortable space was now suffused with a biting cold, as if the air itself was thick with frost and tea that moment. When Shanshan sat with her back to us at the vanity, emitting a chilling cackle that echoed unnaturally in the frigid atmosphere. The dissonant laughter, juxtaposed with the icy room, sent a shiver coursing through me, and when Ying's face reflected her fear as she hurriedly hid behind me. Suddenly, when Ying screamed, seemingly under attack, "Tang Bo, what are you doing? Why are your hands so long?" She shouted in confusion, that I turned to see that it was indeed Tang Bo who had lunged at when Ying at a closer look revealed that his demeanor had been decidedly off. He was acting very strangely. Tang Bo's gloved hand grasped when Ying's shoulder, despite a distance of several meters between them. His arm had extended unnaturally long, and his eyes had adopted a bizarre crimson hue, radiating an aura of malice. As if he were being manipulated by a malevolent force, I suspected that the injury he sustained from the mutated koi had exposed him to a sinister poison, rendering him a puppet controlled by dark energies. Fortunately, only one of his hands had succumbed to this malevolent influence. The corruption had not yet reached his mind. If I could sever the hand tainted by the dark energy, he might be freed. Unperturbed by the unfolding chaos, I swiftly summoned the Spirit Slayer knife, channeling its power to sever Tang Bo's corrupted hand with a decisive strike. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Collapsing to the ground, his face regaining its color, no longer appearing ghostly pale. However, his severed hand soared into the air, writhing and contorting before shedding its glove to reveal a pitch-black palm adorned with razor-sharp claws, each one resembling a dagger, over 10 centimeters long. In a flash, the black hand, imbued with sinister energy, lunged once more at Wen. Realizing that evasion would be futile, I had no choice but to unleash the soul-sealing nail to intercept the impending attack. The soul-sealing nail is a talisman designed to counter malevolent spirits, far beyond the capabilities of a hand merely tainted by dark energy. The nail struck true, piercing the palm of the dark hand and igniting a burst of golden flames. Under the searing fire, the black hand shattered, releasing a cloud of malevolent energy that quickly dissipated. In the presence of the soul-sealing nail, its power was simply insufficient. When Ying, relieved at her salvation, let out a breath of relief. Yet her expression shifted to one of dread in the next moment. Not only her, but I too, was taken aback by the astonishing sight before you. I could see this moment, when Shan slowly turned her head. It was not merely a turn of her head. Her body remained utterly motionless. Her eyes, previously familiar, had transformed into a haunting shade of green. Even more chilling was the sight of her face. Half belonged to Wen Shan. Yet the other half bore the visage of an unfamiliar woman, the corners of her mouth and eyes dripping with crimson blood, presenting a ghastly and terrifying appearance. I furrowed my brow, sensing something amiss, unable to ascertain the origin of this half-woman's visage. Could it be that Wen Shan had been possessed by a malevolent spirit? Such speculation flitted through my mind, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. I recited a spell in a hushed tone, directing the soul-sealing nail towards Wen Shan, aiming for her forehead. Her face swelled grotesquely, her body convulsing as if electrified, her eyes rolling back in a pallid glare. I had hoped the purifying power of the soul-sealing nail would subdue her, but Wen Shan was merely momentarily immobilized before unleashing a horrific wail, accompanied by a putrid stench emanating from her mouth. I was taken aback by the ferocity of the corpse spirit that had taken residence in Wen Shan. The primary function of the soul-sealing nail is to bind malevolent entities, suppressing their movements. While it could obliterate lesser spirits, the corpse spirit that Wen Shan had become had clearly undergone a process of refinement, elevating it to a formidable level. Transforming a living person into a fierce corpse is no simple feat. It is a lengthy endeavor involving the surreptitious feeding of sinister substances and poisons while they are still alive, ensuring their transformation into a vengeful spirit upon death. Yet, during such a process, one would typically notice something amiss, necessitating utmost caution to avoid raising suspicions. The only individuals capable of such deception would be those closest to Wen Shan. I strongly suspected Chang Yen was the orchestrator behind this dark plot. As the foul energy surged toward me, I hastily retreated, wielding the Spirit Slayer knife to slice through the noxious air. Despite the threatening nature of Wen Shan's corpse spirit, the soul-sealing nail remained steadfast. Yet her eyes, filled with malice, shifted their focus not on me, but on Wen Ying behind me. Startled, I instinctively dodged, realizing something was amiss. In a swift retaliatory move, I swung the knife towards Wen Shan's head. Indeed, her target was not me, but rather Wen Ying, which caught me completely off guard. In that moment, as the blade descended, Wen Shan's body was cleaved in two, I felt a surge of triumph. But to my astonishment, her severed halves remained standing, unwilling to relent as they lunged once more at Wen Ying. The corpse spirit that Wen Shan had transformed into was far stronger than I had anticipated. I quickly positioned myself in front of Wen Ying, urging her, "Quick, get out and close the door. It seems your sister's target is solely you." Wen Ying nodded in a state of panic. In such a situation, she naturally dared not linger. Under my protection, she hastily exited the room. I engaged in a fierce struggle with the corpse demon for several rounds, realizing that facing two adversaries was indeed disadvantageous. The corpse demon moved with remarkable agility, and under the relentless assault, a momentary lapse on my part could lead to being wounded by her ghastly claws, which would likely spell my doom. I had to devise a strategy to swiftly eliminate the transformed Wen Shanshan that I pondered. An idea suddenly struck me, and I summoned the soul-sealing nail once more, launching at the corpse of Wen Shanshan. The strength of half the corpse demon had already been significantly diminished, making it considerably more challenging for her to break free from the binding of the soul-sealing nail. Seizing this opportunity, I focused my attacks on the other half of the corpse demon. After a series of relentless strikes, I finally succeeded. The Soul Slayer blade struck the demon's body, and azure flames erupted, consuming her in a cacophony of mournful wails, reducing her to ashes. Just as I raised my blade to strike the remaining half of the corpse demon, the doors suddenly swung open, and Madame Wen rushed in, shouting at me, "Master Guling, please do not kill my daughter." I was taken aback and explained, "She is already dead. She is no longer your daughter. If she is not eliminated, she will endanger your family. Furthermore, she is merely half of what she once was." The unexpected loss of her beloved daughter overwhelmed Madame Wen, causing her to collapse to the ground. Weeping uncontrollably, I found myself at a loss for words to comfort her, and in a moment of distraction, Wen Shanshan managed to break free from the soul-sealing nail's restraints. The soul-sealing nail was insufficient to shatter a corpse demon of her caliber, and the duration of its restraining power was exceedingly brief. Ordinarily, I was the closest to her, and should she attack me, I would certainly meet my end, especially with the blood skeleton unable to provide adequate protection. However, Wen Shanshan seemed entirely oblivious to my presence. With a furious roar, she charged towards her mother. It became clear to me that the corpse demon's only target was the Wen family. Without further contemplation, I swung the Soul Slayer blade on Shanshan's form, eliciting a piercing scream from Wen Yingying. The azure flames ignited fiercely upon her resilient, iron-like corporeal form, rapidly turning to ash before Madame Wen's horrified gaze. Trembling in fear, Madame Wen had now witnessed firsthand the stark divide between the living and the dead. Coming to terms with the reality that Wen Shanshan was no longer her daughter. For her daughter's eyes, there was only ferocity, devoid of any familial affection. I helped Madame Wen to her feet, but as she trembled and attempted to descend the stairs, I grasped her sleeve firmly. Madame Wen, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Master, do you have something else to discuss?" "Indeed," I nodded, contemplating that now was the opportune moment to pose questions. "Aunt Wen, has your family ever offended anyone in the past?" Madame Wen pondered for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "Our family has always prided itself on integrity in business, maintaining a stellar reputation across various nearby cities. Yingying's father has always sought friendships rather than enemies. We have had no significant rivals or foes over the years, except—" I interjected urgently, "Except whom?" Madame Wen sighed and responded, "Except Lu Yinlian, she was Shanshan's classmate. Initially, they had a good relationship, with Lu Yinlian hailing from a modest background and Shanshan frequently providing her with financial assistance. However, later on, they both developed feelings for Chang Yan, who, unfortunately, only had eyes for our Shanshan. This led to a falling out between them, and Lu Yinlian constantly sought opportunities to drive a wedge between Chang Yan and Shanshan. After several failed attempts, she gradually became depressed and withdrawn, culminating in her tragic decision to take her own life. Suddenly, I recalled what Wen Yingying had once told me about a girl who became involved in the love triangle with Chang Yan and Wen Shanshan, ultimately committing suicide by jumping from a building for the sake of Chang Yan. Madame Wen continued, "This incident stirred up quite the scandal, with the entire school aware of their love triangle, leading to rampant speculation among those uninformed deities that time. Shanshan and Chang Yan faced immense psychological pressure, and even Lu Yinlian's parents incessantly caused a scene at the school, claiming that their daughter's death was related to our family. Of course, the Lu family had no grounds for their grievances and could not stir up much trouble. However, they were known for their extreme personalities. When they failed to extort us, Lu Yinlian's parents resorted to suicide, leaving behind a note accusing us of suppressing their family through financial means. That I pondered and asked, did the Lu family members all perish? Yes, they all died. But if they're all deceased, how could they possibly seek revenge? Madame Wen trembled slightly, speculating, could it be that their spirits have transformed into vengeful ghosts? I shook my head, refuting this hypothesis. If their family members had truly become vengeful spirits, they would have no need to resort to the refinement of a corpse demon to exact revenge. They could simply take matters into their own hands. Madame Wen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of my reasoning. That a layer of doubt flickered in her eyes, and I too found myself perplexed. Upon returning to the living room, when Ying was recounting the harrowing experience to her brother-in-law, Chang Yin listened with a skeptical expression. Upon noticing Madame Wen's arrival, he quickly approached to inquire, "Mom, what exactly has transpired?" In a daze, Madame Wen wept as she explained, "Chang Yin, Shan has just transformed into a corpse demon and nearly killed me." Chang Yin, shocked, exclaimed, "But Shan was just fine this morning." "Ah, brother-in-law, did you not understand what I just said?" When Ying urged anxiously, "Master Gu Ling said my sister has been dead for a long time." I quickly squeezed her hand discreetly, signaling her to refrain from elaborating further. It was evident that Chang Yin had ulterior motives, but I could not reveal this just yet. After all, he was merely a doctor and unlikely to possess knowledge of the dark arts capable of refining a person into a corpse demon. It was highly probable that he had another powerful figure backing him. I resolved to take a longer approach to uncover the truth, allowing the situation to unfold further in order to draw out that hidden mastermind. Chang Yin regarded me with a complex expression, while I maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Wen Ying, not everyone understands metaphysics. Your brother-in-law graduated from a prestigious university and works in a hospital. Studying science, he may not comprehend or might even misunderstand matters of feng shui and the supernatural, so you need not disclose everything I say to him." Madame Wen chimed in, "Chang Yin, Shan is truly dead. She just transformed into a corpse demon. Master Gu Ling believes someone must have been behind her death." Chang Yin smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm, and remarked, "Whether it be supernatural or otherwise, I am indifferent. However, if Shan was indeed harmed by someone, I will not let the perpetrator go unpunished. Mother, rest assured, regardless of Shan's fate, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a son-in-law to the Wen family." Madame Wen, touched, patted his hand. "Mother knows you truly love Shan, and you possess good character and filial piety. I have complete faith in you." Internally, I scoffed at Chang Yin's intentions. His words were clearly aimed at ingratiating himself with the Wen family. Judging from Wen Shan's recent desire to attack, it was apparent that she had intended to eliminate the Wen family. Chang Yin's connection to the true culprit was undoubtedly intricate. His presence in the Wen household could only indicate one possibility. He sought to continue avenging himself against the Wen family until every last member was eradicated. His aim was not only to eliminate Wen Shan, but also to see the entire Wen family perish, implying a deep-seated enmity between Chang Yin and the mastermind behind him. Yet, it was baffling that Madame Wen could not recall such an adversary. Regardless, it was clear that in order to uncover the puppeteer behind this, I would need to follow the lead of Chang Yin. Thus, after he assisted Madame Wen back to her room, I immediately grasped Wen Ying's arm, pulling her away from the living room and solemnly stating, "I believe I have uncovered some clues regarding your family." Wen Ying's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" I affirmed, "Yes. The reason I did not mention this earlier was due to your brother-in-law's presence." Wen Ying's expression shifted. "You suspect my brother-in-law." I smirked confidently. "It's not merely a suspicion. I am certain he is connected to your sister's death." Without questioning my reasoning, Wen Ying's gaze was filled with trust as she asked, "What do you plan to do next?" I was taken aback and countered, "Aren't you curious why I am so certain your brother-in-law is the one who harmed your sister?" Wen Ying replied, "You have saved me so many times. You are the person I trust the most. Furthermore, you have always been right. So many events have transpired in my household, leaving my mind in a state of utter disarray, and I find myself unable to comprehend it all. Therefore, I have resolutely decided that from this evening onward, whatever you say shall be accepted without question." I offered her a gentle smile, feeling a sense of relief within. Initially, I had pondered a multitude of explanations for Wen Ying, but now all of that has been set aside, that I merely express my doubts about Chang Yin to Wen Ying. However, your brother-in-law is merely an ordinary man. I have not sensed any aura of a practitioner emanating from him. Clearly, he cannot be the one who has transformed your sister into a vengeful spirit. I speculated. It is highly likely that there exists another practitioner skilled in the arts behind him. To locate this individual, we must pursue the lead of your brother-in-law. I sighed, inquiring, among your brother-in-law's acquaintances, is there anyone knowledgeable in feng shui or physiognomy? Wen Yingying shook her head and replied, my brother-in-law is the most skeptical of feng shui and mysticism. How could he possibly know such a person? Which hospital does he work at? The second affiliated hospital of the T-City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. He is the head of internal medicine. I pondered for a moment before coldly chuckling. I find it hard to believe that your brother-in-law truly disbelieves in the supernatural. He may well be acquainted with some malevolent practitioner at the T-home. He feigns a serious materialistic demeanor solely to deceive your family. Thus, the only place where he could interact with such a practitioner would be at his workplace. If only there were a way to gather information at the hospital. I mused silently. In truth, my reasoning was sound, but when it came to execution, I realized it bordered on the whimsical. The hospital where Chang Yen worked was located in the city center, and the round trip would consume 4 hours. We had experimented with numerous methods, including surveillance and reconnaissance, yet to little avail. We would lose track in the process. Just as we were at our wits' end, Zhu Yuan came to our aid. It turned out she had a cousin who worked as a security guard of the hospital, specifically in internal security, and was responsible for patrolling the premises daily, thus becoming quite familiar with the doctors and nurses there. I thought to myself, isn't this akin to having a walking encyclopedia? Ever since entering private school, Wen Yingying had frequently assisted Zhu Yuan, and naturally, she felt grateful and willingly took on this task. To avoid raising suspicions, we opted to set out on a Sunday, since Chang Yen would not be working that day. The three of us took a vehicle to the city. This was my first visit to the urban area, and everything filled me with awe. The towering buildings stood majestically like mountains, and the shops lined up on either side created an atmosphere of bustling excitement that I could hardly fathom. Wen Yingying treated us to a fast food meal. Introducing me to the concept of KFC, I devoured 4 hamburgers, downed 2 large cups of cola, and polished off an entire bucket of chicken wings. Finally feeling satisfied, while Wen Yingying looked on in astonishment, her mouth agape wider than a bowl. Little did she know, my stomach had been empty for over a decade, and this was the first time I experienced such comfort and satisfaction from a meal. The hospital where Chang Yen worked was a prestigious tertiary hospital, and during a time when medical facilities were not as advanced, securing a position there was no small feat, even with a degree from a renowned university. One would require formidable connections to gain entry. In fact, Wen Yingying mentioned that the one family played a significant role in Chang Yan's employment at this hospital. Zhu Yuan's cousin was a short, stout man with a round head shaved bald, his short hair sticking out like a hedgehog, and a protruding belly that gave him the air of a little leader. Zhu Yuan's cousin, what brings you here? Upon seeing 2 young beauties come to visit him, Zhu Yuan's cousin beamed with delight. Clearly pleased with himself, almost unable to contain his grin, he fixed his gaze on Zhu Yuan and inquired. Zhu Yuan asked, cousin, are you familiar with the doctors and nurses at this hospital? Of course. Who do you think I am? I know everyone here, top to bottom. Although he provided a confirming response, Zhu Yuan's cousin's leering smile made me suspect he was boasting. Zhu Yuan's cousin, is someone in our family unwell? Rest assured, if surgery is needed, come to me, and I can ensure the best attending physician is available. Zhu Yuan wrinkled her nose in discontent and retorted, do you not wish for any good fortune for my family? I did not come here to discuss medical matters. I wish to inquire about Chang Yen. Are you familiar with him? Her cousin nodded. Familiar? He's not bad. When Yingying pressed further, does anyone frequently come to see him? Zhu Yuan's cousin displayed a hint of wariness, initially finding Wen Yingying's question somewhat abrupt, yet considering her beauty and poise, he responded, you're asking if any women come to see him, aren't you? Well, there are none. Director Chang is famously devoted to his wife. Though he is quite handsome, he maintains a clean reputation and avoids beautiful women as if he fears his wife. However, many young women in the hospital do attempt to engage him in conversation or create chance encounters, but he dismisses them coldly. During such moments, I have noticed his expression darken, which is understandable. Being pursued by women can be quite bothersome, a sentiment that only Director Chang and I share in this hospital. However, this is not surprising that IT is said he comes from humble beginnings, and even the funds for his college education were provided by his mother-in-law. His ascent to a directorial position in this hospital within a short period relied heavily on the connections between his father-in-law and the hospital president. Thus, he certainly would not dare offend his wife. Over the years, I have never seen a woman visit him. The only visitor has been an elderly man. He spoke animatedly for quite some time before finally addressing the main point. Upon hearing the term elderly man, I sensed that this visit had not been in vain, and I eagerly pressed, "What kind of elderly man?" "He appears to be in his 70s, short and thin, slightly hunched over, with quite dark skin, resembling a rural elder," replied Zhu Yuan's cousin. Initially, I thought he was Director Chang's father, but the manner of their interaction suggested otherwise. There was a mutual respect between them. That elderly man sometimes brings things to Director Chang and occasionally takes items away from the hospital. "What kind of items?" The cousin shook his head and shrugged, saying he always puts them in a cloth bag, so no one knows that he comes about once a week, but the specific day is uncertain. Wen Ying hurriedly pulled out several pink banknotes and handed them to Zhu Yuan's cousin, saying, "Could you please notify us the next time the elderly man comes?" The cousin looked troubled. "You want me to act as a spy?" "That won't do. I have principles as a security guard. My duty is to protect the hospital staff. Investigating Director Chang's affairs does not align with that and could even jeopardize him." Upon hearing his words, Wen Ying appeared somewhat despondent. Zhu Yuan coldly remarked, "Increase the amount." Without hesitation, Wen Ying doubled the sum. "You might as well leave now." Zhu Yuan's cousin sighed. "Leave the money. I'll let you know when I hear something." The following day, Zhu Yuan's cousin relayed the news that the elderly man had indeed visited the hospital again. The three of us hurriedly hailed a taxi to the city, worried that the elderly man might leave prematurely. The car sped along, fast enough to make even me feel anxious. Fortunately, upon our arrival, the elderly man had not yet departed from the hospital. After waiting at the entrance for about 10 minutes, we finally spotted an elderly man emerging, carrying a large burlap sack, and heading westward. We trailed behind him, uncertain of his destination, simply following his lead. In the end, it turned out to be quite a trial. The elderly man walked with a tireless gait, his steps unwavering as he pressed forward without pause up hills, down slopes, around corners, and across bridges. After more than an hour, he continued with the same robotic precision, showing no signs of fatigue, while the burlap sack on his back remained steady. As if it contained nothing but feathers, I inwardly scoffed. "Is this elderly man on a pilgrimage?" Zhu Yuan raised her hand and declared, "I'm out. This is none of my business. You two can continue on your own." My goodness, I've never exerted this much energy in all my physical education classes combined. She was resolute in her decision to leave. So I had no choice but to continue following Wen Ying. Yes, we walked. Wen Ying wiped her sweat and with a sarcastic tone remarked, "Is this elderly man even human? How could he not feel tired?" I dismissed her comment, convinced that I had finally uncovered the truth. Those who practice malevolent arts surely possess abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. I was certain that this elderly man could walk for such prolonged periods, which could not solely be attributed to good health. The question remained, where was he headed? We were now leaving the city. If we continued, we would soon reach the outskirts. Goodness, he was walking for dozens of kilometers. Wen Ying gazed at the old man's retreating figure, suddenly gripped by an unsettling chill. The old man continued his relentless march, his hunched and frail body seemingly concealing an inexhaustible strength. It was not until the moon hung bright in the sparse sky that he finally slowed his pace before a desolate village. I ventured to speculate. He must have arrived home. Exhausted and panting, Wen Ying could only muster a half-hearted remark. Goodness, he's walked back and forth over 100 kilometers. Does that old man not know that automobiles exist in this world? The entrance to the village was shrouded in darkness, indicating that most households had ventured into the city for work. With only a few homes flickering with light, the old man vanished before a certain courtyard. And this sudden turn of events startled both Wen Ying and me. After following him all day, to have our efforts thwarted at the last moment felt profoundly disheartening. Thus, we steeled ourselves and hurried to the courtyard. Peering inside, the courtyard was enclosed by low earthen walls, likely erected to deter thieves, and topped with a fence. The gate stood wide open, and we instinctively stepped inside. However, after searching for some time, we found no sign of life. Just as we were pondering this, when Ying let out a startled cry. She pointed to the northeast corner of the courtyard and exclaimed, "There's a grave with a tombstone." I shifted my gaze and noticed not only the tombstone, but also a small mound. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the tombstone bore the name of her master, Lu Lianlian. That name sounded eerily familiar. Suddenly, I recalled that Madame Wen had mentioned not long ago that when Shanshan had a classmate named Lu Lianlian. They were once good friends, but due to romantic entanglements, they became bitter enemies, culminating in Lu Lianlian's tragic decision to take her own life by jumping from building. Could it be that the occupant of this grave was indeed her? The grave was meticulously maintained, with offerings laid out and incense still burning, indicating that someone had recently paid their respects. Yet, as Madame Wen had stated, the Lu family was entirely deceased. Who, then, had come to honor Lu Lianlian? At that moment, I noticed a small straw figure kneeling atop the tombstone, presumably a voodoo doll. That I picked it up, and in the dim light of the moon, I could see that a piece of paper was affixed to the doll's chest, inscribed with a person's birth date. Furthermore, within the doll was a hairpin. Creating a voodoo doll is an ancient form of witchcraft, requiring an item belonging to the person being cursed. Here, the hairpin combined with the birth date constituted essential tools for this voodoo magic, clearly indicating that the doll held a specific significance. That I extracted the hairpin, and when Ying gasped, her hand over her mouth, and trembled as she said, "I recognize it. This hairpin belongs to my sister." "Are you certain?" I inquired. When Ying nodded solemnly. "Though small, this hairpin was bought by my sister from the island of Dongying. It's called a cherry blossom hairpin." It seemed evident that the grave likely held Lu Lianlian. Someone was exacting revenge on her behalf, using the voodoo doll's curse to target Wen Shanshan. Yet Madame Wen had claimed that the Lu family was long gone. What, then, was the connection between the Avenger and Lu Lianlian? As we stood in shock, we failed to notice that behind us, a gun was still aimed at us. With a sharp report, a bullet intended for me was seized by a skeletal hand that emerged from my back. Though the bloodied skeleton was gravely injured, it easily caught the bullet, rendering such a rudimentary attack futile. In an instant, he returned fire, striking the shooter in the chest, who then crumpled to the ground. I approached to examine the assailant, only to discover it was Chang Yin. He clutched his chest, blood pooling at his lips, gasping for breath. Yet a cold smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "It's fortunate I realized you were tailing Old Man Lu." With a last surge of strength, he struggled to raise his gun once more, aiming it at Wen Ying, but I lunged forward and kicked the weapon from his grasp. Chang Yin glared at us with venomous intent, grinding his teeth as he spat. "If I cannot avenge Lianlian, I shall haunt the Wen family even in death." His final outburst resulted only in a violent cough that spewed blood, and he soon breathed his last. Wen Ying was utterly taken aback, unable to comprehend that her once-respected brother-in-law could utter such malevolent words. For her, all that Chang Yin had was bestowed by the Wen family, and he should have remained loyal. Yet the reality was that he harbored ill intentions, seeking to annihilate the entire Wen clan. The shattering of her worldview left her in a state of stunned silence, like a statue. However, I began to piece together the broader narrative. It was highly probable that Lu Lianlian's family had not perished entirely. The old man Lu mentioned by Chang Yin must be a relative of Lu Lianlian, who then had arrived in this place to enact such vengeance. Perhaps drawn by the gunfire, a chilling voice suddenly resonated, and I turned to see a stooped old man standing at the entrance of the main house, hands clasped behind his back. This old man was peculiar, moving as if he were a ghost, soundless in his approach. Had he not spoken, I would have remained oblivious despite my heightened alertness. That I clasped my hands in greeting, responding respectfully, "I am Ma Guling." The old man nodded and inquired, "The ghost master Qin Feng has come to hold court, with 3 main roads before you. Did you arrive by the transverse path or the longitudinal one?" Having no mentor to guide me along the longitudinal path, I replied, "I came by the transverse path. Ah, a wild immortal." The old man's brow furrowed slightly as he rasped, "If I am not mistaken, your allegiance lies with Qin Feng, and the lord presiding over this domain is the blood skeleton." "Correct?" I nodded and countered, "May I ask who you are, and what is your connection to Lu Lianlian?" "She is my granddaughter," the old man Lu replied coldly. This matter is a feud between the Liu and Wen families. And it is none of your concern, young diviner. You would do well to stay out of it. His tone dripped with menace, grating on my ears, prompting me to declare Liu Lianlian's suicide over love cannot be blamed on Wen Shanshan. Matters of the heart are inherently mutual and cannot be forced. Your attempts to frame the Wen family are baseless vendettas. Do you not realize you are sowing the seeds of karma? What do you know? Old man Liu barked, "You insolent child, if Chong Yin had not shared a love as deep as gold with my Lianlian, would he have concocted this revenge scheme?" I was taken aback, perplexed, and asked, "What on earth is happening?" With a calm, yet furious tone, old man Liu recounted a narrative that starkly contrasted with what Madame Wen had shared. Liu Lianlian, possessing an ethereal beauty, hailed from a humble background, was honest and excelled academically. In contrast, Wen Shanshan, struggling with poor grades, harbored a disdain for high achievers, particularly Liu Lianlian. Their interactions have been largely peaceful until Wen Shanshan began to deliberately belittle and undermine Liu Lianlian. Not only did she compel Liu Lianlian to clean up after her, but she also pushed her to sit by the trash bin during meals and even sought to avoid her in the restroom. Liu Lianlian, having already burdened her family with debts from attending an elite school, wished to graduate and relieve her family of further worries. Thus, she endured such bullying in silence. However, her resilience did not yield any concessions from Wen Shanshan. Instead, it only emboldened her. Eventually, a transfer student named Chong Yin arrived, capturing the hearts of all the female students, particularly Wen Shanshan, who was determined to win his affection. Yet, Chong Yin was inexplicably drawn to the impoverished Liu Lianlian, even publicly confessing his feelings, which ignited a torrent of jealousy within Wen Shanshan. That wretched girl, how dare she entice the boy I like? Wen Shanshan has bribed several classmates, relentlessly subjecting Liu Lianlian to daily beatings. She even summoned some unsavory characters from the streets, who, taking advantage of a moment when no one was around, cornered Liu Lianlian in a narrow path, taking turns to humiliate her until she was left barely clinging to life. Poor Liu Lianlian lay hidden on a secluded street for an entire night before being discovered by her frantic parents, at which point she was already on the brink of death. Not only that, but Wen Shanshan also uploaded Liu Lianlian's nude photographs to the school's internal network, causing an uproar throughout the campus. Public opinion shifted dramatically, with the entire school turning against Liu Lianlian, who had once been a model student, now reduced to a fallen girl scorned and derided by all. Wen Shanshan manipulated public sentiment, leading to a deluge of rumors and mockery directed at Liu Lianlian. Even the teachers harbored disdain for her, as if all of this were her fault. On that fateful day, standing on the rooftop, Liu Lianlian felt the cold wind and the chill of human hearts. Unable to withstand the relentless torment, she chose to leap to her death. Upon hearing the news, her parents were engulfed in despair. Yet, as their only daughter, Liu's father and mother would not allow her to be defamed even in death. Thus, they persistently petitioned and sought justice, desperate to bring the perpetrators to account for their daughter's unjust demise. However, they found no recourse. The school, the police, and the courts had all been corrupted by the Wen family. What? You think you can take down the Wen family? Her father is a renowned entrepreneur and one of the school's board members. Spare us your delusions. The Wen family can easily settle this privately. Why are you still clinging to their daughter? The police station reported that they had investigated and found Wen Shanshan to be a good child, incapable of the actions you allege. If you continue to persist, we will treat you as criminals for defamation. If you wish to keep your jobs, cease your lawsuits, and allow our court some peace. You impoverished wretches, are you envious of the daughter of a board member? Liu's parents were callously ejected time and again. They even witnessed through a crack in the door as the school teachers groveled before Wen Shanshan's parents, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, assuring them that Wen Shanshan would face no repercussions. On one side, the Liu family wept in vain, while on the other, the assailants continued to live in luxury and joy. Ultimately, on the eve of the Lunar New Year, Liu Lianlian's parents, clutching a photograph of their daughter, chose to end their own lives by poison. Liu Lianlian's grandfather, who lived in the countryside, learned of the tragic events through hearsay. Having been taught the art of hexing in his youth, he resolved to avenge his descendants. Those who are unkind in wealth will surely face divine retribution. and those who fail to act will suffer severe consequences that I am already of advanced age. Can you fathom the pain of sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one? Moreover, I am sending my entire family to their graves, the old man seethed, his eyes aflame with wrath, his determined gaze reflecting a resolve for vengeance. The one family must perish, and they must pay the price alongside the Liu family. So, my brother-in-law marrying into the Wen family is also part of the revenge. When Ying timidly inquired, the old man nodded solemnly, stating, "This child, Chong Yin, truly loves Lian, but alas, he is powerless to protect his beloved. I shall have him marry into the one family, subtly altering their fortunes and gradually leading them to ruin, eliminating each member of the Wen family one by one." That when Ying retorted, "You are truly malicious." Malicious? The old man scoffed coldly. "Do you think your family has the right to utter such words? What a grand joke! Since you have diligently tracked me for a day, you have spared me much trouble. I will resolve matters with you here, before proceeding to eliminate that one coupled my heart sank. It seemed this old man had long been aware of our surveillance, leading us on a wild goose chase. His heart is indeed dark and ruthless. Moreover, it was evident that he was no ordinary my greatest concern in involving myself with the Wen family had been encountering a formidable adversary. The blood skeleton was still recuperating from its injuries. Should I find myself in danger, it might not be able to come to my aid. Thus, the wisest course of action for me these days was to avoid standing beneath a precarious wall. Perhaps it was fate that I was drawn into this turmoil, crossing paths with the practitioner of hexing. The art of hexing is said to derive from the Luban book, capable of transforming all things into cursed implements. Having practiced this art for many years, the old man had surely mastered it to an extraordinary degree. His hatred for the Wen family ran deep, and attempting to resolve this enmity through dialogue was nothing short of a fanciful dream. It seemed inevitable that this life-and-death confrontation would occur. Suddenly, I felt a strange sensation in my legs, as if something had attached itself to me, rendering me immobile. That a chill crept up my spine, and I realized the gravity of the situation. This old man was indeed a master. Then, a piercingly high and powerful sound of the Swana horn invaded my ears, its tone malevolent beyond measure, while I remained frozen in place. Following that, a dark mist began to swirl around the old man, and the entire courtyard transformed into a realm of paper. As the encroaching black mist thickened and the sound of the Swana grew louder and more frantic, the courtyard began to shrink, threatening to crush me. In a desperate moment, I unleashed the soul-sealing nails, piercing through the walls, causing the black mist to seep through the gaps. In no time, the black fog before me gradually dispersed. The sound of the Swana ceased, and I felt my legs regain their movement. Just as I reveled in my temporary triumph, the black mist coalesced once more, forming a grotesque face towering several meters high. The malevolent spirit unleashed a torrent of putrid oil toward me. I knew that if I came into contact with that filth, I would become a corpse spirit like when Shan. Thus, I leaped into the air. Slashing through the black mist above, the bright moon shone down, illuminating the old man's figure, and using the momentum of my descent, I executed a somersault over the ghastly visage, aiming my strike at the old man. His expression remained placid as he transformed the black mist into a shield resembling a human face, deflecting my blow. The spirit's slaughtering knife possesses power against malevolent spirits, and the human face shield, despite its resilience, could not withstand my strike. Shattering with a roar, the spirit then shrieked, condensing into two black swords aimed at my abdomen, which the blood skeleton, with its cracked arms, managed to seize tightly. Observing the numerous scars on the skeleton's arms sent a chill to my heart. The blood skeleton, once formidable, now faced a significant challenge against such powerful assaults. Yet, bound by a blood pact with my grandfather, it was obligated to intervene in my time of peril, ensuring my survival. The blood fiend I encountered in Loja village was already a potent evil, and now, facing the old man, I felt it rivaled even that. The blood skeleton, having sustained grave injuries previously, now faced the risk of annihilation against the old man's attack. Seizing the moment the black mist was restrained by the skeleton, I swung the spirit's slaughtering knife with all my might toward the old man. Indeed, he could no longer manipulate the black mist to shield himself, and my blade struck solidly at the crown of his head. The old man staggered, his eyes still filled with unwillingness and resentment as he pointed at me, a strange smile creeping across his face before he fell backward. Though he had collapsed, the black mist he commanded seemed to grow even more ferocious, that I surmised that the old man must have invoked a curse upon the black mist in his dying moments, vowing to perish alongside me. The blood skeleton, understanding the gravity of the situation, strained against its fragmented arms. It successfully dissipated the two streams of black mist with all its might. However, its arms shattered into bone fragments. Scattering along with the mist into the night sky, that a wave of astonishment washed over me, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of regret. Had the blood skeleton truly perished? A once mighty tragic king had fallen, extinguished before even facing his tribulation while attempting to protect me. That I stood rooted to the spot, unwilling to accept this reality. Until when Ying approached, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Are we safe now?" "Safe," I replied, my voice a hollow whisper. I called my mother, instructing her to send someone to fetch us. Chang Yin had indeed arrived with a car, yet neither Wen Ying nor I knew how to drive. Moreover, upon seeing the Liu family's old residence, Wen Ying was seized with fear, and thus, we had no choice but to retreat into the car. Despite her lack of driving skills, Wen Ying adeptly adjusted the seat for comfort. Reclining beside me, as we gazed at the starry sky while she confided her thoughts, most of her musings revolved around her family matters, expressing disbelief that Chang Yin, marrying into the Wen family, harbored ill intentions, and that the recent turmoil within the Wen family was somehow connected to him. When mentioning Liu Lianlian, a hint of guilt flickered across Wen Ying's expression. However, now both old Liu and Chang Yin have passed away. Yet one can discern from her expression that she remains as composed as ever, perhaps even harboring a hint of secret delight. That Ji Yuling, I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude to you this time. She has repeatedly thanked me, but my mind was elsewhere. The demise of Blood Skull has plunged me into a state of confusion and disarray, leaving me uncertain about how to navigate the impending crises that lie ahead. The members of the Nine Lotus sect have already come to eliminate us, while the lingering grievances of the Red Coffin Corps have yet to be resolved, now that we have lost the protective advantage of Blood Skull. For someone at the novice level of an exorcist, this is indeed an arduous predicament. As we spoke, when Ying fell asleep, that I silently called out for Blood Skull, hoping for a response, but there was none. After much contemplation, I resolved to call Old Huang, who is also an exorcist. Perhaps he could offer me some guidance. The night had grown late, and I worried that Old Huang might already be asleep and unable to take my call. Had it not been for the urgency of today's events, I would not have dared to disturb him at such an hour. To my surprise, Old Huang picked up immediately. "Junior brother, it has been ages since you last called me." I shared the disheartening news about Blood Skull's demise while attempting to save me, leaving his fate uncertain, and asked him what I should do. Old Huang exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh dear, this is quite serious." Allow me a moment to ponder. After a brief pause, he continued, "Ah, yes. All ghostly beings in this world fall under the jurisdiction of the Qingfeng sect. You could seek him out for advice." That I readily agreed. "That is indeed a splendid idea. The Qingfeng sect leader resides in Candlenight City, but regrettably, I've only been there once with Blood Skull, and I am at a loss as to how to reach it." Old Huang explained, "The place you mentioned is referred to as the Tang Ying by our disciples. It is said that only those of significant stature can gain entry, and we juniors must rely on the introduction of a venerable elder to access it. If you wish to go, you must find a highly respected elder to accompany you." I hastily inquired, "Senior brother, do you know someone like that?" "Well," Old Huang pondered for a long moment before hesitantly responding, "it is indeed challenging to find an elder of substantial reputation. I do know one, who is affiliated with the Hu family exorcist hall. However, he is quite temperamental, and it may not be easy to persuade him." "What makes his temperament so peculiar?" I asked. Peculiar is indeed the word. His moods are unpredictable, and one can hardly gauge his thoughts. That he acts solely based on his whims, if he is in a foul mood. No amount of money or deep friendship could sway him. Old Huang replied with a hint of resignation. "He's 60 years old. His temperament is more difficult to decipher than that of a child. As capricious as the weather in Huangmei, I would rather avoid interactions with him. But for your sake, I am willing to swallow my pride and make a request. When will you be free? We shall go together, I responded. Currently, I am in a city assisting a classmate with family matters, but I will return to school tomorrow and will contact you then. After approximately 2 hours, the Wen family's driver arrived to take us back to the Wen villa. Given the magnitude of the incident, Madame Wen was understandably too anxious to sleep. Waiting for our return on the living room sofa, when Ying pushed open the door, she rushed toward her mother. Recounting the events with tears, Madame Wen had already learned over the phone that the strange occurrences surrounding their family were the doing of the Liu family, and she incessantly berated them. However, when Ying interjected, "Mother, it is not quite as you think. Liu Lianlian was truly harmed by my sister." Upon hearing this, Madame Wen furrowed her brow but did not display surprise, clearly having been aware of the truth all along. "It is evident that Liu Lianlian lacked the fortitude to bear it. How is it your sister's fault?" Madame Wen's tone was filled with resentment as she continued. "Moreover, I had already expressed my willingness to compensate the Liu family to settle this privately. Who would have thought these ungrateful paupers would refuse, insisting that our Shan bear the blame? How can we, the Wen family, be subjected to such bullying?" She scoffed. They failed to understand that if punishment could yield justice, would this world still require compensation? I had offered the Liu family 100,000, but can you guess what Liu Yinlian's parents said? They claimed that money is not omnipotent, that it cannot buy everything. Absurd! If money cannot buy everything, why do so many people strive to accumulate it? Ultimately, they are merely poor, and their reasoning is flawed. And no matter how I tried to reason with them, they insisted on imprisoning your sister. Very well, I shall show them whether money is indeed omnipotent. When Ying exclaimed in shock, "Mother, did you truly bribe the school, the court, and the police to leave the Liu family with no recourse?" Madame Wen coldly snorted, firmly defending her actions. "What I am doing is called first courtesy, then force. At your sister's tender age, born into our affluent family, a lifetime spent in prison would be a ruinous fate. Yet they wish to compare my daughter to their lowly, impoverished offspring. But mother, we are now in an age of equality, where status and wealth are no longer the measures of a person's worth. Status may be indistinct, but wealth must be clearly differentiated. Some are born to privilege, while others are born to misfortune," Madame Wen proclaimed resolutely. "All of this originates from the Liu family's poverty and their inability to recognize good fortune." Watching her shift the blame entirely onto the Liu family, I suddenly regretted having assisted them and losing the protection of my own celestial guardian in the process. However, ultimately, the instigator, when Shan, received her due punishment. While old Liu's malevolence was likewise met with consequence, as for the Wen family, they may manage to conceal when Shan's actions from the public, but they cannot deceive fate when Shan has committed acts that undermine their moral standing. Although the Wen family may have escaped this calamity, they are destined to face divine retribution. I fear that the Wen family's fortunes may soon decline, gradually slipping into the realm of ordinary families. Perhaps even the impoverished household's Madame Wen so disdainfully mentions that it is indeed difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. The Wen family's hardships are yet to come. I am well aware of these truths. Yet I remain silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but from fear that reminding Madame Wen may provoke divine wrath. Madame Wen generously signed a 200,000 check for me, candidly stating that the Wen family is quite generous and trustworthy. But there exists a vast chasm between us and those of my impoverished ilk. After leaving the Wen family, I did not return to school, but instead proceeded directly to Sanqing Hall, as I had arranged to meet old Huang there. Is attending school truly that important? Old Huang arrived punctually, and I inquired about the name and background of the elder he mentioned. He informed me that the elder's name is Hu Songli, residing in Donghuai village in Shangan Yingzi Township, and that his celestial guardian is a millennium-old white fox with exceptional skills. Old Huang began to elaborate. 30 years ago, I had a brief encounter with him at Juding Taichung Mountain. The Hu family is hereditary exorcists. When an elder passes away, the old celestial guardians will fetch their descendants to become junior exorcists. Hu Songli is rather petty and suspicious, making him difficult to engage with. As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly. Upon hearing this, my heart sank considerably. Old Huang had only met Hu Sanli once, and given his eccentric nature, would he truly grant Old Huang any favor? However, on second thought, it was merely a matter of accompanying me to the main hall. Surely Hu Sanli would not refuse such a trivial request. In northeast China, there are many villages with names as unrefined as dirt. And Shanghazi Township is one of them. That it is said that during the Civil War, a small group of defeated soldiers passed through this area. Some of them chose to desert and settle down here, gradually multiplying into what is now Shanghazi Township. The abundance of large locust trees provided ample hiding spots, allowing even deserters to escape detection, perhaps because it was so easy to conceal oneself. The area has yet to develop. Even the government has forgotten to build roads here, leaving no proper asphalt roads. Old Huang and I were fortunate enough to flag down a brick-laden tractor, which jostled us all the way to Donghuai village. I continued to tremble long after we disembarked. Old Huang inquired with the villagers and learned that Hu Sanli lived in the second house at the eastern end of the village. However, just as we reached Hu's doorstep, we were taken aback to see a pitch-black coffin prominently displayed in the yard. I could not help but be stunned. Had someone from the Hu family passed away? But it did not seem so. Apart from the coffin, there were no other funeral items in sight. No paper figures, paper horses, golden bridges, silver bridges, or small temples for offerings. Instead, a circle of fire basins, arranged in the shape of a lotus, was set up at the entrance of the Hu family's main house, with flames blazing fiercely within. A woman was continuously adding paper money to the fire. I was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Master brother, what is happening with the Hu family? It seems like a funeral, yet no one has died." The elderly Huang replied, "They are performing a life extension ritual. Some individuals are destined to meet an untimely demise, often suffering from grave illnesses with no cure. Such times, those knowledgeable in the arts will arrange for a forced extension of life to prevent someone nearing the end of their lifespan from passing away. There are two methods: borrowing life or extending life. Borrowing life, as the name implies, involves taking the lifespan of another. However, this method is exceedingly malicious. If someone has only 10 years left and you borrow that time, they will inevitably die, which is akin to murder. Thus, this method contravenes the natural order and moral principles, inviting divine retribution, and practitioners often meet with unfortunate ends, which can also affect their descendants. On the other hand, extending life is far more benevolent. It involves supplementing one's life with various heavenly treasures and elixirs. In the past, high-ranking officials would go to great lengths to acquire a millennium-old ginseng root to keep at home, hoping that when their time came, they could consume it to prolong their lives. However, this could only be considered a temporary reprieve, not a true extension of life. Even the effects of millennium-old ginseng and other treasures are insufficient without the aid of specific formations. By the way, have you heard the tale of Zhuge Liang and the seven-star lanterns? I nodded. The seven-star lantern is a type of life extension formation, similar to the seven-star lantern. The fire basin in front of that woman is called the eternal flame, divided into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It requires constant addition of paper money to keep the flames alive until the life extension process concludes. It seems that no one has died in the Hu family, but someone is gravely ill. Hence, Hu Sanli has set up this life extension formation for a relative. He approached the woman and asked, "Miss, does Hu Sanli reside here?" The woman nodded and countered, "Are you a friend of my father-in-law?" The elderly Huang replied with a chuckle, "We met decades ago. I suppose we can be considered colleagues. I am a disciple of Huang Xian." Upon hearing that he too was a practitioner, the woman immediately smiled. "He is in the room. I'm unable to leave, so please go in and see him." The rural folk are not bound by many formalities, and the elderly Huang, without hesitation, led me across the threshold of the Hu family home. In the living room, an elderly man with a long beard was seated on a wooden chair, smoking a pipe. Hearing the noise, he lifted his head, and the elderly Huang, beaming, asked Hu Sanli, "Hu Shi Xiang, do you still remember me? You are Huang Zhongfa, right?" Hu Sanli replied with a fairly polite tone. "Indeed, we met at the Ba on 8 Treasures Iron Cliff Mountain during the celebration of the Golden Flower Sect's founder's birthday in '88. "I remember," Hu Sanli replied, glancing at him and raising an eyebrow. "You came empty-handed?" The elderly Huang smiled apologetically. I came in haste and did not prepare any gift, Hu solemnly retorted coldly, as previously agreed. If you did not bring a gift, I cannot invite you to stay for a meal. I nearly burst into laughter, thinking to myself, this old man is not merely eccentric, he is utterly lacking in social intelligence. Just from these two sentences at the door, one could conclude that he would never have any friends throughout his life. I also replied coolly, rest assured, we had already dined before coming. The elderly Huang shot me a glance, and Hu solemnly suddenly raised his voice towards me. From your tone, it seems you came to discuss matters with me. I have no time for that. Why humble abode is not fit for esteemed guests. Sensing he wished to dismiss us, the elderly Huang quickly interjected, do not take offense. Hu solemnly that My Jr. is young and ignorant of the customs, that I brought him here, seeking your assistance. He too is a disciple of the Tang sect, having sworn allegiance to the Bei Tang, that he recently encountered difficulties and wishes to return to the main hall to meet Qing Feng, the sect leader, as an elder disciple. We hope you could kindly guide him. I appreciate your trouble. Hu solemnly turned his face towards me, suddenly raising his eyebrows in surprise, and exclaimed, your junior brother possesses an unusual countenance. I can see at a glance that he harbors 3 voids. Undoubtedly a life marked by calamity. There's also a hint of the Huagai star appearing between his brows. He is indeed a once-in-a-century talent for cultivation. The voids refer to ominous fates, and those bearing them often find their desires unfulfilled, leading to poverty and premature death. What people refer to as the 5 maladies and 3 deficiencies, widowhood, orphanhood, loneliness, and disability, are manifestations of the voids. Generally speaking, those with resilient destinies excel in cultivation, and many adept practitioners of counteracting techniques only accept disciples with fatal voids, such as the legendary carpenter Liu Ban. Bearing 3 voids and hinting at the Huagai star indeed marks me as a destined cultivator. The elderly Huang also affirmed, indeed, my junior brother's talent for cultivation is unparalleled in this It would be a great pity if he were to perish prematurely. We hope you can assist in this matter. Hu solemnly laughed heartily, but his expression shifted instantly to one of resolve as he declared, I will not help. The elderly Huang stepped forward and inquired, why not? Hu solemnly stroked his beard, exhaled a puff of smoke, and replied in a flat tone, simply because he is from the Bei Tang and has pledged himself to Qing Feng. You have enmity with Qing Feng? No enmity. Any grievances? None at all. Hu solemnly's voice was devoid of emotion. I simply detest the Qing Feng smokers of the Bei Tang. I asked in dissatisfaction, why do you detest Qing Feng? Surely there must be a reason. Hu solemnly's face darkened. Detest is detest. What reason must there be? If there were a reason, it would not be called detest, but rather enmity. Just then, a man rushed out from the inner room in a fluster, drenched in sweat, urgently saying, Father, you must come and see. Daba is on the verge of death. Hu solemnly's face turned ashen, incredulously exclaiming, on the verge of death. But I've already set up the life extension formation. How could my grandson be gravely ill again? Heaven, what trial are you putting me through? Without another thought for us, he dashed into the inner room. Clearly distressed for his grandson, I turned to the elderly Huang and said, Master brother, shall we leave? But without Hu solemnly to guide you, you cannot reach the main hall. I shook my head and smiled bitterly. Did you not hear him? He is unwilling to help me. The elderly Huang wore an expression of reluctance, sighing deeply before saying, Alas, I cannot quite gauge this old fellow's temperament. However, if we leave now, all our efforts may go to waste. Just then, a gasp echoed from the inner room. Father, are you truly going to use the flesh of a spirit child? Immediately after, Hu solemnly's voice of reproach followed. Keep your voice down. There are guests outside. The elderly Huang seized my arm and urged, We must leave quickly. Hu solemnly is courting disaster. Confused, I followed him out of the Hu household, asking as we walked, Master brother, why do you say that? The elderly Huang coldly grinned at me and asked, Do you know what spirit child flesh is? I pondered for a moment, then suddenly recoiled. Terrified, could it be flesh from a child? You are overthinking it. Cannibalism is not the only form of courting disaster. The elderly Huang explained, Spirit child flesh refers to the flesh of animals that have attained a degree of consciousness. essentially little demons. They are often born from beings that have cultivated to a certain level, imbued with spiritual energy from birth, capable of enlightening humans, and frequently take on the appearance of young children. Hence, they are referred to as spirit children. Due to their youth and lack of demonic aura, they are deemed most suitable for use in medicinal concoctions that I remarked that Husamli was indeed courting disaster, as he surely intended to harm spirit children to save his grandson that in our realm. The distinction between immortals and demons is clear-cut, while in the outer realm, immortals and demons coexist and can interchange roles. Spirit children are typically transformed from animals that have achieved immortality, akin to the foxes and other elemental beings of the five elements that I exclaimed. He serves the immortals, yet seeks to consume the flesh of little immortals? The elderly Huang replied, he would not consume those from the Hu family. Moreover, it is not about eating spirit child flesh, but rather refining it as a medicinal catalyst to be taken alongside other herbs. I nodded in understanding. I see. But spirit children must be hard to find, right? In my entire life, I have never even encountered the five great immortals, let alone the spirit children they birth, the elderly Huang responded. No, that is merely because you cannot discern them. Do you think everyone you have encountered from childhood to adulthood has been human? I was taken aback, feeling a chill run down my spine. The elderly Huang continued to share insights along the way, and by now, the sky had darkened considerably. Suddenly, I halted, glancing at him in alarm. Master brother, do you not sense something amiss? What seems amiss? Perhaps due to his engrossing explanation of the spirit child. Old Master Huang was oblivious to the surrounding environment. I nervously exclaimed, we have been walking for so long, yet we still haven't exited the village. My voice seemed to rouse him from his reverie. He glanced around, and, indeed, we've been meandering within the village for quite some time. Donghuai village, with only a few dozen households, could be traversed in 10 minutes, yet we had spent nearly an hour still wandering its confines. My eyelids twitched, and an unsettling thought crossed my mind. Ghostwalled that we were lost within the village. Could it be that this place was haunted? Old Master Huang cautiously surveyed the surroundings, then bit his middle finger, allowing blood to drip onto the ground, instructing, let us follow the trail of blood. However, after only a short distance, we spotted a blood trail ahead. Huang halted, gritting his teeth, muttering, damn it, the malevolent spirits we encounter are exceedingly fierce. It was indeed peculiar. There were neither graves nor rivers in the vicinity, making it implausible for wandering souls or water ghosts to exist. Both of us were disciples of the spirit-repelling arts. How could we possibly have stumbled into such a predicament? Perhaps they were here to seek vengeance. This realization jolted me, and I felt a chill run down my spine before I could voice my concerns. Old Master Huang pointed to a lit house nearby, suggesting, let us seek refuge with the villagers. I nodded in agreement. All right. He continued, it would be wise not to rush. First, peek through the window to ensure there is no danger before we knock. Understood. Reaching the back window of the house, I peered through the glass and saw a family dining under the dim flicker of candlelight. In this day and age, they still possess candles. Even the impoverished villagers near the ancient family tomb had electricity. This struck me as odd. Moreover, the family seating arrangement was peculiar. While most households would gather together, they sat with their backs to the window, obscuring their faces from view. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon me, making it hard to breathe. Summoning my courage, I rapped gently on the window, and one person slowly turned to face me. Upon seeing that face, I was utterly paralyzed with fright. My eyes widened in disbelief, and I rubbed them vigorously, convinced I was hallucinating. For what I beheld was none other than my own visage, holding a bloodied bowl of rice, a sinister smile curving at the corners of my mouth. I was struck dumb, my breath nearly caught in my throat, as my mind abruptly went blank. The reflection of me in the room grinned broadly, the corners of its mouth reaching up to the ears. An eerie sight, while blood streamed from its 7 orifices, emitting a chilling, mocking laughter. I gasped in horror, shouting to Old Master Huang, we must leave. The true ghost is within that room. Old Master Huang's expression turned grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his temples as he pointed ahead, exclaiming, do not proceed. The ghost lies just ahead. Which direction? I inquired. Whichever path you choose, she will be in that direction. Huang gritted his teeth. Speaking in a low tone, this spirit is extremely malevolent, far more so than usual. That a wave of disorientation washed over me as the village was engulfed in darkness, thick as ink. The path before me began to twist and contort, and a ghostly figure flickered into view on the empty dirt road. Clad in a loose red qipao, her emaciated form swayed in the wind, as though lifted by an unseen force. Her pointed chin and pallid skin rendered her features indistinct. Just as I had seen her in my nightmares, indeed, it was the red coffin corpse. A sinister, mocking laughter escaped her lips, echoing eerily. "Who will protect you now?" I swallowed hard, suddenly comprehending her intentions. She sought to claim my life while the blood skeleton could not defend me. It dawned on me that she had been lurking in the shadows, observing my every move. Old Master Huang asked, "Disciple, do you recognize her? She is the red coffin corpse." Huang sighed deeply. This entanglement of fate has persisted for over a century. The resentment of the female ghost has only intensified, explaining the overwhelming malice that emanates from her. As he spoke, he removed a wolf-tooth talisman hanging from his neck, a protective charm imbued with the power to repel countless spirits. Just then, the red coffin corpse surged forward, and I realized that her features were not merely blurred. They were entirely absent. Suddenly, a beam of white light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the face of the red coffin corpse. Following a blood-curdling scream, her faceless visage cracked open, revealing several fissures from which countless maggots emerged, a sight repulsive beyond measure. Both of us instinctively recoiled, yet the red coffin corpse seized the opportunity to break free from the light's grasp. Her skeletal claws plunging into old Master Huang's shoulder, causing blood to spatter. Though not fatal, the wound was deep, and Huang, unable to bear the pain, dropped the wolf-tooth talisman, which became tainted and lost its potency. Having collaborated with Huang on numerous occasions, and knowing he had acted to save me, I was determined to protect him. That I summoned the spirit-slaughtering blade, striking several blows, yet the red coffin corpse evaded them with ghostly agility. Lacking any mastery of swordplay, I resorted to the soul-sealing nails, but she effortlessly dodged those as well. The female ghost had been secretly monitoring me, deducing my methods of exorcism, and was aware that I possessed only the spirit-slaughtering blade and the soul-sealing nails. With both of my options exhausted, I found myself at an impasse. The red coffin corpse let out a chilling laugh, swiftly appearing behind me. Knowing she intended to ambush me, I executed a rolling move, countering with a slash, attempting to catch her off guard. Alas, my strike met only air, and when I turned to look, the red coffin corpse was nowhere to be seen. Instinctively, I glanced at old Master Huang, who was signaling to me with his eyes, and I understood. The red coffin corpse was likely standing right behind me. In a flash, I swung the spirit-slaughtering blade backward, and with a sizzling sound, the blade's flame, designed to counter malevolent spirits, ignited the red coffin corpse. This flame forced her back several meters, and seizing the moment, I assisted old Master Huang to his feet and fled. The red coffin corpse emitted a bone-chilling roar, her ghostly form lunging toward us once more. Huang shoved me away. Collapsing onto the ground, I thought he could no longer run, and as I rushed to help him, I noticed a peculiar pallor on his face, tinged with yellow, as a shadowy figure emerged behind him. Oh, my astonishment. It was a plump yellow weasel. It dawned on me that this was an ethereal possession. Old Master Huang was preparing to confront the red coffin corpse with all his might. Yet, I had little faith in Huang's abilities. He was merely a junior with 300 years of cultivation. The red coffin corpse was a fierce spirit of formidable strength, leaving me anxious as the full moon shone. Uniting all beings, I recited, with a kind heart, sincere intentions, and devout faith, the path to transcendence is boundless. Sincerity brings forth the realization of all wishes. That I watched as the rotund figure of the yellow weasel wiggled its rear, releasing a noxious cloud of black and yellow gas, the stench overwhelming, plunging the area into darkness before the red coffin corpse. "Cover your mouth and run," old Master Huang urged. That I nodded, glancing back at the red coffin corpse, who was now airborne, spinning wildly. It is said that if one is struck by the foul gas of a yellow weasel, they may lose their senses, fall into hallucinations, and in severe cases, become utterly foolish. The red coffin corpse had evidently fallen victim to this. Together, old Master Huang and I ran for our lives, regretting our choice of teacher. How I wished I could have chosen a rabbit as my guardian spirit instead. We traversed one path, then another, and yet another. After crossing several village roads without seeing an end, panic gripped my heart as we counted the fifth road, only to find it still untraversed, seemingly endless. In that moment, we halted in our tracks, my hands and feet turning icy. Terror etched upon my face. We had already traversed 5 paths. Old Master Huang's expression was grave as he stated, "I too have counted 5. This is the end. We cannot escape this village." It was indeed a ghost wall. Although we had temporarily eluded the red coffin corpse, we were ensnared within her sinister trap. In an instant, both of us were at a loss. With no path ahead and the ominous red coffin corpse pursuing us relentlessly from behind, it was indeed a dire situation. As expected, it wasn't long before the sound of footsteps echoed behind us. Tap, tap, tap. I turned abruptly, only to see a shadow swiftly approaching our direction. Fear gripped me, causing cold sweat to bead on my forehead as the dread weighed heavily on my nerves. The figure drew closer, and I could distinctly see the embroidered shoes of the red coffin corpse. My heart raced in panic. I could almost feel the chilling aura of the specter looming just behind me, ready to step onto my shadow. That moment, a brilliant idea struck me. I recalled the peculiar bird call that the Taoist priest Qian Feng had taught me while watching a ghost movie. Without hesitation, I began to mimic the sound. The call resembled that of a rooster crowing. Upon hearing it, any ghost would mistakenly believe dawn had arrived. The red coffin corpse paused for a moment, caught off guard before reluctantly ceasing its pursuit. To my surprise, this tactic proved effective, filling me with secret delight. However, I knew that it would soon realize my ruse. We had to escape the cursed area under its control swiftly. Fortunately, after a short while, Huang Laote and I finally made our way out of Donghuai village. Yet he had lost so much blood that his face had turned pale and his legs felt weak beneath him. If this continued, he would likely not last much longer. The rural dirt roads were seldom traveled, making it a challenge to find a vehicle to take him to the hospital. Just when we thought all hope was lost, we spotted a small temple with its door ajar. Supporting Huang Laote, I led him inside, hoping to find a monk who could at least bandage his wounds. Inside the temple, I was relieved to find someone tending a fire. Though it was not a monk, but rather an elderly woman dressed in white, a small pot simmered over the flames, exuding the fragrant aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, and I felt a surge of joy. This person must know how to prepare medicinal soup, and thus was likely knowledgeable in healing practices. Hearing our footsteps, the old woman pinched her nose, not bothering to look up as she rasped, "Who has sustained such grave injuries?" I was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Huang Laote, thinking, it seems this woman is indeed a remarkable figure. The elderly lady pulled a few red dates from her pocket, offering them as she said, "Here, eat these. They will replenish your blood." Huang Laote accepted the dates, scrutinized the old woman for a moment, and without hesitation, swallowed them down. Soon, his complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and he chuckled, "These dates are quite sweet. Unlike ordinary ones. I feel warm all over after eating them." The white-clad woman nodded and replied, "Some children in the village are naturally frail and often fall ill after eating my red dates. Their health improves significantly, and they seldom get sick. Over there, you can find glutinous rice. Take a handful and press it onto the wound. You have been poisoned by a corpse, and if you do not treat it quickly, you will become a corpse spirit yourself." Huang Laote understood he had encountered a wise individual, and without further pleasantries, moved to the rice jar in the corner to grab some glutinous rice to apply to his wound. He pressed it against the injury until it turned black, repeating the process 3 times until the rice no longer darkened. I smiled at the elderly woman and said, "Grandma, I truly do not know how to thank you." She replied, "I often treat others and never charge a fee. Healing is a virtuous deed. If you feel indebted, just bring me some fruits as a token, and I would be quite pleased." You two should rest for a while. I need to search for my granddaughter, who has run off somewhere in the night. Huang Laote grinned and said, Sister, I apologize for the trouble. The white-clad lady gently shook her head, saying, What trouble could there possibly be? Moreover, this dilapidated temple is not mine. I am merely a temporary resident. After she left, I furrowed my brow and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that this white-clad elderly woman is not quite human. How could she possibly be? Huang Laote chuckled and said, She's clearly a white fairy. The white family, known as the Outer Five Elements, hold a lower status, and the white fairy referred to by Huang Laote is a hedgehog that has attained spiritual form. It seems she has at least cultivated for several hundred years. Though hedgehogs are one of the 5 mystical families, their path is far more challenging than that of foxes, weasels, snakes, and mice, making them relatively rare. However, among the 5 families, the white family is known for their kindness, often healing the sick and aiding those in need. Shortly thereafter, the white lady returned, leading a little girl of around 4 or 5 years old. The little girl had a rosy complexion and bright, sparkling eyes that seemed to contain stars, though her hair was stiff and sticking out in all directions. She appeared to be a newly transformed hedgehog spirit. Bouncing with energy, she clutched an apple in her mouth, her clothing filled with an assortment of fruits. Upon noticing our presence, she gazed at us with curiosity, completely oblivious to her grandmother's instructions. Hurry up and drink your medicine. Why are you dawdling? The white lady chided her granddaughter, pulling her over to the medicinal pot. The little hedgehog buried her head in front of the pot and sniffed, rolling her eyes and wrinkling her brow, adamantly refusing to drink. How can you cultivate if you want tea? Take your medicine. Will your grandmother be able to accompany you forever? I won't drink it. I don't like bitter medicine. The little hedgehog shook her head vigorously, rejecting the concoction. The white lady sighed in exasperation that I walked over with a smile, pulling out a piece of fruit candy and saying, Little hedgehog, look what I have. The fruit candy was a treat provided in our school as cafeteria for students to enjoy after meals. I often grabbed a handful and savored them. For someone who had rarely tasted sweetness, this was a delightful indulgence. Upon seeing the candy, the little hedgehog's eyes lit up, clearly recognizing it as something special. Though she feigned disinterest, her slightly parted lips betrayed her excitement. Noticing her reaction, I smugly declared, This candy was specially brought from our prestigious school. It's incredibly sweet. Here, have a piece. The little hedgehog immediately took the candy and popped it in her mouth, her eyes transforming into crescent moons of J. Oh, why is it good? It's delicious, she nodded vigorously. Then if you drink your medicine, I'll give you another piece. Instantly, her expression soured, her gaze filled with hostility as if she could see through my facade. I felt a chill run down my spine, realizing this little girl was no fool. Yet my confidence quickly surged back. After all, she was just a child. I would soon have her obediently drinking the entire pot of medicine. In a flash, another idea came to me. Little hedgehog, let us play a game that I'll place the candy in my palm, and on the count of 3, we'll both reach for it. Whoever is quicker wins. That if you win, the candy is yours. If I win, you drink the medicine. The little hedgehog nodded. What do we count to? 3. Just as I finished speaking, the candy vanished in her mouth. The little hedgehog looked at me with a satisfied expression. You said to count to 3, and whoever is quicker wins. I felt as though I had been outsmarted, and no matter, it was just a moment of carelessness. I pulled out 2 more pieces of candy, brimming with confidence as I declared, This time, we'll bet 2 pieces. The little hedgehog extended her chubby little hand, saying, Then we can't count to 3. We have to count to 5. Whatever you say. The little hedgehog widened her eyes, looking serious. Brother, can you understand me? Of course. Then how many do we count at this time? 5. Hey, why did you attack me again? The little hedgehog was enjoying herself. While I was seething with frustration, I decided to take out all the candy. This time, I'm betting my entire stash. Let us go all in. Are you brave enough? The little hedgehog shook her head. Eating too much candy will give you cavities. I felt a mix of emotions. Could she really know when to stop? My heart was in turmoil, seeing my forlorn expression. The little hedgehog asked with concern, Brother, what's wrong? I sighed, It's nothing, just feeling a bit bitter inside. I merely intended to trick a child, yet here I was losing 3 pieces of candy for no reason. What a regrettable deal. Just then, the little hedgehog delivered the final blow. Then, brother, please drink the medicine for me. Okay? If you feel bitter, the medicine will taste bitter too, and you won't be able to taste it. I felt as though I'd taken 1,000 critical hits. Are children nowadays so cunning? The little hedgehog clung to my leg, her adorable face pouting as she pleaded, "Brother, please help me drink the medicine." How can you bear to let a helpless little friend suffer through such bitter medicine? My heart was on the verge of exploding. Alas, I initially sought to perform a good deed, only to find myself ensnared. "Brother, dear brother, you are such a kind-hearted sibling. Please help me take my medicine," she implored, blowing me a kiss. Feeling utterly powerless against her insistence, I surrendered all my fruit candies to her. "Here, take all the sweets. Just spare me the task of helping you with your medicine." "All right." The little hedgehog grinned shrewdly at me. After parting with all my candies, I finally managed to distance myself from the little creature. After spending a night in the earthen temple, I awoke the next day to see the elderly lady, clad in white, fastening a basket onto her granddaughter's back. The little hedgehog, still groggy from sleep, rubbed her eyes with her chubby little hands. "Off you go. The sun is already shining on the mountain peaks." The young girl opened her sleepy eyes, peered at the sunlight, and then retrieved the fruit candies I had given her. Counting them one by one, finally, she selected the smallest one to pop in her mouth and bounced over to me, asking, "Brother, do you have any more fruit candies? Shall we continue our wager?" I turned my face away, disdainfully retorting, "I refuse to gamble with a child who lacks scruples." The little hedgehog patted my head, a gesture that felt both comforting and slightly pitying, before she happily skipped away from the small temple. The elderly lady in white turned her attention back to the pot of porridge she was cooking, speaking almost to herself. "The weather in the mountains is humid. You two should drink some hot porridge before you leave." I uttered an "oh" in acknowledgement and inquired, "What kind of porridge smells so delightful?" "Delightful. It's merely ordinary glutinous rice porridge," she replied. The elderly gentleman in yellow stretched lazily, puffing on a cigarette as he remarked, "How could the porridge brewed by the old immortal be just common glutinous rice porridge? It must surely contain the divine herbs that bestow immortality." The elderly lady chuckled. "I cannot claim it grants eternal life, but it can indeed cure all ailments. I have added a few spiritual herbs to it. Your body still harbors remnants of toxic energies. Drinking this bowl of porridge will restore your health." "Thank you, esteemed elder." I expressed my gratitude. The elderly gentleman in yellow bowed slightly, and then asked, "Is your benevolence motivated by a desire to transcend tribulations?" The elderly lady smiled faintly, explaining, "I seek neither to ascend to the ranks of immortals, nor to burden others with tasks that cause them suffering. I merely wish to nurture this little hedgehog to maturity. The child is unfortunate. Her parents are solely focused on cultivating immortality, yet the hedgehog's spine is stubbornly rigid. Consequently, they fail time and again to achieve their aspirations, ultimately causing the demise of their fate and incurring considerable karmic retribution." The elderly gentleman in yellow whispered to me, "Now you understand why the families of Bai and Hui are regarded as outcasts beyond the borders. Do you not? Assisting them in transcending tribulations is perilous, and few would consent to aid these two families." He then turned back to the elderly lady, saying, "Given your demeanor, I suspect you possess no less than a millennium of cultivation. It is important to note that while heaven may show compassion, it also maintains a balance of yin and yang, that if you live too long without receiving divine favor, heaven will inevitably impose tribulations to prevent you from continuing to evade your fate." The elderly lady maintained her calm expression, yet her tone carried a hint of melancholy. "At my age, what does it matter if I live a few fewer years? According to the laws of heaven, I should have already attracted tribulations. Thus, I have spent these years healing the sick and saving lives, hoping to extend my life just a little longer to see the little hedgehog grow up safely." She could perceive that both the elderly gentleman and I were under the protection of divine beings, so she spoke to us candidly, without concealment. After consuming a few bowls of porridge, I felt a warm sensation enveloping my entire being. Indeed, the porridge infused with divine herbs was remarkably nourishing. Just as we were about to leave, the elderly lady suddenly remembered to retrieve a small basket from the quarters, saying, "The little hedgehog forgot to bring her lunch while gathering spiritual herbs in the mountains. Could you kindly deliver it to her?" I accepted the exquisite little basket, noticing it emitted a delightful fruity aroma. "All right, where's she planting the spiritual herbs?" I inquired on the summit of the mountain to the west. The elderly lady pointed out, "That is precisely along the path you must take to descend the mountain. I trust you both, so I ask this favor of you." The elderly gentleman in yellow chuckled, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will ensure your granddaughter does not go hungry." We exited the small temple and made our way toward the western mountain. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the winding path flanked by lush greenery and the occasional wildflower, all blooming in the simplest of manners. As we slowly progressed along the meandering trail, we soon arrived at the mountain's peak. The summit featured a flat expanse, cultivated with vibrant flowers and plants. A small hole leaned against a flat rock, alongside the little hedgehog's basket, yet there was no sign of the little hedgehog herself. The elderly gentleman in yellow assumed the little girl had merely run off to play elsewhere and suggested we wait for her. However, after more than an hour had passed without any sign of her, an unsettling premonition washed over me. I hurriedly said to the elderly gentleman, "Do you think the little hedgehog has been kidnapped?" The elderly gentleman paused, realization dawning upon him. "Indeed, she is a spiritual child, who solemnly intends to use her as a medicinal ingredient." This was something we had both overlooked. That I surmised that the little hedgehog had likely been captured by Husanli. Given that the elderly lady had saved us, we could not simply stand idly by if her granddaughter was in trouble. Thus, we abandoned the basket and raced down the mountain, heading straight for Husanli's residence. The Hu family's old abode appeared unchanged, tranquil as ever, except that the life-extending formation at the entrance had been dismantled, a knot tightened in my chest. The dismantling of the formation indicated that the Hu family had found a more effective means of prolonging life. This time, we did not hold back. We stormed into the main hall of the Hu household. The elderly gentleman in yellow coldly reproached Husanli. "Husan, I understand your grandson is gravely ill, but you should not use another child as a medicinal ingredient." That he was straightforward and direct. Husanli, taken aback by his fierce demeanor, appeared momentarily flustered, his eyes betraying both guilt and a hint of malice. He swallowed hard and retorted sarcastically, "What child? If you've lost a child, do not come here to seek one." The elderly gentleman stepped forward, solemnly stating, "I refer to the pair of immortals residing in the earthen temple. I am aware that you orchestrated this scheme, but let me caution you, Husanli. The elderly lady possesses a millennium of cultivation. Should she learn of this, she will surely be both alarmed and furious, and she will come to demand her granddaughter's return." However, Husanli, perhaps emboldened by the protection of his own divine being, dismissed the elderly gentleman's words, adamantly refusing to acknowledge any wrongdoing. The elderly gentleman pressed on. "Divine beings summon disciples for virtuous deeds, yet what you are doing, to put it bluntly, is an act that diminishes one's positive karma. How could the fox spirit residing within you allow such a thing?" Husanli laughed heartily. "If it were any ordinary spirit medium, they would never permit me to do such a thing. But my family's ancestor once did a favor for this fox spirit, and thus it is bound by a blood contract to obey my commands." It became clear to me that Husanli's fox spirit was bound to him by a blood contract, similar to the relationship I had with the blood skeleton. Hence, he felt invulnerable. I inquired, "So you admit it?" Husanli scoffed. "What of admitting it? What of denying it?" The elderly gentleman, aware of the divine protection Husanli possessed, refrained from being confrontational and resorted to reason. Yet Husanli, consumed by thoughts of saving his grandson, was unwilling to relinquish the little hedgehog. Had he surrendered her at that moment, the subsequent tragedy could have been averted. The elderly gentleman concluded, "Husanli, since you hold such an attitude, I shall take my leave." Husanli coldly smiled, but his voice no longer sounded human. A spectral white fox materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The elderly gentleman sensed this formidable pressure, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he thought, "How powerful! No wonder he is a disciple of the millennium-old fox spirit." The white fox let out a piercing howl, its spiritual energy surging forth, rapidly accumulating power as it directed its force toward me and the elderly gentleman in yellow. That we were utterly unprepared for such might and were violently hurled out of the doorway. With the blood skeleton now shattered and the elderly gentleman's divine being possessing merely 2 centuries of cultivation, How could he possibly withstand the power of a millennium-old white fox spirit? Nevertheless, he did not yield. He summoned his spiritual energy, attempting to call forth his divine being for a final confrontation. Yet, the yellow spirit within him remained unresponsive. That I end this dire situation, the elderly gentleman panicked, urgently calling out, "Grandfather, I am in peril. Please come forth." Hu Sanli sneered, "Your divine being is afraid and dares not emerge to face me." Elder Huang was both furious and helpless that he had not backed down. Yet Huang Ganglai had fled in a frenzy. Indeed, given Huang Gonglia's cowardly and timid nature, such an act was hardly surprising. At that moment, a white figure suddenly flitted past the doorway. It was Elder Bai. Upon seeing her, Hu Sanli's eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. He was well aware that Elder Bai possessed 1,000 years of cultivation. Truth be told, he did not wish to provoke her. Had it not been for the need to save his grandson, he would not have taken such risks. That Hu Sanli, you too have descendants. How can you commit such a wicked act? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Return my granddaughter at once. Elder Bai scolded fiercely. Having practiced for so many years, she naturally had her own abilities and had already divined the cause and effect of the situation, which compelled her to seek the little hedgehog. Hu Sanli still refused to yield, engaging in a prolonged verbal tussle with Elder Bai. Suddenly, amidst their exchange, her expression shifted dramatically, tears streaming down her face as if she had been struck hard. Her entire being swaying perilously, I hurried over to support her. Elder Bai pointed an accusatory finger at Hu Sanli, exclaiming, "How cruel you are, to take advantage of this confrontation to cause my granddaughter's death." The revelation that the little hedgehog had been killed sent a jolt of shock through me. That clever, plump little girl, so soft and innocent, dying like that was truly tragic. Could there be a sorrow greater than this in the world? How could Hu Sanli have the heart to harm her? Yet, even more pitiable was Elder Bai. She had once vowed to raise the little hedgehog with care, for it was her lifeblood, and she had even forsaken her own ascension for it. Initially, when Elder Bai approached, Hu Sanli was filled with unease, fearing the situation would grow increasingly complicated. Thus, he privately advised his son to eliminate the little spiritual child swiftly, to cut off all ties. He believed that as long as the spiritual child was gone, Elder Bai would be left with no recourse. Elder Bai, a seasoned practitioner, had a profound sense of her granddaughter's safety. When she sensed the little hedgehog's misfortune, her face transformed immediately. I could see that moment. Elder Bai said little more, but with her eyes brimming with rage and sorrow, she fixed Hu Sanli with a fierce glare. Yet, to my astonishment, she chose not to retaliate but silently departed. Seeing her truly leave, Hu Sanli let out a sigh of relief. A victorious smile spreading across his face, I inquired of Elder Huang, "Master, why did Grandmother Bai leave? Does she not wish to avenge the little hedgehog?" Elder Huang slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with trepidation. "No, quite the opposite. She is preparing for a desperate gamble." I was perplexed. "What do you mean by a desperate gamble?" Elder Huang lamented, "The Hu family is in for trouble." Although Bai Xian specializes in saving others, Elder Bai's nearly 1,000 years of cultivation is not to be trifled with. That if she truly engages in a desperate struggle, the outcome is anyone's guess. However, Hu Sanli paid no heed to these warnings. Elder Bai's departure led him to mistakenly believe that the matter had come to a close, and he hastily instructed his son to brew medicine in hopes of hastening his ailing grandson's recovery. The medicine proved effective, as his grandson felt significantly better after taking it, even managing to rise from bed. Watching his grandson gradually recover, Hu Sanli's worries dissipated, replaced by overwhelming relief and joy. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the true tragedy was only just beginning. Hu Sanli's daughter-in-law disposed of the little hedgehog's corpse in the garbage bin at the entrance, only for me to retrieve it. Elder Huang remarked that the Hu family had turned the little hedgehog into a soup, using it as an ingredient for medicine. The hedgehog soup was made with the flesh of the spiritual child. I suggested that we take the little hedgehog's body back to the Earth Temple and bury it in a spot with good feng shui, lest Elder Bai see it and be overcome with grief. We could inform her afterward, allowing her to pay her respects. However, Elder Huang scoffed, stating that given the severe enmity between the Hu family and Elder Bai, This matter could not simply be settled. Elder Bai is unlikely to remain at the Earth Temple, he added with a hint of curiosity about how Elder Bai would enact a revenge. Thus, Elder Huang and I secretly stayed behind to observe the situation at the Hu residence. The night was tranquil, but soon, unrest erupted within the Hu household. Hu Somli's grandson suddenly spiked a high fever. His eyes bulging in terror, the whites turning blood red as if blood were about to seep from them. In the dead of night, he rose from bed, dancing wildly, muttering incoherently with a voice filled with resentment and despair. Repeatedly chanting, "You would not let my granddaughter live. Your grandson shall not live either." His words were like a sharp blade. Chilling to the bone, I turned to Elder Huang and said, "Hu Somli's grandson must be possessed by Elder Bai, right?" Elder Huang nodded, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's not merely possession. This is a life-for-a-life exchange. The immortal is relentless, and it seems Elder Bai is prepared to play for keeps with the Hu family. The room descended into chaos as the Hu family, witnessing the scene, was filled with dread and hurriedly summoned Hu Somli. He rushed in, and upon seeing his grandson's terrifying blood-red eyes, his complexion turned ashen, and he cried out in horror, "This is no ordinary possession. This is a portent of a life exchange." He understood that if it were merely possession, he could rely on the fox spirit's power within the household to expel Elder Bai's spirit. However, a life exchange was perilous. If the possessed did not perish, Elder Bai would take root within the child, becoming inseparable. This moment, Hu Somli was deeply shaken, never expecting Elder Bai to be so resolute. Willing to forsake her entire cultivation for revenge, he cursed, "Humph! To use such methods to endanger my grandson's life. This is no longer the compassionate Bai Xian. She is acting with ruthless determination, embodying the vengeful spirit of an immortal." Just as he was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, the expression on his grandson's face grew increasingly grotesque, gnashing his teeth and glaring at his grandfather with deep-seated hatred, as if whispering something. Hu Somli listened closely, only to realize that the sounds were increasingly unsettling. It was not speech, but rather a fervent gnashing of teeth. Suddenly, a stream of bright blood oozed from the child's mouth, staining his entire collar. This sight left everyone present dumbfounded. The Hu family realized that the situation was far more intricate and dangerous than they had imagined. The life exchange technique devised by Elder Bai had already taken effect, and Hu Somli's grandson's life was ebbing away. "Father, you must find a solution swiftly, or the consequences will be dire." Hu Somli's face turned pale as he shouted, "I understand, but this old lady is resolute in her desire for a life exchange. And now that she has taken possession, there is no turning back. What shall we do then?" Hu Somli closed his eyes, saying, "I will summon the fox spirit. Hopefully, with its power, I can find a way to break this curse." Shortly thereafter, he trembled slightly, his eyes slowly opening, revealing no longer the previous urgency and helplessness, but rather the unique wisdom and composure of the fox spirit. Seeing this, the family felt a measure of reassurance, knowing the fox spirit had arrived, and they hurried to relay the entire ordeal. However, the fox spirit gently waved a hand, signaling them to remain silent, for it had already learned of everything through its own means. With a sigh, it remarked, "Indeed, your family has acted inappropriately. I am familiar with Elder Bai. She is normally gentle and kind-hearted. Yet being driven to such extremes is truly unfortunate." The regret and indignation were palpable in its words. I thought to myself, this white fox spirit is quite reasonable. The fox spirit paused before continuing. "But since Elder Bai has resolved to exchange lives, this matter cannot be reversed, considering your ancestors' kindness toward me. I shall do my utmost to assist. However, the technique of life exchange is profoundly intricate, and I cannot easily unravel it. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the fate of this young one." As it spoke, its gaze shifted toward the bound and dazed Hu family grandson, a flicker of complex emotion crossing its eyes. Then, a beam of white light suddenly erupted from Hu Somli, surging into the child. The Hu family grandson let out a piercing scream, seemingly in agony, his expression oscillating between resentment and peace, clarity and confusion, at times cursing loudly, at others falling silent. It was as if two souls resided within the child. And thus the turmoil persisted until the break of dawn, when the child gradually quieted down. The Hu family, witnessing the cessation of the child's disturbances, rejoiced, believing that the white spirit had departed. After a while, the child's once fierce countenance finally stabilized, and with a gentle sigh, he emitted a voice that was deep and weary, clearly not his usual tone. That I immediately realized that the fox spirit had taken possession of his body. What of the old white lady? A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped my heart. I in the room. The voice of the fox spirit emerged slowly, carrying an imperceptible weariness as it spoke. I have done my utmost. This child's life has been preserved at last. Yet the tone was tinged with complexity, suggesting there were unspoken words lingering in the air. Ultimately, she merely shook her head gently, swallowing back those words. The Hu family, hearing that the child's life was spared, could not contain their joy. However, the subsequent words of the fox spirit plunged them back into contemplation. Our bond has reached its conclusion. The favors of the past have been repaid, and I shall soon depart. Hu Sanli, upon hearing this, remained silent, tears brimming in his eyes. Old Master Huang murmured softly, "The white fox spirit has used its centuries of cultivation to shield the Hu family from this calamity. Yet now, having exhausted its powers, it can no longer retain its ethereal form." I gasped in astonishment. "Such a great cost?" Old Master Huang gravely replied. The fox spirit had entered into a blood pact with the Hu family, and the 5 great guardian spirits value loyalty above all. Most of them, at least. That I stifled a chuckle, for Old Master Huang was rather unfortunate in this regard, having pledged allegiance to a less honorable Huang spirit. Suddenly, panic seized me anew. What has become of the old white lady now? Driven away by the 1,000-year fox spirit, her life hangs in the balance. Old Master Huang suggested, "Let us go to the Earth Temple and see." The two of us hurriedly made our way back to the temple, where we discovered a hedgehog of the size of a grinding stone, bleeding from all its orifices at the entrance of the dilapidated shrine. Old Master Huang rushed over to scoop up the hedgehog, sensing that the old white lady still clung to the last vestiges of life, though it was evident she could no longer assume human form. He sighed deeply, lamenting, "What a tragedy! The old spirit is now on the brink of death. Had it not been for 1,000 years of cultivation shielding her, she would have perished long ago." Originally, she was evenly matched with the white fox spirit, but she had recklessly expended her life force, depleting far too much vital energy, and the white fox, having exhausted its entire cultivation, has reduced her to this state. I thought to myself, even if she survived this ordeal, she would never regain her human form. To lose her human shape equated to forsaking the path of immortality. The hedgehog's lifespan was not substantial, and Old Master Huang's words clearly indicated that the old white lady did not have long to live. He sighed repeatedly, and suddenly a phrase flickered in my mind. The ancient text Lianshan records a remedy known as 1,000-year powder, which can significantly replenish one's vital energy and facilitate swift recovery. According to Old Master Huang, the old white lady was on the verge of collapse due to the exhaustion of her vital essence. In reality, she had not sustained any severe injuries, which made the situation more manageable. With this thought, I sprinted into the dormitory of the Earth Temple, where the old white lady kept her spiritual herbs. I rummaged through numerous baskets. Although I did not recognize the names of these herbs, the labels affixed to the baskets clearly indicated their identities. The handwriting was rather crooked, which I surmised was the result of the old white lady instructing the little hedgehog to learn the names of the herbs. This proved to be a tremendous help to me. Indeed, the old white lady's collection of spiritual herbs was quite comprehensive, even including legendary herbal remedies recorded in ancient texts such as Lianshan. It seemed the heavens were watching over her, or perhaps her fate was not yet sealed. I successfully gathered the necessary herbs, then used a pestle to crush them, brewing them into a medicinal concoction to administer to the old white lady. After several doses of herbal infusion, she eventually regained her human form, her complexion returning to its former vitality. The efficacy of the medicine astonished even her, and she incredulously inquired, "Young man, what sort of medicine have you employed?" Upon hearing my explanation, her astonishment only grew. "Could it be that you are a disciple of the ghost doctor's sect?" I shook my head, replying, "I am merely a disciple of Qin Feng Hall." The old white lady, upon hearing this, expressed her amazement. Who would have thought that Qing Feng Hall had someone knowledgeable in the art of healing? Ah, indeed, in my youth, I had heard whispers of a ghost doctor sect in the realm of spirits. Yet, despite 1,000 years of cultivation, I had never encountered one, and I find it hard to believe that you, a young lad, possess such mastery. Truly incredible. She sighed repeatedly, and I smiled, intending to explain the matter of Lianshan. However, the old white lady, filled with melancholy, sighed deeply once more. Alas, what does it matter that you have saved me? The little hedgehog is no longer of this world, and I am at a loss as to how to explain this to her parents. Nor can I seek vengeance on her behalf. The old white lady then broke into a fresh wave of tears, her sorrow palpable. Fearing she might faint again, I hastily said, "Grandmother Bai, I am not from the ghost doctor sect. The remedy I use to save you comes from an ancient text called Lianshan. Furthermore, Lianshan, he also contains a soul-searching technique. I can summon the little hedgehog spirit and return it to her body, thus allowing her to be resurrected. But where is the little hedgehog's body now?" Old Master Huang carefully produced the lifeless body of the hedgehog from his bosom, and the old white lady cradled it in her hands, tears welling in her eyes as she mournfully addressed it. Little hedgehog, your grandmother is speaking to you. Please respond." I reassured her, once I summon her spirit, she will be able to answer you. In truth, I harbored little confidence, as this was my first attempt at employing the soul-searching technique. Desperate measures may yield results, but witnessing the old white lady's grief and hopeful expression, I truly did not wish to let her down in the end. Regardless, I had to try, and I would strive with all my might to succeed. The moon was particularly full that night, making it an opportune moment to perform the soul-summoning ritual. I began to recite the incantation from the soul-searching technique. And gradually, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir. Strange azure wisps appeared in the sky, seemingly connecting the realms of yin and yang. Under the radiance, wisps of souls began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into gentle luminescence that streamed into the lifeless body of the little hedgehog. Amidst the soft, radiant glow, the curled form of the hedgehog stirred slightly, then slowly rose, sniffing the air like a newborn babe, before finally burrowing into the embrace of its grandmother. The old white lady's face lit up with joy, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at me. Seeing this, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The old white lady exclaimed in delight and astonishment, "Little master, I never would have imagined that you were so gifted." Old Master Huang chuckled, saying, "My junior disciple possesses knowledge of many ancient secret arts, some of which even I, in my advanced years, have never heard of." The old white lady nodded in agreement, saying, "Ah, now I understand. Young master, you have mastered such extraordinary techniques at such a young age. You are destined for great achievements." She expressed her gratitude profusely, then returned to the dormitory to prepare more spiritual medicine, which she fed to the little hedgehog. The medicine, possessing the ability to replenish vital energy, would aid the little hedgehog in regaining her human form more swiftly. After consuming a bowl of the medicinal brew, the little hedgehog fell into a deep slumber, and when she awoke, she had indeed reverted to her human shape. The old white lady had been kneeling before the clay statue of a Buddha in the temple, praying for her granddaughter, and upon seeing her finally awaken, she cried tears of joy as she embraced the little hedgehog tightly. Our little hedgehog has finally awakened. My heart felt a sense of relief. The little hedgehog gazed at the old white lady for a long time, her expression somewhat vacant and dazed, before finally murmuring slowly, "Grandma." The old white lady, sensing the tone, furrowed her brow slightly, thinking that perhaps her granddaughter had only just returned to her senses and her spirit was still unsteady, so she did not dwell on it. She wished to have the little hedgehog thank me. But the little hedgehog suddenly wriggled out of her embrace and hurriedly dashed into the dormitory, where she began to dig in a corner. There, in that small nook, she burrowed and burrowed until she unearthed a small white jar. Opening the lid, she poured the contents onto the bed, revealing an assortment of fruit candies. She carefully counted them, a satisfied expression crossing her face, then selected the smallest piece to pop into her mouth. Stashing the rest away in her pocket before rejoining us, the old white lady quickly scooped her granddaughter into her arms, pointing at me as she said, "It was this brother who saved you."